The story begins at Li Zhang's Second City Academy, where the class awakening ceremony was in full swing. Students stood in neat rows, their faces a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Presiding over the ceremony was Headmaster Luo Heng, whose seasoned voice echoed through the hall as he explained the significance of the awakening process. "This ceremony will determine your future," the headmaster began, emphasizing the weight of their choices. While combat classes like Summoner and Engineer were appealing, he warned they demanded immense resources, something not everyone could afford. The crowd buzzed with energy as dreams and ambitions danced in the minds of the students. Some envisioned becoming berserkers, ready to unleash chaos on monsters, while others dreamed of gentler roles like pharmacists. Each had their aspirations, though not all desired high-risk paths. Years ago, Eternal was just a game, a thrilling escape offering euphoria from slaying virtual foes. But one day, the world transformed. The surface expanded by thousands of times, and secret realms, monsters, and otherworldly races materialized. The boundaries of the game and reality blurred, forcing humanity to adapt to a world where leveling up and changing classes were the keys to survival. Among the students was Zhou Yi, who had transmigrated into this world a year ago. Life had not been kind to him here. His mother passed away shortly after his arrival, and his sister Zhou Yun was struck by a mysterious illness that defied ordinary treatment. Desperation had driven him to sell their home and beg for financial aid, scraping by with the help of low-level priests just to keep his sister alive. But this was only a temporary solution. Without a breakthrough, her condition would continue to deteriorate, and JY knew he had to act quickly. For Zhou Yi, the stakes of this ceremony were higher than anyone else's. A combat class could grant him the strength and resources to venture into secret realms, defeat monsters, and earn enough to find a higher-level priest who could save Zhou Yun. As the headmaster wrapped up his speech, a level 24 mage entered the hall to oversee the awakening process. The mage addressed the eager crowd. "The class awakening ceremony is about to begin. When your number is called, step into the magic formation one at a time." Without wasting any time, the mage activated the magic formation, his wand glowing with power. A massive purple magic circle spread across the floor, pulsating with energy. The sheer magnitude of the formation's activation caused powerful gusts of wind to swirl through the room, making it difficult for the students to maintain their footing. As they braced against the force, a collective thought passed through their minds. A level 24 mage is truly formidable. Zhou Yi shared their awe, thinking, if hosting this ceremony pays in the six-figure range, being a mage is a pretty lucrative gig. As the wind settled slightly, the 5th-class homeroom teacher, Li Xiangyang, stepped forward and called the first student, Zheng Cheng, to enter the formation. The students watched with bated breath, knowing how pivotal this moment was for their futures. Zhou Yi focused intensely, aware that everything, his survival, his sister's life, hinged on the outcome of his own awakening. The world offered over 1,000 possible classes, but only 3 categories typically emerged during the ceremony: combat classes, life-type classes, and support classes. Combat classes were the most revered, while life-type classes such as pharmacists held the lowest status. Statistics showed that nearly half the participants would awaken combat classes, with enchanters often being considered the best option for potential. Yet, despite these odds, there was always uncertainty. Some students succeeded, awakening impressive combat classes, while others walked away with disappointing results. As each student stepped into the magic formation, 3 glowing cards materialized within the circle. These cards, displaying labels like Pharmacist, Enchanter, and Decomposer, reflected the individual's awakening potential. The cards shimmered and sometimes shifted based on the student's unique traits and compatibility. It was a nerve-wracking process, and disappointment visibly hung over those who didn't receive the combat classes they'd hoped for. Finally, it was Zhou Yi's turn. His number 30 was called. He stepped forward, his mind heavy with the weight of his situation. His classmates erupted in cheers, proud that their class representative was up next. Zhou Yi's academic performance and personal stats were well above average, earning him the admiration of his peers. Many believed he had a strong chance of awakening a desirable class. Yet, as everyone knew, academic performance meant little in the grand scheme of class awakening. Luck and fate played a much larger role. Meanwhile, a conversation sparked among the teachers. Tang Tianjun, the homeroom teacher of the 6th class, approached Li Xiangyang with a smug expression. "How's your class doing? How many combat awakenings so far?" Li Xiangyang replied, 16. Tang Tianjun smirked. 21 of my students have awakened combat classes, including a rare class. Looks like we're already set for the yearly examination. Li Xiangyang's jaw tightened, irritation flickering in his eyes. Before he could respond, Tang Tianjun pointed toward the motionless Zhou Yi. What's wrong with your class representative? Why hasn't he stepped into the formation yet? All eyes turned toward Zhou Yi, standing frozen just outside the circle. The anticipation in the room thickened as whispers and murmurs spread. Why wasn't he moving? Was it nerves? Doubts began to ripple through the crowd. Zhou Yi stood silently in the magic circle, his eyes closed as the wind swirled around him. Suddenly, the necklace hanging around his neck began to glow with an intense golden light. Confused, Zhou Yi opened his eyes, staring at the radiant necklace in disbelief. The golden light shimmered, growing brighter by the second, until a system interface materialized before him with a series of notifications. System energy detected. System activating. Loading complete. Strongest class support system activated. Rookie starter gift. S+ grade talent. Protection of the sacred angel. Zhou Yi blinked in shock, rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't dreaming. But the system screen remained before him, its glowing text unchanging. As the realization set in, Zhou Yi's thoughts turned to the necklace. He remembered purchasing it from a street stall in his previous life, finding it unremarkable after numerous tests. When he was transmigrated into this world, the necklace had come with him, but he had long dismissed it as a useless trinket. Now, however, it had awakened a system within him, gifting him something beyond imagination, just in time for his awakening ceremony. The notifications on the system screen detailed his newfound power. Protection of the sacred angel, S+ grade. His affinity with light-based and divine abilities had increased exponentially, amplifying all skills within these domains. In a world where talents were graded from F to S, S+ was almost mythical, promising unparalleled effects. Furthermore, Zhou Yi realized that this incredible talent would heavily influence the type of class he awakened. Meanwhile, outside the circle, Zhou Yi's prolonged stillness was causing a stir. His classmates whispered anxiously among themselves. What's Zhou Yi doing? Why isn't he moving? Could it be he failed to awaken a class? That's impossible. Something like this hasn't happened for centuries. Li Xiangyang, his class teacher, watched with growing concern. Just as speculation reached its peak, the sky above the ceremony shifted dramatically. A loud crack resounded, and golden light burst through the clouds, descending directly onto Zhou Yi. The sheer force of the phenomenon silenced the crowd, and the atmosphere turned heavy with divine energy. The headmaster's voice broke the tense silence. This isn't just a class awakening. This is a talent awakening phenomenon. The mage beside him stared in awe. No, this is something far more extraordinary. From the golden light, a divine figure emerged, a radiant angel, her form glowing with an ethereal brilliance. Her eyes were blindfolded, and golden energy pulsed from her presence, filling the air with overwhelming divinity. The angel descended slowly, standing before Zhou Yi, who was frozen in astonishment. The students looked on in stunned silence. No one dared to speak as the angel exuded an aura of otherworldly grace. She gazed at Zhou Yi, then began to move toward him. Her voice, soft yet commanding, echoed with divine authority. The light is your belief and the source of your power. Under the support of belief, the sacred light will always protect you and burn away all evil. I will always protect you, by your side. As she finished speaking, the angel smiled and stepped into Zhou Yi's body. The golden energy surged around him, a divine symbol illuminating his forehead and eyes. His entire body radiated with an intense golden light, as if the power of the heavens had chosen him. Zhou Yi screamed, overwhelmed by the incredible energy coursing through him. The golden light enveloped him entirely, marking the moment that would forever change his life and the destiny of those around him. As Zhou Yi's painful transformation subsided, a new phenomenon unfolded before him. 3 glowing emblems appeared in the air, each representing a distinct spiritual class. The crowd of students watching from a distance erupted in murmurs, their awe and confusion evident. Some clutched their heads in disbelief at Zhou Yi's unprecedented fortune, while others speculated excitedly. This is insane luck. A new talent during the awakening ceremony? What even is the protection of the sacred angel? I've never heard of it. What class could he possibly get from this? Their chatter grew louder until one curious student turned to Li Xiangyang, their homeroom teacher, and asked, Master Li, what are these three logos? What do they mean? At first, Li Xiangyang hesitated, his gaze locked on the glowing emblems. When pressed further, his expression grew serious. These represent hidden classes, extremely rare ones, he finally explained. Inside the magic circle, Zhou, he was equally stunned as he examined the three emblems. Each represented a potential path. Mage of Light, a pure DPS class known for its devastating damage output but fragile defenses. While powerful, mages often found themselves vulnerable in a world overrun by monsters. Sacred Priest, a support class equipped with life-saving and resurrection skills. Though invaluable to teams, priests lacked combat strength and relied heavily on others for protection. Saint Knight, a versatile class blending offense, defense, and buffs. While it didn't excel in any one area, its well-rounded skill set made it adaptable and self-sufficient. Considering his newfound affinity for light-based abilities, Zhou quickly made his decision. He chose Saint Knight, a class that balanced power with practicality and perfectly suited his unique talent. As soon as he made his choice, the remaining two emblems faded away, leaving only the Saint Knight. The Saint Knight figure materialized before Zhou, wielding a massive hammer. The knight's deep voice resonated with the weight of an oath. Humility, honesty, bravery, empathy, responsibility, to commit acts of glory, to pursue justice, and to sacrifice for a cause greater than oneself. This is the vow of a Saint Knight. The knight stood motionless for a moment before radiant golden wings emerged from his back. As the divine energy surged, a system notification appeared. Congratulations! You have awakened the Saint Knight class. Level 10 skills unlocked. Blade of Pure White. Slow regeneration. Weapon Blessing. Plus 10 unassigned stat points received. As Zhou stepped out of the magic circle, the students swarmed around him, their excitement bubbling over. Class representative. Great job! Can you team up with me for the final exam? I'm a summoner. We'd crush it together. Pick me. I'm a mage. We'd make an unstoppable team. The crowd's enthusiasm was so overwhelming that Li Xiangyang had to step in, dispersing the students. He approached Zhou, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Zhou, excellent work. You've done well. Go home and rest. Report to the headmaster's office tomorrow. Despite the teacher's words, Zhou, couldn't help but notice the greedy glint in his eyes. He thought to himself, Teacher, your expression right now is downright terrifying. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Zhou quietly nodded and prepared to leave, knowing that his journey as a Saint Knight and the trials it would bring had just begun. Back home, Zhou immediately opened his system interface to check his updated stats. His attributes now read: Name, Zhou. Strength, 20. Constitution, 18. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 15. Class, Saint Knight. The awakening had not only increased his base stats, but also granted him unassigned stat points. Reviewing his options, Zhou contemplated how best to allocate these points. After some thought, he decided on a balanced approach. He added 6 points to strength, boosting his combat power significantly, 2 points to constitution for better durability, and distributed the remaining 2 points between agility and intelligence to round out his abilities. As the points were applied, Zhou body emitted a faint golden glow, steam-like energy rising from his skin. He marveled at the sensation. I can feel energy boiling within me. This is what stat points can do. Incredible. Then a system notification popped up. Saint Knight mission activated. Daily mission. Saint Knight's Challenge Level 1. Rewards, choose 2. 1. 10 extra stat points. 2. Saint Knight skills. 3. Random Saint Knight equipment. Below the rewards, an accept or refuse button awaited his decision. Zhou eyes sparkled at the prospect of such high-value rewards. Without hesitation, he selected accept. As soon as he did, the system responded with a series of notifications. Mission adjusting to power level. Trial initiated. Defeat the ancient Rabbi monster. Treat the trial seriously. Dying in the trial means death in real life. Zhou felt a surge of anticipation as his surroundings blurred, and he was transported to a mine. Looking around, he quickly recognized the setting from his academy lessons. That's right. Ancient Rabbi monsters usually live in mines. They're not inherently carnivorous, but turn violent and bloodthirsty when encountering humans. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of rapid movement. A hulking rabby monster barreled toward him with surprising speed, claws gleaming dangerously. Zhou Yi turned just in time to dodge the first swipe, the monster's claws slamming into the ground and sending cracks through the rocky surface. Zhou Yi leaped back, analyzing the creature. This is my first time facing a monster. Let's see if I could take it down without relying on skills. The rabby monster roared in rage, charging at him again. This time, Zhou Yi met it head-on, delivering a powerful kick to its head. The impact sent the beast sprawling to the ground. As the monster struggled to recover, Zhou Yi stepped back, amazed by his own strength and agility. My body feels so much stronger and faster. That stat boost really worked wonders. The rabby monster roared again, preparing to attack, but Zhou Yi, now brimming with confidence, stood ready, determined to finish the fight with his newfound power. The battle with the ancient rabby monster grew more intense as Zhou Yi's repeated attacks failed to subdue it. The beast, enraged by its inability to land a solid blow, began attacking furiously. Zhou Yi dodged each swipe with ease, mocking the monster. "You're so slow. I can see your moves coming from miles away," he taunted. But overconfidence has its price. The monster lashed out with its tail, catching Zhou Yi off guard. The attack struck him square in the stomach, and blood seeped from the wound. Clutching his side, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, activating slow regeneration to heal himself. Slow regeneration, level 1, restores a certain amount of health points for up to 2 teammates within range in 30 seconds. As his wound began to close, Zhou Yi reflected on his carelessness. I underestimated it. No matter how much training I've had at the academy, real monsters are a completely different story. Even a low-grade one like this can be lethal if I'm not careful. Determined to end the fight, Zhou Yi used his first skill, Blade of Pure White. A cross-shaped slash imbued with light magic struck the monster, freezing it momentarily. Blade of Pure White. Level 1, channel strength into your arms to unleash a cross-shaped slash. Enemies hit are frozen by light magic. As the monster thawed and retaliated, Zhou Yi followed up with Tiger Pounce, a brutal skill that involved grabbing the monster, dashing forward, and slamming it into the ground. The continuous barrage of attacks left the monster little time to recover, as Zhou Yi tested his full arsenal of skills, each accompanied by system notifications. Tiger Pounce, level 4, grab an enemy and charge forward, causing multiple stages of damage from impact. Finally, Zhou Yi landed a devastating punch, sending the rabby monster crashing to the ground. Golden energy radiated from his hands as his armor shimmered, and Zhou Yi delivered a final series of strikes with Tiger Pounce, reducing the monster to nothing. A system notification appeared. Trial complete. Score: 8. Choose your rewards. 1. 10 extra stat points. 2. Saint Knight skills. 3. Random Saint Knight equipment. Zhou Yi deliberated. Stat points were essential for strengthening his foundation, while skills could wait until later. However, the promise of a weapon was tempting. He needed something reliable for future trials, and the system-provided gear was far beyond anything he could afford. He decided to select stat points and random equipment. The reward materialized as a basic one-handed sword, perfectly suited for a Saint Knight. Satisfied, Zhou Yi ended the trial and was abruptly transported back to his room. As he regained his bearings, his phone buzzed with a notification reminding him to visit the hospital. At the hospital, Zhou Yi's sister, Zhou Yun, was watching the news on TV. A report detailed the astonishing events of the awakening ceremony. Today, a student triggered the phenomenon of a sacred angel descending during their class awakening. The student is reported to have awakened a hidden class, the Saint Knight, marking the first such occurrence in the city in 50 years. Zhou Yun's admiration was cut short when a nurse entered and switched off the TV. The nurse handed her a bill, her expression cold and stern. "It's time for your medical fees. 10,000 zan," she said. Zhou Yun greeted her politely, but grew anxious as she read the bill. 10,000? That can't be right, she protested. Even with Zhou Yi working 3 part-time jobs, his total income barely reached 5,000 in a month. "Is there some kind of mistake?" she asked, her voice shaky. But the nurse's stern demeanor didn't soften. The tension in the hospital room escalated as the nurse shouted at Zhou Yun, berating her for questioning the bill. "You used a lot of expensive medicines this month, suppressants, stabilizers, and even called a priest," the nurse snapped. "Your condition acted up 3 times. forcing every nurse to tend to you at midnight. For someone in your state to speak this way is unsightly. If you think there's an issue, check it yourself. This is a hospital, Zhou Yun, flustered, tried to explain. I didn't mean it that way. You're misunderstanding me. But the nurse cut her off, continuing her tirade. Don't act rich when you're not. Poor people should accept their fate instead of struggling. If you can't pay, don't bother. Before Zhou Yun could respond, a firm hand landed on the nurse's shoulder. A calm but commanding voice interrupted. I couldn't help overhearing. It seems you enjoy insulting patients. Let's see if you're as sharp-tongued in the director's office. The nurse turned, startled by the newcomers. Although hesitant, she muttered a final warning. Remember, you need to pay today, before leaving the room with a scowl. Zhou Yun, still shaken, looked at the strangers and asked cautiously, Who are you? One of the men stepped forward, bowing slightly as he produced a sleek card. You must be Zhou Yun. I'm a friend of your brother, Zhou Yi, he said politely. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi hurried into the hospital, clutching the latest medical bill in his hand. Bursting into his sister's room, he exclaimed, Zhou Yun, I just want to pay the bill, and the hospital system says there's a balance of 10,000 yuan. Do you know what's going on? Zhou Yun's face lit up with joy at seeing her brother. She pointed to the two men in the room, who were now chatting casually with her. Zhou Yi's gaze shifted to them, confusion written on his face. One of the men stood and approached Zhou Yi. Hello, Mr. Zhou Yi, he began, extending a hand. My name is Zhao Wenbing, and I'm the mayor's secretary. I'd like to discuss a few matters with you. Zhou Yi hesitated for a moment, taking in the man's refined demeanor. He quickly realized the weight of Zhao Wenbing's position. As the secretary to the most powerful man in Lijiang City, he likely wielded influence that rivaled even the mayor. Why would someone like him want to speak to me? Zhou Yi wondered. Regaining his composure, Zhou Yi shook hands with Zhao Wenbing. This isn't the right place for a conversation. Let's talk somewhere else, Zhou Yi suggested. The secretary nodded. Of course. Turning to the other man, he instructed, Stay here and keep Miss Zhou Yun company. I'll be back shortly. The other man replied promptly, Yes, sir. Zhou Yun, still unaware of her brother's awakening, continued playing cheerfully with the second guest. She hadn't connected the news of the sacred angel class awakening to her brother, despite her earlier curiosity. Zhou Yi and Zhao Wenbing stepped into a nearby cafe, where a lively atmosphere buzzed with chatter. At one table, a group of young people was excitedly discussing the very news that had changed Zhou Yi's life. Did you see the report? Someone awakened a hidden class at the Second Academy, one girl exclaimed. Her friends leaned in eagerly. Who is it? The girl pulled out her phone, displaying a leaked photo. His name's Zhou Yi. Looks like he's pretty handsome too, she said with a grin. A short distance away, oblivious to the whispers about him, Zhou Yi sat across from Zhao Wenbing. The secretary wasted no time. First of all, congratulations, Mr. Zhou Yi, he began. Awakening the S-grade talent protection of the Sacred Angel and achieving the hidden class Saint Knight is an extraordinary feat. Zhou Yi smiled modestly at Zhao Wenbing's congratulations, saying, I was just lucky. Zhao Wenbing chuckled. Luck alone doesn't earn an S-grade talent during a regular class awakening ceremony, Mr. Zhou Yi. With that, he placed a small but significant object on the table, a special key to the city bank vault. He explained that the mayor had taken a keen interest in Zhou Yi's hidden talent and wanted to invest in him. To ensure Zhou Yi's focus and privacy, the mayor had instructed the media to avoid disturbing him. Additionally, the vault contained an exclusive stock of cultivation resources designed to help Zhou Yi grow stronger quickly, resources that could significantly boost his preparation for the upcoming exams. Zhao Wenbing gestured toward the key. These resources are for you, Mr. Zhou Yi. If you have any other requests, please don't hesitate to speak. Zhou Yi stared at the key, his mind racing. He knew opportunities like this were rare. The mayor clearly sees potential in me and is making an investment, Zhou Yi thought. But nothing comes for free. There will be expectations to repay this favor someday. Before Zhou Yi could respond, Zhao Wenbing continued, delivering the final point of his offer. Additionally, from today, a professional medical team will be assigned to care for Ms. Zhou Yun around the clock. The mayor has also arranged for a level 36 second-grade priest to travel to Lijiang City and heal her. This was the clincher. The opportunity to improve his strength was tempting enough, but ensuring proper care for his sister made the offer irresistible. Zhou Yi quickly picked up the key and said, I accept. Zhao Wenbing smiled. Welcome aboard. This is just the beginning. With your talent, more opportunities will come your way. Zhou Yi nodded. understanding that this was more than just a gift. It was a stepping stone for both his growth and his sister's recovery. Later at the hospital, Zhou Yi shared the news with Zhou Yun. Her face lit up with excitement, and she exclaimed, "Bro, you're going to rise to the top. Can I stick to you like an accessory?" Her playful enthusiasm made Zhou Yi chuckle, though he gently pushed her away. "Stop talking nonsense and focus on your recovery," he said, pretending to scold her. But Zhou Yun clung to his arm stubbornly. "Come on, bro. Every class has exclusive skills. What's yours?" Her question made Zhou Yi pause. He began thinking about the skills exclusive to his Saint Knight class. Blade of Pure White for powerful attacks. Slow Recovery for healing. Weapon Blessing for support. Looking at Zhou Yun's frail state, Zhou Yi decided to try Slow Recovery. He activated the skill, channeling gentle golden energy toward her. Zhou Yun closed her eyes, a serene smile spreading across her face. "This feels amazing," she said, like soaking in a hot spring. The soothing energy eased her pain. And when Zhou Yi asked how she felt, she replied happily, "It's incredible. I don't feel any pain at all, and my arms and legs feel stronger. It's like my whole body is recharged." Her relief brought Zhou Yi a sense of satisfaction. One of the reasons he had chosen the Saint Knight class was to help Zhou Yun manage her illness. While his skills couldn't cure her completely, they could at least alleviate her pain and improve her quality of life. As they shared this heartwarming moment, Zhou Yi felt more certain than ever that his path as a Saint Knight was the right choice, not just for himself, but for the one person he cared about most. Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile as he watched his sister's joyful expression. Moments like these were what he was fighting for, his family, which now consisted of only Zhou Yun. Her happiness was his ultimate reward. The next day, Zhou Yi accompanied his headmaster, Luo Heng, through the academy corridors. Luo Heng, clearly in high spirits, shared some news. "A few dozen universities called me yesterday to recruit you," the headmaster said, chuckling. "My phone nearly exploded. Even 4 teachers from the top 10 universities reached out. Do your best to secure as many resources as you can. These teachers aren't ordinary. They're all secondary awakened class holders above level 35. If they recruit you, you'll receive the best training possible." Intrigued, Zhou Yi asked, "Which universities are they?" "Rongyong University, Chuannan University, Hancheng University, and Enji University," Luo Heng replied. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. "What about the top 3 universities?" "The top 3? They only recruit based on exam results," Luo Heng explained. "They never consider class talent or offer special admissions." As they continued talking, the two arrived at a room where the teachers from the 4 universities were waiting. Before entering, they overheard a heated argument taking place inside. "Old Xia, Chuan District is 4,000 kilometers away from Lijiang City. Did you use a fighter jet to get here?" one voice demanded. "Fighter jet? I used a super long-distance teleportation array," another retorted. "It consumes a level 30 magic core per use, but there's no price I won't pay for a genius like Zhou Yi. Chuannan University will be taking him. We'll let our offers speak for themselves." Amused by the intensity of the conversation, Luo Heng finally opened the door. "Dear recruitment teachers, Zhou Yi has arrived," he announced. Inside, the 4 teachers turned their attention to Zhou Yi. Luo Heng introduced them one by one. "This is Zhou Tianfu from Rongyong University, Li Bing from Chuannan University, Zhu Yuan from Hanqing University, and Mr. Yuan from Enji University." Zhou Yi bowed politely. "Nice to meet you all." The teachers exchanged approving glances. Despite holding a hidden class, Zhou Yi displayed no arrogance, only respect. Breaking the ice, Zhou Tianfu stepped forward. "Let's skip the pleasantries and get to the offers. Rongyong University will give you 2 million yuan upon admission and an exclusive skill book containing techniques for all 3 Saint Knight classes." Zhou Yi's mind raced. 2 million yuan in one go and rare skill books for Saint Knights? A regular family's monthly income is just 6,000 yuan. This offer is beyond imagination. Even the mayor didn't provide resources of this magnitude. Before Zhou Yi could respond, Li Bing from Chuannan University laughed and countered, "That's all? Chuannan University offers 3 million yuan upon admission, 3 exclusive Saint Knight skill books per year, and mentorship from a level 56 tertiary awakened knight." The room fell silent. Zhou Yi and Luo Heng exchanged glances, both taken aback. "Level 56? Zhou Yi thought. "That's close to the planetary peak. Becoming a disciple of someone at that level would offer unparalleled opportunities." As Zhou Yi and Luo Heng were still processing the offers, Zhu Yu from Hanqing University presented her bid. Hanqing University may not offer a lot of admission funds, just 2 million yuan, but we can provide you with a B-class cultivation resource immediately upon admission. The mention of a B-class cultivation resource caught Luo Heng's attention. His eyes widened as he turned to Zhou Yi, urging, "Say yes." B-class cultivation resources are priceless treasures. With something like that, even a pig could be trained into the strongest of monsters. The tension in the room grew as all the recruitment teachers waited eagerly for Zhou Yi's decision. But to everyone's shock, Zhou Yi refused all their special admissions. Luo Heng's jaw dropped, and he couldn't contain his disbelief. "What?" he exclaimed, barely able to contain his frustration. Zhu Yu, equally stunned, demanded, "Why would you turn this down?" Zhou Yi calmly replied, "I plan to apply to the top 3 universities, Sukong University, Qingjing University, or Modi University. These universities are praised as the best in the country. They recruit only 1,000 students each year, and their admissions are open to all races, elves, giants, and others. These races are naturally stronger than humans, and with so many elite applicants, getting into these universities is like climbing to the heavens. But that's where I want to be." Hearing this, Zhou Tianfu from Rongyong University burst into laughter. "You? The top 3 universities?" He mocked, his tone turning venomous. "I thought you were a sensible kid, but you're nothing but an ignorant brat. I've read your profile. You've lost too much in your first 18 years, and you lack the resources to make up for it. Your stats are weak, and your strength is average at best. Not only will it be nearly impossible for you to gain admission, but even if you do, you'll be at the bottom of the heap for the rest of your life." As he spoke, Zhou Tianfu unleashed the pressure of his internal aura on Zhou Yi. The oppressive force was overwhelming, making it difficult for Zhou Yi to remain standing. If this had happened a day earlier, Zhou Yi would have collapsed under the weight. But thanks to his recent training, he managed to hold his ground, albeit with difficulty. Seeing Zhou Tianfu's aggression, Luo Heng stepped forward, shielding Zhou Yi. He released his own aura, countering Jan's oppressive force. "What's the meaning of this, Mr. Zhou Tianfu?" Luo Heng demanded angrily. "Do you intend to bully my student on academy grounds?" From a distance, Zhu Yu observed the confrontation. She was impressed by Zhou Yi's ability to withstand such intense pressure. "There's definitely something special about this boy," she thought. Eventually, Zhou Tianfu retracted his aura and turned to leave. The other teachers followed suit, muttering their frustrations. Student recruitment isn't just about potential. Attitude matters too. With an attitude like this, he'll amount to nothing, even if he's recruited. Zhou Tianfu sneered as he walked out. "I won't prolong my stay. See you next time, Headmaster Luo." Zhu Yu, while departing, paused in front of Zhou Yi. "You're brave," she admitted. But Mr. Zhou Tianfu's words weren't entirely wrong. There are countless elites in this country, and other races possess innate advantages over humans. Getting into the top 3 universities is as hard as climbing the heavens. Still, good luck. As the room emptied, Luo Heng sighed deeply. "Zhou Yi, you've made this path far more difficult for yourself. Let's hope you can prove them wrong." Zhou Yi nodded, determination burning in his eyes. Zhou Yi laughed confidently and replied, "I'll prove my power through the exam results." With 1 month left until the exam, Zhou Yi was determined to raise his strength to terrifying levels with the help of his system. He's going to make it into one of the top 3 universities, he thought resolutely. What about you, friends? Do you think Zhou Yi can secure a spot in one of the top 3 universities? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu silently observed Zhou Yi's determined expression. "It's been a long time since I've seen such strong and resolute eyes," she thought. "It reminds me of my days on the front lines. I've been in peace for too long, and even my mindset has shifted. I can feel the gap between myself and these passionate young people now." As she turned to leave, Zhu Yu spoke one last time. "Very well, Zhou Yi. I'm waiting for your results. We'll meet again." A month later, the long-awaited exam day had arrived. The atmosphere was heavy with tension as students gathered outside the portal gate that would transport them to the secret realm. This year's examiner was none other than Demon Yang, a name that struck fear into the hearts of the students. "Demon Yang is the one who wrote those impossible questions 2 years ago," one student whispered. "Our district's average score hit an all-time low that year." Another chimed in, "If this exam is anything like that one, we're doomed." The students weren't just worried about the examiner. They were also talking about Zhou Yi. "Did you hear? Zhou Yi rejected special admissions to the top 10 universities, one student said. Yeah, he wants to get into the top 3. How arrogant, another scoffed. Even the top geniuses don't dare to aim that high. He's just showing off because of his hidden class. He's going to lose everything. If I'd been offered millions and a guaranteed admission, I'd have said yes. What a waste. Their murmurs stopped abruptly as Zhou Yi appeared, radiating an aura of golden light. The transformation in his strength was impossible to ignore, and the crowd quickly grew silent. Is it just me, or does Zhou Yi seem different? Someone muttered. He looks powerful, another observed. Zhou Yi ignored the whispers, his focus razor-sharp as he approached the portal gate. His expression was serious. This exam wasn't just a test, but a step toward his ultimate goal of joining the top 3 universities. The map of the secret realm appeared, revealing its details to the students. This year's exam would take place deep within the dark forest, a perilous zone filled with deadly creatures like cat monsters and minotaurs. The students read the descriptions with growing unease. Cat monsters, extremely agile and known for ambushing their prey. Minotaurs, massive creatures with thick skin that made them hard to kill, and a preference for devouring humans. Will there be swamp terrain too? One student asked nervously. This difficulty, Demon Yang doesn't want us to survive, another muttered. The maximum party size is 5 this year. It's usually 3. That means this map is way harder than the previous ones. A teacher stepped forward and addressed the group. Remember, prioritize your survival. If you're in danger, use your return scroll immediately. Dying in the secret realm means dying in real life. Stay alert and don't be reckless. Failing is better than losing your life. The students nodded, their fear and determination mingling as the countdown began. 30 seconds left, the teacher shouted. When the timer hit 0, the students began teleporting one by one into the secret realm. Some left with confident smiles, others with fear etched on their faces. Regardless of their emotions, all of them would have to prove their worth in the deadly exam. Within minutes, the area outside the portal was empty save for a few teachers and spectators, all of whom waited anxiously to see who would emerge victorious from the secret realm. Outside the secret realm portal, the audience intently watched the live feeds displayed on multiple screens, showcasing the participants' progress. Along with the visuals, the names, stats, and roles of the students were displayed, drawing murmurs of interest from the crowd. The first screen showed Sun Chong from Class 1, a warrior who had chosen to face the hard difficulty level alone. The second featured Mo Qing, also from Class 1, an assassin who had similarly opted for the hard difficulty in solo mode. The third screen displayed a team of 3 Class 1 students, Long Fei, Kong Su, and Sun Jian, whose roles were Elemental Mage, Gunsman, and Swordsman, respectively. They had also selected hard difficulty. On the fourth screen, a team of 4 Class 2 students appeared, Zhang Wei, Wang Li, Zhao Tianhong, and Yang Erlang. Their roles included Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman, and Potion Master, and they too had selected hard difficulty. Finally, all eyes shifted to the fifth screen, featuring the one everyone had been waiting for, Zhou Yi, the Saint Knight. To the shock of many, Zhou Yi had chosen Nightmare difficulty, and was doing so alone. Gasps spread through the audience, and one girl exclaimed, "Look, it's Zhou Yi." On the screen, Zhou Yi's details appeared alongside the ominous red eyes of numerous monsters lurking in the shadows of the Nightmare level map. Is he crazy? Nightmare difficulty alone? A student blurted. Solo exams mean you get all the experience points and higher marks. Another replied, but the risk of death is massive. Only senior students with elite classes usually attempt that, and even they avoid Nightmare level maps. Among the crowd sat Headmaster Luo and Education Director Zhang Tao. The director, closely watching Zhou Yi's screen, turned to Luo with panic in his voice. This is Zhou Yi, right? Saint Knights have extraordinary support capabilities and are perfect for any team. Why would he go solo? And at Nightmare difficulty, where the death rate is 40%. The headmaster, though visibly concerned, attempted to calm the director. Don't worry, Director Zhang Tao. Zhou Yi isn't reckless. He must have something up his sleeve. The director's expression tightened. Do you realize what's at stake here? The city council poured significant resources into Zhou Yi this past month to ensure his success. If he dies in that map, it won't just hurt our students. It'll ruin the council's reputation and destroy public trust. Inside the secret realm, Zhou Yi stood in the heart of the Nightmare level map, surrounded by the ominous glow of blood-red eyes glaring at him from the darkness. He could feel their bloodlust but remained unfazed, his expression calm and resolute. A sleek cat monster charged at full speed toward him, its razor-sharp claws gleaming under the faint light. Zhou Yi smirked, gripping his weapon tightly. "You've come at the right time," he muttered. As the monster lunged, Zhou Yi swung his weapon in a single decisive strike, killing it instantly. The weapon wasn't a sword, as one might expect for a Saint Knight, but a bronze 2-star, dual-handed polearm, a single-blade axe that gleamed with divine energy. Weapon stats enhancement: Strength, +7. Agility, -2. As Zhou Yi wiped the blood from his face, a golden aura emanated from his body, its brilliance contrasting sharply with the grim surroundings. His eyes burned with determination, and his stance radiated power and purpose. "I will become strong enough to get into the best university," he thought, gripping his axe tightly. And this is only the beginning. Looking ahead, Zhou Yi knew this was just the first of many challenges he would face in the Nightmare Realm. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he'd have to push himself even further. Inside the Secret Realm, Zhou Yi took a moment to assess his stats. Strength, 45. Constitution, 51. Agility, 43. Intelligence, 52. He thought to himself, in just 1 month, I've reached level 10, and my average stats are at an incredible 47, equal to those of a level 13. Even across the entire Sukong district, I'd rank among the top examinees. Despite his confidence, the battlefield wasn't empty. After Zhou Yi killed the first monster, the others were visibly hesitant to approach. Fear held them back as they watched their companion fall. Deciding not to wait, Zhou Yi smirked. "If they won't come to me, I'll take the fight to them," he muttered, rushing forward at full speed. Before engaging, he activated Weapon Blessing, Level 4, Grade C, a Saint Knight exclusive skill enhanced by his S+ grade talent. Condense Holy Light increases the attack power and accuracy of weapons for teammates within range. The blessing caused his axe's power to surge. Normally limited to below 3-star bronze, his weapon now performed on par with a 5-star bronze weapon, granting him a massive advantage. The axe, a dual-handed single-blade polearm, gleamed with radiant energy as Zhou Yi began his assault. With precision and power, Zhou Yi cut through the monsters like they were mere vegetables. One by one, he brought them down effortlessly, his strikes deadly and deliberate. Under the influence of his buffs, his strength increased by 21 points, giving him an insurmountable edge over the other examinees. The monsters, realizing the threat Zhou Yi posed, launched a coordinated attack, converging on him from all directions. Unfazed, Zhou Yi unleashed Blade of Pure White, Level 5, Grade C. A surge of light energy crackled around him, as if an electric current coursed through his hands, and he slashed in a wide arc, obliterating the surrounding monsters in mere seconds. The system notifications came in rapid succession. XP gained. XP gained. Skill level up. Blade of Pure White is now level 5, Zhou Yi thought. Its light element damage, combined with the protection of Sacred Angel buff, makes it devastating against low-level monsters. Instant kills like this are almost guaranteed. The battle continued with Zhou Yi displaying a mix of weapon combat and hand-to-hand fighting. His seamless transitions between styles left the spectators outside the realm in awe. In the audience, students watched Zhou Yi's performance on the screen with wide eyes. "Wow, that was close," one exclaimed. "Senior's timing is flawless. He used Blade of Pure White at the perfect moment. Look at him go," another said. "He's cutting through those monsters like it's nothing." The praise was relentless as more students chimed in. "Is he even human? He's handling that single-blade axe like it's weightless. But I've seen those at trade centers. They're ridiculously heavy. Did he dump all his free stat points into strength?" A teacher nearby, Li Xiangyang, overheard and corrected them. "No, pay attention. His speed surpasses that of the cat monsters, and his magic output is equally impressive. That means his intelligence stat is also high. Look at how he angles his strikes, controls the pace of his attacks, and maintains precision with every slash. He's a natural combat genius." The tension in the audience reached its peak as students and teachers alike focused intently on the screen, displaying Zhou Yi's performance. Among the observers, the teacher of Class 5 watched with a mixture of worry and astonishment. Beside him, a teacher from another class, Tianjun, couldn't hide his irritation. "How does such a promising student end up in Class 5? The other teacher muttered, clearly envious. The education director, seated nearby, observed Zhou Yi with a serious expression. His combat instincts are impressive, he remarked, but his methods lack strategy. He's exhausting too much stamina on the first wave of cat monsters. Inside the map, Zhou Yi was preparing for the second wave of enemies. A new horde of monsters surrounded him from all sides, their glowing red eyes a menacing contrast to the dark forest. Outside, the education director continued his analysis, addressing the crowd. Nightmare difficulty isn't just about powerful monsters, he explained. It overwhelms challengers with sheer numbers. Even skilled mages can fail due to the rapid depletion of their magic energy. In that axe of his, it's a double-edged weapon. Its weight may seem manageable now, but after swinging it hundreds of times, his arms will give out, leaving him defenseless. The director's concerns seemed valid as wave after wave of cat monsters charged at Zhou Yi. The students watching were on edge, murmuring nervously about whether he could handle such relentless onslaughts. But Zhou Yi was unfazed. With his axe in one hand and lightning coursing through the other, he cut through the monsters like a whirlwind. Each swing of his weapon was precise, each bolt of lightning devastating. It was as if Zhou Yi had become a harbinger of death, a one-man army wiping out his enemies effortlessly. The pile of monster corpses beneath him grew as he stood tall, his axe dripping with blood. There wasn't a single cat monster left standing. They had all been eliminated. Just then, a portal to the next round appeared before him, glowing faintly in the darkness. Zhou Yi hesitated for only a moment, slightly surprised by its sudden appearance, before realizing its purpose. Without hesitation, he stepped through. On the other side of the portal, Zhou Yi found himself face-to-face with an even larger group of monsters. These creatures weren't just standing idly. They were already in fighting stances, as if they had been waiting for him. The audience outside gasped as they watched Zhou Yi calmly assess the situation. But any doubts about his capabilities were quickly erased. Zhou Yi unleashed his power the moment he arrived, dismantling the first wave of monsters in minutes. The students and teachers watching were in awe. "He's like a god of death," one student whispered. "Look at him. He's not even breaking a sweat," another added. Even the teachers who initially doubted Zhou Yi's abilities were left speechless. His performance defied expectations, and every move he made seemed to carve his legend deeper into the minds of those watching. Inside the secret realm, Zhou Yi entered the second round, where countless monsters waited to test him. With unwavering focus, he pushed forward, overcoming every challenge. The audience, captivated by his relentless progress, couldn't tear their eyes away from the screen. On Quiken Live, one of the most popular hosts, KK, welcomed his viewers to the live broadcast of the exam. KK's energy was palpable as he narrated every detail for the thousands tuning in to watch the live stream of Zhou Yi, the Saint Knight, whose performance had captivated the audience. "The most exciting match right now," KK announced, "is the Shining Saint Knight. Zhou Yi, our S-grade talent holder, is taking the nightmare difficulty by storm." The screen displayed Zhou Yi's battle highlights, and KK's enthusiasm grew with each moment. He checked his phone, showing the official timer to the viewers. "Do you know what this means, everyone?" KK exclaimed, stepping closer to the camera with an expression of pure excitement. "Zhou Yi has just cleared the first wave of the Nightmare map in 3 minutes and 17 seconds. That's 29 seconds faster than last year's top achiever." KK's excitement was so infectious that even his cameraman grew nervous. "Stay back from the camera, KK," the cameraman pleaded. But KK was unstoppable, his excitement fueling the hype among his live audience. Meanwhile, in the exam venue, the students sitting outside couldn't stop talking about Zhou Yi's performance. "He kept swinging and slashing nonstop, but he barely looked tired," a female student said. "What are senior Zhou Yi's constitution points?" Another student chimed in, but director Zhang Tao said it's foolish to waste stamina on the first wave of monsters. "Maybe we don't fully understand his strategy yet." Their discussions grew livelier, with some doubting Zhou Yi's decisions and others marveling at his performance. Among the spectators was Li Xiangyang, a teacher who, despite appearing stern, couldn't hide his delight at Zhou Yi's success. One student teased, "Mr. Li, you seem to be enjoying watching Zhou Yi as much as we are." Flustered, Mr. Li scolded, "Nonsense. Focus on the exam." But his devilish smile betrayed his true feelings. Inside, he was brimming with pride and silently wondering, is my smile that obvious? Back in the secret realm, Zhou Yi prepared for the second wave of monsters. Standing amidst the tension, he activated his evaluation technique to analyze the enemies one by one. 1. Minotaur. O level, 14. O grade, silver. O skills, Berserk, Wild Rush, War Stomp, Super Body. O roll, a heavy damager with high durability and devastating physical attacks. 2. Light Cat Monster. O level, 12. O grade, bronze. O skills, Light type mastery, healing technique. O roll, agile with strong healing abilities, capable of supporting other monsters. 3. Fire Cat Monster. O level, 13. O grade, bronze. O skills, Fireball, Fire Surge, fire type mastery. O roll, offensive with long-range fire skills that deal area damage. 4. Dark Cat Monster. O level, 11. O grade, bronze. O skills, Curse, dark type mastery. O roll, a debuffer capable of weakening its enemies and amplifying its allies. Joey studied their stats carefully, formulating his strategy. Each monster had distinct strengths, and their combination posed a significant challenge. While analyzing the situation, Joey thought carefully about the composition of his opponents. Regular warrior-type cat monsters are charging forward, supported by healer cat monsters. Fire and dark cat monsters act as mages, dealing ranged damage and applying curses. And then there's the silver-grade Minotaur, capable of dealing devastating physical blows. This is no random horde. This is a well-structured team, a classic warrior, healer, and mage composition. If the first stage was like fighting scattered bandits, the second stage is facing trained soldiers. The risk of death has increased 100-fold. The monsters let out a synchronized scream, signaling the start of their attack. The Minotaur and warrior-type monsters charged toward Joey, while the fire and dark-type monsters prepared their ranged spells. Before Joey could react, the dark-type monsters cast a curse, trapping him in place. The audience outside was anything but calm. "Oh no, he's trapped in a curse," one student cried. "This could be it. He's in real danger," another exclaimed, their voice trembling with worry. Many students either covered their eyes or looked away, unable to bear the tension of the scene. Inside the map, Joey stood completely calm despite the dire situation. As the Minotaur and warriors closed in and fireballs hurtled toward him, he observed the monster's coordination with a slight smile. Warriors rushing forward, mages applying buffs, healers supporting from behind. Your teamwork isn't half bad, Joey thought. But just as the audience braced for the worst, a radiant golden light began to emanate from Joey's hands. Within moments, his entire body was glowing, his eyes blazing with the same golden aura. The light intensified, and Joey activated his new technique, Cross of the Sacred Light. A massive golden cross materialized behind Joey, radiating brilliance that filled the battlefield. The moment the cross appeared, its light elemental energy began to deal continuous fire damage to every monster within range. The attacking monsters screeched in agony, their movements faltering as the sacred light overwhelmed them. The skill's brightness was so intense that even monsters at a distance struggled to see, while those close to Joey collapsed one by one. The cross's radiant energy consumed them entirely, leaving behind nothing but dust and silence. Cross of the Sacred Light, Level 4, Grade B, summon Sacred Light to form a cross behind you, causing continuous light elemental fire damage to every enemy within range. As the light faded, the battlefield became eerily quiet. Dust hung in the air, and the ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of monsters. The audience gasped as they saw Joey standing calmly amidst the destruction, the glowing cross still visible behind him. He hadn't even needed to lift his weapon against most of them. Only the Minotaur remained standing, visibly shaken as it realized it was the last monster left. Chaos erupted among the spectators outside. "All those monsters were wiped out instantly," one student exclaimed. "Who said Saint Knight is just a support class?" Another added, shaking their head in disbelief. Even the education director, who had been critical earlier, was stunned. Watching the display of power, he muttered in awe, "A grade B area of effect skill. I can't believe he's already mastered it." Talent and skill grades, like Joey's abilities, are categorized from lowest to highest across 7 levels. The higher the grade, the more powerful the effect, and the rarer the skill. Outside the map, Director Jean Tao was deep in thought, visibly concerned. How did Joey obtain a grade B skill? He muttered, perplexed. The government resources provided to Joey should have only allowed access to grade C skills at best. This means Zhou, he has a secret. He's not as simple as he seems. Inside the map, Zhou, he stood calmly, his axe pointed at the lone remaining Minotaur, the last monster of the second round. You're the only one left, Zhou, he said with a smirk, challenging the massive creature to attack him. The insult enraged the Minotaur. Roaring furiously, it activated Berserk and Superior Body, increasing its power and resistance to attacks. Using its enhanced strength, it unleashed a war stomp that shook the ground, splitting it into two. The sheer force was enough to disorient most fighters, but Zhou, he dodged it effortlessly. The Minotaur wasn't about to let Zhou, he recover. It immediately charged forward with Wild Rush, a skill that, when paired with Superior Body, made the monster unstoppable during its charge. However, Zhou, he was ready. As the Minotaur closed in, Zhou, he swung his axe, unleashing a devastating air slash. The attack was so powerful that the charging Minotaur was sent flying backward at twice its charging speed. Before the Minotaur could regain its footing, Zhou dashed forward and struck it with Blade of Pure Light. The golden energy sliced into the monster, but barely scratched its thick skin, enhanced by Berserk and Superior Body. Zhou analyzed the situation quickly. Its thick skin is preventing my attacks from doing any real damage. I'll have to hit harder. Summoning all his strength, Zhou swung his axe with full force, aiming at the Minotaur's exposed side. The attack was so powerful that even the effects of Superior Body couldn't protect it. The Minotaur crashed to the ground, blood dripping from its mouth. Zhou walked over to the fallen creature and stood above it. "You're still alive?" he said coldly. The Minotaur, helpless and terrified, sweated profusely as if begging for mercy. But mercy wasn't on Zhou Yi's agenda. Raising his foot, Zhou pressed down on the Minotaur's head, crushing it completely. The monster let out one final scream of pain before going silent. As soon as the Minotaur was defeated, a portal appeared, signaling the start of the next round. The boss fight. Zhou glanced at the glowing portal and stepped toward it, ready for whatever awaited him. Outside the map, the audience was in an uproar. Zhou Yi's performance had captivated everyone. "Did you see that? He took down a 4-meter-tall Minotaur with a single swing," one student exclaimed. Another quickly corrected, "Not just any Minotaur. One under the Berserk effect. That's even harder to defeat. Zhou Yi's strength is insane." Amid the discussions, some girls in the audience couldn't hide their admiration, shouting, "We love you, Senior Zhou Yi." The energetic host of the live broadcast couldn't contain his excitement as he updated viewers. "Ladies and gentlemen, Zhou Yi has just cleared the second stage in an astonishing 59 seconds, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm electrifying the audience. In the observation room, Education Director Zhang Tao, who had been skeptical earlier, now appeared visibly pleased. "Impressive," he remarked. "His timing in using skills is flawless, and his control over his strength is near perfect. It's hard to believe this is a student who only awakened his class a month ago." Turning to Headmaster Luo, the director added, "Congratulations, Headmaster. It seems your academy is producing a truly renowned student." Headmaster Luo chuckled, his pride evident. "Fortune comes and goes, Director. It's finally time for our second academy to rise with an elite of its own." Since its founding, the second academy's best performer had only ever placed 721st in the district. But with Zhou Yi's exceptional performance, the school's reputation was set to soar. Happiness radiated from the headmaster's face as he envisioned the possibilities Zhou Yi could bring. Suddenly, a student watching the live feed asked, "Why isn't Senior Zhou Yi taking a break before entering the boss room?" Hearing this, the education director and headmaster turned their attention back to the screen. Zhou Yi had already entered the boss room, leaving no time for rest or recovery. The education director's face darkened. Outrageous. If he loses his advantage because he didn't recover properly, it'll be a massive setback. But Headmaster Luo tried to calm him down. Director Zhang Tao, "Zhou, you must have a reason for this. Let's wait and see." The headmaster's reassurance carried weight. In Sukong District, brimming with talent and a dense population, anyone aiming for the top 100 would choose the solo nightmare difficulty and strive to finish in the shortest possible time. It was a cutthroat competition, and Zhou Yi clearly knew the stakes. Inside the boss room, Zhou Yi found himself face-to-face with the Minotaur King, a massive, intimidating creature whose deep voice boomed through the chamber. "Humans," the Minotaur King roared. "How dare you step into my domain?" Unfazed, Zhou Yi activated his evaluation technique to assess his opponent's stats. Minotaur King. Level 16. Gray Gold. However, due to the level gap, Zhou Yi couldn't view the rest of the Minotaur King's abilities. The creature, sensing Zhou Yi's attempt to analyze it, charged forward with incredible speed. "If you've come here, prepare to die," the Minotaur King bellowed. The sheer force of its charge changed the atmosphere, cracking the ground and turning the palace-like room into a chaotic battlefield. Zhou Yi, undeterred, immediately began activating his arsenal of buffs. Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Courage, Gift of God, Gift of Protection. Each buff enhanced his strength, defense, and resilience, transforming him into the initial form of a Saint Knight. A radiant aura surrounded Zhou Yi, making him appear almost divine. The Minotaur King, infuriated by Zhou Yi's defiance, gnashed its teeth in fury. Its eyes burned red with rage, promising destruction. "Little cow, I'm right here." Zhou Yi taunted, his confidence unshaken. With his buffs fully activated, Zhou Yi charged forward, wielding his axe with all his might. The Minotaur King met him head-on, blocking Zhou Yi's powerful strike with its massive hand. Zhou Yi pushed his limits, putting every ounce of his strength into his attacks. But the Minotaur King remained mostly unscathed. The beast easily blocked Zhou Yi's strikes, its thick hide impervious even to Zhou Yi's 4-buffed axe. "Even with all my buffs, I can barely scratch him," Zhou Yi thought, gritting his teeth as exhaustion began to creep in. His evolved form, though immensely powerful, consumed a massive amount of energy, leaving him drained. Despite the struggle, Zhou Yi managed to land a small scratch on the Minotaur King's palm. The minor wound caused the Minotaur King to roar in anger, but it only made him more determined to end the fight swiftly. The Minotaur King swung its weapon with the intent to crush Zhou Yi. The strike was devastating, the sheer force cracking the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Zhou Yi dodged the attack gracefully, narrowly avoiding what would have been a fatal blow. The battlefield was in ruins. Every swing of the Minotaur King's weapon left destruction in its wake, and Zhou Yi was forced to retreat further with each dodge. However, the Minotaur King suddenly charged at full speed, catching Zhou Yi off guard. The next attack hit Zhou Yi square in the stomach, sending him flying backward with incredible force. He smashed through 4 or 5 pillars before crashing into a wall, the impact shaking the entire arena. Zhou Yi groaned as he pushed himself out of the rubble. "Good thing I had the Saint armor activated," he thought, assessing the situation. Without it, that attack would have broken a few bones for sure. But Zhou Yi wasn't panicked. This was all part of his plan. He hadn't let the Minotaur King land such a powerful blow without a purpose. "It's time to counter," he muttered. He activated his next skill, Spear of Victory, Level 3, Grade C. High above the battlefield, spears of condensed divine light formed, each glowing with radiant energy. As the Minotaur King looked up, Zhou Yi unleashed the attack. Spear of Victory. Summon multiple spears of divine light to rain down on the enemy, causing high damage to each target. The Minotaur King reacted quickly, swatting and deflecting the incoming spears with its massive weapon. The beast understood the danger. If even one spear landed, the others would exploit the opening, leaving it vulnerable. Zhou Yi watched closely as none of his spears managed to hit their target. The Minotaur King was incredibly skilled, destroying each projectile before it could reach him. "He's stronger than me?" Zhou Yi realized, analyzing the fight. In terms of raw strength and constitution, he's clearly superior. Zhou Yi knew he couldn't win by trying to overpower the Minotaur King. Exhausting it slowly was another option, but it would take too long. A luxury he didn't have if he wanted to secure first place in the exam. "This isn't a dead end," Zhou Yi thought, his mind racing. "The exam wouldn't be designed to trap us in an impossible scenario. There must be another way to win." Despite his exhaustion and dwindling mana, Zhou Yi continued his relentless assault on the Minotaur King. Though the towering creature remained mostly unscathed, Zhou Yi's persistence allowed him to identify 2 critical weaknesses. First, its speed has dropped. Second, its resistance weakens significantly when subjected to rapid, continuous attacks from multiple angles. Zhou Yi thought, narrowing his focus. Deciding to exploit these vulnerabilities, Zhou Yi increased the pace of his attacks. He aimed a series of strikes at the Minotaur King's knees, successfully landing blows that forced the beast to falter. The system issued a warning, urging Zhou Yi to refill his mana immediately. But Zhou Yi ignored it. There was no time to stop now. Instead, he concentrated on dealing high-damage strikes to capitalize on the Minotaur King's reduced mobility and resistance. The audience outside watched with bated breath as Zhou Yi executed his strategy flawlessly. Blow after blow landed, driving the Minotaur King to its knees. Golden explosions of energy lit up the battlefield, accompanied by the guttural roars of the Minotaur King. Zhou Yi's relentless assault drained his mana further, but he refused to let up. This is my last chance, he thought. I need to end this now, or it's all over. The Minotaur King, now kneeling and battered, struggled to rise. Zhou Yi knew he had to act quickly. The moment of vulnerability would not last long, and his mana reserves were almost completely depleted. His mind raced with the pressure of the situation. If my final attack fails, I'll run out of mana, and the fight will end in disaster. But I don't have a choice. I have to finish this with everything I've got. Zhou Yi gripped his weapon tightly and launched himself at the Minotaur King, channeling all his remaining strength into a single, decisive strike. With a mighty swing of his sword, Zhou Yi cut through the Minotaur King's body in one clean motion. The beast roared one final time before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The fight was over. As Zhou Yi stood amidst the wreckage, bloodied and exhausted, a notification appeared before him. Congratulations! You have completed the Nightmare Difficulty Deep Dark Forest Dungeon. The system added another notification. Time, 9 minutes, 24 seconds. Rating, SSS. Congratulations on achieving first place in the Su-Kong District College entrance exam. Zhou Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. First place? The notification continued. You were the first to clear this map with a perfect SSS rating. Congratulations on securing first place in the district. Zhou Yi, still catching his breath, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the magnitude of his achievement. First place in Su-Kong District. I actually did it. Zhou Yi couldn't contain his joy after seeing the system notifications confirming his record-breaking achievement. He jumped with excitement, overwhelmed by the realization of what he had accomplished. As the adrenaline settled, memories of his past began flooding back. He thought about the hardships he had endured, the year he was transmigrated into this world, his mother's passing, his sister's debilitating illness, the mountain of debt, and the relentless pressure from all sides. Despite everything, Zhou Yi had refused to give up. If I couldn't increase my stats, I worked on my fighting skills. If I lacked resources, I cultivated my spirit, Zhou Yi reflected. He recalled the life-changing moment when the system first appeared. It was like a second chance at life. But he reminded himself, fate may have given me an opportunity, but my destiny is still in my hands. His resolve hardened. I'll keep working harder than anyone else to seize every opportunity. My heart is steadfast and unshakable. Nothing and no one can change that. As the system notification stopped, a glowing portal appeared, signaling the way out. Zhou Yi stepped inside, eager to see what rewards awaited him. The rewards were impressive. 1. Experience points. 5,212 XP. Enough to increase his level by 3, bringing him to level 13. 2. Skill points. 20 skill points, along with 20 free stat points. 3. Forest Belt. O increases Constitution by 10% and Strength by 7%. O requirement, level 10. O effect, continuous buffs in forest terrain. Recovery of life points, stamina, and mana by 3 each. 4. Forest Ring. O increases agility by 8% and intelligence by 10%. O requirement, level 10. 5. Wild Strawberries, a consumable item that recovers a small amount of mana. 6. Minotaur King card. O, a gold grade card that increases item strength by 20% after enchanting. Zhou Yi inspected his new items, particularly the Forest Belt and Ring, both of which would significantly enhance his abilities. With these rewards, he felt stronger and more prepared for the challenges ahead. As Zhou Yi stepped out of the portal, he was greeted by thunderous cheers. The crowd had erupted into a frenzy, chanting his name and showering him with admiration. Some girls screamed, "I love you, Zhou Yi," while others called him their hero or even their god. Zhou Yi stood stunned, unable to process the overwhelming adulation. What's wrong with everyone? He wondered, still trying to grasp the magnitude of his achievement. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Yi noticed a group of people approaching him. The headmaster and education director were leading the way, beaming with pride, while photographers from various media outlets snapped endless pictures of him. The headmaster laughed heartily as he addressed Zhou Yi. solo clearing the nightmare difficulty within 10 minutes. This is an unprecedented honor for the Second Academy. From my years of researching the exams, I can confidently say you have the potential to rank first in the Sukong district. Zhou Yi, your future is as bright as the sun. Zhou Yi smiled humbly and replied, "You're praising me too much, headmaster." As Zhou Yi stood outside the venue basking in his victory, a sleek, futuristic car suddenly pulled into view. The vehicle, an S-400, stunned everyone present. Holy, a student gasped. Isn't that the magic item capable of flight? The S-400? Yeah, another student confirmed. That car's worth as much as a house in the capital. The murmurs grew louder as students pointed and stared at the luxurious car. The spectacle left many speechless. Who would dare drive into the venue in such a flashy vehicle? The car's arrival wasn't random. The education director stepped forward and invited Zhou Yi to enter the vehicle, saying, "It'll take at least 3 days for the results to be finalized. We'll inform you as soon as they're available. For now, rest up." Zhou Yi thanked Director Zhang Tao for the gesture, and the headmaster, beaming with pride, added, "Take a well-deserved break, Zhou Yi, and wait for the good news." The scene shifted to the hospital, where Zhou Yi was headed to visit his sister, Zhou Yun. True to his promise, Xiao and Bing had arranged for Zhou Yun to be admitted to the hospital's deluxe suite. A professional medical team monitored her condition around the clock. Zhou Yi stepped into the elevator, where a nurse greeted him warmly. "Welcome, Zhou Yi," she said. "Here to see your sister?" "Yes," Zhou Yi replied with a smile. "I have some good news for her." He pressed the button for the 26th floor. As the elevator ascended, the temperature began to drop noticeably. The nurse shivered, rubbing her arms. "Why is it so cold all of a sudden?" she asked. Zhou Yi's expression turned serious. He realized something was wrong. As the elevator doors opened on the 26th floor, both he and the nurse were shocked by what they saw. The entire floor was covered in ice. Every surface, from walls to floors, was frozen solid. Medical equipment and furniture were encased in thick frost, and several doctors and nurses stood motionless, frozen in place like statues. What is going on here?" the nurse stammered in disbelief. Fear surged through Zhou Yi as his thoughts immediately turned to Zhou Yun. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward her room. A nurse tried to stop him, but the moment she extended her hand into the frozen corridor, she too froze solid. Zhou Yi reached Zhou Yun's room and found the door completely iced over. Gritting his teeth, he smashed through the frozen barrier, calling out his sister's name. What he saw inside took his breath away. In the center of the room, an ice dragon in spiritual form loomed over Zhou Yun's bed, its ethereal body glowing with cold, radiant energy. The room was an arctic wasteland with everything frozen solid. Zhou Yun writhed in pain on the bed, her unconscious body surrounded by a faint glow. The dragon's presence wasn't random. It was emerging directly from Zhou Yun's body. Her bloodline was reacting violently, and the spiritual dragon was the source of the chaos. A healer nearby desperately tried to ease Zhou Yun's suffering, but was clearly overwhelmed by the power emanating from the dragon. Zhou Yi's heart ached as he saw his sister writhing in agony. Fury surged through him, and his instincts took over. Summoning his energy, Zhou Yi prepared to attack the dragon, gathering his strength for a powerful strike. "I won't stand by and watch her suffer," Zhou Yi thought, his eyes burning with determination. Before Zhou Yi could unleash his attack on the ice dragon, healer Qing, who was tirelessly working to stabilize Zhou Yun, stopped him. Her voice was strained but firm as she called out, "Don't attack. I'm healing your sister. If you strike carelessly, her heart could shatter." Hearing this, Zhou Yi halted his attack, realizing why King had intervened. He stepped closer to her, observing her condition. King was utterly exhausted. Her hands were half frozen, and now her feet were also encased in ice. Despite this, she continued channeling her energy to protect Zhou Yun, showing her unwavering dedication. The spiritual dragon continued to emit freezing air that filled the room. For any normal person, standing in such cold would mean being frozen within minutes. But as awakeners, Zhou Yi and Qing managed to resist the extreme temperature, though barely. Zhou Yi approached Qing and asked with concern, "What's happening here? And why did you stop me from attacking?" Qing, still focused on her healing efforts, replied, "Zhou Yun's cold disease has flared up violently. The dragon is a manifestation of her bloodline. If we act recklessly, it could worsen her condition or even..." King trailed off, her exhaustion evident. She glanced at Zhou Yi with a mix of worry and resignation. I've been trying to control her condition for a long time, but my energy is almost depleted. At best, I can slow the cold spreading through this floor. You need to leave immediately. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's expression turned grave. What about Zhou Yun? He asked, his voice thick with emotion. Qing looked at him, disappointment flashing across her face. Without a high-level priest, this is all I can do, she admitted. Zhou Yi clenched his fists. He could see that Qing was doing everything in her power, but it wouldn't be enough. Stepping forward, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Opening his system, Zhou Yi used all his accumulated skill points to upgrade slow recovery. The skill, originally at level 4, was enhanced to level 10 and transformed into slow regeneration. Slow regeneration. Level 10 gradually heals the health and mana of teammates within a certain range for a specified duration. The moment Zhou Yi activated the upgraded skill, a divine light filled the room. A radiant symbol appeared behind him, amplifying the healing aura. The light was so powerful that even King, whose body was more than half frozen, felt its effects. The ice encasing her began to melt, and she regained her mobility. Qing gasped in amazement. This healing magic, it's incredible. It surpasses the effect of a level 23 priest like me. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi focused all his energy on healing Zhou Yun. The divine light spread across her body, gradually melting the ice that had encased her. Though her condition improved significantly, Zhou Yi knew he couldn't fully cure her with this skill alone. Turning to Qing, he said firmly, Sis Qing, I'll handle things here. Go and inform Secretary Zhao Wenbing immediately. Tell him to call a high-level priest as soon as possible. Qing hesitated, then replied, but high-level priests have packed schedules. The appointment Secretary Zhao Wenbing arranged with one is for next week. Even if we contact her now, she won't be able to come in time. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened. Just tell Secretary Zhao Wenbing this. If he can bring a high-level priest here immediately, I will owe him one unconditional favor in the future. Whatever he asks, I'll do it. Qing hesitated after hearing Zhou Yi's proposition, but eventually nodded. All right, I'll go, she said reluctantly before leaving the room. Inside, Zhou Yi remained focused on protecting his sister, Zhou Yun, using slow regeneration to ease her pain and stabilize her condition. The cold aura filling the room was something Zhou Yun had endured every night for the past year, and Zhou Yi was painfully aware of her suffering. The cold had grown stronger recently, but Zhou Yi hadn't realized it had become powerful enough to influence the outside world. Now, as night fell, the entire building was beginning to freeze. Zhou Yi's body was slowly being engulfed by a thin layer of ice, a testament to the chilling power radiating from the spiritual ice dragon. Despite his deteriorating condition, he persisted, pouring all his energy into sustaining his sister's safety. The ice dragon, seemingly aware of Zhou Yi's efforts, shifted its full attention to him, targeting him with its icy aura. The constant strain drained Zhou Yi's strength rapidly, but he refused to stop. Suddenly, a green energy ball streaked into the room and struck the ice dragon. The energy lashed out at the dragon repeatedly, eliciting pained roars. However, Zhou Yun, connected to the dragon, began to convulse in pain as well. Stop! Don't touch her! Zhou Yi shouted in desperation, his voice filled with anger and fear. But just as he cried out, another energy ball struck him directly in the stomach, hurling him away from the dragon. He tumbled across the frozen floor, landing outside the dragon's range. A figure stepped into the room, a high priest, a woman with a commanding presence. She wasted no time, addressing the ice dragon firmly. Come to me, she commanded. The ice dragon, furious at the attack, charged toward her. But the high priest was prepared. With swift, precise movements, she unleashed a barrage of spell-like attacks from her weapon. Each strike wrapped the dragon in magical bindings, trapping it within her spells. The dragon struggled, its massive body bound by the high priest's magic. It roared furiously, but only its mouth remained free, snapping angrily as its movements were entirely restricted. The high priest didn't relent. Summoning her power, she delivered a final, devastating attack that forced the ice dragon back into Zhou Yun's body. As the dragon vanished, Zhou Yun's condition normalized. Her breathing steadied, and the pain etched on her face faded away. Zhou Yi, still recovering from the earlier attack, watched with relief as his sister finally seemed at peace. The high priest then used her magic to melt the ice coating the floor, restoring the room to its original state. Turning to Zhou Yi, she said, "You must be Zhou Yi. I've heard a lot about you." Zhou Yi stood and greeted her respectfully. "Nice to meet you, miss. My name is Chue Liena, level 35, secondary awakened priest from Yun City." She introduced herself. Chue Liena continued, "Director Zhang Tao specifically asked me to treat your sister ahead of schedule." However, she couldn't help but think, if Director Zhang Tao hadn't mentioned this boy's potential to take first place, I wouldn't have broken the rules to come here. Watching Zhou Yi fight against the cold for so long, Chue Liena was now convinced of his strength and determination. Director Zhang Tao wasn't lying. She admitted to herself. Zhou Yi, still shaken but grateful. "Miss Chue Liena, what's wrong with my sister? Is her condition curable?" Chue Liena explained. The cold energy seeping out and solidifying into a form is a sign of a bloodline awakening. It's rare and highly dangerous if not controlled. But there's hope. Zhou Yi was completely taken aback by the high priestess's explanation. "Bloodline awakening?" he muttered, the words barely escaping his lips. The high priestess nodded and began to explain. When the Eternal Game first appeared, many players chose non-human races such as elves, giants, demons, and more. When the game merged with reality, those players inherited the traits of their chosen bloodlines. For example, individuals with elven bloodlines often developed greener eyes and longer ears, while humans with giant bloodlines grew to heights of 3 to 4 meters. She continued, "However, over the last 200 years, the intermarriage between these players and regular humans has diluted these bloodlines. Most of their traits and powers have faded, except under one rare condition, bloodline awakening." Zhou Yi listened intently as the high priestess elaborated. "A bloodline awakening can bring either misfortune or fortune," she explained. "If successful, the awakened individual gains the ability to harness the power of their inherited race. Their level growth and learning ability will multiply exponentially. But if they fail, the result is catastrophic, either paralysis or death on the spot." The priestess paused, her gaze fixed on Zhou Yi. "Your sister's condition is a result of her body's inability to handle her bloodline. After seeing her dragon spirit, I can confirm her bloodline is rare and freezing in nature. For her to successfully carry this bloodline forward, her constitution will need to change." She then mentioned a potential solution, the freezing lotus treasure. This treasure can alter her constitution, enabling her to manage the freezing bloodline. But the high priestess's tone turned solemn. "The treasure is extraordinarily rare. The last known appearance was at an auction 30 years ago, where it sold for 1.3 billion to an unknown buyer." Zhou Yi's heart sank. Such a treasure seemed impossibly out of reach. The priestess, preparing to leave, added, "There is another option, the Great Sealing Skill. This technique will seal your sister's bloodline, preventing further outbreaks. But there's a heavy price. Zhou Yun will never be able to level up in the future." The weight of these revelations hit Zhou Yi like a ton of bricks. Left alone in the room with Zhou Yun, he sat silently, staring at her. His phone was in his hand, but his thoughts were consumed by the grim possibilities laid out before him. 3 months, he thought. That's how long we have before the cold overwhelms her entirely. 5 days later, Zhou Yi threw himself into his training, determined to grow stronger and find a way to save his sister. Today's tasks included 200 deep squats, 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 200 weapon swings. He completed each task diligently, his focus unwavering. When he finished, the system presented him with a notification to choose his daily reward. As usual, Zhou Yi selected stat points. Using the 2-3-3-2 distribution method, Zhou Yi balanced his stat upgrades. 2 points to strength, 3 points to constitution, 3 points to intelligence, 2 points to agility. Constitution and intelligence were critical for a Saint Knight, but Zhou Yi knew he couldn't afford to neglect the other stats. By maintaining balanced development, he could minimize weaknesses and ensure long-term growth. As Zhou Yi finished his training, another system notification popped up announcing the long-awaited exam results. Exam results announced. Zhou Yi has achieved first place in the Sukong district exam. Rewards will be distributed based on rank. Zhou Yi's eyes widened as rewards began pouring in one after another. Rewards. 1. Level S Divine Skill, God Hand. OA Legendary Healing and Support Skill capable of instantaneous recovery and powerful buffs. 2. S-grade divine item. One-time mystery skill, exorcism. A unique consumable skill capable of expelling or purifying high-level spiritual entities. 3. AoE rare skill, punishment of light. A destructive skill that rains light elemental attacks over a wide area. 4. Free stat points, plus 30. 5. Skill points, plus 30. As Zhou processed the incredible rewards, the impact of his achievement was already making waves outside. News outlets were ablaze with stories about the dark horse of Su Kong District. The headlines highlighted Zhou Yi's shocking victory, noting his relatively low level of 10 when he entered the secret realm. Anchors recounted his awakening ceremony, where the sacred angel phenomenon had first marked him as someone extraordinary. Meanwhile, reporters surrounded Education Director Zhang Tao, eager for his comments about the district's top scorer. Yin smiled proudly and spoke to the cameras. I always believed Zhou, you would achieve great things, he said. From the moment he awakened the Saint Knight class, I knew he was destined for success. However, not everyone watching was convinced. At a cafe, a group of students huddled around a phone, watching clips of Zhou Yi's fight in the secret realm. This can't be real, one student said, shaking his head. A Saint Knight got first place? That's a support class. Yeah, right, another scoffed. It takes forever for a Saint Knight to clear a realm alone. But a girl at another table interrupted, pulling out her phone. I have the recording, she said, showing them Zhou Yi's battle. Watch it yourself. As the group watched Zhou Yi's performance, their expressions shifted from skepticism to awe. So powerful, one of them exclaimed. Why does his holy cross look even stronger than a high-tier mage's fire magic? And those buffs, weapon blessing, gift of God, blessing of courage. How many buffs does he even have? Elsewhere, a young man with fiery red hair sat in his room, watching the same recording. Flames flickered around him as his anger boiled over. This man, a fire-type awakener, had also cleared the nightmare difficulty secret realm. But Zhou Yi's time was 20 seconds faster, and the realization stung. He dares to take him why honor, the young man muttered, his eyes glowing with fiery rage. As his temper flared, flames erupted from his body, igniting a nearby robot and causing a small explosion in his room. Through the smoke, he sneered, his voice dripping with venom. Zhou Yi is inviting his death. Zhou Yi, meanwhile, remained oblivious to the brewing storm. The story shifts to Zhou Yi, walking through the bustling streets while checking his phone. He notices a couple of text messages. Jiang City government has transferred 5 million into your account ending in 7013. Please confirm this transfer. Jiang City government has transferred 2 million into your account ending in 7013. Please confirm this transfer. As Zhou Yi stared at the messages in surprise, his phone rang. Answering it, he heard Secretary Zhao when Bing's calm but congratulatory tone. Mr. Zhou, following your brilliant performance in the exam, the government has decided to reward you with 5 million in cash and a luxurious mansion. Do you have a preferred location for the mansion, or should we choose it for you? Zhou Yi mulled over the offer briefly before replying. You can choose the location for me. Before hanging up, Secretary Zhao, when Bing added, oh, and recruitment teachers from the top 3 universities are on their way to meet you. Should I send a ride for you? Zhou Yi shook his head, smiling faintly. No need for that. They're already here, he said, noticing someone approaching him. The person standing before Zhou Yi was a recruitment teacher from Rongyang University. Zhou Yi recognized him immediately. It was the same representative who had dismissed him as too arrogant during the earlier recruitment session. As Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, another voice interrupted from above. As far as I remember, Rongyang University called Zhou Yi too arrogant, the voice said mockingly. Both Zhou Yi and the Rongyang representative looked up to see a man descending dramatically from a helicopter. Landing with flair, the newcomer continued. And now, you're here trying to recruit him? Why the change of heart? The Rongyang University representative frowned, visibly annoyed. Watch your words, he snapped. That was Zhou Tianfu's mistake, and he's been fired for his poor judgment. Turning back to Zhou Yi, he softened his tone. Zhou Yi, if you join Rongyang University, we'll pay you 4 million up front. Before Zhou Yi could respond, the helicopter man, representative from Modi University, chuckled. Whatever Rongyang University offers you, he said with a grin, Modi University will double it. His confidence irked the Rongyang teacher, who scowled. You're just here to interrupt me. But before their argument could escalate, a new presence appeared. A young woman emerged from behind Zhou Yi. With swift movements, she grabbed him and began flying into the air, carrying him away effortlessly. I'm taking him, she declared to the stunned teachers below. Did you get permission from Qingjing University to recruit Zhou Yi? As they soared through the air, the woman whispered to Zhou Yi, Mr. Zhou, at Qingjing University, you'll receive nothing but the best cultivation resources. For 4 years, we'll provide you with grade A cultivation resources annually. Consider it. Their escape was cut short when they slammed into a magic barrier, forcing them to halt midair. Below, another university teacher stood calmly, having cast the barrier. Kidnapping a top recruit now, are we? He said, smirking at the Qingjing representative. Based on resources, history, and fame, whatever Qingjing University can offer, Sukong University can match. There's no need to act so rashly. The escalating rivalry between the universities reached new heights as the teacher from Modi University arrived on a flying board. His confident demeanor matched the competitive atmosphere, and he couldn't resist addressing the situation. Yes, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, he said smugly, eyeing the Qingjing University teacher. Turning to Zhou Yi, the Modi University representative made his pitch. Mr. Zhou, not only will Modi University provide you with grade A cultivation resources annually, but we will also supply you with a full set of gold-grade equipment every year. This is an offer no other university can match. Feeling cornered by the competing offers, the Qingjing University teacher grew visibly frustrated. She brought Zhou Yi down from the sky, adopting a softer approach. Speaking with a mix of affection and embarrassment, she addressed Zhou Yi directly. I wasn't kidnapping you, she said with a forced smile. I was merely trying to have an intimate conversation with you in private. Please, Mr. Zhou, make your choice wisely. Before Zhou Yi could respond, the recruitment teacher from Sukong University stepped forward. Calmly introducing herself as Su Meyer and her university, she presented Sukong University's proposal. At Sukong University, we believe strength is absolute. If you make it into the Earth rank or Heaven rank, you'll receive not just greater resources, but also grade S cultivation materials. Sukong has won first place in the freshman exchange contest for the past 4 years, which speaks to our ability to cultivate top-tier talent. The Qingjing University teacher, still standing nearby, scoffed. Winning a few competitions doesn't give you the right to boast. Strength is temporary. Unfazed, the Sukong representative countered. Facts don't care about your opinion. Miss Su Meyer Sukong dominates for a reason. Perhaps Qingjing University students and teachers need to work harder. As the two bickered, Zhou Yi stood silently, contemplating his decision. All 3 universities offered incredible opportunities, each promising a bright future. He knew this choice would shape the trajectory of his life, so he weighed his options carefully. Finally, Zhou Yi spoke. I've decided which university I want to attend. The recruitment teachers of all 3 universities immediately stopped their arguments and turned their attention to Zhou Yi, their eyes filled with anticipation. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and said firmly, I choose Sukong University. The Sukong University teacher's face lit up with joy as she quickly produced a special recruitment contract, handing it to Zhou Yi. Here's the agreement, she said eagerly. Take your time to review it, and if everything looks good, please sign. Meanwhile, the Qingjing University teacher looked visibly disappointed. With a resigned smile, she offered Zhou Yi one last comment. If you ever feel like you don't fit in at Sukong University, our doors will always be open to you. Her persistence only served to irk the Sukong representative further. How stubborn can you be, Miss Su Meyer she muttered, glaring at her rival. Before signing the special recruitment contract, Zhou Yi noticed Sukong University's representative, Miss Su Meyer, casting a spell without any incantation, which only high-tier mages can typically achieve. Curious, Zhou Yi hesitated and asked, Miss Su Meyer, what's your levels? Miss Su Meyer chuckled and replied, I'm a level 42, second awakening mage. Zhou Yi was stunned. She doesn't even look 30, he thought. Miss Su Meyer continued with a knowing smile. The world is much bigger than you think, Zhou Yi. Once you enter Sukong, you'll meet even more young and powerful people. It's a place where you'll truly grow. Motivated by her words, Zhou Yi began signing the contract. Excitement surged through him as he thought, with the system by my side, no one my age can compete with me. At Sukong, I'll face even stronger opponents and grow even faster. Miss Su Meyer noticed the fire in his eyes and smiled. She could see Zhou Yi's strong fighting spirit and his desire to improve. As soon as the contract was signed, Zoe was officially bound to Sukong University. Miss Su Meyer handed him a week to prepare. "I'll pick you up in 7 days," she said. Zoe was slightly surprised. "Su Kang's semester starts this early?" Miss Su Meyer turned to leave, but offered a parting remark. "Special recruits like you will receive the highest degree of cultivation. You'll need that head start to shine in the National Freshman Exchange Contest." A week later, as promised, Secretary Zhao Wenbing fulfilled his commitment and took Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun to their new mansion, a gift from the city government. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up as she explored the luxurious 3-story building. Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile at her happiness. "This is the mansion gifted to you by the city government," Secretary Zhao Wenbing explained. "It has 3 floors, a specialized training room on the 2nd floor, a large balcony and leisure area on the 3rd floor, and a total area of approximately 1,000 square meters. Please take your time to settle in and rest with Ms. Zhou Yun." Before the secretary could leave, Zhou Yi stopped him. "Secretary Zhao Wenbing," he began, "Zhou Yun isn't fully healed yet. Her body is still weak, and although Sister Qing will be here, I'd appreciate it if you could look after her in my stead while I'm away." Secretary Zhao Wenbing nodded with a warm smile. "It would be my honor." The week flew by, and Zhou Yi was ready to leave for Sukong University. Miss Su Meyer arrived outside the mansion to pick him up. Before stepping into the car, Zhou Yi turned to Zhou Yun one last time. "Remember, call me if there's any problem. Don't forget to take the pills from Priestess Chue Liena every week, and let Sister Qing check your body daily. Secretary Zhao Wenbing will help you get to school in a few days." "Listen to him." Zhou Yun pouted and ignored him comically, pretending not to hear his instructions. Zhou Yi smiled, pulling her cheeks gently. "Did you hear me?" Yes, I understand." Zhou Yun replied, her tone playful but affectionate. Zhou Yi sighed, gave her a final hug, and stepped into the car. As Miss Su Meyer started the car, she glanced at Zhou Yi. "Is this your first time traveling such a long distance?" Zhou Yi, still distracted by thoughts of his sister, nodded absently. "Yes." Miss Su Meyer smirked. "Get ready." The car accelerated at an incredible speed and entered a teleportation array. In an instant, they were transported to Anning City, where Sukong University was located. The teleportation platform was bustling with activity. Cars streamed out of the array, and students, both new and returning, gathered on the platform, their expressions a mix of excitement and awe. As the car carrying Zhou Yi emerged from the teleportation array, Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel slightly nauseous. "We're not short on time," he said, rubbing his temple. Was it really necessary to use teleportation magic? He had been pondering a few things during the trip. Zhou Yi knew that large-scale universities were closely tied to the military, and he found it surprising that such massive teleportation arrays were being used so casually here. In comparison, even Priestess Chue Liena had to submit a formal request to the city government just to use a miniature teleportation array. Miss Su Meyer stepped out of the car and stretched lightly before addressing Zhou Yi. "Sukong University is in close partnership with the military. That's why we've built this massive teleportation array near the campus. It's both safe and convenient." Zhou Yi stepped out of the car, and his eyes widened in awe. Sukong University was unlike anything Zhou Yi had imagined. The sprawling campus was nestled on picturesque mountains, with beautiful and unique architectural designs dotting the landscape. Students and creatures of every species filled the area. Giants, wolves, and even beings with demonic features mingled with humans. It was a vibrant and bustling scene, showcasing the university's diversity. "This place is huge," Zhou Yi muttered, taking in the sheer scale of the university and its dynamic environment. Miss Su Meyer smiled, noting his reaction. "Come on, Zhou Yi," she said. "You need to check in at the admissions office." As Zhou Yi began walking, a figure suddenly sped past him, causing him to instinctively dodge. Turning around, he saw the figure flying backward from an attack, landing hard on the ground. A loud thud was followed by the arrival of the attacker, a girl with piercing purple eyes that emitted a glowing aura. Her expression was cold, and her stance was aggressive. "I told you I don't want to talk to you," she said angrily. Then, raising her voice, she added, "This kick is your warning. If you bother me again, I won't show any mercy." The purple-eyed girl turned and began walking away, her aura still radiating power. The unconscious figure on the ground groaned faintly, but showed no signs of getting up. Students nearby began murmuring amongst themselves. Young Master Jun met his match this time, one of them said. He's always trying to pick up young juniors every semester. Yeah, another added. Looks like he finally got what he deserved. Thank God. Zhou, he watched the purple-eyed girl closely, noting the magical pattern in her aura. His gaze sharpened. A demonic bloodline, he thought. Noticing his expression, Miss Sue Meyer commented casually. Plenty of students and teachers here have different bloodlines. You'll see more of them in the future, so don't be too surprised. Zhou turned to her and replied in a calm but firm tone, don't worry. Even if they're of another race, as long as they're on the side of humanity, I won't be hostile toward them. I wouldn't begrudge an entire race for what happened to my father. Miss Sue Meyer beamed with satisfaction at Zhou Yi's words, appreciating his calm and determined demeanor. She handed him his student ID, which had his ranking score clearly displayed, 001, marking him as the top freshman of this term. As they walked through the sprawling campus, Miss Sue Meyer began explaining the structure of Sukong University in detail. First and foremost, there's the ranking system, she said. Every year has its own ranking, and the stronger you are, the higher your rank. As a new student, your ranking is based on your entrance examination performance, which is why you're currently ranked 001, the strongest in this term. She paused briefly, looking at Joey. But remember, this rank is temporary. A freshman competition will take place a month from now, and rankings will be rearranged based on those results. Joey nodded, absorbing her words, but Miss Sue Meyer's tone grew more serious as she added, from today onwards, you'll be everyone's target. They'll all be coming after you to claim your position at the top. Joey smiled confidently, his eyes sparkling with determination. Since I've already taken first place, I have no intention of giving it up, he said. Miss Sue Meyer chuckled at his boldness. Good. That's the spirit. She then explained the score system, another crucial aspect of life at Sukong University. Freshmen receive scores based on their ranking. Scores are essential here. You'll use them to buy food, equipment, potions, skill books, and more. If you accumulate enough scores, you can even purchase S-class skills and resources. Miss Sue Meyer continued, aside from rankings, there are two other ways to earn scores. 1. Score missions. You can use your ID card to access the mission board. Choose a suitable mission, complete it, and you'll be rewarded with scores. 2. Heaven and Earth rank. Students in these ranks receive a fixed amount of scores based on their position. Her voice turned firm as she gave Zhou a warning. There are 5,000 students at Sukong University, and many are desperate to enter the Heaven and Earth rank. You can't afford to be arrogant. Zhou nodded earnestly. I understand, he replied. Miss Sue Meyer led Zhou deeper into the campus, eventually stopping at a vantage point overlooking a bustling area below. There, she said, pointing toward the scene. Zhou followed her gaze and saw a portal to a secret realm, surrounded by countless students preparing to enter. Some were gearing up, others were forming parties, and a steady stream of individuals moved toward the portal. Miss Sue Meyer explained further. Sukong University has 3 primary secret realms for training. 1. Goblin Dungeon. Entry level ranges from 17 to 21. 2. Distorted Forest. Entry level ranges from 23 to 26. 3. Purgatory. Entry level ranges from 28 to 31. Aside from meeting level requirements, you'll need to spend a certain amount of scores to access these realms. As they continued exploring, Miss Sue Meyer showed Zhou the training area, bustling with activity. You can use the training rooms here to practice, she said. Your opponents can either be robots or real people, depending on your preference. Zhou Yi's eyes scanned the vast trading area, where countless students were negotiating and exchanging goods. The sheer size of the marketplace amazed him. It wasn't just a small corner of the campus. It was practically a city in itself, full of life and opportunities. Miss Sue Meyer continued her explanation as they walked through the vibrant trading area. The strongest holds absolute authority here. Those with the most resources control their destiny. This is how we survive and thrive. Zhou Yi's smile widened as he listened. The system, the structure, and the competitive environment of Sukong University resonated with him. He felt a growing excitement about the opportunities ahead. As they walked, a group of students nearby spotted Miss Sue Meyer and greeted her. She nodded in acknowledgement, praised them briefly, and continued walking with Zhou Yi. Among the group, whispers broke out as the students noticed Zhou Yi. One girl asked, "Who is he?" "The teacher is personally leading him." Another chimed in, "Yeah, that's strange. We're in a group of 10, and even a senior is leading us. Could this be a backdoor entry?" Before the speculation could spiral further, a boy named Wang Li chuckled and interjected. You all clearly don't know how things work. Special admission students are assigned a personal teacher to help them settle in faster. It's also easier to recruit them into specific houses that way. The group went silent, stunned. Wait, one of the students said slowly, piecing it together. He's the first-place student this term? Wang Li smirked and continued, that's right. He's Zhou Yi, the first-place winner of the Su Kong district exam. He's also a level 13 Saint Knight. The group erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Saint Knight? Isn't that a support class? One student said, frowning. How did a Saint Knight manage to beat a Berserker, who's rank 002 and level 14? Some students couldn't reconcile Zhou Yi's victory with their preconceived notions about support classes, while others focused on his appearance. He's so handsome, one girl whispered starry-eyed. He could be a celebrity. The girl with the demonic bloodline from earlier stood silently in the group, her purple eyes narrowing thoughtfully. First place among the new students, she mused internally, intrigued. Not everyone was impressed, however. A red-haired boy, who had been silently watching the commotion, noticed the demonic bloodline girl's interest in Joey. His face twisted with jealousy. Unable to contain himself, he shouted angrily, I think this first place is just a fraud. The nearby students turned to look at him, confused and startled by his outburst. Zhou Yi also turned, his expression calm, but his gaze sharp as he assessed the boy. The red-haired boy smirked and introduced himself. My name is Lu Jing, and I'm a level 13 punishment knight, rank 038. I don't believe you have the strength to be ranked 001, and I challenge you to prove it. Before Zhou Yi could respond, the senior leading the group stepped in, placing a firm hand on Lu Jing's shoulder. Student duels are private matters, the senior said in a calm tone. Don't waste everyone's time. Though outwardly composed, the senior was seething internally. I'm only earning 1 score for leading freshman today. What the hell are you trying to pull, dumbass? Despite the senior's warning, Lu Jing brushed it off with a dismissive wave. Don't worry, senior. I've got this, he said confidently as he approached Joey. The senior clenched his fists in frustration, thinking angrily. Ranking 001 was unanimously decided by the headmaster and 5 house teachers. It's impossible for it to be a mistake. This idiot's just looking for trouble. The nearby students were equally perplexed by Lu Jing's arrogance, but stayed to see how things would unfold. Conversations broke out among the crowd. Lu Jing is trying to use 001 as a stepping stone, one student muttered. Not surprising. Saint Knight isn't a strong class, after all. Another added, he's probably hoping this will make people notice him. But does he really think he stands a chance? Zhou Yi stood calmly as Lu Jing approached. Why should I accept your challenge? Zhou Yi asked, his tone casual but firm. Desperate to provoke Zhou Yi into agreeing, Lu Jing made an offer. If you win, I'll give you 100 points. If I win, you don't have to pay anything. Zhou Yi's lips curled into a sly smile. For my future record, I should accept this challenge. But if I want to make an example out of him, I need to make it unforgettable. After a brief pause, Zhou Yi countered. Make it 300 points, and I'll fight you. The crowd erupted in murmurs at the bold demand. 300 points? One student whispered. That's insane. Another chimed in. I ranked 40th, and I only got 400 points. Lu Jing is ranked 38th, so he probably has a similar score. If he loses, that's most of his starting points gone. Is he insane? Lu Jing froze momentarily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His face showed clear hesitation as he glanced at the crowd and then at the purple-eyed girl, who seemed more interested in Zhou Yi than him. Determined to impress her, Lu Jing forced a smile and shouted angrily, Fine, 300 points it is. Let's enter the ring. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, his smirk turning mischievous. So, you've got some guts after all, he said, his voice laced with mockery. But we don't need a ring. Golden light began emanating from Zhou Yi's body, and his confidence radiated through the air. He stretched his hands casually, as if preparing for a warm-up, then declared with a grin, If you're not on your knees in 3 moves, I lose. The challenge drew even more students to the scene, eager to witness the spectacle. Lu Jing brandished a large sword, the blade shimmering in the sunlight. Zhou Yi, meanwhile, stood empty-handed, calm and composed. The two locked eyes, tension crackling in the air. Miss Sue Meyer stepped forward to act as the referee, her voice cutting through the chatter of the crowd. This fight will follow university sparring rules. The countdown will be 3 seconds, after which you may act. No killing moves are allowed. As the countdown began, the crowd leaned in, holding their breath. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The instant the count ended, Lu Jing launched forward at full speed, his large sword glowing with a red, blood-like aura. He charged toward Zhou Yi, his confidence brimming as he closed the gap. Lu Jing's thoughts raced. Punishment Knight is just like Saint Knight. Both are hidden classes branching from the Knight class. He smirked, thinking, but the Punishment Knight is built for damage, while the Saint Knight is just a support class. This fight will be a piece of cake. As long as Zhou Yi hadn't buffed himself, Lu Jing believed he would dominate with speed and raw power. But there was more than just arrogance driving him. He glanced at the girl with the demonic bloodline from earlier, hoping that defeating Zhou Yi would catch her attention. After I crush you, she'll see me differently, he thought smugly. When Lu Jing got close enough, he unleashed his blood slash, a powerful attack that encased his sword in a glowing red aura. He swung the weapon downward, aiming to finish the fight with one decisive blow. But the blood aura never met its target. Zhou Yi sidestepped the attack effortlessly, dodging with precise and fluid movement. Before Lu Jing could recover, Zhou Yi countered with a swift, devastating knee strike to Lu Jing's stomach. The impact was immediate and catastrophic. The force of Zhou Yi's knee sent Lu Jing flying backward with tremendous speed. He smashed through the arena ropes and slammed into a nearby wall, breaking it entirely. Dust and debris filled the air as silence fell over the crowd. When the dust settled, Lu Jing was on his knees, unconscious. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, and his broken sword lay beside him. Zhou Yi looked at the defeated Lu Jing with visible disappointment. How boring, he muttered. He had expected Lu Jing to have a trick up his sleeve, something to make the fight worthwhile. Instead, the so-called Punishment Knight couldn't even withstand a single attack. The senior student, who had earlier tried to stop Lu Jing, rushed over to check on him. The crowd of students stared in stunned silence, their shock palpable. After examining Lu Jing, the senior reported to Miss Su Meyer. Miss, Lu Jing has 5 broken ribs and internal bleeding. He's unconscious. Miss Su Meyer nodded, her expression calm. Get a priest to heal him, she instructed before returning her focus to Zhou Yi. Miss Su Meyer handed Zhou Yi his student ID card, which now reflected his newly earned points. 300 points have been transferred to your card, she said with a faint smile. Zhou Yi calmly took the student ID card from Su's hand, his demeanor composed and gentlemanly, as if the one-sided fight against Lu Jing had never happened. Despite his modest act, the crowd of students surrounding the arena buzzed with excitement and disbelief. One student whispered, "It's hard to stop a Punishment Knight's charge, especially when combined with Blood Slash, but he countered it with just one kick." Another added, "So this is the power of 001? He's on a whole different level?" Among the students was the girl with the demonic bloodline, who had been watching intently. Her purple eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and curiosity as she silently assessed Zhou Yi's strength. The difference in our strength stats must be at least 20 points, she thought to herself. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and stood before Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi, please play a match with me," she said, her tone both eager and challenging. Zhou Yi glanced at her, intrigued by her boldness. Without a word, he activated his evaluation technique to scan her stats. As her information appeared before him, Zhou Yi's thoughts raced. I was too rushed back at the gate to fully notice, but now I see it clearly. She not only possesses a powerful demonic bloodline, but also legacy equipment, the kind of gear that can rival legendary-grade weapons. His gaze shifted to the sword strapped to her back. The name Dark Moon Ancient Sword glowed faintly in his system interface. Quality, legacy. Race limitation, human. Class limitation, swordsman. Effect, unknown. This is the first time I've seen stats like this, Zhou Yi thought, feeling a mix of intrigue and excitement. He decided he couldn't pass up the opportunity to test her strength. I accept, he said, stepping into the arena. The two opponents took their positions in the center of the ring. Zhou Yi summoned his Warhammer, a mystic light-class weapon. The weapon radiated golden energy as Zhou Yi grasped it confidently. Quality gold. Effect 1. Increases constitution by 18%. Effect 2. Increases wisdom by 24%. Additional effect. Enhances all light elemental skills by 1 level, up to grade B. Source, System Lottery. As the match was about to begin, a few senior students arrived at the scene, drawn by the commotion. Hey, freshmen are already sparring as soon as they enter school, one said, sounding amused. Among the seniors was Li Dongsheng, a level 29 spearman and captain of the Aurora Club. Spotting Sue, he greeted her with a charming smile. Good to see you, Miss Sue Meyer. Why are you here? Before Sue could respond, the countdown ended, and the match began. The demonic girl attacked first, her shadow/skill propelling her forward at lightning-fast speed, dark energy crackling around her blade. At the same time, Zhou Yi raised his warhammer high, activating Typhoon Smash, a powerful skill that delivered massive damage and knocked enemies back. The two attacks collided mid-air, creating a deafening explosion of energy. The sheer power of the clash generated a visible pressure wave, forcing the spectators to shield their eyes from the impact. Both fighters skidded back, their auras flaring brighter than before. Zhou Yi's body glowed with a golden aura, radiating divine energy, while the girl's form was surrounded by a purple aura, emanating dark and mysterious power. The crowd watched in awe, each student mesmerized by the display of strength. Even without knowing the outcome, it was clear this wasn't just a sparring match. It was a battle of two rising stars representing the forces of light and darkness. The demon girl reeled slightly from Zhou Yi's last attack, a flicker of realization crossing her face. What monstrous strength! He's an absolute beast, she thought, gripping her Dark Moon ancient sword tightly. She began channeling dark mana into her weapon, preparing her next move, Demonic Slash. The dark energy coiled around her blade, crackling ominously as she readied a powerful slash imbued with dark elemental mana, aimed to devastate Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, was exhilarated. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a manic grin spread across his face as he rushed toward her. Finally, someone who can fight me head-on, he exclaimed, his booming laugh echoing through the arena. The demon girl met his charge with equal fervor, and as they clashed again, their weapons collided with a resounding crash. The pressure of their strikes reverberated through the arena, creating shockwaves that caused the onlookers to step back. Neither fighter paused this time. Both launched into a flurry of relentless attacks, their weapons moving at dizzying speeds. Skills unleashed in rapid succession. Zhou Yi's uppercut, an upward strike that could knock an opponent into the air. Demon Girl's enhanced rapid stab, a forward thrust followed by an additional stab. Shockwave Slash, a powerful upper slash that released shockwaves from multiple hits. Mountain Crushing Hit, a devastating multi-stage attack that smashed the ground with force. The aura surrounding them became increasingly intense. Zhou Yi's golden light radiated like a divine shield, while the demon girl's purple energy swirled with an almost hypnotic darkness. Their speed and power made it impossible for most spectators to follow the fight. The arena felt like it was being torn apart as the two exchanged blow after blow, each one testing the limits of the other. Among the stunned onlookers were the senior students, who had previously scoffed at the idea of freshman sparring. Now, their expressions were anything but dismissive. Are these two really freshmen? One whispered in disbelief. This looks like a fight between masters. Even Li Dongsheng, the level 29 spearman and captain of the Aurora Club, couldn't hide his surprise. He muttered to himself, without a trump card, that spiritual swordsman girl is going to lose soon. A senior standing nearby, still trying to grasp the situation, asked, "How can you tell? They seem evenly matched to me." Li Dongsheng pointed toward the fight. Look at her stance. She's already resorting to enhanced block to stop his strikes. Initially, she could block one swing out of 3. Now, she's forced to block one swing out of 2. She's running out of stamina. The fight had been intense, with the arena crackling under the weight of their relentless attacks. Zhou Yi's warhammer struck with the power of an avalanche, leaving the demon girl struggling to keep up. Among the spectators, Li Dongsheng observed keenly, his brows furrowed. Heavy weapon users usually fight conservatively, defending and retreating to conserve stamina, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But Zhou Yi's style was completely unorthodox. He's not conserving stamina at all, Li Dongsheng muttered. Either he's a fool, or he's absolutely confident in his strength. The warhammer, normally a cumbersome weapon, became a tool of pure dominance in Zhou Yi's hands, forcing the demon girl to remain defensive. Every swing disrupted her movement, leaving her no choice but to block. What kind of hot-tempered Saint Knight fights like this? Li Dongsheng remarked, shaking his head. And against someone as stunning as her. Without holding back. In the arena, the fight reached its turning point. After relentless clashes and heavy blows, the demon girl finally fell to her knees, her breath ragged. Zhou Yi stood tall, his golden aura blazing, his warhammer resting easily in his grip. With a calm but resolute tone, Zhou Yi said, "I'm done warming up." He unleashed a flurry of buffs: Gift of God, Gift of Courage, Weapon Blessing, Blessing of Dawn, and Gift of Protection. The surge of holy energy radiating from his body created a whirlwind of power that left the audience in awe. The demon girl, still kneeling, felt the pressure weigh down on her. Is this his true strength? She wondered, struggling to catch her breath. Before she could react, Zhou Yi activated Spear of Victory, summoning radiant energy spears that rained down toward her. To evade the spears, the demon girl used her skill, Phantom Slash, dashing in a blur toward Zhou Yi with incredible speed. But before she could strike, Zhou Yi was already in front of her. "I knew you'd use that," Zhou Yi said with a confident smile. The demon girl froze in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. When did he move? Zhou Yi raised his warhammer, preparing to strike. Seeing the massive weapon coming down, the demon girl closed her eyes tightly, bracing herself. But the attack never landed. Instead, she heard his voice. "Do you want to continue this?" Zhou Yi asked calmly. Opening her eyes, she found Zhou Yi standing before her, his warhammer planted firmly on the ground. He was waiting for her response. The demon girl stood slowly, brushing herself off. "No," she admitted. "The results will be the same. Against such overwhelming aggression, I can't win." Zhou Yi tilted his head slightly. "You didn't use your full strength," he observed. She smiled innocently. "You noticed? Of course, I wouldn't use my trump cards in a spar. It's just practice." Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out her phone and held it out to Zhou Yi. "Besides, you didn't go all out either. I saw your exam video. Add me. We'll spar again sometime." After Zhou Yi added the white-haired demon girl to his friend list, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Her face flushed a deep red, her eyes sparkled, and she appeared completely smitten. It was as though love itself had taken root in her heart, and she couldn't help but let her thoughts spiral into romantic daydreams. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, noticing her intense gaze and shy expression, felt a bit awkward. To escape the situation, he turned to Miss Su and said, "Let's move on." Miss Su, still delighted by Zhou Yi's spectacular performance, led him away from the arena. As they walked, Miss Su remarked with a grin, "You've made quite a statement today, earning 600 points on your first day and warning off potential challengers. This year is going to be very interesting." They soon arrived at the newcomers' dormitory, located on a mountain. Miss Su explained the structure as they approached. Regular students live in dormitories at the base of the mountain. Special recruits, like Zhou Yi, reside at the top of the mountain in independent mansions. The luxury and amenities of each mansion vary, depending on the student's rank. Given Zhou Yi's first-place status, his mansion was undoubtedly the most lavish. Upon reaching his new residence, Zhou Yi was impressed by the scale and design of the mansion. Before he could head inside, Miss Su asked him, "I heard you're looking for the freezing lotus. Is that true?" Zhou Yi nodded, and Miss Su shared a lead. "There's a rumor about a frost lotus spotted in the Tempest Mountain range about 6 years ago. A party saw it but didn't collect it because it was heavily guarded by high-level demons. I can't guarantee it's still there, though, given how much time has passed." Zhou Yi listened carefully and mentally noted the details. After Miss Su left, he began researching the freezing lotus, poring over every article and record he could find. The Tempest Mountain range, he learned, emerged after the Earth merged with the Eternal Game. It was a sprawling, treasure-laden range teeming with exotic flora, fauna, and dangers. Even tertiary awakened classes avoided entering without careful preparation. Despite the danger, Zhou Yi felt resolute. His current strength might not allow him to defeat high-level demons, but the system's reward from the exam, a resurrection cross, gave him a safety net. The cross ensured he could survive even in dire situations. Determined, Zhou Yi decided to gear up before heading out. Sitting at his desk, he began browsing through the free skill and equipment rewards granted for his first-place rank. The list of available skills included Holy Light Protection, Sacred Punch, Holy Light Shield, Sacred Retaliation, Holy Light Ball. Zhou Yi quickly added immunity to physical damage, a weapon-less combat skill, and a long-range attack skill to his arsenal. Although many items were free, he noticed that collecting the Forest set, a reward from the exam, required spending points. Zhou Yi enters the Tempest Mountain Range, where the rugged terrain and eerie silence are broken by a sudden, massive explosion. The shockwave reaches him even from a great distance, leaving him in awe of its sheer power. Curious and cautious, he decides to investigate. Clad in the forest-set equipment he had painstakingly purchased, Zhou Yi moves toward the source of the explosion. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Jiang Churen, the white-haired demon girl, is in her dormitory, anxiously checking her phone for messages. Her once cool and composed demeanor has melted into one of nervous anticipation. She's eagerly waiting for a reply from Zhou Yi after their earlier spar. Her phone pings. Zhou Yi has replied. The message reads, "I'm heading to the Tempest Mountain Range." Jiang Churen blushes furiously, her mind racing with thoughts about Zhou Yi. Tossing and turning, she struggles to calm herself. Her friend, noticing her restless behavior, finally asks, "Churen, what's going on? You've been staring at your phone all day. Did something happen?" Flustered but excited, Jiang Churen confesses, "I met someone. He's different. I even tried using my charm ability on him, but it didn't affect him at all." Her friend raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "Really? That's rare. His willpower must be incredible." Eyes gleaming, Jiang Churen exclaims, "Exactly. That's what makes him so special." She then decides with determination, "I'm going to the Tempest Mountain Range too." Inside the Tempest Mountain Range, chaos erupts as a truck hurtles through a rugged trail, pursued by an unrelenting horde of monsters. The truck belongs to an all-female team of adventurers, each showcasing their unique skills. Zhu Xiao, mechanic, expertly handles the truck's defenses, tossing explosive bombs at the pursuing monsters. The explosions take down several, but some creatures persist, undeterred. When Tianrun, summoner, casts her spirit summoning ice skill, creating a barrier of ice that slows the advancing monsters, buying the team some time. Zhu Dan Gunner takes over with relentless firepower. Her machine gun tears through the monsters, leaving destruction in its wake as the team pushes the truck forward. As the monsters begin to thin out, the team feels a brief moment of triumph. But their celebration is short-lived. When Tianrun suddenly tenses, her senses heightened. Something's not right, she warns, urging the team to move. Without hesitation, she conjures an ice shield around the truck just as a fiery projectile blazes toward them. The fiery blast narrowly misses Su Qing Lian, the swordsman of the group, but slams into the truck with devastating force. The vehicle is obliterated, leaving the team in a cloud of smoke and uncertainty. Swordsman Su Qing Lian narrowly escapes the fiery attack, but her vehicle and teammates are not as fortunate. The group is left in a dire state. Some are barely standing, while others are trapped beneath the wreckage. Assessing the situation, Su Qing Lian shouts, "Are you okay?" just as when Tianrun, the summoner, gasps in terror. "Look behind you!" When Tianrun exclaims. The sight is chilling. A horde of demons, one of the 5 violent races notorious for their unrelenting hunger for living beings, surrounds them. These demons, with mouths glowing from ready fire-type attacks, close in menacingly. The team is paralyzed with fear, having exhausted all their trump cards. Despite their best efforts, they manage to kill only a handful of demons. Desperation sets in as a single, grim thought crosses everyone's mind. Are we going to die here today? The demons unleash a torrent of fiery attacks, and the team braces for impact. Suddenly, Zhou Yi appears, speeding toward the group atop a majestic white wolf. Without hesitation, he activates his Sacred Storm skill. A radiant cross symbol materializes in front of the oncoming fire attack, shielding the group. When the Sacred Storm collides with the fire, it creates a fiery tornado infused with divine energy. The intense heat and holy energy begin to disrupt the demons, causing them to recoil in pain. The storm's holy radiance emanates from Zhou Yi, illuminating the area and intensifying the demons' suffering. As the sacred storm rages, a cross-shaped mark on Zhou Yi's forehead glows brilliantly, radiating divine light. The sacred energy in the atmosphere troubles the demons, weakening them further. Suddenly, Zhou Yi strikes with another powerful attack, a lightning-fast sacred slash. The attack decimates the demons in moments, leaving the entire area imbued with his holy energy. The remaining demons fall lifeless to the ground, and an eerie calm settles over the battlefield. The rescued team stands in awe, astonished by Zhou Yi's overwhelming power. As he approaches them, their caution is evident. They are unsure if this mysterious figure is friend or foe. Zhou Yi quickly reassures them by activating his slow healing ability. A soothing light envelopes the injured members, healing their wounds within minutes. However, when Tianrun remains unconscious, her condition still critical. Grateful for Zhou Yi's help, Su Qing Lian steps forward. "Thank you for saving us," she says sincerely. Zhou Yi recognizes her immediately and responds with a smile. "Of course I know you." Su Qing Lian's team is one of the top 3 teams in the school. "Naturally, I've heard of you." Surprised and flattered, Su Qing Lian laughs lightly. "Hearing that makes me feel shy," she says, her tone warm. Her expression turns serious as she continues. "Brother Zhou, your light attribute skills are truly effective against demons, but the Tempest Mountain range is incredibly dangerous. Why don't you come back to the supply base with us?" As Zhou Yi listens to Su Qing Lian's explanation, he starts piecing together the bigger picture. In a month of exploring the outer areas, he muses, "I haven't found any signs of the extremely cold ice lotus." With the competition for new students just 3 days away, Zhou Yi decides it's best to join Su Qing Lian's team and return to the base for now. He can resume his search for the freezing lotus after the event. Su Qing Lian signals Zhu Xiao, who immediately understands the gesture. She summons a set of mechanical spiders, sleek and fierce metal constructs that exude an air of advanced technology. Zhou Yi and his wolf look impressed by the intricate craftsmanship and power radiating from the mechanical spiders. Zhu Xiao, seizing the moment with dramatic flair, gestures grandly and says, "Come aboard, everyone." Su Qing Lian rolls her eyes slightly, thinking to herself, why is she always so theatrical? Once everyone is seated inside the spider vehicle, it begins to move swiftly through the treacherous terrain. Zhou Yi, seated next to Su Qing Lian, starts probing her with questions about the region. "Senior Sister Su," he begins, "if there are so many monsters in this Tempest Mountain range, why haven't they been neutralized earlier?" Su Qing Lian's expression turns serious. "Our team has been patrolling the outskirts of Gale Mountain for over 2 months, and this is the first time we've encountered demons like this." Zhou Yi raises an eyebrow. "So you're saying these monsters either came from the depths of the Gale Mountains, or escaped through some alien rift?" Su Qing Lian nods. "Exactly. That's why we need to report this to the military base immediately." Zhou Yi follows up. "Doesn't the Mage Tower in the military area monitor the entire region? Shouldn't they have detected such an anomaly?" Su Qing Lian explains. "The Mage Tower focuses on monitoring the activities of high-ranking demons, epic and legendary level threats. These demons we encountered are below their detection threshold." Zhou Yi frowns, his analytical mind racing. "A silver demon above level 20 isn't low level in any way," he thinks. "Why didn't the Mage Tower notice them?" Su Qing Lian elaborates further. "The alien aura concentration around these demons falls below the Mage Tower's set limit. That's why they weren't detected." Zhou Yi nods thoughtfully, piecing it all together. Meanwhile, Su Qing Lian's concern deepens. If this rift is connected to another world, she thinks aloud, why are only low-level demons emerging? Cracks capable of letting in level 30 monsters can also allow level 50 or higher creatures to pass through. This could escalate quickly. Her thoughts turn grim. A large-scale demon invasion could ruin lives and expose the Crack's locations to even greater threats. Despite her worry, Su Qing Lian resolves to deliver this information to the authorities as soon as possible. Above them, high in the sky, a group of winged demons speeds through the air, heading for the Crack. Their grotesque forms cut through the atmosphere like shadows of impending doom. One chilling word echoes repeatedly from their mouths, their jagged teeth gnashing with hunger. "Food, food." As Zhou Yi's team looks up, they notice winged demons soaring through the sky, their ominous cries for food echoing across the terrain. Below them, another dire scene unfolds. Jiang Churen, surrounded by more than 20 silver demons, struggles to hold her ground. "There are people surrounded by devils over there," someone in the group exclaims. Zhou Yi instantly takes charge, signaling his intention to intervene. "You all go ahead. I'll handle this." Su Qing Lian's concern is palpable. "Zhou Yi, we don't know how many demons are there. It's too dangerous to go alone." But Zhou Yi is resolute. Without a second thought, he mounts his wolf and takes off at full speed. "I'll catch up soon," he calls back, leaving the team behind. As he races toward the scene, Zhou Yi's mind is consumed with a single thought. I recognize this aura. It's her. His instincts confirm what he already suspects. Jiang Chuan is nearby and in grave danger. Determined, he presses on, his wolf matching his urgency with every stride. Elsewhere, a small group of adventurers observes Jiang Chuan's dire battle from a distance. Surrounded by more than 20 silver demons, she fights valiantly, her sword slashing through the air with precision and power. Yet, her mana is nearly depleted, and the relentless waves of demons show no signs of stopping. Should we help her? One of them asks hesitantly. The group falls silent, weighing their options. They know the danger of intervening against such overwhelming odds. Finally, someone speaks up. We can't protect ourselves if we jump in. If she survives, her ability will shine in the future. For now, it's better to say goodbye. Regretfully, they decide to stay hidden, watching as Jiang Chuan fights alone. Jiang Chuan, fully transformed into her demon form, slices through the demons one by one. Her movements graceful, but increasingly strained. The demons, sensing her weakening state, change tactics. They surround her, maintaining a calculated distance to wear her down. They've figured out my weakness, Jiang Chuan realizes grimly. Her transformation has a time limit, and the demons aim to outlast it. Groups of 10 demons take turns attacking her, each wave replacing the one she manages to kill. Jiang Chuan fights desperately, her energy draining rapidly with every swing of her sword. She knows that if her succubus power fades, escape will be impossible. Suddenly, a voice rings out across the battlefield. Come, thunder, and fall upon them all. Before Jiang Chuan can process what's happening, bolts of lightning crash down from the sky. In mere moments, the overwhelming horde of demons is obliterated, reduced to ash by the sheer power of the strike. The entire area is left in ruins, the ground scorched and steaming. Jiang Chuan is stunned by the sight of Zhou Yi. She turns to see him charging toward her with determination, calling out for her to move out of the way. Her surprise only deepens when a piercing scream echoes through the battlefield. The source is a high-level demon, larger and more menacing than the others, clearly enraged by the loss of its comrades. Its roar sends shockwaves through the area, forcing Jiang Chuan to clutch her ears in pain. This high-level demon appears to be the leader, and its rage ignites a frenzy. The other demons follow suit, activating their madness, body of fire skill. Their bodies glow with fiery auras, becoming even more dangerous. The leader's power enhances the others, turning the entire horde into a blazing storm of fury. Jiang Chuan's face grows tense as she realizes the demon's strength has doubled. Zhou Yi, leave now. This is the madness of the demon clan, she shouts, her voice filled with urgency. Despite her warning, Zhou Yi remains calm. Jiang Chuan, believing the situation hopeless, considers a desperate plan to self-destruct and take the demons down with her. She knows this will likely kill most of the demons, giving Zhou Yi a chance to escape. But before she can act, Zhou Yi surprises her. Without a word, he grabs her by the waist and lifts her effortlessly onto his wolf. Zhou Yi, Jiang Chuan whispers in shock, her face flushed with disbelief. The high-level demon, enraged further, lunges toward them with a powerful punch. Yet, Zhou Yi's wolf evades the attack gracefully, the ground behind them shattering under the demon's failed strike. As the horde charges in unison, Zhou Yi takes a decisive step. Time to end this, he says, summoning a blinding golden light. Light punishment, a skill infused with divine energy, activates, transforming the battlefield. The once dark sky above them bursts into a chaotic storm of lightning, crackling with raw power. The bolts of lightning strike the demons one by one, their screams echoing through the air as they are incinerated. The ground trembles with each strike, and the oppressive heat of their fiery auras dissipates under the divine assault. Zhou Yi watches the destruction unfold with satisfaction. No wonder everyone dreams of being a magician. Killing monsters from a distance feels incredible. He chuckles, a grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan, cradled in his arms, looks at Zhou Yi with awe and affection. Her eyes soften, her earlier tension replaced by admiration, and perhaps something more. Despite the devastating effect of the light punishment skill, the sheer number of demons proves overwhelming. Many have perished, but a significant number remain, their fiery forms surging forward with renewed ferocity. The survivors gather, preparing for another coordinated assault against Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen find themselves surrounded by 180 demons, their fiery auras burning with fury as they close in from all sides. Zhou Yi, seated on his wolf with Jiang Churen in his arms, surveys the swarm with calm determination. In his mind, Zhou Yi calculates the odds, 180 demons in total, scattered around. I can handle this with group attack skills, but I need them clustered together first. Jiang Churen, on the other hand, is visibly tense. Her eyes dart between the encroaching demons, and thoughts of despair creep in. All this commotion has drawn every demon in the area. How can we survive this? Zhou Yi turns to her and speaks with unwavering confidence. Jiang Churen, go distract the demons on the left. Don't fight them. Just attract their attention and lead them away. Her surprise is evident as she stares at him in disbelief. Zhou Yi, what are you doing? She asks, her voice tinged with hesitation. But Zhou Yi wastes no time explaining. He activates his healing skill, slow healing, restoring Jiang Churen's energy and vitality. Then, one by one, he bestows his buffs upon her. Death Dawn Blessing, Blessing of Weapon, and God's Gifts. A radiant aura surrounds Jiang Churen as the effects of the buffs take hold, and she feels an immense surge of power coursing through her body. Her stats rise dramatically. Strength, 114, 143, plus 29, a 25% increase. Speed, 122, 153, plus 31, a 25% increase. Constitution, 103, 129, plus 26, a 25% increase. Intelligence, 156, 195, plus 39, a 25% increase. Jiang Churen's eyes widen as she processes the transformation. This is the buff of a Saint Knight? How is this even possible? Zhou Yi's voice snaps her out of her thoughts. You've got the power now. Go. I'll handle the rest. Reluctantly, Jiang Churen obeys, rushing to the left to lead away a portion of the horde. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi grips his warhammer and charges directly into the fray. The demons, sensing his approach, prepare to launch their fiery energy attacks. But Zhou Yi moves faster, swinging his warhammer with devastating force. Each strike sends shockwaves across the battlefield, shattering demons and creating explosions of holy light. For the weaker demons, a single blow is enough to obliterate them. The more powerful ones, though injured, can only stagger under his relentless assault. Zhou Yi's every swing of the hammer is like the hand of a death god, leaving no demon unscathed. The battlefield becomes a storm of destruction. The ground trembles, flames erupt in all directions, and the cries of demons echo through the chaos. Jiang Churen, watching from the sidelines, is awestruck. Her enhanced strength and speed allow her to easily distract and evade the demons on her side, but her focus is on Zhou Yi. This level of power, she marvels. Even a level 16 Saint Knight shouldn't be able to fight like this. Not even a level 25. Despite her experience, Jiang Churen is left speechless. Zhou Yi isn't just fighting. He's dominating, turning the battlefield into a graveyard for demons. As Zhou Yi continues his relentless assault, the battlefield becomes a maelstrom of holy light and destruction. His every action sends shockwaves across the area, scattering and obliterating the demons with precision and ferocity. Suddenly, a group of demons breaks off and charges toward Jiang Churen. One particularly fast demon lunges at her, but Zhou Yi's wolf intercepts it, clamping its jaws around the creature and holding it back. Meanwhile, several other demons surround Jiang Churen, forcing her to block their attacks with her sword. Despite the chaos, Jiang Churen steadies herself, thinking, now's not the time to overthink. I'll do whatever he says and trust his judgment. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Zhou Yi continues to cut down waves of demons. Yet, no matter how many he slays, reinforcements keep coming. Some demons manage to sneak up behind him, but before they can strike, a sudden slash of dark energy cuts through them. Zhou Yi turns to see Jiang Churen, now wielding a shadow whip, a skill that channels demonic energy into a weapon that delivers devastating damage to enemies and their shadows. With precise movements, she uses the whip to create chaos among the demons, dealing massive damage while keeping them at bay. Zhou Yi smirks, thinking, as expected, she's excellent at attracting the demons' attention. Most of them are already focused on her. She's even using tricks I didn't anticipate. Sacred energy emanates from Jiang Churen's body, the residual effect of Zhou Yi's buffs, amplifying her power further. Zhou Yi tosses a glowing energy sphere toward Jiang Churen, which envelopes her in a radiant shield. The skill, Guardian of the Light, grants her immunity to physical damage for a limited time. Stay within the shield, Zhou Yi commands, his tone firm. He then invokes another powerful skill, Holy Cross. A massive cross of holy light materializes behind him, emitting an intense glow. The cross begins to radiate light attribute flames, causing continuous damage to all demons within a 200-meter radius. The demons howl in agony as the sacred flames scorch them. Jiang Churen watches in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Such power, she mutters, her voice filled with amazement. Despite the overwhelming damage, a significant number of demons remain, their rage fueling their attacks. Zhou Yi steps forward, unfazed by their aggression. All darkness will be destroyed in the light of holy light, he declares, raising his warhammer. He chants sacred words. Let the light gather and the storm come. In an instant, crosses of light begin falling from the sky, forming a radiant storm. The entire area is consumed by the whirlwind of sacred energy. The storm engulfs the demons, leaving no chance for escape. It pulls in even the stragglers attempting to flee, obliterating them with divine fury. Watching from a distance, the 6 men who had earlier refused to help Jiang Churen are paralyzed with fear, not of the demons, but of Zhou Yi. One of them whispers in disbelief. Is he even human? Another nods, his voice trembling. That's not something a normal human can do. He's like a force of nature. As the group assesses the aftermath of the battle, one of the 6 observers hesitates before suggesting, "Boss, should we go over and say hello?" Their leader, nervously watching Zhou Yi's display of power, contemplates the situation. Apart from me, who is at level 26, the rest of you are at level 24. Forget fighting him one-on-one. Even 6 of us together wouldn't stand a chance. This guy is terrifying, and he's still so young. Despite his unease, the leader decides, let's quickly go to him. We must make sure we're on friendly terms with someone like that. At that moment, the mechanic girl's spider machine arrives, skidding to a stop. Gunner girl Zhu Dan leaps out, exclaiming, "Brother Zhou Yi, we're here to help." But when she and her team take in the battlefield, their expressions shift to astonishment. The demons lie scattered, lifeless. Wait, you did all this? Zhu Dan stammers in disbelief. Just then, a notification pings in Zhou Yi's system. Congratulations on upgrading to level 17. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations on upgrading to level 18. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen are visibly exhausted after eliminating 180 demons. Zhou Yi gulps down a recovery potion, though its effects are limited due to his many high-level skills. Not enough, he mutters. His stats now stand as Strength, 160. Physique, 171. Agility, 162. Wisdom, 172. Reflecting on his progress, Zhou Yi laments. If only there weren't level limits for gaining experience points, we could have achieved much more after this fight. The team led by swordsman Su Qing Lian approaches Zhou Yi, their expressions a mix of awe and curiosity. Zhou Yi, did you really do all this? Su Qing Lian asks, incredulous. Even gunner girl Zhu Dan, still shocked, chimes in, Brother Zhou Yi, your strength exceeds anything I could have imagined. Their amazement is interrupted as Jiang Churen collapses from fatigue, slumping to the ground. I think I overdid it, she mutters weakly. Su Qing Lian turns to Zhou Yi, her tone serious. Did you face any unusual challenges while dealing with these demons? Zhou Yi reflects for a moment before answering. The highest level monster I encountered was gold level 23. It wasn't particularly difficult to handle. Su Qing Lian frowns, her expression turning grave. The demon army is always led by a commander, just like human forces. If there was no leader here, it means the main force of the demon army hasn't arrived yet. Her gaze sharpens as she continues. We shouldn't stay here any longer. The situation could escalate quickly. Everyone, prepare to leave for the supply base immediately. The group quickly sets out for the supply base, recognizing the urgent need to retreat before the situation worsens. Meanwhile, the 6 observers hiding in the bushes breathe a collective sigh of relief as the danger seems to subside with Zhou Yi and his group's departure. One of the men whispers to their leader, Boss, they've left. Should we go out now? The leader nods, but as they step forward, a crushing wave of pressure overtakes them. Boss, what's happening? One of the men exclaims in terror. Their leader, feeling the ominous energy himself, immediately recognizes the source. It's demonic energy, and it's coming from something powerful. High above the mountain, a skeletal fire dragon roars, its body radiating intense demonic energy. This creature, a level 24 gold-qualified 3-star demon, is capable of devastating attacks such as Flame Blast. But the fire dragon isn't alone. From the shadows emerges a skeletal demon warrior, its presence even more terrifying. This level 30 legendary qualified 3-star demon emits an aura so dark and oppressive that even seasoned fighters would falter. Its skills and capabilities remain unknown, adding to the fear it inspires. At the supply base, alarms blare as the demonic energy detector meter confirms the magnitude of the threat. Emergency warning messages flood communication channels, spreading panic and urgency. The alert escalates to alien invasion level 4, prompting an immediate mobilization of military forces. A commanding voice crackles through the intercoms, ordering all personnel to assemble and enter combat readiness positions. As the alert reaches every corner of the base, various departments of the Snow Dragon Legion spring into action. The Warrior Department and Knight Department halt their training, rushing to join the battle. The Chaplain Department prepares to sustain the warriors with magical energy throughout the fight. The Logistics Department begins allocating magic cores and magic crystals, ensuring resources are available to prolong the battle. The Mage Department locks down the demonic location with precision, setting coordinates to east longitude, north latitude, and constructs a massive teleportation magic circle for rapid deployment. In the square, warriors gather, their eyes fixed on their commanding officer, Commander Su Yujo, leader of the Snow Dragon Legion. Standing tall, he exudes confidence and authority. A soldier salutes the commander, reporting sharply, "All personnel have gathered and await your instructions, sir." Commander Su Yujo steps forward, his voice commanding yet steady. "Knights." The warriors snap to attention as the commander continues, raising his sword high. "My strength is creation, and I am capable of conquering thrones and thrones. My strength is a shield, and I am a protector." The knights echo his words, their voices growing louder with each repetition. A wave of courage spreads through the ranks, and with renewed determination, the soldiers march toward the teleportation magic circle, prepared to face the looming demonic threat head-on. The story shifts to the demon's perspective, revealing a chilling scene within their ranks. Sitting regally on a massive throne is Demon King, Urimas, exuding an aura of dominance and malevolence. In front of him, a horde of lower-level demons awaits his command, their fiery eyes reflecting their bloodlust. Urimas surveys his demonic army with pride, thinking to himself, "Each demon in this army is a tribal I personally selected and tested. In the 6 months since arriving at Blue Star, I have only lost 10 of my warriors." But his demeanor darkens as he considers the recent devastation. "Yet at the critical moment before I return to the sacred world, hundreds of my chosen tribals have been slaughtered. This insult cannot go unanswered." Rising to his feet, Urimas addresses the demons in front of him. "Before we leave for the sacred area, I grant you the freedom to go wild." The demons erupt into cheers, shouting in unison, "Thank you, Your Highness." Their collective roar shakes the ground as they prepare to unleash chaos. This moment of unchecked aggression is what led to the earlier attack on Jiangchuan and the subsequent appearance of Zhou Yi. Back in the present, the battlefield shifts dramatically as Urimas himself steps forward, mounted atop a colossal fire dragon, its molten scales radiating intense heat. The dragon lands with a thunderous crash, and Urimas glares at Zhou Yi's group, his voice seething with rage. "I will never forgive you for this insult. You will pay for your insolence." The dragon snarls, its deep voice echoing through the area. "I will rip your souls from your bodies and cast them into the eternal flames of hell." Urimas raises his hand and activates a summoning skill, unleashing a torrent of demons onto the battlefield. Within moments, the area is teeming with a vast horde. Golden-level demon knights, silver-level demon spellcasters, countless lesser demons. Their sheer numbers blot out the horizon, creating an overwhelming tide of darkness. Su Qing Lian quickly assesses the situation using her detection skill, her face grim as she identifies the new arrivals. Legendary devils, gold-level knights, silver-level spellcasters. She tightens her grip on her sword, realizing the enormity of the threat. Without hesitation, she steps in front of Zhou Yi and says firmly, "Zhou Yi, the King Lion team will protect you. If you get the chance, escape immediately." Gunner Girl Zhu Dan laughs nervously but adds, "Yeah, Zhou Yi, you've got to survive. You're far more valuable than the rest of us." Their determination to protect Zhou Yi stems from their belief in his unparalleled potential. To them, his life holds the promise of a brighter future for humanity. Suddenly, the teleportation circle above them activates, and the Snow Dragon Legion begins to arrive. At first, Su Qing and her team are stunned to see the glowing gates in the sky. But as the Snow Dragon Legion warriors emerge, their faces light up with hope. "The Snow Dragon Legion is here," Su Qing shouts, her voice filled with relief. The Snow Dragon Legion, comprised of elite second-tier professionals at level 30 and above, is led by a formidable level 51 third-tier warrior. Their arrival feels like a miracle to the beleaguered team. But Urimas merely laughs, his voice dripping with mockery. "Humans, your reinforcements are meaningless. My magical circle ensures they remain far from this battlefield. They cannot save you." Su Qing's relief turns to panic as she realizes the truth of Urimas' words. A magic shield surrounds their immediate area, preventing the Snow Dragon Legion from getting any closer. The scene unfolds with tension as the Snow Dragon Legion knights grapple with the reality of their situation. One knight places his hand on the shimmering energy shield, his voice heavy with concern. This is the Demon Clan's forbidden level spell, the Dark Wall of Flame. It creates a magic circle that blocks internal teleportation and external attacks. Another knight, turning to Commander Su Yuzhou, explains grimly, "To destroy this, we'd need the strength of at least 2 armies. Otherwise, we can only wait for it to time out." Commander Su Yuzhou presses the shield, frustration etched on his face. "How long until it dissipates naturally?" The knight hesitates before replying. "At least 5 minutes." Commander Su Yuzhou clenches his fists, regret thick in his voice. "In that time, the demons will massacre everyone trapped inside." He exhales deeply, adding solemnly, "Gather information on the survivors. Once this is over, ensure their families are notified to claim their remains." Meanwhile, below the barrier, a system notification flashes before Zhou Yi. New achievement quest unlocked. Mission: kill the legendary demon. Failure penalty: none. Reward: +1 level, talent fueling potion. Zhou Yi's eyes light up with determination. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for. Ignoring the desperate cries of Su Qing Lian and her team to stay back, Zhou Yi steps forward, his body radiating a holy aura. His resolve is unwavering, each step brimming with purpose. From atop his fiery mount, Satan's son, Urimas, sneers at Zhou Yi. "So, you're the one who slaughtered my soldiers. I'll honor your audacity by crushing you with my own hands." The fire dragon, commanded by Urimas, roars and ascends into the sky, its molten scales shimmering. With a guttural growl, Urimas taunts, prepared to burn in eternal suffering. The dragon unleashes a devastating fireball attack, its flames roaring toward Zhou Yi with immense speed. From a distance, Su Qing Lian screams in fear, "Zhou Yi!" But Zhou Yi is unshaken. With a steady grip, he swings his warhammer, its golden energy arcing through the air. His attack collides with the dragon's fireball, dissipating the flames effortlessly. The hammer's force doesn't stop there. It cuts through one of the dragon's wings with a sickening slice. The dragon screeches in pain as it spirals uncontrollably toward the ground. Its massive body crashes with earth-shaking force, creating fissures in the terrain. Urimas, disoriented, barely manages to leap off his mount and regain his footing. Before Urimas can fully recover, Zhou Yi charges forward with unrelenting speed. Sensing danger, the demon wields his flaming sword, slicing at Zhou Yi with a fiery arc that tears through the ground. But Zhou Yi vanishes from sight, evading the attack with precision. Urimas searches frantically for his opponent, only to feel a sudden presence behind him. Zhou Yi, hammer raised, strikes with immense force. Urimas raises his sword in defense, and the two weapons collide with explosive power. The impact sends shockwaves across the battlefield, causing the earth to tremble violently. Both combatants are pushed back, their eyes locked in an intense standoff. Urima's expression turns to disbelief. How is this possible? This human, he's only level 18. How can he match my strength? As the battlefield crackles with tension, Zhou plants his warhammer firmly into the ground. Radiating a powerful holy aura, he gazes at the demon before him with unwavering resolve. His voice, calm yet commanding, pierces the chaos. Quite resistant to beatings, aren't you? Let me tell you something. You're the first legendary monster I've ever encountered. The demon snarls in rage, his pride wounded by Zhou Yi's taunts. Arrogant human, he bellows, charging forward with blinding speed, his flaming sword aimed directly at Zhou Yi. The clash begins anew, the sound of their weapons echoing like thunder across the battlefield. Sword meets hammer in rapid succession, their strikes too fast for the onlookers to track. Flashes of light streak through the sky, leaving the observers awestruck and overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the battle. Seizing an opportunity, Zhou Yi leaps into the air, summoning a holy energy attack. The pure white blade, brimming with divine power, hurtles toward the demon. The attack closes the distance in an instant, catching the demon off guard. Before the demon can recover, Zhou Yi readies another move, summoning the punishment of light. A torrent of lightning roars from the heavens, descending with unparalleled fury. But the demon acts swiftly. Balog's shield, he roars, conjuring a dark, crackling barrier. The lightning crashes into the shield, dispersing its energy. Though the shield holds, the force of the strike leaves the demon visibly shaken. Zhou Yi's brow furrows. Even the punishment of light can't harm him, he mutters, frustration etched on his face. He quickly deduces that conventional means will not defeat this formidable foe. Realizing the threat, the demon snarls and calls for reinforcements. His general demons, alongside countless smaller minions, roar in unison, charging toward Zhou Yi. Eliminate him, their leader commands. The demonic horde swarms forward, their singular goal to destroy Zhou Yi. High above, Zhou Yi begins to chant, his voice filled with divine authority. Let the heavens open to cleanse this land. He raises his hands, weaving a spell that makes the very air tremble. A sacred wind howls through the battlefield, carrying with it an overwhelming sense of purity. The entire sky is illuminated, glowing with golden light. Divine energy cascades from the heavens, its presence undeniable and awe-inspiring. The demons pause, their bloodlust momentarily overshadowed by fear and uncertainty. Even the Snow Dragon Legion, watching from outside the barrier, stands mesmerized by the display of power. Su Qinglian and her team can only stare in awe as Zhou Yi prepares to unleash his ultimate move. As the massive sacred palm crashes down from the portal, the battlefield is thrown into chaos. The sheer force of the attack shatters the ground and obliterates the majority of the demonic horde, leaving behind only destruction. Sacred energy radiates outward, creating an overwhelming pressure that even the nearby air seems to tremble under. The sheer magnitude of the attack leaves Su Qinglian and her team staggered. Su steadies herself, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. Am I dreaming? Did Zhou Yi just release that skill? She mutters, struggling to reconcile the power she's witnessing with the boy she thought she knew. Even Jiang Churen, standing nearby, is affected. The succubus blood within her recoils from the sacred energy emanating from Zhou Yi, leaving her visibly shaken. Outside the barrier, the Snow Dragon Legion observes the devastation in stunned silence. One of the soldiers turns to Commander Su Yuzhou and reports, Sir, those trapped inside are students from Sukong University. The one who launched the attack is this year's #1 special recruit, Paladin Zhou Yi. Commander Su Yuzhou frowns, his tone regretful. So, it's the top recruit. Such a pity. The power difference between him and the demon is immense. With time, that skill alone could kill the devil outright. But right now, he's simply too inexperienced. Within the battlefield, the devil demon Urima's is heavily injured, blood seeping from his mouth. Though weakened, he rises to his feet, his rage palpable. How dare you? How dare you insult Urima's, a being of greatness? He roars, demonic energy surging around him like a maelstrom. Fueled by fury, Urima's commands his forces. Demon army, unleash the flame, curse army magic. Annihilate him. The demonic horde, bolstered by their leader's order, springs into action. Mage demons prepare to cast their devastating spells. Fire demons ready their fiery assaults. and shadow monsters skulk forward with lethal precision. The sheer variety of skills and attacks converging toward Zhou Yi is overwhelming. Waves of demons surge forward, their numbers seemingly endless. Meanwhile, Urima's, retreating slightly, allows a demon healer to mend his wounds. He's pretending to be calm. Urima's growls, a hint of venom in his voice. But he's only a level 18 warrior. After so many battles, his magical power must be nearly exhausted. The healer nods in agreement, adding, "Against our army of 300 tribals and millions of smaller demons, he doesn't stand a chance. Without magical power, he'll be crushed alive." Hearing this, a cruel smile spreads across Urima's face. "Yes," he says, his confidence returning. "It's time to end this farce. He cannot survive against my forces." As the heavenly light descends, a divine presence fills the battlefield, piercing through the oppressive darkness of the demonic barrier. The of Light's secret technique, activated through the Shining for Help skill, creates an awe-inspiring spectacle. A radiant angel, the same one from Zhou Yi's awakening, materializes from the light, her golden wings unfurling majestically as she embraces Zhou Yi. The entire battlefield falls silent, save for the gasps of awe and disbelief from everyone present. Even the devil demon Urimas, previously so confident, stares in shock and dread at the unfolding scene. As sacred feathers begin to fall from the angel's wings, their beauty entrances the demonic army. Many demons instinctively reach out to catch the feathers, their minds clouded by the feathers' hypnotic allure. But as soon as they touch them, the feathers ignite, unleashing waves of sacred energy. Demons of all levels scream in agony, their bodies engulfed in holy flames that reduce them to ash. Outside the barrier, the Snow Dragon Legion watches in stunned silence. A feather drifts toward their commander, who catches it gently, feeling its immense power. A nearby soldier, confused, asks, "Captain, what is this? What kind of art can do this?" The commander's gaze remains fixed on the battlefield as he explains, "This is divine magic, a gift from the gods. Only top-tier divine professionals can channel such power. I once witnessed a level 58 priest perform a divine spell that restored an entire legion in one move. That same magic saved us during the siege of 3 demon armies. Even without us, this magic alone can annihilate the monsters." The legion stares in awe, their resolve momentarily bolstered by witnessing such a display of divine might. Meanwhile, Urimas, the demon lord, watches in horror as his army disintegrates before his eyes. His generals and minions, who moments ago seemed invincible, are now falling to the relentless holy power. "Impossible!" Urimas snarls, his voice trembling with rage and disbelief. "How can a mere level 18 warrior wield the power of the gods?" Urimas's fear grows as he realizes that Zhou Yi has tapped into a secret technique that defies all expectations. The divine magic, so rare and formidable, shouldn't be accessible to someone at such a low level. Yet, Zhou Yi wields it effortlessly, turning the tide of battle in an instant. As the battlefield is bathed in light, Zhou Yi stands firm, golden energy swirling around him, his warhammer gleaming with divine power. The angel's presence amplifies his strength, and with a calm yet commanding voice, he speaks. "Your darkness has no place here. In the light of the gods, all evil will be cleansed." Urimas, now visibly shaken, roars in defiance. "I will not fall to a mere mortal. I am Urimas, a demon lord." But the cracks in his confidence are clear, and the battlefield continues to tremble as Zhou Yi prepares for his next move. The demon lord Urimas, now empowered by the sacrifice of his loyal soldiers, stands amidst the smoke and flames of the explosion. His once threatening aura has grown exponentially, exuding dark energy so potent that the very air around him vibrates with pressure. The remains of his soldiers litter the battlefield, their noble sacrifice fueling his demonic transformation. Despite the overwhelming display of power, Zhou Yi remains calm, his golden aura growing brighter as the angel's divine energy courses through his body. The sacred angel, radiating purity and light, whispers in Zhou Yi's ear, her voice carrying the weight of divine authority. "Wield the power of light wisely, for darkness must be eradicated without hesitation. This is your trial, chosen warrior." Her presence intensifies Zhou Yi's abilities, and with her blessing, his body begins to emit holy flames, forming a protective shield around him. Behind him, the divine circle glows fiercely, a testament to the light's favor. Urimas, undeterred by Zhou Yi's display, sneers and mocks. Do you think this petty light will save you, human? I have devoured the power of hundreds of soldiers. My strength now surpasses even the limits of this world. The healer demon, standing in the background, whispers nervously, Your Highness, his power still stems from the gods. We must complete the return magic circle before he unleashes his full potential. Urima's irritated roars, Silence. I will crush him before any ritual is completed. Zhou Yi, observing Urima's growing aggression, begins to chant softly. His voice resonates across the battlefield, carrying words of divine incantation. The ground beneath him trembles, and the sky darkens, only for beams of heavenly light to pierce through the clouds moments later. In the name of light, may all shadows be banished, Zhou Yi declares, raising his warhammer, now glowing with unimaginable sacred energy. Urima snarls, his body erupting with flames as he charges at Zhou Yi. He swings his enormous sword, radiating hellfire, but Zhou Yi blocks it with his warhammer. The collision sends shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, the opposing energies of light and darkness clashing violently. With renewed vigor, Zhou Yi counters, channeling the power of the sacred angel. He thrusts his hand forward, summoning a beam of divine light from the heavens. The energy, pure and unrelenting, strikes Urima's directly. The demon lord, though wounded, withstands the attack, his body smoldering from the sheer force. His eyes burn with fury as he bellows, I will not fall to a mere mortal. Demon Lord Urimas, once a formidable level 23, had skyrocketed to level 43 after absorbing the power and souls of countless soldiers. Empowered by this dark transformation, his anger boiled over following Zhou Yi's audacious attack. Now burning with rage and enhanced strength, Urimas unleashed his wrath with the roar of the flame demon, a ferocious assault meant to obliterate anything in its path. Without missing a beat, the demon lord charged forward at terrifying speed, his 6 monstrous arms hurling massive energy attacks in relentless waves. Each strike tore through the battlefield, leaving destruction in its wake. The air itself seemed to split between opposing forces, a radiant holy energy surrounding Zhou Yi and a suffocating demonic energy emanating from Urimas. The demon lord's malevolent energy was so potent, it corrupted the very environment, turning the once stable terrain into a polluted wasteland. Building on his momentum, Urimas summoned the pinnacle of his clan's fiery legacy. Using every ounce of his demonic power, he began forming a devastating energy ball, a skill unique to the Flame Demon clan. This attack pushed the fire element to its absolute limits, with a surface temperature soaring to an unimaginable 15 million degrees Celsius. It was a feat only achievable through his unyielding devotion to the Flame Demon tribe. With the energy ball fully charged, Urimas hurled it toward Zhou Yi, the ground trembling beneath its sheer might. The fiery mass streaked through the air like a meteor, exploding in a cataclysmic blast upon impact. Confident in his victory, Urimas stood back, laughing menacingly. The overwhelming pressure of his attack left even distant onlookers paralyzed with fear. After all, this was the devastating power of a level 43 demon. But as the smoke cleared, Zhou Yi remained unscathed. He hadn't moved an inch. The hero stood firm, radiating calm fury. Witnessing this, Urimas froze, his confidence crumbling. Panic set in as he realized the vast difference in their power levels. Frantic, the demon lord turned and bolted toward a magic circle, desperate to escape. The circle needed only a minute to activate. If he could reach it, he'd be safe. Zhou Yi, however, wasn't about to let Urimas slip away. With a commanding tone, he declared, In the name of justice, I condemn you to your end. Channeling his immense power, Zhou Yi unleashed a devastating, sword-like energy slash. The attack ripped through the battlefield, carving the ground apart and striking Urimas squarely. The force of the blow reduced the surroundings to dust and left a gaping wound in the demon lord's back. Severely injured, Urimas began crawling toward the return circle, clinging to his last shred of hope. His only thought was survival, returning to the holy world he had come from. But his desperation was futile. Zhou Yi's attack had damaged the magic circle beyond repair. The remaining monsters, watching from a distance, stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how their once unstoppable leader had been brought to ruin. After unleashing his final, devastating attack, Zhou Yi was completely drained. Every ounce of his mana was spent, leaving him teetering on the edge of exhaustion. His last words before succumbing to fatigue were, "Finally, it's over." With that, he began plummeting from the sky, unconscious. As he hit the ground, chaos erupted among his allies. Everyone rushed to his side, shouting his name and checking for signs of life. The dragon team, stationed nearby after breaking through the barrier, quickly took charge of the situation. Their leader, calm yet commanding, ordered teams 1 and 2 to scour the nearby mountains for any survivors. Meanwhile, the remaining Legion members were instructed to push back the scattered remnants of the demonic forces. Zhou Yi, now lying unconscious on a bed, muttered faintly in his sleep, "It's too much. I can't breathe." His body, utterly exhausted, seemed to rebel against him. He felt as if an invisible force was pressing against his chest, making it impossible to move. In his hazy state, he imagined being pinned down by a ghost, unable to escape. Just as the thought of impending doom crossed his mind, he jolted awake with a scream. His outburst startled Jiang Chuan, who had been resting nearby. Jolting awake, she turned to him and exclaimed, "You're finally awake. You've been out for 2 days and 2 nights." She quickly ran to inform the others, but not before giving him an unexpected peck on the cheek and saying, "Thanks for saving me." Stunned and speechless, Zhou Yi sat frozen, his mind racing. As Jiang Chuan hurried out of the room, he touched his cheek in disbelief, thinking, what just happened? Shaking off his surprise, his attention shifted to a familiar, glowing screen before him. The daily mission window popped up, and realization dawned on him. He'd missed 2 days' worth of rewards. Frustrated, he muttered to himself, "Too bad. I lost the daily rewards. Let's see if the achievement mission makes up for it." His eyes scanned the screen, landing on a description of a rare talent. Death Resistance. An S+ grade talent said to be unlike anything he'd seen before. Intrigued, he grabbed a knife, his curiosity leading him to test the talent's power. Without hesitation, he stabbed himself lightly in the stomach. To his amazement, the wound healed almost instantly, as though nothing had happened. Smiling, he mused, "Healed in 2 seconds? Amazing. Looks like regular wounds won't bother me anymore." My survival rate just skyrocketed. As he contemplated his newfound resilience, his attention shifted to his inventory. Scrolling through the items, he thought about his past encounters. Helping a grandmother who turned out to be a retired warrior, stumbling upon legendary artifacts by chance, and picking up treasures at roadside stalls. A bottle labeled Possibilities caught his eye. He decided to save it for later, curious about its potential. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a skill, Holy Flame Halo, a divine ability with impressive properties. Reading its description, he realized its potential synergy with another ability, Protection of the Sacred Angel. Buffed by this skill, the Holy Flame Halo could increase light and flame-based damage by 40%. Excited, he theorized aloud, "If I activate Holy Flame Halo and combine it with Punishment of Light, I'll become a dual-element mage, wielding both light and flame abilities. This could change everything." The spark of a new strategy began forming in his mind, promising even greater power for the battles ahead. Feeling energized by his newfound strength and abilities, Zhou Yi decided to leave his room. As he stepped out, he noticed someone seated on a sofa in the room ahead. The stranger, a composed and authoritative figure, turned to face him and introduced himself as Wang Liang, the vice captain of the Snow Dragon Legion. "Mr. Zhou Yi," Wang Liang began, "thanks to your timely elimination of the demonic sun and destruction of the return portal, we've managed to capture many demons as prisoners." Acknowledging the praise, Zhou Yi rubbed his head modestly. "You're welcome. It's no big deal. Is there something you need from me?" Wang Liang, sensing the hero's directness, smiled and held out a glowing orb. "Su Yuzhou wished to thank you in person, but he's tied up with urgent business. So, I'm here on his behalf. Your final strike not only destroyed half of Dark Shadow Valley, but also preserved vital traces of the demonic descent. Thanks to you, we've uncovered crucial secrets, and Su Yuzhou is currently reporting them to the higher-ups." As he spoke, the room began to transform. The once simple surroundings morphed into a grand display of treasures and equipment. The sight left Zhou Yi momentarily speechless. Wang Liang gestured to the collection. These, he explained, are resources the Snow Dragon Legion has accumulated over centuries. Don't hold back. Tell me what you want. The hero's eyes lit up with excitement. After scanning the treasures, he pointed at a specific piece. Vice Captain Wang Liang, does the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse have the treasure frozen lotus? Wang Liang chuckled, clearly amused. Wait here. Let me check. With a wave of his hand, a shimmering piece of equipment appeared before them. Is this it? He asked. The hero nodded eagerly. Yes, that's the one. Forcing a smile, Wang Liang thought, this treasure is an S-grade one worth 100 million points, equivalent to 3 years of my salary. I'll have to claim this loss from the captain. He began returning the room to its original state, restoring the simplicity of their surroundings. The frozen lotus is stored in our headquarters warehouse, Wang Liang continued. You'll need to stay here for a few more days to collect it. If you're bored, I can arrange for someone to help you hunt monsters in the valley. Wang Liang smirked to himself, thinking, I'll pair you with some of the younger Legion members. Once he climbs to the top ranks, the Snow Dragon Legion will benefit greatly from his friendship. A perfect plan. As he made to leave, the hero interrupted, Sorry, I can't stay. I have to return to school for the freshman competition tomorrow. You can just mail the frozen lotus to my dorm. Wang Liang paused, slightly taken aback. Ah, I forgot you're still a student. All right, the frozen lotus will be sent to your dorm at Sukong University in 2 days. If you encounter anything beyond your abilities in Tempest Valley, don't hesitate to contact the Snow Dragon Legion. Thank you, Vice Captain, the hero said as Wang Liang left. Now alone, the hero collapsed onto the sofa with a sigh of relief. Zhou is safe, he thought. I have to thank the demonic sun. Without him, I'd never have gotten access to the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse and the frozen lotus. Glancing at the clock, he muttered, almost midnight. Time to knock out today's missions. The scene shifts to a room where a girl, wrapped in a towel, catches everyone's attention. The other girls, clearly surprised, gather in a corner. One of them speaks up, Captain, we want to invite Zhou to join the Blue Phoenix team. What do you think? The captain, composed but thoughtful, responds, I don't think he'll agree. With his power, it's more efficient for him to hunt monsters solo. Unwilling to back down, one of the girls teases. How would you know without trying? Besides, Captain, you've been sneaking glances at Zhou a lot lately. You want him on the team too, don't you? Flustered but determined, the captain decides to approach him. Later, when Zhou returns to his room after training, he finds the captain waiting for him. Senior Su Qing Lian, he says, surprised. Gathering her composure, the captain shyly asks, Zhou, would you like to join the Blue Phoenix team? The question catches him off guard. Team? He repeats, clearly confused. Smiling playfully, the captain continues. Zhou Zio and Jan will be heartbroken for a while. Hearing the names, Zhou, he looks puzzled. You're kidding, right? The captain laughs softly. Not at all. This is just our way of thanking you for saving us at Tempest Valley. Without warning, she leans in and kisses him lightly. A special thank you, she says with a smile before quickly leaving. As she departs, Zhou touches his cheek, blushing slightly. He thinks to himself, a special reward, huh? Girls these days are really daring. The focus shifts to a serious meeting. In a large hall, several key figures discuss an alarming discovery. According to our investigation, one official begins, the demons invaded our world half a year ago and have been hiding in Tempest Valley ever since. We've confirmed that they've learned to travel between worlds using medium-sized cracks. The room grows tense. Another official speaks up. Are you certain? Do you understand the implications of this? The man in the black shirt nods gravely. For the longest time, creatures from other worlds could only invade through large dimensional cracks. Since those cracks are unstable and short-lived, the threat was manageable. However, there are countless medium-sized cracks scattered across our planet. If creatures can use those to travel freely, our world faces extinction. His words silence the room as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Fortunately, he continues, our research shows that only monsters below level 30 can pass through these medium cracks. That gives us a window to act. A lion-like figure at the table growls. If that's the case, we need to take action immediately. Senator Yang, inform all major legions in the country and assign guards to every medium-sized crack. Senator Zhang, you will attend the international summit, report these findings, and gauge the reaction of other nations. The senators nod in agreement. The black-shirt man speaks again. On another note, we have identified the hero responsible for our success in Tempest Valley. His name is Zhou Yi, a new Saint Knight and a freshman at Sukong University. He used a divine summoning technique to defeat the demonic sun and destroyed their return formation, playing a key role in our operation. The room hums with approval, recognizing the importance of Zhou Yi's contribution. The scene shifts to Sukong University, where an announcement echoes across the campus. Attention all students. Attention all students. The freshman competition will begin at 10 a.m. All students are advised to gather at the field on time. At the event's starting point, all the housemasters of Sukong University stood together. One of them, Housemaster Wu Meng, stepped forward to address the crowd. Introducing himself with a commanding voice, he said, "I am Housemaster Wu Meng of the Warhouse. I welcome you all for choosing Sukong University. The freshman competition will be held in 2 phases. The first phase is the Secret Realm Challenge. Your rank will be determined by the difficulty level you clear and your completion time. The second phase is the Free Challenge, where you will have 3 opportunities to challenge someone ranked higher than you. If you win, your ranks will be swapped." As Housemaster Wu Meng continued, a girl in the crowd appeared anxious. She thought to herself, "Where are Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen? If they don't arrive soon, they'll lose their qualifications for the competition. I shouldn't have told him about the unverified frozen lotus. This is bad news." Meanwhile, other students whispered amongst themselves, "Have you seen Zhou Yi? No. Did he forget about the competition? Maybe. He hasn't returned for a month. Good news then. That's one powerful competitor out of the way." A red-haired boy standing nearby smirked as he silently mocked Zhou Yi. "You wasted a whole month, Zhou Yi. Instead of training, you disappeared. Now, you don't even have the courage to show up for the competition. How pathetic." Housemaster Wu Meng raised his hand, a golden aura emanating from his palm, and declared, "Now, we begin the first phase of the freshman competition, the Secret Realm Challenge." At his command, the silver portal to the Secret Realm opened, radiating an intense energy. This year's competition was unprecedented, with the largest and strongest group of freshmen in the university's history. To match their abilities, the challenge now included not just the usual easy, hard, and nightmare difficulties, but a newly unlocked level, Abyss difficulty. As the portal's fiery glow intensified, murmurs broke out among the participants. "They've unlocked the Abyss difficulty? No wonder the portal's surrounded by those weird flames. Ridiculous. I heard the Abyss difficulty is dozens of times harder than nightmare difficulty. This is going to be fun. I'll crush Abyss like it's nothing." Housemaster Wu Meng called out, "Bring your best potions, equipment, and weapons. Go forth and prove your strength." At his command, students began filing into the portal, their figures appearing one by one on a large display screen. Watching the determined faces, Housemaster Wu Meng thought to himself, "Not bad. They're an ambitious group." Suddenly, his expression shifted as he noticed something amiss. "Where are numbers number 1 and number 3? Sue Meyer nearby quickly stepped forward to explain. "Reporting, sir. Number 1 and number 3 have gone to the Tempest Mountain Range for training and have yet to return." The housemaster's face darkened. "Ridiculous," he bellowed. "The freshman competition determines the future direction and resources of their training. How can they take such an important event so lightly? They're too complacent because of their high rankings and young age." Sue Meyer tried to interject. "Housemaster, Zhou Yi isn't like that. But before she could finish, Housemaster Wu Meng raised his hand, silencing her. "Students like them need to practice discipline and fortitude. Since they're absent, their rankings will be reversed." Just as Housemaster Wu Meng was about to finalize the rankings, Zhou Yi suddenly appeared, rushing onto the scene. "Wait, sorry for being late," he called out. Without hesitation, he and the girl entered the portal together, leaving the housemaster momentarily stunned. Inside the portal, a notification appeared before them. "You are now inside the bear monster nest. Difficulty, Abyss. Note, monsters in Abyss difficulty are extremely violent. Please watch the timing of your return scroll usage." Jiang Churen exhaled in relief, whispering to the hero, "We made it." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was already getting into position. A yellow aura began to radiate around him as he gripped his weapon tightly, thinking to himself, "Let's see if this so-called Abyss difficulty lives up to the rumors." Before long, a horde of monstrous bears emerged from the shadows. Without hesitation, The hero smirked, his weapon gleaming in the dim light. "Let's see if you can make me go all out," he said, charging toward the creatures with a confident grin. The challengers scattered throughout the realm also began their battles. Observing this from outside, the housemasters watched closely. "The performance of this year's freshman isn't bad," one remarked. "Indeed," another added. "The bear monster nest is one of our school's toughest secret realms. Most freshmen are caught off guard and forced to quit. But this year, they're holding their own. I want to see what number one can do," Housemaster Wumang said. "After wasting a month in the Tempest Mountain Range, I'm curious to see if he's improved." Inside the realm, Zhou Yi moved with precision and ferocity, dispatching the bears one by one. Suddenly, a notification appeared. "Congratulations on clearing the first level. Monsters killed, 16 bear monsters. Time taken, 5 seconds." Outside the portal, the housemasters exchanged astonished glances. "Cleared in 5 seconds?" one of them exclaimed. "How is that possible?" Zhou Yi only used a support skill like Holy Flame Halo. Yet the fire was strong enough to annihilate the bear monsters instantly. "Perhaps his intelligence stat is abnormally high," another suggested. "There could be many reasons," another housemaster added. "Buffs, treasures, rare skill synergies. It's too early to judge based on this one battle." Housemaster Wu Meng remained silent, deep in thought. "Even with all my years of experience, I can't pinpoint the true effect of that strange halo. One thing is certain, Zhou Yi didn't waste his time in the Tempest Mountain Range. This kid is truly intriguing." The scene shifted back to the battlefield, where Zhou Yi's aura had intensified. Lightning crackled around him as his anger flared. He attacked with unmatched ferocity, taking down the bears one by one. After clearing the realm, he paused, contemplating his newfound rewards. Clearing a secret realm gives access to new talents, he thought. A class's strength heavily depends on its talents. During the awakening ceremony, I activated the Saint Knight class with my S+ grade talent. This must be one of the privileges of silver grade secret realms and above. I didn't get such a reward when I broke the bronze realm record. As he evaluated his options, 3 potential talents appeared before him. He dismissed one and focused on 2, Rapid Steps and Focus Halo. Rapid Steps is useful, he reasoned, but in real combat, Focus Halo outshines it. Reaction time is critical, especially against stronger enemies with faster attacks. The tide of a battle changes constantly, and Focus Halo can ensure my skills remain uninterrupted. It's a game changer. Satisfied with his choice, Zhou Yi turned his attention to the portal, where another notification appeared. "You have cleared the Abyss level secret realm. Would you like to unlock additional levels?" After reading the notification about the additional levels, Zhou Yi smiled. "I hope these new challenges provide me with some fun," he thought, stepping forward confidently. Meanwhile, back outside the portal, the housemasters were abuzz with conversation after witnessing his remarkable performance. "What a powerful combat style," one commented. "His control over elemental magic is impeccable. He adapts quickly and thinks on his feet. The Abyss difficulty wasn't wasted on him." Another added, "Zhou Yi is incredibly versatile. His arsenal includes powerful magic attacks, buffs, and close combat skills. The Saint Knight class truly suits him. But such an all-around class comes with challenges," a more cautious housemaster noted. "As his level rises, he'll require far more points. His results may level out in the future." "That's true," another agreed. "Once the freshman competition ends, we should have a conversation with him." One housemaster interjected, "He hasn't chosen which house to join yet. Let's allow him to make that decision first. Once he does, the housemaster of his choice can guide him further." There were nods of agreement, but another housemaster couldn't help but remark, "Zhou Yi's elemental mastery makes him a strong candidate for the elemental house. It's no surprise recruiting efforts are already underway. I arrived too late to see his performance," another housemaster lamented. "But it sounds like he's made quite an impression." The scene shifted as Zhou Yi entered the next level of the challenge. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed traces of a sinister ritual. This was a cult ritual, he thought. If there are benevolent super beings, there must also be chaotic ones. His thoughts deepened as he recalled the nature of these entities. Chaotic beings don't merely represent darkness, but insanity and chaos itself. Belief in the super beings of light or darkness demands pure and unwavering faith. But worshipping chaotic beings comes at a horrifying cost: fresh lives and souls. His mind wandered to a chilling memory: the infamous Bloody Abyss incident decades ago. A tertiary awakened class holder, blinded by ambition, had prayed to a chaotic being. He had sacrificed an entire mid-sized city, wiping out millions of lives in an instant. His level had skyrocketed from 54 to 89 before the Patrol Legion and army finally exterminated him. Even then, the millions of souls consumed by the chaotic entity could never be restored. Since that day, such worship was outlawed, punishable by immediate execution. Yet the temptation of rapid power led many, humans, beastmen, elves, and even otherworldly creatures, to take the risk. Back in the secret realm, Joey continued effortlessly clearing the Abyss-level challenge. Upon completion, the portal to additional levels opened before him. As he stepped through, a heavy and oppressive aura enveloped him. The air reeked of malevolence, and he immediately sensed the lingering presence of a chaotic being. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared, a ghostly bear monster, transformed by the dark ritual. Its newfound undead form rendered it immune to physical attacks, and its overwhelming power radiated menace. Yet, seeing the creature brought a confident smile to Zhou Yi's face. If martial artists were here, they'd be shocked to see this as the final boss, he mused. Standing firm, he beckoned the monster. Come to me, he said with calm authority. As the bear charged, Zhou Yi summoned a divine tornado. The entire area was engulfed in radiant, divine energy, swirling with immense power. The ghost bear thrashed and roared, dismissing the attack as useless. But the tornado's divine force overwhelmed it, reducing the monster to nothingness. However, the victory was short-lived. As the ghost bear dissolved, the energy of the chaotic being remained, lingering ominously in the air. Zhou Yi's expression turned serious. He could feel the malevolent energy slowly gathering once more. To his dismay, the ghost bear's physical form began to reassemble, rising again as the chaotic energy coalesced. After resurrecting, the ghost bear roared fiercely at Zhou Yi. I'll admit, your holy light is powerful, it said. But this bear lives because it has been granted immortality by the great goddess Xia. Your attacks are meaningless before my eternal existence. The bear unleashed a surge of dark energy, attempting to suppress the hero. However, Zhou Yi countered with an equally intense wave of sacred energy. The clash of energies made the bear scream, realizing that the hero was preparing to unleash his trump card. As the hero's holy energy grew thicker and more concentrated, it began to tear away at the ghost bear's form once again. Struggling, the bear defiantly shouted, "It's useless. Everything you do is a pointless struggle. How much energy do you have left after using your trump card? When I resurrect again, it will be your end." Undeterred, Zhou Yi launched a devastating energy attack that struck the bear directly. The beast howled in agony. "I told you, you cannot kill me," it bellowed, writhing in pain. Ignoring the bear's taunts, the hero swiftly prepared another attack. A series of powerful explosions engulfed the area as the bear screamed, repeatedly calling out to its god. The relentless barrage of divine energy drained the monster's power, and within moments, the ghost bear was completely destroyed. A congratulatory notification appeared before the hero. Extra level cleared. Completion time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Rewards, 713 experience points. With this, Zhou Yi advanced to level 19 and received a gold-grade horn as part of his loot. As the portal to the next area opened, the hero stepped through, reflecting on the battle. As I suspected, unlimited revival is just an illusion. I simply had to burn through its energy to destroy it. He recalled his initial entry into the secret realm, where he had sensed a vague, violent force. It wasn't elemental power, but felt eerily similar to the divine summoning skill he had used before. Considering this, he concluded that the energy fueling the bear's resurrection was the remnant power of an evil god. When the bear was revived the first time, that power had noticeably weakened. There's a limit to the bear's revivals, he thought. The correct strategy was to keep destroying it repeatedly, forcing it to drain the evil god's energy until nothing was left. Outside the portal, a massive screen displayed the progress of the students. The additional level, facing the ghost bear, proved to be the hardest part of the secret realm. Many challengers failed to reach this stage, while others struggled to complete it. Among the challengers was a fire-type boy, locked in a grueling fight with the ghost bear. Exhausted, he realized he'd need to kill the bear 10 times to clear the level. Watching the bear resurrect again, he thought, at least I've already gained 2 levels. If I can hold on, I'll finish this extra level in 8 minutes. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi emerged from the portal, having completed the challenge with ease. His swift success left everyone stunned. Whispers spread through the crowd. "Did you see that?" someone said. "He used an S-rank skill." The teachers observing the competition began murmuring among themselves, debating the implications of Zhou Yi's performance. One teacher remarked, "Do you think other freshmen should be allowed to use this shortcut? Or is Zhou Yi just too far ahead of the curve?" Overhearing the nearby conversation about Zhou Yi, Headmaster Wang Hui spoke with a calm but pointed tone. "It seems our Saint Knight has some secrets of his own." Another teacher, skeptical, remarked, "S-rank skills are not something a student from a barren area would typically have access to." Headmaster Wang Hui's expression darkened slightly at this comment, and he shot the teacher an icy glare. Feeling the weight of Headmaster Wang Hui's displeasure, the teacher grew visibly nervous. The other teachers nearby exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Headmaster Wang Hui seemed so protective of this particular student. Among the group was Sue Meyer, who was closely observing Zhou Yi's displayed level. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the number. "His level is wrong," she said aloud. When she looked closer, she confirmed it. Zhou Yi's level was 19. This revelation sent a ripple of astonishment through the group. "He's really at level 19? Someone exclaimed. "How is that possible?" Another chimed in. When the university entrance exam results came out, Zhou Yi was only level 13. Even an abyss-level secret realm shouldn't allow for such a dramatic increase. 6 levels? That's terrifying. Headmaster Wang Hui, still smiling, addressed their doubts. Zhou Yi left to hunt monsters and level up before entering the competition. His trip to the Tempest Mountain Range proved incredibly fruitful. He was already level 18 before stepping into the secret realm. For someone capable of single-handedly annihilating the Flame Demon Army, this freshman competition is hardly a challenge. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that these rankings dictate resource allocation, I doubt he would have bothered attending. Just then, the fire-type boy emerged from the portal. His eyes immediately landed on Zhou Yi, and a look of disbelief flashed across his face. "How is he here before me?" the boy thought angrily. The possibility that Zhou Yi might have failed to clear the extra level crossed his mind. He must have come back early after failing, he reasoned, trying to suppress his rage. Though visibly irritated, he managed to keep his composure and began walking away. Inwardly, however, his thoughts festered. As a member of one of the 8 great families, it's impossible for me to lose to someone from the barren north. Zhou Yi, noticing the boy's anger, was equally puzzled. Why is he so upset? Did he fail to clear the realm? He wondered. The focus shifted to the portal once more, where Jiang Charan suddenly tumbled out, barely able to stand. Hearing her cry, Zhou Yi instinctively caught her. She looked up at him with a smile. "Brother Zhou, you've already cleared it before me," she said cheerfully. Zhou Yi was taken aback. "Brother," he repeated, confused. "Well," Jiang Charan explained, "you're a few months older than me. Shouldn't I call you brother?" Zhou Yi chuckled lightly. "Why not?" Suddenly, the portal began ejecting the remaining challengers, sending them falling to the ground in a heap. Cries of pain filled the air as students begged for help. The medical team sprang into action, rushing to their aid. An hour later, all the students and teachers had gathered in designated groups. A teacher stepped forward and addressed everyone. "The first phase of the freshman competition is officially over. It is now time to announce the rankings." The announcement caused a stir among the students. Among them was the fire-type boy, who was grinning smugly. His confidence was palpable. Finally, he thought, "The results will show my superiority. I can't wait to hear my name at the top." But as the results were displayed, his face turned pale. To his shock, Zhou Yi had cleared all the levels faster than anyone else. The first-place spot for the first phase of the freshman competition went to Zhou Yi. The fire-type boy, Xin Lingfeng, approached a towering pillar with fiery determination, his thoughts racing. "Zhou Yi, you robbed me of first place in the entrance exams, and now you've taken the top spot in the freshman competition. I don't care how you did it, but in the next phases, I'll crush you under my feet." Noticing Shun's strange behavior, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. Why is he climbing so high? As the results of the first phase were officially announced, Housemaster Wu Mang addressed the crowd. "The second phase of the competition, the Freshman Free Challenge, begins now. Each of you may challenge any competitor of your choice. You have 3 opportunities to challenge, with a 5-minute rest between each battle." Excitement rippled through the students as challenges were quickly issued across the various arenas. Suddenly, Shun Lingfeng stepped forward and challenged Zhou Yi directly. Zhou Yi, let's see who's stronger, he declared, his voice echoing through the arena. Zhou Yi turned his gaze toward the challenger, puzzled. Standing beside him, Jiang Charan provided some insight. That's Shun Lingfeng, she explained. He got second place in the entrance exams and belongs to one of the great families of Jiang City. He's inherited the rare bloodline of the Fire Dragon. Your unexpected debut during the exams cost him first place in Sukong District, so now he holds a grudge against you. Hearing this, Zhou Yi looked at Shun with astonished eyes. His anger blinds him, he thought, noting how Shun's emotions seemed to obscure his focus. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi made his way to the arena. I hope you'll give me a chance to show my full power, he remarked, confidence lacing his words. Standing in the arena, Shun released his flame power in a fiery display. Come on, Zhou Yi. Saint Knight versus Berserker. Let's see who's stronger. Flames engulfed the entire arena as both fighters prepared themselves. The starting signal was given, and Shun wasted no time, rushing at Zhou Yi with incredible speed. His attack, a fire punch boosted by the Blood Berserk skill, was a potent combination of strength and precision. In the stands, students and teachers alike were captivated by the duel. A teacher remarked, that's the Berserker's titular skill. Shun Lingfeng's strategy is clear. He's aiming to end this quickly. By using Blood Berserk to buff his fire punch right at the start, he's cutting off Zhou Yi's chance to activate his buffs. Classic combat intellect from a great family descendant. Inside the arena, Shun's fiery punches flew with speed and power, but each one collided with Zhou Yi's holy shield and disintegrated harmlessly. The shield, a B+ grade skill called Protection of the Holy Light, could partially block physical damage. Shun's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't even seen Zhou Yi activate the skill. How did he use it so quickly? Realizing his attacks were futile, Shun retreated to regroup. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi summoned his massive warhammer, a calm smile playing on his lips. Your decision to retreat was wise, he said. Your attacks are fast, but I only need 0.1 seconds to activate Protection of the Holy Light. I was hoping for a decent fight, so I refrained from striking first. But I must admit, I'm not impressed. His tone turned colder. Frankly, I'm not interested in you after seeing your performance. With that, Zhou Yi charged forward and swung his warhammer in a devastating arc toward Shun Lingfeng, the force of the blow promising to turn the tide of the battle. Sensing the immense power of Zhou Yi's incoming attack, Shun Lingfeng quickly summoned a fire shield around himself. But as soon as Zhou Yi's warhammer struck, the shield shattered instantly, sending Shun skidding backward across the arena. Staggering from the impact, Shun was visibly shaken. How was his attack this powerful? He thought, disbelief etched on his face. It broke through my fire shield like it was nothing. Not giving Shun a moment to recover, Zhou Yi closed the distance with remarkable speed, preparing for another devastating strike. Shun's eyes widened in panic. At such close range, there was no chance to dodge. Desperation surged through him. No, he muttered, his voice trembling before rising into a roar. I cannot let myself be defeated. As Zhou Yi's warhammer came crashing down, a powerful explosion lit up the entire arena. The blinding light momentarily obscured everything. When the light faded, the crowd gasped in amazement. Standing amidst the smoke was Shun Lingfeng, his arm raised to block Zhou Yi's attack. His body had transformed. He was now in his fire dragon body, a manifestation of his rare bloodline and his ultimate trump card. With newfound strength, Shun pushed Zhou Yi backward, creating some distance between them. Zhou Yi, slightly surprised, remarked, so this is the hidden power of the fire dragon bloodline. Now fully transformed, Shun unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Zhou Yi evaded each one with expert precision, studying Shun's new form as he dodged. It's the same as with Jiang Charan, he thought. Special bloodline classes always seem to have a trump card tied to their lineage. Although he admired the power on display, a flicker of jealousy sparked within Zhou Yi. Why do all these special bloodline classes have such incredible abilities? Determined to prove his own strength, Zhou Yi grabbed Shun's arm and prepared another powerful attack with his warhammer. Even with your bloodline unlocked, you're still no match for me, Zhou Yi declared confidently as he swung his hammer once more. This time, however, Shun managed to dodge the strike, surprising Zhou Yi. Shun smirked, his confidence returning. The strength of my fire dragon bloodline isn't limited to close combat, he said smugly. Allow me to show you the true power of the fire dragon body. Shen opened his mouth and unleashed a dragon breath, sending a torrent of flames hurtling toward Zhou Yi at incredible speed. Outside the arena, the crowd erupted in chatter. It's the dragon breath. That's the fire dragon bloodline's signature skill. Shen Lingfeng's been pushed to the limit and is using his trump card. Zhou Yi doesn't have a special bloodline like Shen. He might be at a disadvantage now. Is this the end for Zhou Yi? Inside the arena, Zhou Yi remained calm, even as the flames raced toward him. Channeling his sacred energy, he activated the holy flame halo. With a powerful burst of divine energy, he intercepted and controlled the incoming flames, halting the attack in its tracks. Shen Lingfeng was stunned as his dragon breath flames were effortlessly absorbed and controlled by Zhou Yi. He couldn't comprehend how such a feat was possible. It's like an insect challenging a king, he thought angrily. But Shen wasn't willing to accept defeat. With a roar, he poured every ounce of his strength into intensifying his flames. Zhou Yi, calm and unfazed, looked at Shen and said, "It's useless. Your flames can't escape my control." Realizing the fight had dragged on long enough, Zhou Yi decided to end it. He launched another devastating attack with his warhammer, aiming to finish the battle quickly. Shen, seeing the attack coming at high speed, yelled defiantly, "You want to defeat me with my own flames? Keep dreaming." Desperate, Shen used the last of his energy to regain control of his flames. But before he could counter, Zhou Yi's warhammer struck with overwhelming force. Shen was sent flying across the arena, crashing into the protection shield with a thunderous impact. As the dust settled, Shen was revealed kneeling on the ground, unconscious. The referee announced Zhou Yi as the winner of the match. The crowd erupted into chatter, shocked by the outcome. Shen Lingfeng, the prideful berserker, was defeated so decisively. He didn't even stand a chance. Zhou Yi dominated the entire fight. With Shen's level and combat intellect, it's crazy to think anyone could stomp over him like that. 5 levels in a month. Zhou Yi is terrifying. Even among the teachers, murmurs of astonishment spread. This student isn't just strong. He's extraordinary, one remarked. Wasting no time after his victory, Zhou Yi headed to the arena for his second match. This time, his opponent was a spiritual Taoist priest, a rare class in China, named Song Xiaolan. She stood confidently, her level displayed as 17. Hearing her class, Zhou Yi's mind raced. A spiritual Taoist priest, a unique and rare class, adept in sealing techniques and talismans. When Zhou Yun's illness was discovered to stem from her bloodline, a priest once suggested controlling it with a powerful sealing technique. "I never expected to encounter one here." Song Xiaolan introduced herself with a smile, and Zhou Yi reciprocated, sharing his name and level. Upon hearing he was level 19, Song Xiaolan laughed lightly and said, "You haven't even shown your full power yet. I hope when we fight, I can experience your true strength. Don't worry, I'll give you time to activate your buffs." The students watching outside were astonished. Unbelievable. When did Zhou Yi reach level 19? No wonder I can't use my examination skill on him. He's 3 levels higher than me. And to think he didn't even use any buffs during his fight with Shen Lingfeng. Incredible. In the arena, Zhou Yi nodded at Song Xiaolan's request. "As you wish," he said calmly. Immediately, he began activating his buffs. The area around him was bathed in radiant holy energy, glowing brighter as he reached his full power. Seeing Zhou Yi's display of strength, Song Xiaolan responded in kind. "I'll have to give my all in this fight as well," she said, activating her own powers. The arena hummed with energy as both combatants prepared to clash. As Zhou Yi finished preparing, yet another challenger stepped forward, determined to face him next. The battle was far from over. The next challenger to step into the arena was Song Xiaolan, a level 17 spiritual Taoist priest. As she faced Zhou Yi, she smiled and politely requested, "Please fight me at your full power. I've come to test your strength." Intrigued by her unique class, Zhou Yi decided to honor her request. "Very well," he replied. He activated all his buffs, filling the arena with a crushing holy energy that made the air feel heavy. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of Zhou Yi's power, Song Xiaolan didn't hesitate. She activated her spiritual cards, each glowing with divine energy. As Zhou Yi entered his final form, he launched a powerful attack with his warhammer, imbued with heavenly energy, charging straight at Song Xiaolan with unstoppable force. In response, Song Xiaolan began chanting ancient godly words, infusing her talisman cards with spiritual power. Her cards glimmered as if guided by celestial hands, revealing her destiny and showing her the path forward. With a commanding gesture, Song Xiaolan hurled one of the talismans at Zhou Yi. The card exploded on impact, creating a massive blast that engulfed the entire arena in thick smoke. Song Xiaolan scanned the smoke-filled battlefield, trying to locate her opponent, but Zhou Yi was nowhere to be seen. Her expression grew tense as she muttered to herself, "Where is he?" Suddenly, Zhou Yi's voice came from behind her. "Do you really think changing your position can stop me from chasing you?" Song Xiaolan froze, startled by how quickly Zhou Yi had repositioned himself. Before she could react, Zhou Yi struck with his warhammer. Acting on instinct, Song Xiaolan conjured a protective shield using her talisman cards, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. Even though she managed to defend herself, Zhou Yi's sheer speed and relentless assault left her stunned. How did he get behind me so quickly without making a sound? She wondered. The battle intensified. Song Xiaolan desperately tried to maintain her defenses, but Zhou Yi's powerful attacks began to overwhelm her. One by one, her spiritual cards shattered and scattered under the pressure. Her protective gear activated automatically, creating temporary barriers, but even these weren't enough to hold back Zhou Yi's onslaught. Realizing her precarious situation, Song Xiaolan decided to take a risky gamble. She tossed a small flame toward Zhou Yi, hoping to distract him. Seizing the moment, she began chanting again, drawing upon the laws of heaven and earth. The arena glowed with a radiant light as Song Xiaolan completed her technique. The energy transformed into several elite warriors, each clad in divine armor, standing at her command. She ordered them to obey her will, sending them toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up with excitement as he observed the summoned warriors. "Interesting," he said with a grin. "Using the power of the heavens to create soldiers? This is a very Taoist way of spreading the seeds of combat." As soon as the elite warriors were summoned, Song Xiaolan gave them their orders. They charged toward Zhou Yi at full speed, their movements precise and disciplined. Zhou Yi, however, remained calm, destroying them one by one with his warhammer. The summoned warriors, though formidable, weren't difficult for him to handle. The only troublesome aspect was their ability to recover like ghosts, regenerating almost as soon as they were destroyed. Zhou Yi quickly realized that the only way to stop them permanently was to cut off the source of their magic. These Taoist soldiers aren't much of a challenge, Zhou Yi thought as he dispatched them with rapid, calculated strikes. Despite their regeneration, their recovery speed couldn't match the sheer force of his attacks. Watching her warriors crumble, Song Xiaolan grew frustrated. "This is ridiculous. My Taoist array can easily handle someone with the power of a level 30 fighter. But Zhou Yi, he's dismantling it effortlessly." Before long, Zhou Yi had all but decimated her summoned creatures. With a powerful leap, he closed the distance between them, once again appearing behind Song Xiaolan. This time, his warhammer was poised for a decisive strike, radiating a deadly aura. Feeling the weight of his intent, Song Xiaolan froze in fear. Before the attack could land, she cried out, "I accept defeat." Zhou Yi paused, lowering his weapon. He was slightly puzzled. "You were the one who asked me to fight at full power," he said. "Why are you conceding now?" Song Xiaolan let out a nervous laugh. "It's simple," she replied. "We're not on the same level. I sincerely accept my defeat." Though a bit disappointed, Song Xiaolan believed she had made the right decision. Staying in the fight any longer would have led to an outcome like Shen Lingfeng's, a crushing and humiliating defeat. As she left the arena, she turned back to Zhou Yi with a small smile. "Next time, when I'm stronger, I'll definitely seek your guidance." After Song Xiaolan's departure, Zhou Yi stood tall in the center of the arena and addressed the crowd of students. "If anyone here is still not convinced of my strength," he declared confidently, "I'm waiting for your challenge. Step forward." Silence fell over the arena. One by one, the challengers began to disperse, offering flimsy excuses. "I ate too much this morning," one muttered, clutching his stomach. "I'm feeling a little uncomfortable." Another pointed at Zhou Yi and stammered, "Hey, aren't you the guy I met when we were kids? You're number 156, right? I'm 172. We're totally matched already, so no need to compete." Jiang Churen, standing among the crowd, couldn't suppress her amusement. Seeing the students' reactions, she thought it's no wonder everyone's scared. This is Zhou Yi. His performance speaks for itself. The teachers observing the fight were equally impressed. Teacher Wu Mang couldn't hide his admiration. His strength and physique crushed the warriors, and his agility and intelligence crushed the mages. Zhou Yi's power is completely beyond imagination. Other senior instructors exchanged whispers. Is he really from an ordinary family in the north? One asked, incredulous. Not from a prestigious family? He's the new top student, another replied. But calling him a genius doesn't feel like enough. He's truly a monster. Teacher Wu Mang, who had been silently observing, nodded with a knowing smile. The second round is almost over, he thought. It's time for us to recruit new students. It was clear to everyone that Zhou Yi would be the top target of the academy's competition. Observing this, Su quietly gave Wu Mang a few hints. After listening, Wu Mang smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry. I'm preparing. I will definitely get Zhou Yi." Meanwhile, battles raged across various arenas. In one of them, Shun Lingfeng was being mercilessly beaten by an unknown opponent. The challenger, Li, landed blow after blow with fists and knees, leaving Shun severely injured. Within seconds, Shun was defeated, lying battered on the ground. Li was declared the winner of the match, his rank rising to 10, while Shun's dropped to 16. Shun's condition had only worsened since his earlier defeat by Zhou Yi. With no time to recover, he became the target of multiple challengers, each using him as a stepping stone to climb the rankings. 30 minutes later, the free challenge phase concluded, officially marking the end of the freshman competition. The final rankings were announced. 1. Zhou Yi. 2. Jiang Chuan. 3. Song Xiaolon. After the announcement, a teacher addressed the students. Your rankings have been rearranged, and your accommodations and credits will also be redistributed accordingly. If you find yourself ranked lower and with fewer credits, don't be discouraged. There are many ways to earn credits in the academy. As long as you study hard, you'll have plenty of opportunities to improve. With the rankings settled, it was time for the division into houses. 5 deans stepped forward to introduce their respective academies and teaching philosophies. The Warhouse Master Wu Mang spoke first, his voice firm and authoritative. Although the dark period of large-scale alien invasions is over, countless skilled warriors still sacrifice their lives on the battlefield every year. Our mission at the War Academy is to train students with exceptional practical abilities, increasing their survival chances on the front lines. Harshness and resilience are synonymous with the name of our academy. Next was the Elemental Academy, which only accepted students whose primary abilities were elemental magic. The teacher Cho Huayang spoke with passion. We will take you to the true meaning of elemental magic, unlocking your full potential and mastery over the elements. The Weapon Academy teacher Rong Qi followed, exuding strength and confidence. Our academy focuses on optimizing the use of weapons. We emphasize raw physical power and skillful weapon handling over reliance on complex techniques. Here, you'll achieve unparalleled strength, relying solely on your body and your weapon. The fourth speaker, teacher Zhang Ling, represented the Tactical Academy. Our goal is to train tactical experts capable of commanding battles, regardless of their profession. Surely everyone knows that a top tactician can significantly reduce the defeat rate of an entire army. Finally, the Logistics Academy introduced itself. The teacher Wu Kuqing spoke with quiet pride. A strong logistics system is the foundation of any successful operation. While we may not specialize in combat, we teach the most professional vocational knowledge related to life skills. We welcome all life experts to join us. After the academies had introduced themselves, Housemaster Wu Mang addressed the students. The information for each academy has been presented. You may now log into the system to select the academy of your choice. The students eagerly pulled out their devices, scanning the system to make their decisions. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan turned to Zhou Yi and asked, "Which academy will you choose?" Before Zhou Yi could reply, Wu Mang stepped forward. "Student Zhou Yi," he said warmly, "if you join my War Academy, I will personally serve as your private tutor." Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. "A private tutor?" he asked, intrigued but slightly puzzled. Wu Mang smiled and explained, "Each tutor is allowed to take one outstanding student under their wing for personal guidance. As your tutor, I would ensure you receive priority access to resources. To sweeten the deal, I prepared some welcome gifts, including 3 A-level skill books and an A-level resource exchange order." Before Zhou Yi could respond, the Elemental Academy's teacher Cho Huayang chimed in. "Zhou Yi, choosing a private tutor is no small matter," she said, her tone measured but enticing. "You should consider your options carefully. If you join our Elemental Academy, I will personally prepare a legendary equipment set just for you. Not to be outdone, the Weapon Academy's teacher Rong Chi stepped forward. Zhou Yi, he said confidently, if you join the Weapon Academy, you'll have unrestricted access to anything that enhances your physical strength. The sudden competition between the teachers frustrated Wu Mang. What are you two doing? He said, frowning. I came here first. It's not about who came first, the Weapon Academy teacher Rong Chi shot back. It's about sincerity. Amid the escalating offers, Zhou Yi found himself in a dilemma. Around him, students began murmuring, their excitement palpable. 3 deans personally vying for Zhou Yi, one student whispered. This must be the special treatment reserved for the top-ranked student. Another added, becoming an exclusive student of a tutor is like being a direct disciple in a prestigious family. Plus, they get access to the tutor's resources. But the offers being made here are insane. 3 A-level skill books are incredibly rare, but a legendary equipment set crafted by Dean Chao of the Elemental Academy? That's next level. Just as the tension reached its peak, Headmaster Wang Hui arrived, his presence commanding immediate attention. Without hesitation, he addressed Zhou Yi directly. Zhou Yi, I want you to become my personal disciple. The teachers turned in astonishment. Headmaster Wang Hui's proposal stunned everyone present. Headmaster Wang Hui continued, if you agree, I will demonstrate the Bloodline fusion technique for you. Zhou Yi's curiosity was piqued. What is this Bloodline fusion technique? He asked. Headmaster Wang Hui explained. The Bloodline fusion technique is a forbidden level technique. It requires the blood of an alien race and is used to fulfill a special mission. By performing this technique, your physical strength will improve significantly. Additionally, you'll gain more attributes and free skill points every time you level up. Gasps rippled through the crowd. A forbidden grade spell, offered so directly, was unheard of. The students exchanged awed glances, their whispers growing louder. This is outrageous, one student murmured. A forbidden grade spell? That's an offer no one can refuse. Another nodded. It's a direct ticket to unparalleled power. If Zhou Yi accepts, he'll have an incredible advantage. Among the crowd, one disciple stood out. Headmaster Wang Hui's most famous disciple. He was a powerhouse, the president of the Tianyu Association and one of China's top figures. If Zhou Yi becomes Headmaster Wang Hui disciple, another student remarked, he won't just gain power. He'll also inherit Wang Hui's vast network. That would catapult him straight to the top. Among the crowd of students, Shun Lingfeng stood silently, his expression dark. Hearing Headmaster Wang Hui's offer, his mind churned with anger and envy. This guy has all the luck in the world, he thought bitterly. If it weren't for Zhou Yi, I'd be in first place. I'd have Headmaster Wang Hui's support too. Meanwhile, Zhang Churen stood next to Zhou Yi, equally stunned by Headmaster Wang Hui's offer. She couldn't help but marvel at the implications. Changing Zhou Yi's bloodline would make him even stronger. This is unbelievable. The Elemental Academy teacher Cho Huayang smiled, folding her arms. I never realized Zhou Yi was so captivating, she mused aloud, that even Headmaster Wang Hui wants him as a disciple. Headmaster Wang Hui, unbothered by the chatter, summoned a small, ornate box. There are many remarkable things about you, Zhou Yi, he said with a smile. Opening the box, he revealed a gleaming gold medal. This is a reward from the Snow Dragon Legion captain, specifically requested to be handed to you. The students gasped in unison, their eyes glued to the medal. Shun too was shocked. A gold medal? Even the Shun family, one of the great 8 families of Ning, doesn't have a gold medal. How is this possible? Song Xiaolan, standing nearby, stared in disbelief. Am I mistaken? Isn't that an honor medal? Zhang Churen grasped Zhou Yi's arm, her voice tinged with awe. It's a gold medal. My grandfather fought on the front lines for years and only received a silver medal. Zhou Yi's attention was fixed on the medal. Engraved on it were the words, in honor of those who have contributed to China's civilization. Confused, he thought, when did I provide a great contribution to China? Sensing his hesitation, Headmaster Wang Hui clarified, I know about your actions in Tempest Valley. You deserve this outstanding achievement gold medal. Still puzzled, Zhou Yi thought to himself, a medal like this for killing a few demons in Tempest Valley? There must be more to this than I know. Despite his doubts, Zhou Yi accepted the medal graciously. Thank you, Headmaster, he said with a slight bow. The Elemental Academy teacher Cho Huayang chuckled. Zhou Yi, you're far too formal. Still calling him Headmaster, are you? Bowing lower, Zhou Yi replied, Teacher, I'm honored to be your student. Headmaster Wang Hui, satisfied, wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, he teleported away with Zhou Yi. As Headmaster Wang Hui and Zhou Yi vanished, the remaining teachers began murmuring among themselves. Is Headmaster Wang Hui worried we'll try to recruit Zhou Yi in his absence? One speculated. Teacher Wu Meng and the Weapon Academy teacher, meanwhile, turned their attention to Jiang Churen. The Weapon Academy teacher Rong Qi stepped forward with a confident smile. Jiang Churen, if you're willing to become my personal disciple, I'll extend the same offer I made to Zhou Yi. Wu Meng's expression darkened. Old Rong, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Unfazed, the Weapon Academy teacher Rong Qi replied. Since Zhou Yi was recruited by Headmaster Wang Hui, I won't let you take Jiang Churen so easily. She has potential, and I won't let her go without a fight. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi found himself teleported alongside Headmaster Wang Hui to a mysterious location. It was a grand laboratory-like space filled with rare and valuable items neatly organized on shelves and in glass cases. Looking around in awe, Zhou Yi marveled at the sheer magnitude of treasures stored there. This is my private mansion, Headmaster Wang Hui explained. It's primarily used to store some of my most valuable items. If you ever need to find me in the future, this is where you can come. Zhou Yi listened attentively, still taking in his surroundings. This mansion must be Headmaster Wang Hui's personal treasury, he thought. To access it, you'd need instant teleportation. It could be anywhere, outside Sukang District, or maybe even outside China. Headmaster Wang Hui led Zhou Yi deeper into the mansion, eventually stopping at a room where 3 glowing formations were present. Within each formation was a vial containing a unique and powerful bloodline. Zhou Yi's curiosity grew as he observed the mesmerizing energy radiating from them. These, Headmaster Wang Hui began, are 3 types of source blood. Using the bloodline forging technique, your bloodline will undergo a qualitative transformation. However, most people focus solely on the forbidden grade spell aspect of this technique and ignore the true core of the transformation. The source blood. He continued, a regular human's bloodline potential is extremely limited. As your level increases, the stat gains from leveling up gradually weaken. When most classes hit this limit, they choose to merge with the blood of other races to break through and gain additional power. Hearing this, Zhou Yi asked in surprise, Teacher, are you concerned about leveling up even at your levels? Headmaster Wang Hui nodded. Of course, once classes reach tertiary awakening, leveling up requires an enormous amount of experience. I'm currently level 64. At this level, most otherworld monsters I face are leader-tier bosses that are incredibly challenging to defeat. Headmaster Wang Hui gestured toward the 3 vials of source blood and explained their origins. 1. Angel source blood. This bloodline comes from the divine angel race, extracted from the corpse of an angel. Angels are servants of light, granting them an extraordinary affinity for the light element. Merging with angel source blood would give you unparalleled control over light-based powers. 2. Titan source blood. This bloodline belongs to the Titans, who worshipped thunder. Titans possess a natural mastery of lightning. Merging with their bloodline would amplify the power of any lightning-based ability you possess. 3. Dragon source blood. The dragon race are direct descendants of the dragon god, carrying the purest dragon bloodline. If you merge with dragon source blood, you'll gain a natural dominance over all beast races and significantly enhance your overall physical capabilities. Hearing this, Zhou Yi was stunned. The angel, titan, and dragon races are all high-tier races, he thought. Each is at least level 60 or above. This is incredible. Despite his amazement, Zhou Yi was cautious. He didn't want to make a rash decision and asked, Teacher, which bloodline do you think would suit me best? Even though Zhou Yi had the system to assist him, he was aware of his limited knowledge of this world and wanted to avoid any mistakes. His rationality impressed Headmaster Wang Hui, who smiled approvingly. Faced with 3 rare and extraordinary source blood options, most young people would impulsively choose the one they found most exciting, Headmaster Wang Hui said. You, however, have proven your maturity by remaining calm and seeking guidance. This rational thinking will serve you well. Headmaster Wang Hui began explaining the details of the bloodlines to Zhou Yi. The Titan and Dragon source bloods are undeniably powerful. They will significantly enhance your strength and mana capacity after merging. However, Headmaster Wang Hui continued, due to your strong affinity with the of light, the Angel source blood is undoubtedly the best choice for you. With it, you might achieve improvements beyond your imagination. Taking Headmaster Wang Hui's advice, Zhou Yi chose the angel source blood. As he did, Headmaster Wang Hui nodded approvingly. It seems the angel source blood is very compatible with you, he said with a smile. Headmaster Wang Hui went on to explain, you are my 5th student. You have 4 senior disciples ahead of you, and when the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to them. After this, Zhou Yi hesitated for a moment before asking, Teacher, I have a question. Why was I awarded the gold medal? It seems impossible to receive one just for eliminating a demon legion. Headmaster Wang Hui's expression turned serious. I'll be honest with you, he replied. Your actions in Tempest Valley exposed the demon's plan. The military discovered that otherworld creatures have developed the ability to travel through middle-sized cracks. Zhou Yi was stunned. Doesn't that mean there are already many otherworld creatures hiding across China? He asked, his voice filled with concern. That's correct, Headmaster Wang Hui confirmed. Initial investigations have revealed signs of their arrival through hundreds of such cracks. Thankfully, their levels are relatively low, so the legions can handle them for now. Across the country, legions have been mobilized to eliminate these creatures, and the Academy's mission system will soon provide related assignments. Headmaster Wang Hui placed a hand on Zhou Yi's shoulder and added, As my student, I hope you will grow as strong as your senior disciples and contribute your power to the nation. Zhou Yi nodded firmly. Yes, teacher. I will do my best. Satisfied, Headmaster Wang Hui handed Zhou Yi a teleportation device and said, Come back tomorrow morning. Preparations for the bloodline forging technique are not yet complete. For now, return to your room and rest. Back in his room, Zhou Yi lay on his bed, scrolling through the system messages and reflecting on Headmaster Wang Hui's words. The teacher mentioned that the final result of the bloodline forging depends on both constitution and luck, he thought. I hope the S-grade potion I obtained after killing the demonic prince will come in handy. Reaching into his inventory, Zhou Yi retrieved a vial labeled Lucky Potion. He examined it closely, recalling its effects. The potion would boost luck for 12 hours for whoever consumed it. After drinking the Lucky Potion, Zhou Yi decided to test its effects by opening a random chest. To his amazement, inside was an S-grade treasure, the Long Ning fruit. This rare fruit, grown from the corpse of a dragon, was renowned for its ability to greatly enhance constitution and spell damage upon consumption. Zhou Yi's excitement was palpable. Whenever I opened random chests before, all I got was junk. But now, jackpot! Satisfied with the potion's results, Zhou Yi used the teleportation device and quickly arrived at Headmaster Wang Hui's mansion. Upon arrival, he overheard the Elemental Academy teacher Cho Huayang talking with Headmaster Wang Hui. Headmaster, you're incredibly generous, Cho Huayang said. The corpse of an angel is exceptionally rare, and obtaining angel source blood is nearly impossible. Wars between legions have been fought over a single vial of this blood. Headmaster Wang Hui replied calmly. I've waited for a long time to find someone worthy of receiving this source blood. Zhou Yi is my choice, and I'm very satisfied with him. There's no hesitation in my decision. At that moment, Zhou Yi interrupted and greeted them both respectfully. Headmaster Wang Hui turned and smiled warmly. He was pleased to see that Zhou Yi had prepared his body to its prime condition. Good, Headmaster Wang Hui said. Now, step into the formation I prepared for the bloodline forging technique. Following instructions, Zhou Yi removed his clothes and sat in the center of the formation. Headmaster Wang Hui explained the process to the elemental teacher and instructed him to activate the formation. I'll oversee Zhou Yi's protection during the procedure, he added. The elemental teacher Cho Huayang nodded and began activating the bloodline forging technique. As the formation lit up, the angel source blood started merging with Zhou Yi's body. The entire room glowed with radiant light as the bloodline of light infused into him. However, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, a blue aura erupted from Zhou Yi's body. The blue energy was frost energy, and it immediately began clashing with the angel bloodline. Both Headmaster Wang Hui and the elemental teacher were taken aback. What powerful freeze energy, the elemental teacher exclaimed. It seems Zhou Yi possesses a special bloodline already. The frost energy wasn't ordinary. It was strong enough to compete with the divine angel bloodline. The teachers were deeply impressed. If not for their immense power and experience, they could have been frozen to death by the overwhelming chill. The fusion process intensified as the angel bloodline and Zhou Yi's pre-existing frost bloodline began to clash violently. It was as if the frost energy within him refused to accept the new divine energy. Frost energy continuously poured out of Zhou Yi, rapidly freezing the entire room. Even Cho Huayang, using his magic to shield himself, found parts of his body freezing despite his defenses. This frost power is extraordinary, Cho Huayang muttered, his voice tinged with awe and concern. The clash between the angel bloodline and Zhou Yi's frost energy escalated, turning the room into an icy battlefield. Cho Huayang, observing Zhou Yi's powerful frost energy, felt a sudden surge of greed. If Zhou Yi changed his class to a mage, he thought he could easily become one of the greatest ice mages with this terrifying frost power. Meanwhile, Headmaster Wang Hui was shielding himself from the cold, using his internal energy. He watched the clash of bloodlines and murmured, "I know Zhou Yi's sister is awakening a frost bloodline. It seems Zhou Yi might share the same lineage." Both teachers were astonished. As one of the highest-tier bloodlines, the angel bloodline should have easily suppressed any lesser bloodlines during the forging process. Yet here it was, locked in a fierce struggle with Zhou Yi's frost bloodline, neither one gaining the upper hand. Headmaster Wang Hui's thoughts deepened. For Zhou Yi's frost bloodline to rival the angel bloodline, it must be of an incredibly high quality. Could this mean that Zhou Yi's ancestry links back to the earliest players of the Eternal Game? After reality merged with the game, the most powerful bloodlines were passed down from those early, high-level players. Without such an origin, it's impossible for Zhou Yi to wield such immense frost power. The clash between the two bloodlines was relentless. Without interference, the angel source blood would have fully merged with Zhou Yi's body. However, the frost bloodline's resistance threatened to not only disrupt the process, but also deplete the angel source blood entirely. Cho Huayang, watching the intense struggle, sighed. So much of the angel source blood is being consumed. At this rate, the final result might not even match a lesser-tier bloodline. We can only leave Zhou Yi's fate to destiny now. Any attempt to forcibly halt the ritual could lead to his death by self-explosion. Both teachers stood by helplessly, knowing they could do nothing but observe as the forging ritual unfolded. Inside Zhou Yi's body, the unrelenting clash of bloodlines caused him unbearable pain. The sheer intensity of the struggle overwhelmed him until a sudden notification appeared before him. The gate of consciousness has opened. You have entered the mental realm. Zhou Yi found himself transported to a grand, sacred palace. The radiant halls shimmered with light, and in the center stood an angelic figure, her presence exuding divine energy. The angel welcomed Zhou Yi warmly. "My child," she said with a serene smile, "you have finally arrived." Zhou Yi glanced around cautiously. So this is the mental realm, he thought, taking in his surroundings. The angel continued, "Congratulations on receiving God's blessing. I have been sent to grant you your true strength. With it, you shall be unrestrained by morals, unbound by rules, and free to follow your own will and desire." Her words sounded benevolent, but her expression darkened. A subtle, sinister smile crept across her face, betraying an unsettling aura. Zhou Yi's instincts screamed at him. Something was wrong. Looking at her, he felt a wave of disgust and anger rising within him. This thing is no angel, he thought. It's something else entirely. His fingers twitched, eager to summon his holy hammer and strike her down. Sensing his hesitation, the angel extended her hand and said again, "Fear not, and embrace this blessing. With it, you shall attain power beyond measure." Before she could utter another word, Zhou Yi's holy hammer materialized and shot toward her at full speed, striking her squarely in the face. The force of the blow left her stunned, her once serene expression now twisted in shock and anger. In another part of the divine realm, Zhou Yi's protection angel sat calmly in her radiant palace. A smaller angel, resembling a vigilant guard, stood beside her, looking perplexed. The security angel glanced at her and asked, "Is something wrong?" The protection angel smiled faintly, her gaze distant. "Nothing," she replied softly. "I just saw something interesting." Closing her eyes, she muttered an incantation under her breath. "Don't disappoint me, little one," she whispered. Meanwhile, in the mental realm, the corrupt angel rose after being struck by Zhou Yi's holy hammer. Her expression twisted with fury as she hissed, "You dare offend the divinities? God shall unleash divine punishment upon you, leaving not a trace of your body behind. Kneel and beg for forgiveness." and perhaps I'll consider absolving you of your sins on behalf of God." Zhou Yi, unshaken, replied coldly, "There's no need for that." The angel's anger deepened, but her smile returned, wicked and cruel. "Impudent boy," she sneered. With a wave of her hand, she summoned chains of dark energy that bound Zhou Yi tightly. Around him, countless demonic eyes emerged from the shadows, glaring at him with malevolence. The chains radiated corrupt energy, which began to seep into Zhou Yi's body. He struggled fiercely against the bindings, but the eyes intensified their assault, pouring their full power into attempting to corrupt him. The corrupt angel reveled in his torment, her laughter echoing through the sacred palace. "You dared disrespect my master, Xia," she taunted. "You will pay the price in pain." Hearing the name Xia, Zhou Yi's eyes burned with fury. "You're nothing but his underling," he spat. Her smile vanished, replaced by a snarl. She struck Zhou Yi across the face with a resounding slap. "Brat," she barked, "you've successfully caught Master's attention. Feel joyful. He has sent me to conduct your baptism and return you to the right track." The chains tightened, and through them, Xia's corrupt energy surged into Zhou Yi's body. The malicious power began to erode his thoughts, clouding his mind and drowning him in unbearable pain. Outside the mental realm, Headmaster Wang Hui and Chou Huayang were alarmed. A powerful wave of evil energy began emanating from Zhou Yi's body, radiating throughout the room. "What's happening?" Chou Huayang asked, his voice tinged with fear. "This energy, it's pure evil." Headmaster Wang Hui quickly channeled his own energy to shield Zhou Yi's body. "Why is there an evil god's power within the angel's source blood?" he muttered, his tone grave. Could it be that the angel was corrupted by an evil god? The clash of energies intensified. Headmaster Wang Hui's protective barrier collided with the surging evil energy, sending shockwaves across the room. Chou Huayang watched in horror. "Zhou Yi is in grave danger," he said urgently. "The evil god will stop at nothing to destroy the angel's power." But then, Headmaster Wang Hui smiled unexpectedly. "Relax," he said confidently. "Look closer. The angel's power within Zhou Yi isn't being destroyed. It's growing stronger." The teachers watched in astonishment as Zhou Yi, seated in the formation, became a vessel for an extraordinary phenomenon. The angel power and frost energy, locked in an intense struggle, suddenly began to merge. The conflicting forces intertwined, harmonizing into a singular, powerful bloodline that blended the brilliance of light with the icy chill of frost. As Zhou Yi mastered the combined powers of the angel and frost bloodlines, he unleashed their energy to purge Xia's corrupt influence from his body. The chains binding him shattered instantly, disintegrating under the overwhelming force of his newfound power. The fusion of the two bloodlines not only freed him, but transformed him. His holy light, a gift from the of light, melded seamlessly with the frost energy coursing through his veins. Together, they created a symbol of his unyielding strength. The sheer magnitude of Zhou Yi's energy wreaked havoc on the mental realm. The evil angel before him was caught in the crossfire. She shivered violently as the frost energy encased her in ice, while the holy energy seared her essence. She writhed in agony, unable to escape the dual assault. As the frost overtook her entirely, her thoughts spiraled into despair. This boy's soul was nearly consumed. How has he suddenly gained such divine power? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's body underwent a complete transformation. His entire form glowed with radiant light, and a pair of magnificent wings made of crystalline ice emerged from his back, amplifying his aura of invincibility. With this newfound strength, Zhou Yi summoned his warhammer. The weapon, too, had evolved, now cloaked in swirling frost energy. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi delivered a crushing blow to the frozen angel. She shattered into countless fragments, her existence wiped out by a single decisive strike. However, Zhou Yi wasn't finished. Sensing Xia's lingering presence, he turned his attention to the evil god himself, launching a series of devastating attacks. His strikes reverberated through the mental realm, each one more potent than the last. The death of his lackey enraged Xia, who manifested his full form within the mental realm. His arrival filled the space with a suffocating wave of corrupt energy, dark and oppressive. The once sacred realm was now cloaked in darkness, pulsating with the malevolence of the evil god's power. Earlier, as Zhou emerged the angel bloodline within himself, he encountered the angelic servant of Xia in the mental realm. What initially seemed like a divine figure quickly revealed her true colors, a minion of the evil god intent on corrupting Zhou Yi. Despite her attempts to trap him with her chains, Zhou Yi fought back, refusing to succumb. The battle seemed bleak when Xia's corrupt energy began infiltrating Zhou Yi's body. But the effects of the lucky potion he had consumed worked in his favor. The angel and frost bloodlines, previously locked in conflict, fused into a harmonious force, elevating Zhou Yi's strength to unimaginable heights. In his transformed state, Zhou Yi swiftly destroyed the angelic servant. However, Xia, unwilling to let his underling fall so easily, transferred a portion of his power to her lifeless form. The servant was reborn as a monstrous abomination, her strength magnified exponentially. As Zhou Yi prepared for the next phase of the battle, the servant, now evolved into a grotesque beast, laughed mockingly. "Your resistance is nothing but a temporary inconvenience," she sneered, her voice dripping with malice. She summoned a massive chain, pulsating with evil energy, and hurled it toward Zhou Yi. The chain tore through the air with terrifying speed, aiming to bind him once again. But this time, Zhou Yi was untouchable. Floating calmly in the air, his radiant form exuded an angelic grace. His golden light shimmered brilliantly, while his wings of frozen energy allowed him to hover effortlessly. The fusion of the two bloodlines had given Zhou Yi a divine presence, one that defied the grasp of darkness. The demonic chains of evil energy lashed out at Zhou Yi, striking his frozen wings and shattering them into glittering shards. However, even after landing a blow, the expression on the evil creature's face was not one of triumph. It was fear. Before she could react, Zhou Yi moved faster than lightning, closing the distance between them in an instant. The speed of his approach left her frozen in terror, unable to move. As he reached her, Zhou Yi activated a formation. The monster thrashed in panic, trapped within its confines, unable to break free no matter how hard she struggled. The formation erupted with sharp, crystalline spikes of ice that began piercing her from every angle. The unrelenting shards tore through her body, drawing blood as her screams filled the air. From a distance, Zhou Yi watched coldly as the creature writhed in pain. But even in agony, she laughed. "I will accept this gift of yours," she taunted. Suddenly, an ominous surge of power radiated from her body. The evil energy coursing through her grew stronger, mending her wounds and amplifying her strength. Her form began to change, becoming larger, more grotesque, and far more terrifying. "You humans call this power," she sneered. "It's nothing more than scraps of light granted by God." The transformation completed, and more eyes appeared across her monstrous body, each glowing with malevolent energy. She unleashed a flurry of laser-like beams and chains aimed at Zhou Yi. Despite the barrage, Zhou Yi evaded her attacks effortlessly, his movements precise and unyielding. None of her corrupt chains could touch him, leaving her visibly frustrated. "Worms like you only know how to run away," she spat, her voice dripping with contempt. Enraged, she charged a massive energy attack, launching it at Zhou Yi with devastating speed and force. The attack hurtled toward him like a comet, crackling with malevolence. Yet Zhou Yi stood his ground, unflinching. At the last moment, he raised a shimmering shield of holy energy. The attack collided with it and disintegrated instantly, its power rendered meaningless. The creature's confidence faltered. "How is he still standing?" she muttered in disbelief. Zhou Yi, wasting no time, surged toward her with unrelenting determination. Her chains flew toward him once more, but Zhou Yi destroyed them effortlessly with his warhammer, step by step closing the gap between them. In the Divine Palace, Zhou Yi's protection angel watched the battle unfold. A serene smile played on her lips as she murmured, "It's about to end." Back in the mental realm, Zhou Yi reached the evil creature. Without hesitation, he touched her with a single finger. The moment contact was made, a brilliant holy light erupted from Zhou Yi's body, illuminating the entire realm. The light seared through the creature, causing her to wail in anguish. Her grotesque form began to disintegrate under the divine radiance. As she faded, she gasped in disbelief. "Where is your power coming from?" The holy light intensified, eradicating every trace of her existence. Within moments, the mental realm was purified, left untouched by the malevolence that once tainted it. As the creature vanished, the corrupted bloodline of the darkness emerged from Zhou Yi's surroundings. It became clear that when the angel died, the evil goddess Ya had left traces of his power behind, corrupting the bloodline. Now, with the creature defeated and the mental realm cleansed, the angel bloodline had been freed from its dark influence. As the purified angel bloodline emerged from the remnants of the lightning, it drifted toward Zhou Yi, radiating divine brilliance. Returning to his normal form, Zhou Yi reached out, took the bloodline in his hand, and began merging it completely with his body. As the process unfolded, an immensely powerful holy aura surged from Zhou Yi, filling the air with its sacred energy. Outside the mental realm, Chou Huayang watched in awe. This is the power of an angel, he stammered. It completely eradicates the influence of the evil god. Headmaster Wang Hui, who had been tense moments earlier, allowed himself a smile. The angel bloodline and frost bloodline have fused together in a truly remarkable way, he said. Both teachers, now relieved, felt a wave of happiness. During Zhou Yi's struggle against the evil god's energy, they had feared he might be consumed and destroyed. Seeing him prevail brought a sense of hope and pride. Within the formation, Zhou Yi remained focused, channeling his energy to complete the bloodline fusion. Overhead, the protection angel appeared, silently aiding him by providing an additional surge of holy energy. A radiant holy aura enveloped Zhou Yi, growing brighter with each passing moment. Finally, a glowing symbol formed on his chest, a testament to the successful merging of the two bloodlines. The protection angel gave her full support, stabilizing the process. Moments later, Zhou Yi opened his eyes, the fusion complete. He could feel the harmony between the powers of light and frost coursing through him. Chou Huayang observed Zhou Yi and smiled. Zhou Yi truly is blessed. The of light intervened in his moment of crisis, granting him divine strength and allowing him to overcome this threat. As Zhou Yi stood up from the formation, Headmaster Wang Hui approached him. How are you feeling after the successful merging of the bloodlines? Zhou Yi took a moment to assess himself. He could sense a qualitative improvement in his powers, but before he could respond, a notification from the system appeared in front of him. The notification outlined the rewards from his successful bloodline fusion, leaving Zhou Yi surprised and delighted. Bloodline talent updates. 1. Six-winged angel bloodline. Zhou Yi had unlocked a rare, divine bloodline, granting him unparalleled potential and extraordinary power. 2. Divine Mark of Light. A-grade, this talent enhanced his affinity with both light and ice elements to exceptional levels. As his bloodline developed further, it promised to increase his compatibility with other elements as well. 3. Magic Immunity. B-grade, this talent provided Zhou Yi with a chance to resist magic cast by enemies, including debilitating effects from non-damaging skills like Purify and Disperse. As Zhou Yi reviewed his newly acquired talents, his eyes lit up with excitement. It's the six-winged angel bloodline, he shouted, unable to contain his joy. And I inherited 2 bloodline talents. Chou Huayang, standing nearby, was visibly astonished. The six-winged angel bloodline, he repeated, his tone reflecting both disbelief and admiration. The rarity of this bloodline was unparalleled, and Zhou Yi's achievement left him in awe. Headmaster Wang Hui approached Zhou Yi with a satisfied smile. It seems the bloodline forging was a tremendous success, he said. The six-winged angel bloodline is the highest among all angels. The talents you inherit from this bloodline will continue to develop and evolve into S+ grade as your level increases. You've truly unlocked something extraordinary. As Zhou Yi scanned through his notifications, another talent caught his attention. His eyes widened. Master, he called out, there's also an S+ grade bloodline technique called Angel Physique. Headmaster Wang Hui's interest was piqued, and Zhou Yi continued reading aloud. Angel Physique, S+. Unleash the power of your bloodline as a descendant of the six-winged angel. The higher your level, the greater the power you can release. Note, until you reach level 50, you have not fully absorbed the angel bloodline. Each use of this technique will result in a period of weakness afterward. Chou Huayang and Headmaster Wang Hui exchanged impressed glances, and Zhou Yi's excitement grew. He now possessed a remarkable array of bloodline talents. 1. Six-winged angel power, representing the pinnacle of angelic bloodlines. 2. Divine Mark of Light, A grade, bestowing unparalleled affinity with light and ice elements. 3. Magic Immunity, B grade, granting resistance to damaging and non-damaging magical skills. 4. Angel Physique, S plus grade, allowing Zhou-Yi to unleash his full bloodline potential. The realization of these talents brought smiles to all their faces. Zhou-Yi is truly blessed, Cho Huayang remarked, still astonished. Headmaster Wang Hui, intrigued by the angel physique talent, suggested, "Why don't you try using this secret technique now? Let's see just how much your power has increased after merging the bloodline." Zhou-Yi, eager to test his newfound abilities, nodded in agreement. He closed his eyes and began meditating, focusing on activating the angel physique. As Zhou-Yi channeled his energy, golden elemental light began swirling around him. The light coalesced into a small ball, growing larger with each passing moment until it resembled a radiant sun. A wave of holy energy rippled outward, filling the room with a powerful and sacred aura. Headmaster Wang Hui and Cho Huayang could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Zhou-Yi's energy radiated a force so immense that it left even these seasoned experts astonished. Within moments, Zhou-Yi's angel physique fully activated. Unlike his earlier form during the battle with the demon god servant, there was no frost energy this time. Instead, a divine golden light enveloped his entire body, making him shine with an ethereal glow. He stood before them, radiant and majestic, his form exuding the full power of the six-winged angel bloodline. The sacred energy surrounding him pulsed with raw power, leaving no doubt about the vast potential he now possessed. As Zhou-Yi activated his angel physique, Headmaster Wang Hui's face lit up with pride and excitement. The sheer power radiating from Zhou-Yi was undeniable. His strength had increased at least fivefold. "This is truly excellent," Headmaster Wang Hui exclaimed, marveling at Zhou-Yi's transformation. Turning to Zhou-Yi, he asked, "How do you feel in this form?" Zhou-Yi, still basking in the overwhelming energy coursing through him, replied, "I feel incredible. I've never experienced anything like this before. My body is brimming with power." To demonstrate, Zhou-Yi activated his frost energy, letting it flow alongside his light energy. Both auras manifested in his hands, radiating outward in waves of elemental energy. Observing the harmonious interplay of light and ice, Zhou-Yi smiled. "The light element and ice element feel like my closest companions," he said. "I can wield them however I wish." The combined aura of both elements grew stronger, filling the entire room with an intense energy. Suddenly, the room's defense systems were triggered. Alarms blared, and warning messages echoed throughout the chamber. High element energy detected. Room defense system activated. The automated system engaged the room's triple-layered defensive measures, prepared to neutralize the overwhelming elemental energy. Seeing this, Headmaster Wang Hui chuckled and said, "Six-winged angels truly are the favorites of elemental energy. But deactivate the secret technique, Zhou-Yi. If you don't, the room's defense system will attack you." Zhou-Yi nodded, unwilling to risk further complications, and deactivated his angel physique. Returning to his normal form, he felt a sudden, sharp discomfort within his body. Pausing, he carefully observed the sensations, trying to understand what was happening. Cho Huayang, noticing Zhou-Yi's hesitation, asked, "What's wrong? Did something go amiss?" Zhou-Yi replied, still confused, "The secret technique drastically improved my strength. But even though I didn't use it for long or fight with it, my entire body feels sore and bloated." Headmaster Wang Hui stepped forward, his tone serious. "That's to be expected," he explained. "The bloodline secret technique rapidly increases your strength, but the six-winged angel bloodline is immensely powerful. Right now, your body hasn't fully adapted to its effects, and it's draining a lot from you. You should reserve this technique as a last resort trump card. Overusing it prematurely could harm you more than help you." As Headmaster Wang Hui provided his guidance, the elemental teacher stood back, observing Zhou-Yi in silence. The six-winged angel bloodline, 2 evolutionary talents, and that S+ grade secret technique, angel physique, he thought to himself. For the other freshmen, chasing after Zhou-Yi is nothing more than a dream now. The conversation between Zhou-Yi and Headmaster Wang Hui continued for some time, with Headmaster Wang Hui offering valuable advice. "Based on the signs of your bloodline activation," Headmaster Wang Hui said, I believe your sister's frost bloodline may not be weaker than yours. If you want her to awaken her bloodline in the best possible condition, you should turn the frozen lotus into a frost pill for her to consume. The university has a specialized pill forging department, and you can place the order directly through the school system. Zoe nodded in agreement, taking Headmaster Wang Hui's advice to heart. Seeing his understanding, Headmaster Wang Hui smiled. Good. Now go and get some rest. With a respectful bow, Zhou Yi activated the teleportation device and left. After Zhou Yi's departure, the elemental teacher turned to Headmaster Wang Hui, his tone filled with concern. Headmaster, how did Zhou Yi even come into contact with the power of an evil god? If anything had gone wrong, we could have lost not only him, but also a crucial asset for Sukong University and perhaps the entire country. Headmaster Wang Hui sighed. It's thanks to the protection of light that Zhou Yi survived this ordeal. However, this is a matter that cannot be ignored. I will personally begin an investigation to uncover the source of this threat. Not a single clue will be overlooked, and whoever is responsible will face justice. Teleporting back to his room, Zhou Yi reflected on Headmaster Wang Hui's words. The frozen lotus would soon be delivered by the Snow Dragon Legion, but another key ingredient, icicle grass, was still missing. Without both ingredients, the frost pill cannot be made, Zhou Yi thought, a hint of worry crossing his mind. To resolve the issue, he opened his inventory, scanning through his items to calculate their worth. A bronze medal might sell for 500 points, a silver medal for 1,000, and the rare gold medal could fetch 2,000 points. He did some quick math. With my current points, I should have enough to purchase the icicle grass at the school market. While Zhou Yi was deep in thought, there was a knock at his door. Startled, he wondered, who could it be at this hour? He quickly went to open the door, revealing Teacher Sue Meyer standing outside. Teacher Sue, Zhou Yi asked, visibly confused. Do you need something from me? As Zhou Yi stepped aside to let her in, Sue Meyer followed him into the room. Observing Zhou Yi closely, she thought to herself, I don't know how, but in just a day, Zhou Yi has grown far stronger. This isn't just about an increase in level. It's the nobility of his bloodline radiating from him. Breaking the silence, Sue Meyer explained the reason for her visit. House Master Wu Meng has asked me to deliver the resources promised to you by the War House. Zhou Yi's brow furrowed in confusion. But I chose Headmaster Wang Hui as my personal mentor, he said. Why is House Master Wu Meng providing resources? Sue Meyer smiled and began to clarify. Headmaster Wang Hui will indeed be your personal mentor. However, your regular courses will be conducted in the War House. These resources are distributed to top-ranked students, and the War House handles the allocation. You've earned this. Realizing the situation, Zhou Yi nodded in understanding. However, something still puzzled him. Sue Meyer's earlier words caught his attention. She had referred to the War House as her own. Looking at Sue Meyer with curiosity, Zhou Yi asked, But Teacher Sue Meyer, aren't you a mage? Why do you refer to the War House as yours? Hearing Zhou Yi's question, Sue Meyer smiled and said, Can a mage study in the War House? Zhou Yi quickly replied, Of course you can. With that cleared up, Sue Meyer proceeded to provide Zhou Yi with the resources allocated by the War House. Summoning numerous chests into his room from her inventory, she gestured toward them and said, Here are your resources. As the chests materialized, a system message popped up in front of Zhou Yi, detailing the contents. Grade A treasure, 1,000 mountain dragon root. Grade A treasure, icicle grass. Grade A weapon, Cha short sword. Grade B equipment, Pim gauntlet. Grade B equipment, Hang ape's white chest armor. Grade B enchantment material, wind chasing tendon. Grade B enchantment material, blood of earth dragon. Grade C skill book, touch of ice. Grade C skill book, icicle protection. Grade C skill book, blade of light. Among these treasures was the icicle grass, the very ingredient Zhou Yi had been searching for. Thanks to the effects of the lucky potion, everything seemed to be falling into place. Now, with the frozen lotus and the icicle grass in hand, Zhou Yi could begin preparing the frost pill once he acquired a few more ingredients. He quickly signed off on the resources and secured the items. Sue Meyer, however, wasn't done. She folded her arms and gave Zhou Yi a stern look. Now that you've received your resources, it's time for a proper lesson, she said firmly. Standing up, Sue Meyer began to scold Zhou Yi. You're powerful, I'll give you that. But entering the deeper parts of Tempest Valley was reckless, borderline foolish. Ignorance and lack of fear are dangerous combinations. You need to ensure you have the power to protect yourself before taking any such risks. Zhou Yi wanted to explain that his system gave him full control over the threats in Tempest Valley, but he decided to remain silent. After venting her frustration, Su Meyer sighed and continued. Every year, Su Kong University produces plenty of geniuses, but only a fraction truly rise to become top elites. Many promising talents face unfortunate accidents or fall midway through their journey. Don't let overconfidence be your downfall. Her tone softened as she added, "Don't think I'm nagging you. It's always better to be cautious." Zhou Yi nodded respectfully. "I understand, Miss Su Meyer. I'll be more careful in the future." Changing the subject, Zhou Yi asked, "Miss Su Meyer, my strength has increased again. Could you recommend a safe training ground where I can gain real combat experience?" Su Meyer chuckled. "You really are a monster," she said, shaking her head in disbelief. Su Meyer then led Zhou Yi to a specialized training ground. She gestured toward the facility and explained, "This training ground allows you to control combat robots and conduct real combat training. You can set the difficulty levels yourself, ranging from level 1 to level 10 combat forms. The more robots you include, the higher the combat power. At level 10, these robots can fight like a level 20 class opponent." As she spoke, several camera orbs floated around Zhou Yi, scanning his body. Curious, Zhou Yi asked, "What are these orbs doing?" "They're recording," Su Meyer replied. "The camera orbs will document your entire challenge in detail. They'll also collect all kinds of combat data and prepare a report for you after the challenge. But remember," she added, "blades and bullets have no eyes. I suggest you start with the lower difficulty levels to avoid unnecessary injuries." Having finished her explanation, Su Meyer prepared to leave. "I have a class to attend, so I'll leave you to it. Remember to measure your limits and don't put too much pressure on yourself." Zhou Yi nodded, watching as Su Meyer left the training ground. Left alone, Zhou Yi turned to the camera orbs and gave his command. "Start the challenge," he said. "Level 7 combat form." As Zhou Yi gave the command to the orbs, the training program sprang to life. The room was bathed in an ominous red light, and mechanical whirs filled the air as combat robots began activating. Zhou Yi had chosen level 7 for his combat training, a formidable challenge not meant for the faint of heart. A message flashed across the room. Combat monitoring activated. 50 combat training robots developed. Alongside it, a warning appeared. Caution. Level S combat form activated. Prepare accordingly. The mechanical combat robots swiftly entered their battle stances, their movements precise and intimidating. Without hesitation, they launched their first attack, a sudden barrage of laser beams aimed directly at Zhou Yi. The attack was fast, powerful, and relentless. Zhou Yi managed to evade the initial blast, but his face reflected a mix of shock and excitement. "I wasn't expecting them to attack so suddenly, and with such force," he thought. As soon as the first wave of lasers subsided, the remaining robots joined in, launching a coordinated assault. The room was filled with an onslaught of laser beams, rapid gunfire, and other advanced attacks. Zhou Yi, dodging and weaving, protected himself from the barrage. Despite the chaos, a grin spread across Zhou Yi's face. "This is the kind of training I wanted," he thought, his excitement building with each evasion. Deciding to test his newfound frost power, Zhou Yi concentrated the energy of his bloodline into his fist. He leapt forward and struck a nearby robot with a frost-infused punch. The sheer force of the attack caused significant damage, leaving the mechanical opponent heavily dented and frozen. Before he could revel in his success, another robot attacked him from behind with a high-powered laser beam. Reacting quickly, Zhou Yi created a frost shield with his free hand, neutralizing the laser. Now balancing his energy, he froze one robot with his left hand while fending off the laser with his right. The versatility of his frost power left him exhilarated. The energy around Zhou Yi began to surge uncontrollably. The frost power emanating from his body swirled into a small tornado, encircling him protectively. Standing at its center, Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed with focus. "It's time for the storm," he declared. The snow tornado expanded rapidly, growing in intensity and spreading across the entire room. Under Zhou Yi's control, the storm swept through the training ground, freezing everything in its path. The combat machines, despite their durability, were no match for the overwhelming frost energy. One by one, they succumbed to the icy onslaught, their systems frozen solid. The room, now engulfed in the icy tempest, became a battlefield of shattered machinery and frost-covered remains. As the last of the machines froze, Zhou activated a final technique, channeling his frost energy into a formation-like move. The air crackled with power as he clenched his fist tightly. With a single decisive motion, the frozen machines shattered into fragments, destroyed completely. A notification appeared in bold letters across the room. Congratulations to Mr. Zhou for passing the Level S combat form test. As the storm subsided, the red light in the room dimmed, returning to its default state. Zhou exhaled slowly, his excitement tempered by satisfaction. Around him, the camera orbs hovered silently, beginning their analysis. Training results calculating. Despite facing a total of 17 Level 7 combat robots, Zhou destroyed them all in just 3 minutes and 40 seconds, earning himself a top-tier grading distinction. Pleased with his performance, Zhou reflected, the frost power is incredibly effective for controlling the enemy. Passing the Level 7 combat form was easier than I thought. I wonder if the highest difficulty will finally challenge my limits. Fueled by curiosity and ambition, Zhou commanded the camera orbs, activate the Level 10 combat form. However, the havoc Zhou had unleashed during the Level 7 combat training had caused significant damage to the robots. As a result, the backup plan for Level 10 combat form was triggered. The room filled with mechanical whirring and heavy stomping as new combat robots activated. These weren't ordinary training robots. They were supernatural-grade training robots, far superior to the previous ones. Zhou turned his attention to them, immediately noticing the difference. The orbs explained, the stats of these supernatural-grade robots are equivalent to a regular level 25 class. They are designed to operate with advanced intelligence, ensuring optimal offense and defense strategies. As Zhou listened, the orb added a final caution. If the fight threatens your safety, you can order us to stop at any time. But Zhou paid no heed to the warning. This was exactly the challenge he had been seeking, a worthy opponent to push him to his limits. The countdown for the fight began. Even before it concluded, the supernatural robot was already charging up a powerful attack. The moment the announcement to begin was made, the robot unleashed a devastating frost energy laser beam at Zhou. The sheer power of the attack forced Zhou to dodge at the last second, narrowly escaping harm. Landing on the ground, he looked back at the robot in shock. How was it able to use frost energy? He wondered, his mind racing. Without hesitation, Zhou activated his own frost power, summoning his warhammer and preparing to counterattack. From above, Zhou descended toward the robot, his warhammer glowing with icy energy. Meanwhile, the robot, undeterred, continuously released streams of frost energy to keep Zhou at bay. Zhou deftly dodged the attacks, his movements fluid and precise. As he closed the distance, he decided to use a new technique he had devised, Ice Light Double. This skill combined the properties of light and frost energy to create an illusionary double. The icy clone shimmered with refracted light, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. As the Ice Light Double materialized, Zhou real form vanished into the air, leaving the robot momentarily confused. The shimmering clone moved toward the robot, diverting its focus and drawing its attacks. Meanwhile, Zhou circled around, preparing to strike. The robot, unable to differentiate between the real Zhou and the illusion, targeted the clone with its frost laser. This provided the opening Zhou needed to deliver a decisive blow. As Zhou closed the distance between himself and the supernatural robot, he swung his warhammer with full force, aiming to disarm it and stop its relentless attacks. The impact of his blow caused the robot to stagger backwards slightly, but the targeted part, the area responsible for its laser beam attacks, remained intact. Before Zhou could follow up, the robot retaliated, launching a light beam attack that struck Zhou directly. The force of the attack knocked the warhammer from his grasp and sent him tumbling far across the training ground. Lying on the ground, Zhou grimaced as he tried to process what had happened. How is it copying my skills? He wondered. Is the camera orb sharing my combat data with it? As Zhou pondered, the robot's attack system synchronization completed, enhancing its combat capabilities. It generated a light-type warhammer, using the same energy Zhou had wielded earlier. The robot charged toward him, aiming to strike with devastating power. Seeing the incoming attack, Zhou quickly activated his own light power, concentrating it into his hands. As the robot's hammer descended, Zhou blocked the attack with his light-infused palms. The collision created an intense surge of energy, releasing tremendous pressure across the room. While Zhou held back the robot's hammer, the machine system underwent another transformation. Its cannon morphed into a mechanical wolf, which was now fully operational and attacking Zhou from the side. Surrounded, Zhou found himself under relentless pressure. The robot's hammer pressed down on one side, while the mechanical wolf charged in from the other. Zhou managed to fend off both attacks, but couldn't hide his astonishment. It can even replicate Tempest Wolves? He thought. This isn't a normal training bot. Realizing that conventional methods wouldn't work, Zhou decided to escalate. He activated his angel physique, unleashing an intense burst of light energy that forced both the robot and the mechanical wolf to retreat momentarily. With his body glowing brilliantly, Zhou stood tall and smirked. "I dare you," he said, his voice filled with confidence. "Can you replicate this?" The activation of Angel Physique marked a turning point. Zhou Yi's excitement was evident. He knew that defeating this supernatural robot required his full power. As the radiant energy flowed through him, Zhou prepared to unleash his next move. Meanwhile, in another part of the training ground, Jiang Chuan was heading toward the training room. She scanned her identity at the entrance, and the system confirmed her access. As she walked, she reflected on her recent achievements. After agreeing to become House Master Rong's personal disciple, I've gained access to so many rare resources. My cultivation has progressed significantly. I couldn't clear the level S combat form before, but now I might stand a chance. As Jiang Chuan approached the training room, a system notification appeared. "We apologize for the heavy damage sustained by the training robots. Please reschedule your challenge for tomorrow." Jiang Chuan stared at the message, puzzled. Her confusion deepened when another message appeared on a large screen in the hallway. "Warning, a student is currently challenging the level 10 combat form." Her eyes widened in shock. Level 10 combat form? She thought. This training ground is meant for freshmen. Most of us can't even pass level 6 combat forms. Who could be challenging level 10? Her thoughts immediately turned to Zhou. Could it be Brother Zhou? But she quickly dismissed the idea. Even for him, this wouldn't be a piece of cake. Standing in the hallway, Jiang Chuan remained confused and concerned, wondering who could be inside attempting such a dangerous challenge. After activating his bloodline, Zhou prepared to face the supernatural robot. This was no ordinary opponent. It had the unique ability to copy his powers, including his frost and light abilities. Overwhelmed by its capabilities, Zhou entered his angel physique, unleashing his full strength. To turn the tide of the battle, Zhou summoned the Holy Chain, a divine weapon formed entirely of pure holy light. Golden portals appeared in the air, releasing chains that shimmered with radiant energy. The Holy Chain wasn't just for attacking. It could also restrain enemies, binding them completely. Zhou remembered how the demonic chain had rendered him powerless during his bloodline awakening, and he was determined to share that experience with his mechanical foe. Pointing at the mechanical beast, Zhou sent the Holy Chain flying at full speed. The sharp, luminous links of the chain struck the beast with devastating precision, breaking it into pieces instantly. With the beast destroyed, Zhou directed the chains toward the supernatural robot. The sacred chains moved swiftly, wrapping around the robot's body and binding it tightly. The robot struggled to break free, its internal systems analyzing Zhou Yi's technique in an attempt to replicate it or find weaknesses. But the robot's database flagged the Holy Chain as an anomaly, a skill too unique and complex to decipher. As Zhou maintained control of the Holy Chain, he activated the Vision of Light, an ability that allowed him to detect an enemy's weak points and hidden abilities. Through the Vision of Light, Zhou scanned the robot and identified its power source, hidden within its chest, as its weak spot. Seeing the weakness, Zhou grinned confidently. Without hesitation, he gathered energy into his fist, preparing a powerful light punch. Closing the distance quickly, Zhou struck the robot's chest with full force. The impact unleashed a surge of light energy that enveloped the entire area, spreading electricity through the robot's mechanical parts. The robot's systems faltered, its body immobilized by the attack. Desperate, the robot initiated a self-destruct sequence, but the system interrupted the process, preventing further destruction. Instead, a sacred explosion erupted from the impact, turning the entire room into a storm of dust and light. As the dust began to settle, Zhou stood victorious. Just then, Jiang Churin entered the room, her expression one of shock and disbelief. The training ground was in ruins, with shattered machinery and scorch marks everywhere. Moments later, a notification appeared in front of Zhou Yi. Congratulations! You have cleared the level 10 combat form. Entry access will now be reactivated. However, the system added a warning. Due to extensive damage caused during the testing, repairs are required. The training ground will be unavailable for 1 week. Please return after repairs are completed. Jiang Churin stood by the doorway of the training room, staring at the destruction within. The level 10 combat form had been cleared, and she couldn't help but wonder, who in the world could have done this? Curiosity got the better of her, and she cautiously stepped inside, taking in the remnants of the room. Her eyes widened in shock when she spotted Zhou Yi standing amidst the wreckage. The entire training ground had been obliterated, and yet there he was barely able to stay upright. What is going on here? Jiang Churin asked in surprise, her voice echoing in the silent room. Zhou Yi, exhausted from the intense battle, could hardly stand. Just then, the camera orb hovered near him, scanning his condition before displaying a notification. Congratulations! Level 10 combat form cleared in 8 minutes and 32 seconds. The trial room then revealed Zhou Yi's final appraisal. Single greatest physical damage, 27,304. Single greatest magic damage, 56,021. Single combined skill highest damage, 106,221. Zhou Yi glanced at the display, thinking to himself, if it hadn't been for the mechanical wolf surprise attack, I could have handled this fight more easily. I need a magical pet to support me in battles like this. Before he could dwell on the thought further, Jiang Churin rushed over to him, calling out, Brother Zhou Yi. She reached his side, her face filled with a mix of concern and astonishment. Did you finish your bloodline forging? She asked breathlessly. And how did you become this powerful in just 1 day? Zhou Yi, though visibly drained, smiled faintly and replied, Yeah, I completed it this morning. I now possess the 6-winged angel bloodline. At his words, Jiang Churin's face lit up with excitement. Her eyes sparkled, as if she were gazing at her favorite idol. That's amazing, she exclaimed. The 6-winged angel bloodline is one of the rarest divine bloodlines. Jiang Churin, having the succubus bloodline herself, was well-versed in the rankings of various bloodlines. She knew just how rare and powerful Zhou Yi's new abilities were. After a brief pause, Zhou Yi turned to her and said, Jiang Churin, could you take me to the magic pet market? I want to contract a magic pet to increase my power. Jiang Churin's enthusiasm grew even more. Of course, she replied cheerfully. The magic pet market isn't far from here. I'll take you there now. Jiang Churin led Zhou Yi to the bustling magic pet market in Fantasy Alley, where people were bidding enthusiastically for various magical creatures. A silver-tier fire tiger, capable of reaching level 20, had a current bid of 110 points. An adult dragon horn rhino, boasting a level 19 draconic bloodline, was listed at 210 points. First come, first served. The market was alive with energy, with vendors showcasing a variety of exotic creatures. One seller displayed a silver-tier golden claw green hawk egg, advertising it as a bargain. As they navigated through the lively market, Jiang Churin held Zhou Yi's hand and asked with a smile, Brother Zhou, do you have any magic pet in mind that you'd like to buy? Zhou Yi stopped for a moment, considering her question. I tamed a Tempest Wolf back in Tempest Valley, he began. But after defeating the demonic sun, I fell into a coma and lost the chance to contract it. I want to find a Tempest Wolf cub with wind elemental skill talents to contract with. As Zhou Yi talked about finding a Tempest Wolf cub, a nearby student overheard and approached him. The student carried a small cage and introduced himself with a friendly smile. Hello, I'm Lu Zhixue, a third-year student from the Logistic House and an elite level 22 trainer, he said. I have a Tempest Wolf cub I've cultivated myself. Would you like to take a look? Jiang Churin leaned toward Zhou Yi and whispered, Trainers belong to life skill classes, and Lu Zhixue is a student of Sukong University. Compared to pets sold by regular vendors, his are likely of higher quality. Considering Jiang Churin's advice, Zhou Yi nodded and said, Okay, let's see it. Lu Zhixue carefully opened the cage and took out the Tempest Wolf cub. The tiny creature looked frail, its body visibly weak. This Tempest Wolf cub is about 10 days old, Lu Zhixue explained. Its mother is a silver-tier Tempest Wolf, and I've confirmed through examination that its talent is silver-tier. You can have it for 60 points. Zhou Yi studied the cub thoughtfully before asking, "Is there no gold-tier magical pet available here?" Lu Zhixue looked genuinely surprised. "Gold tier," he said, shaking his head. "There aren't many gold-tier magical pets in the entire magic pet market. If you really want one, I can notify you if I hear anything, but it'll cost you a lot more than 60 points." As Zhou Yi held the cub in his hands, Jiang Churen stepped closer and examined it. Her brows furrowed with concern. "Something's not right with this cub," she said. "It's too small and looks malnourished." Lu Zhixue panicked slightly, trying to reassure them. "Tempest wolves are naturally smaller than other monsters, and their cubs are no exception," he said quickly. Before Lu Zhixue could say more, Zhou Yi smiled and said, "It's fine. I'll take it." Holding the small cub, Zhou Yi said confidently, "You have to understand, there are no useless magical pets, only useless masters. I have great hopes for its future." Jiang Churen smiled, impressed by Zhou Yi's decision. "All right," she said. "If you're confident, it must be a good choice." Relieved and grateful, Lu Zhixue quickly handed Zhou Yi a magic pet contract scroll for free. "Here, you can use this scroll to make the contract," he said. "Just place it on your contract space." After Zhou Yi shared the points with the student, the contract scroll and the Tempest Wolf cub officially became his. Zhou Yi inspected the scroll, finding it well-designed and particularly useful for controlling magical creatures. The student, Lu Zhixue, who had sold the cub, began to walk away. However, an unmistakable, sly grin crept across his face, betraying his intentions. That cub was the weakest of its nest, Lu Zhixue thought. I was at a loss on how to sell it. But this rookie showed up just in time. Luckily, he paid first. If that defective wolf showed signs of its poor condition during contracting, I'd be in trouble. Zhou Yi, unaware of Lu Zhixue's thoughts, prepared to use the contract scroll. He activated it, forming a glowing formation in which he carefully placed the cub. Purple light radiated from the formation, immediately catching everyone's attention. Lu Zhixue, who was watching from a distance, froze in shock. The once small, weak-looking cub began to transform, growing larger and emanating an intimidating purple aura. Gasps rippled through the crowd as onlookers murmured in amazement. "Isn't that dark purple light a sign of a legendary tier magical pet?" one exclaimed. "How lucky must he be to find a legendary tier pet at this market?" Someone approached Zhou Yi, eyes wide with greed. "Do you want to sell that Tempest Wolf? I'll pay 1,000 points for it." Jiang Churen, just as stunned, grabbed Zhou Yi's arm and beamed with excitement. "Brother Zhou Yi, you've got a great eye. It looks like this cub is actually a devolved legendary magical pet. Your magic must have nourished it and restored its original tier." Zhou Yi, still processing what had happened, realized he had underestimated the effect of the lucky potion he drank earlier. The Tempest Wolf cub, now back in its normal form, hopped onto Zhou Yi's lap, wagging its tail like a loyal companion. Jiang Churen looked at the cub with admiration and asked, "Brother Zhou Yi, you haven't given it a name yet. What will you call it?" After a moment of thought, Zhou Yi smiled and said, "I'll call it Gray." Jiang Churen laughed, scooping up the wolf and stroking its fur. "Gray? That's such a boring name. But you know what? It's still cute." Before they could leave, Lu Zhixue stormed back over, his face red with anger and desperation. "I'm sorry," he blurted out. "I made a mistake selling that cub to you for the price of a silver-tier pet. If you want to keep it, you'll need to give me 500 more points. Or you can cancel the contract and return the pet. I'll refund you 300 points. You'd better decide quickly." Hearing this, onlookers began whispering. "It's obvious Lu Zhixue didn't check the cub's tier properly," one vendor said. A nearby woman added, "Lu Zhixue is backed by the Lu family. They're close to Headmaster Wang Hui. No matter what, Zhou might be in trouble now. I doubt he'll keep that legendary pet for long." Zhou Yi's expression darkened as he stepped forward, his golden aura flaring with power. The oppressive energy radiating from him silenced the murmurs instantly. "I've never heard of anything like this," Zhou Yi said coldly. "After selling an item, you forcefully demand more money? Pathetic." Lu Zhixue stumbled backward under the pressure of Zhou Yi's aura, his legs trembling. His mind raced in panic. What is this power? I feel like I'm staring death in the face from just a glare. How can a freshman have such overwhelming presence? Zhou Yi's voice cut through Lu Zhixue's thoughts. "Stop dreaming and get out of my sight. If you try anything else, the consequences won't be so forgiving." Unable to withstand the pressure, Lu Zhixue collapsed to the ground, groveling. "Bro, it's my bad. It's all a misunderstanding. Please take the Tempest Wolf. I don't want any trouble. As Zhou Yi withdrew his aura, Lu Zhixue scrambled to his feet, avoiding eye contact. Zhou Yi turned to leave, but glanced back one last time. Take care of yourself, and stay out of my way. I won't warn you again. Jiang Churen shot Lu Zhixue an icy glare, and even Gray growled menacingly before the three of them walked away, leaving Lu shaken and humiliated in the middle of the marketplace. After teaching Lu Zhixue a lesson, Zhou Yi, Jiang Churen, and Gray left the marketplace. Behind them, Lu Zhixue remained on his knees, trembling in fear. As they walked away, Jiang Churen turned to Zhou Yi with a hopeful smile. Brother Zhou Yi, she said, can I come by later to play with Gray? Zhou Yi chuckled and replied, of course. You're welcome to play with him anytime. Meanwhile, the sellers in the marketplace began to recognize Zhou Yi. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Isn't that Joey? One seller said. The #1 freshman? Another bald seller laughed. Yeah, that's him. I heard Principal Wang Hui took him in as an exclusive disciple. He even received the gold contribution medal. The sellers exchanged knowing looks as one added. Lu Zhixue has been throwing his weight around because of his family status, but this time, he bit off more than he could chew. As the murmurs grew, a man pushed through the crowd with an air of authority. The onlookers muttered in surprise. Lu Wucheng has arrived. Is he here to back his brother? Lu Zhixue's face lit up with relief as his brother approached. Brother, help me, he begged. I need justice. But before he could say more, Lu Wucheng delivered a swift kick to Lu Zhixue's face, sending him sprawling a short distance away. Shocked and confused, Lu Zhixue looked up at his brother. Why would you kick me? Lu Wucheng glared at him. You idiot, he spat. Do you have any idea what you've done? Do you know the importance of a new student receiving a gold contribution medal? If others decide to let you off this time, you should consider yourself lucky. Don't show your face around here again. Get as far away as you can. Still reeling from the blow and his brother's words, Lu Zhixue was left questioning himself. What did I do wrong? When did I provoke such a dangerous person? On the other hand, Joey brought Gray home and began testing the wolf cub's abilities. As Gray displayed its natural talents, Joey couldn't help but marvel. It's truly worthy of being an epic-level wind wolf cub, he said to himself. Even at this young age, it can instinctively use wind-related abilities. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Joey glanced at Gray, then thought to himself, the effect of the lucky potion hasn't worn off yet. Could this be another stroke of fortune? When he opened the door, a soldier from the Snow Dragon Legion stood before him. The soldier introduced himself as Zhao Sheng and handed Joey a carefully sealed box. This is the S-level treasure, the extremely cold lotus, as promised by the Snow Dragon Legion, the soldier said. Please confirm its receipt. Joey opened the box, and a frozen lotus emanating an icy, fragrant aroma filled the room. His face lit up with joy. Please convey my thanks to your group leader, Joey said. The soldier nodded. My duty here is complete. I'll return to my post. Joey admired the frozen lotus in his hands. With this, Zhou Yun's awakening bloodline crisis will be solved once the pill is refined. He thought about the next steps. I'll need to make an appointment with Mr. He Tian, a 9th-level alchemist, to refine the pill. Joey tried to book the appointment online, but quickly realized the service wasn't available digitally. I'll have to go to the elixir department in person, he muttered. When Joey arrived at the elixir department, he approached the counter, where a young woman was standing. Hello, he greeted her. I'm looking for teacher He Tian. I need a pill refined. The woman, who introduced herself as Lini, looked up and smiled. Teacher Tian just went to a meeting, she explained. But I'm his student. What kind of elixir do you need refined? I can assist you in the meantime. Joey listened to the girl and showed her his treasures. I want to get the S-level elixir, extremely cold elixir, refined, he said. When the girl saw the treasures, an extremely cold ice lotus and ice grass, her eyes widened in shock. This is an S-level natural treasure, she exclaimed. And paired with level ice grass, these are incredibly rare treasures. She looked at Joey with curiosity. You're a new student. How did you come across something so rare? Joey chuckled and replied casually. Just lucky, I guess. Now that he had the extremely cold ice lotus and ice grass, all he needed to do was pay the 800 credit S-level elixir production fee. After explaining the fee, the girl asked for his contact details. Once Teacher Tian finishes refining the extremely cold pill, I'll inform you as soon as possible, she assured him. Zhou Yi shared his contact information, left the treasures in her care, and exited the elixir department. Later, Zhou Yi was seen walking through the academy, likely on his way to his first class. As he passed by, he overheard a group of students chatting. Did you hear? Alien creatures have been discovered recently in multiple places, one said. Yeah, I heard about it too, another replied. When Zhou Yi entered the classroom, more students were deep in conversation. Many armies and associations have been called back from the front lines, one student remarked. Another chimed in. My friend in the army said it's because alien creatures have been found all over the empire. Zhou Yi listened to the murmurs as he took his seat, thinking to himself, it seems the news of an alien invasion is spreading everywhere. Just as Zhou Yi sat at his desk, someone tapped his shoulder. Zhou Yi, a familiar voice called out. He turned and was surprised to see Song Xiaolan. Song Xiaolan, you're in this class too? Of course. Song replied with a smile. My special teacher is Housemaster Wu Meng, so it looks like we'll be classmates from now on. She extended her hand. Classmate Zhou Yi, please take care of me in the future. Zhou Yi shook her hand and replied, I'll rely on your guidance too. Song laughed. You're so powerful, it's hard to imagine I could teach you anything. But if you ever need my help, just ask. Moments later, Sue Meyer entered the room and stood in front of the students. Introducing herself, she said, My name is Sue Meyer, and I'll be responsible for teaching you the detailed intricacies of the world of Warcraft. Before starting the lesson, Sue Meyer made an important announcement. As many of you have heard, the rumors are true. There's been a massive invasion of alien creatures in the Empire. Although these alien creatures are not exceptionally powerful, the nation is treating their presence with the utmost seriousness. Facing potential threats, the Central National Army has now entered the third level of combat readiness. In response, resource investments for major universities have doubled. At Sukong University, the monthly resource distribution for students will increase by 70%, and students completing school-issued tasks will now receive higher credit rewards than before. Additionally, the university announced that Abyss mode permissions would soon be unlocked for the 3 major dungeons on campus. However, students must use their credits to purchase an Abyss magic stone to access this mode. The atmosphere in the room grew electric as students excitedly reacted to the news. Finally, Abyss mode is unlocked. This is my chance to gain some serious experience, one student exclaimed. Another chimed in, even the mission credit rewards are higher now. Looks like the school is going all out. Noticing the rising excitement, Sue Meyer addressed the students with a composed tone. Calm down, everyone. While the resources have been increased, your focus should remain on working hard and becoming stronger. Nothing replaces dedication and effort, she reminded them. From his seat, Zhou Yi observed Sue Meyer thoughtfully. She seems different, stronger, more confident. It's not just me making progress, he mused. The class concluded, and the following day, students gathered in small groups, chatting about the dungeons. I tried challenging the Goblin Dungeon boss yesterday, one student lamented. I died at the last second and wasted 100 credits. Well, who told you to jump straight into Nightmare level? Another teased. Nearby, Zhou Yi considered his own plans. Now that I'm at level 19 and have the extremely cold ice lotus, there's no need to return to Gale Mountain. The Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon is the perfect place to gain experience and level up. As he finalized his plans, Zhou Yi noticed a familiar figure nearby, Jiang Churin. Curious, he approached her. Jiang Churin, what are you doing here? He asked with a smile. Churin turned and lit up when she saw him. Zhou Yi, I heard that the rewards for clearing the school's 3 main dungeons have been increased. I was planning to give it a try and thought, maybe you'd join me? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I was thinking of heading there too. With their plans aligned, the two entered the dungeon together. Inside the dungeon, Jiang Churin turned to Zhou Yi. Which difficulty are you planning to challenge? Abyss level. Zhou Yi replied without hesitation. What about you? Jiang Churin hesitated. Abyss level is too difficult, she admitted. There's a big gap between our power levels. With my current strength, I can only handle the difficult level. Zhou Yi stepped closer to Jiang Churin, a reassuring smile on his face. It's okay, he said. When I conquer the Abyss level, I'll team up with you, and we'll clear it together. Hearing this, Jiang Churin's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling shy, she gently freed her hand from his. Okay, brother Zhou Yi, she replied with a small smile. I'm going to challenge the difficult level then. Please take care of yourself. You too, Zhou Yi said, watching as she walked away. The two separated, heading toward their respective challenges. Zhou Yi moved toward the abyss-level dungeon. On his way, he overheard a commotion among the other students. Is that Shiming Xian? What's he doing here? The crowd buzzed with excitement. It wasn't every day a top-ranking student challenged the leaderboard dungeon. Don't you know? One student explained. If you refresh the clearance record of the abyss-level dungeon, you can get the Achievement Talent Award. It's nearly impossible to get additional achievement talents without special opportunities. No wonder Shiming Xian's here. Shiming Xian, a level 23 mage ranked 86 on the leaderboard, stood nearby, exuding confidence. Zhou Yi glanced at him briefly and thought, this is boring. I'd better focus on my own challenge. Ignoring the growing chatter, Zhou Yi entered the dungeon and selected the abyss-level difficulty. As soon as he made a selection, the system deducted 400 credits from his account in exchange for a glowing purple magic stone. In moments, Zhou Yi teleported into the goblin dungeon. Outside, students noticed his choice. Wait, is that Zhou Yi, the top newcomer? What's he thinking? A level 19 warrior challenging the abyss-level difficulty? He doesn't know his limits, one student scoffed. It's just a waste of 400 credits, another laughed. Even Shiming Xian smirked, dismissing Zhou Yi's choice. Looks like some people are letting the increase in resources get to their heads. Inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi stood in a desolate area that resembled ruins. Surveying his surroundings, he muttered to himself, why is this place in such a state? Could it be the result of demons taking over and destroying everything? As he examined the area, a goblin crept up from behind, weapon in hand, ready to strike. But Zhou Yi, sensing the danger, turned just in time. With a swift, powerful punch, he sent the goblin flying. The goblin hit the ground with a thud, lifeless after just one blow. Zhou Yi shook his head and said with a smirk, how shameless. A sneak attack on a 20-year-old? That's just embarrassing. Zhou Yi stood calmly, surveying his surroundings. A sudden noise drew his attention. A massive wave of goblins now stood before him, their eyes gleaming with hostile intent. Without hesitation, they surged forward, ready to attack. These goblins were level 22, silver-tier grade monsters, known for their surprise attacks and slash techniques. Despite their strength, Zhou Yi was undeterred. Finally, a challenge worth my time, he thought as he summoned his warhammer, gripping it tightly. With swift, decisive movements, Zhou Yi began his counterattack. Each swing of his warhammer sent goblins flying, their bodies crumpling under the sheer force. Within moments, he had wiped out the entire wave. These goblins are far too weak, he muttered, catching his breath. But before he could fully relax, another wave of goblins emerged, larger and more aggressive than before. They charged in a horde, their sheer numbers making the ground tremble. Zhou Yi realized the challenge wasn't their individual strength, but the overwhelming numbers. These goblin grunts are like an endless swarm. Their suicide tactics could drain my mana if I'm not careful. I'll need to conserve my energy for the boss. To handle the relentless assault, Zhou Yi unleashed his Shining Phantom Slash, a high-speed spinning attack with his warhammer. The weapon became a blur of motion, generating rapid slashes that cut through the horde like a whirlwind. Goblins fell one after another, their cries of defeat echoing in the air. Within minutes, the battlefield was silent, littered with lifeless goblins. A notification popped up, 11,236 experience points gained. Zhou Yi exhaled, satisfied with his victory, but still feeling the weight of progress. As expected, he said to himself, the higher my level, the harder it is to climb. Even after killing so many, I'm still far from level 20. Hopefully, the boss rewards will make up for it. After a brief moment of rest, Zhou Yi pressed on toward the boss's lair. The room emanated an oppressive aura, and at its center stood the Goblin King, a massive, fearsome figure. This level 24 legendary tier monster had raised countless human cities, commanding legions of goblins in his destructive campaigns. As Zhou Yi entered, the Goblin King turned to face him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Foolish human, the Goblin King roared. Welcome to the land of your death, prepared especially for you. Zhou Yi tilted his head, unimpressed. Why is he so boastful? Fueled by rage over the deaths of his goblin minions, the Goblin King charged at Zhou Yi with ferocious speed. Zhou Yi narrowly evaded the initial attack, the ground cracking beneath the king's blow. He's fast for his size, Zhou Yi thought, preparing his next move. Without missing a beat, he retaliated, launching a powerful, focused strike with his warhammer, aiming directly for the Goblin King. The Goblin King sensed the sheer power behind Zhou Yi's attack and quickly activated his dominant body skill. A shimmering shield appeared, reflecting the warhammer's blow with ease. As the ground trembled beneath the clash, the Goblin King bellowed with laughter. "Human, are these scratches supposed to frighten me?" Zhou Yi stepped back, narrowing his eyes. Physical attacks are pointless against him, he thought, already formulating his next move. Just then, a golden angel chain emerged, ripping through the Goblin King's defenses and wrapping tightly around his massive frame. The divine light of the chain radiated power, leaving the Goblin King stunned. His attempts to free himself were futile. His body refused to respond. "What is this?" the Goblin King roared, struggling like a trapped insect. Zhou Yi watched the scene with a smirk. "Your magic resistance is surprisingly low," he said. "Enjoy this special gift I prepared just for you." With those words, Zhou Yi unleashed a devastating energy attack, radiant with holy power. The Goblin King's eyes widened in terror, but the angel chain held him firmly in place. The energy struck with unparalleled force, enveloping him in blinding light. When the light faded, the Goblin King was no more. Zhou Yi surveyed the battlefield and shook his head. An abyss-level realm boss, yet it was surprisingly weak. I didn't even need to use my full mana or advanced skills. Having set a new record for clearing the abyss-level dungeon, a notification appeared before Zhou Yi. New talent acquired. Rapid casting, A level. This talent greatly accelerates spell casting speed, allowing the instant release of low-level spells. A powerful boost for future growth. Zhou Yi felt the surge of potential as the talent integrated into his abilities. Despite his victory, he sighed. "I was hoping to reach level 20, but I only got close. Next time, maybe Jiang Charan can join me for the abyss-level realm. It'll be a good challenge for her." Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a large screen displayed the clear records of every student. Among the listed names was Tang Ling Yiyang, who had cleared the abyss level in 16 minutes and 24 seconds. A crowd of students gathered near the leaderboard, murmuring among themselves. "There's no one who has cleared it yet today. The abyss level is just too hard." "Exactly," another added. "You're immediately swarmed by hundreds of silver-tier goblins. If you don't escape fast enough, you're done for. Abyss-level difficulty is no joke." Jiang Charan stood among the students, glancing at the leaderboard. "Thankfully, I managed to clear the hard difficulty without any problems," she thought. "I hope Brother Zhou Yi is faring just as well." Suddenly, the leaderboard updated, and murmurs turned to exclamations. "Did you see that?" one student said, pointing at the screen. "A level 19 Saint Knight, named Zhou Yi, just got first place, and he set a new record." As the crowd of students buzzed with chatter, someone suddenly shouted, "The record for the abyss-level realm has been broken." All eyes turned to the leaderboard screen, which now displayed a new name at the top, Zhou Yi. "Look, Zhou Yi's name is there," one student exclaimed. The murmurs grew louder. "Who is Zhou Yi? Is he a senior from the third year?" "No, he's the #1 freshman," another replied. The realization sent ripples of disbelief through the crowd. Many students recalled Zhou Yi's impressive performance during the freshman competition, but this was on another level. How could a level 19 Saint Knight defeat the level 24 legendary Goblin King? Some were skeptical. "It doesn't make sense," one muttered. "How did he manage to clear the abyss-level realm in just 10 minutes and 56 seconds? Others waited anxiously for Shi Ming Xian to emerge from the dungeon. Being ranked 86th on the Earth list, Xian was expected to set a higher record, potentially knocking Zhou Yi's name from the top. Just then, Xian staggered out of the dungeon, his body battered and his expression defeated. Brother Xian, a student, rushed to his side, helping him stay upright. Xian shook his head, panting. "The Abyss Realm, it was too hard. I lost some golden grade equipment, and I still failed to clear it." He uncorked a recovery potion and took a shaky sip, but his eyes darted around, confused by the crowd's focus on the leaderboard. "What's going on?" Xian asked. The student supporting him hesitated before explaining. "Brother Xian, a freshman named Zhou, he cleared the Abyss level in 10 minutes and 56 seconds. He set a new record." Xian froze, the potion slipping from his hand as shock overtook him. "Impossible," he whispered. At that moment, Zhou Yi emerged from the dungeon. The crowd turned toward him, their astonished whispers growing louder. "There he is," someone said. "Zhou Yi's come out." Xian's disbelief hardened into determination. He stepped forward, blocking Zhou Yi's path. "I'm sure Ming Xian, ranked 86th on Earth," he said, introducing himself. "How did you clear the abyss level?" His tone carried a mix of curiosity and accusation. "Did you?" Before Xian could finish, Zhou Yi simply waved him off. "Sorry, I got other things to do. Goodbye." The abrupt dismissal left Xian speechless, his expression twisting into frustration. Just then, Jiang Churen appeared, running toward Zhou Yi with a bright smile. "Brother Zhou Yi," she called. Zhou Yi greeted her warmly. "Hi, Jiang Churen." Blushing slightly, Jiang Churen said, "Congratulations on clearing the abyss level. I could only barely pass the hard difficulty. It feels like it's getting harder and harder to chase after you." Zhou Yi stepped closer, his voice calm, yet encouraging. "Don't worry. It's actually pretty easy to fight the Goblin King once you know the right strategies. I'll teach you all the tips to clear it. I've got plenty of points, so I can take you with me a few more times. We'll figure it out together." As Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen entered the abyss-level dungeon together, their presence drew murmurs from the students standing nearby. "He just came out of the dungeon and is already planning to go back in," someone said in disbelief. "Has he made the abyss difficulty realm his second home?" another student joked. "That's the difference between elites and regular people," one more added, their voice tinged with awe. Standing nearby, Ming Xian felt each comment cut deep. A student accompanying him tried to encourage him, saying, "You nearly cleared the abyss realm. Maybe one more try is all you need." But Xian sat quietly, his expression solemn. "There's no need," he finally said, his voice heavy with resignation. "I've decided I won't challenge this realm again." The weight of the student's words had taken a toll on him. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen began their adventure. Zhou Yi smiled at her and said, "This is our second time working together. It feels like just yesterday we were adventuring together in Tempest Valley." Jiang Churen blushed, her face turning red at the memory of their previous battle. Shyly, she said, "That experience," but her voice trailed off, unable to finish her sentence. Her mind drifted back to when Zhou Yi had stood by her side, fending off waves of demons while protecting her. She recalled the moment she kissed him, a gesture born out of gratitude and something deeper. Gathering her courage, she said, "Those demons had completely surrounded me and pushed me into a corner. It was your bravery that saved me and stopped me from choosing self-destruction." Zhou Yi grinned warmly. "It was an honor to rescue you," he said. "That rescue was just the beginning of our adventure. There are many more journeys ahead for us to experience." Before Jiang Churen could respond, a horde of goblin warriors appeared, laughing menacingly as they advanced. These were level 22 monsters, and their numbers were overwhelming. Jiang Churen's eyes widened. The abyss difficulty certainly doesn't disappoint. The stats on these goblins are ridiculously high. Zhou Yi had brought Jiang Churen here to help her gain experience and to clear the dungeon together. Calmly, he began giving her tips. "Don't be intimidated by their levels," he said. "Their strength lies only in their numbers. Keep your focus on your skills, and you'll find they're easier to handle than they look." With a confident smile, Zhou Yi added, "Here's the plan. We'll each take one side. Just make sure none of these goblins can sneak up behind us." After hearing the plan, Jiang Churen agrees, setting the stage for their next battle. Our hero then activates several buffs: the Gift of Power, Shield of Protection, and Weapons Blessing, ensuring not just his own enhancement, but boosting Jiang Churen's abilities as well. Empowered by these buffs, Jiang Churen readies her Dark Element Sword, while Zhou Yi wields his hammer, both preparing to take on a horde of goblins. Zhou Yi takes the lead, charging forward with his hammer and urging Jiang Churen to flank from the opposite side. As he reaches the goblins, he unleashes devastating swings, each strike crushing multiple foes. On the other side, Jiang Churen feels an exhilarating surge of power coursing through her, thanks to the buffs. Her stats increase significantly, making her attacks nearly twice as effective. When a group of goblins attempts to ambush her, Jiang Churen responds swiftly with her Dark Slash, her blade cutting through them effortlessly. The dark element power of her sword delivers immense damage, making quick work of the enemies. Despite her lower level, Jiang Churen mows through the silver-tier goblins with ease, as though trimming grass. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi continues his rampage, his hammer swings causing chaos among the goblins. In a short time, the duo annihilates the entire horde. Jiang Churen, now at level 18, gains 5,200 XP, while Zhou Yi, still at level 19, earns 5,900 XP. Triumphant and energized, Jiang Churen beams with excitement, asking Zhou Yi if they can keep going. Amused by her enthusiasm, Zhou Yi agrees, and the two set their sights on the goblin boss. Arriving at the boss's lair, they are greeted by a towering figure radiating power. The goblin boss, at level 24, roars in rage, vowing vengeance for his fallen comrades. Sensing the immense strength of their opponent, Jiang Churen remarks that bosses of this caliber are no easy feat. She questions Zhou Yi about his strategy, and he confidently reveals that while the boss looks formidable, its spell resistance is notably weak. He suggests Jiang Churen use her most powerful skill to exploit this weakness. Emboldened by his words, Jiang Churen decides to take the lead. She channels her succubus bloodline, summoning its demonic power to unleash a devastating demonic slash. The attack strikes the goblin boss directly, but instead of dealing significant damage, the demonic energy is absorbed, causing the boss to ascend to an even greater level of strength. Now more powerful than ever, the goblin boss retaliates with a ground shockwave, stomping the ground with a mighty force. The impact sends tremors throughout the area, shaking the very foundation of their battlefield. The immense pressure from the goblin boss's shockwave sends Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen scrambling to steady themselves. Zhou Yi regains his balance first and quickly checks on Jiang Churen, concerned for her safety. Though visibly shaken, Jiang Churen manages to reply, her voice tinged with despair, admitting that she's unharmed. However, she blames herself for their predicament. Overwhelmed with guilt, she confesses that her inability to control her demonic power allowed the goblin boss to absorb it, making him even stronger. Seeing her sinking into self-blame, Zhou Yi reassures her, trying to lift her spirits. Determined to salvage the situation, he resorts to the strategy he used to defeat the goblin boss before. Activating Punishment of Light, he launches the attack, but the goblin boss effortlessly shields himself with a protective barrier. Surprised and frustrated, Zhou Yi realizes that the boss's spell resistance has significantly improved. Undeterred, he activates the Spear of Light and moves in for another strike. Before charging, he turns to Jiang Churen and warns her of the worsening situation, suggesting that if he fails, she should use the Abyss Stone to escape. Zhou Yi unleashes a flurry of attacks, including the Divine Chain, but none of his efforts penetrate the boss's defenses. The goblin boss even shatters the chain with ease, leaving Zhou Yi struggling against an opponent far stronger than before. Meanwhile, Jiang Churen is paralyzed by guilt and fear, blaming herself for the escalating danger. Her frustration grows as she watches Zhou Yi struggle, and she feels powerless to help. Suddenly, a voice echoes within her mind, a manifestation from her inner world, calling out her weakness. The demonic presence of her succubus bloodline materializes in her mind, taunting her for lacking the strength to assist Zhou Yi. The presence tells her that only by fully embracing and controlling her demonic power can she stand beside Zhou Yi and protect him. As the internal conflict rages within her, Jiang Churen feels torn between self-doubt and a growing determination. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, still locked in battle with the goblin boss, considers activating his angel physique as a last resort to protect Jiang Churen. But before he can act, a sudden, massive sword slash cuts through the goblin boss's arm, severing it completely. The boss howls in agony, unable to absorb any more demonic energy, as Zhou Yi turns in shock to see the source of the attack. Standing before him is Jiang Churen, transformed and exuding an overwhelming, dark power. She has fully evolved into her bloodline's demonic physique, but something is different. Her usual composure has been replaced by a menacing, otherworldly presence. Laughing with unrestrained confidence, she declares that she will handle the monster now. The goblin boss, already weakened by the loss of his arm, screams in fury. Not only can he no longer absorb the demonic energy, but the energy he had stolen is now being forcibly drawn back into Jiang Churen. As the goblin boss roars in agony, Jiang Churen mocks him with a sly laugh, calling his suffering just an appetizer. Furious and desperate, the boss charges at her, unable to endure the sight of his stolen power flowing back into her. Jiang Churen, unfazed by his rage, retaliates with a devastating laser-like beam attack that shakes the entire battlefield. Zhou Yi watches in awe, stunned by the overwhelming power of Jiang Churen's new succubus form. Her attack obliterates the goblin boss instantly, ending the fight in a spectacular display of strength. As the dust settles, Both Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen earn a hefty 23,200 experience points, along with 15 free stat points and 15 skill points each. With the battle over, Jiang Churen approaches Zhou Yi in a playful, flirtatious manner. Her mischievous grin catches him off guard as she leans in close and teases him about continuing their work. Embarrassed by her boldness, Zhou Yi fumbles for words, prompting Jiang Churen to close the gap even more. She places her hand on his chest and, with a flirtatious tone, questions his silence, asking if he doesn't like this version of her. Taking it a step further, Jiang Churen grabs Zhou Yi's hand, placing it on her waist and continuing to flirt. Zhou Yi, clearly flustered, quickly steps back and, with a serious tone, asks if she is truly Jiang Churen. The question snaps her out of her demonic persona, and she regains her composure, visibly embarrassed by her actions. Dropping to the ground, she apologizes, explaining that the demonic power from her succubus bloodline had overwhelmed her. After a moment, Jiang Churen returns to her normal form and sheepishly reassures Zhou Yi that she was never fully possessed by the demon. Zhou Yi gently holds her face, offering reassurance that everything is fine. He admits he had been worried she was no longer herself, to which Jiang Churen blushes, insisting that such a thing could never happen. Wanting to move forward, Zhou Yi suggests they continue clearing the dungeon, using the opportunity to help Jiang Churen gain better control over her demonic powers. He encourages her, proposing they work on her abilities until she's ready to tackle the abyss-level realm on her own. Playfully, Jiang Churen jokes about how the Goblin King might as well be their old friend by now, given how often they defeat him. Zhou Yi chuckles, adding that sometimes it feels like they're training more than actually clearing the dungeon. The mood lightens as the two prepare to delve deeper into the challenge. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a group of students watches and speculates about Zhou Yi's abilities. One of them remarks on how tough the abyss-level realm is, pointing out that only the monstrous freshman has cleared it. Another student scoffs, suggesting Zhou Yi's success might have been due to sheer luck. However, a third student quickly rebukes the idea, asserting that Zhou Yi's strength is unmatched in the entire college. With a pointed jab, they sarcastically challenge the doubter to test their own luck in the realm, leaving the group in awe of Zhou Yi's accomplishments. As the students outside the dungeon continued to chat, the leaderboard displayed an unexpected change. The record for the dungeon had been broken once again, and Zhou Yi's name appeared in first place. Gasps rippled through the crowd as everyone marveled at his repeated success. But before they could process it, the leaderboard shifted again. This time, Jiang Churen's name took the top spot. The crowd buzzed with disbelief and admiration. Jiang Churen, who had only recently struggled to clear the hard difficulty, had now soloed the abyss-level realm. Zhou Yi's name, now in second place, solidified the extraordinary feat as another new record. The students were stunned. One student in particular turned to his companion, saying, "Brother, I finally understand what it feels like to see the gap between a genius and yourself." Over the next few hours, Jiang Churen and Zhou Yi continued to clear the dungeon multiple times. Zhou Yi conquered the abyss-level realm for the second time, while Jiang Churen, bolstered by Zhou Yi's guidance, also cleared the difficulty again, this time as part of their team. Their repeated triumphs left onlookers in awe, solidifying their reputations as rising stars within the academy. Eventually, both emerged from the dungeon, visibly accomplished. As they stepped outside, Jiang Churen turned to Zhou Yi with a cheerful suggestion. "Brother Zhou Yi, I heard the Element House is putting on a fireworks display for the freshmen today. Let's go watch it together." Zhou Yi, eager for a moment to relax after their intense training, agreed with a smile. "Let's go and take it easy for a bit." The two made their way to the Element House, a street powered entirely by magic. The whole area glimmered with a radiant glow, the lights casting an enchanting ambience. Standing amidst the vibrant scene, Zhou Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "We farmed that realm so much today, without even realizing it." Jiang Churen nodded, her face glowing with gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zhou Yi. I've gained so many rewards from the abyss-level realm, and it's all thanks to your help." Zhou Yi laughed and waved off her praise. "You're giving me too much credit. This was all your effort. I just gave a little push." As they strolled further down the magical street, they stopped before a towering statue. Zhou Yi, puzzled, examined it closely. "Who is this?" he asked. Jiang Churen smiled and explained. "This is Mage Wei Yang, honored with the title of protective deity. He defended against multiple invasions from otherworldly legions, all by himself. His bravery and deeds became legendary. Unfortunately, during his final battle, a demon lord attacked him from behind. He sacrificed his life, and his soul was completely wiped out. Because of this, he cannot be resurrected. Hearing the tale, Zhou Yi felt a deep respect for the fallen hero. What an incredible person, to stand against so many enemies alone. That's true greatness, he said, admiration evident in his voice. After a pause, he turned to Jiang Churen, curious. I don't know much about history. Could you tell me about the Dark Ages? Hearing Zhou Yi's interest, Jiang Churen eagerly begins recounting the history of the Dark Ages, starting with the Golden Age, which began in the year 2544, 80 years ago. During this time, many talented individuals and extraordinary classes emerged, earning the era its illustrious title. Legends like Tempest Sword Saint Chong Ping Hai and Heat Blade Saintly Xiao Yang rose to prominence, and their heroic deeds still resonate today as they continue fighting on the front lines. However, the triumphs of the Golden Age were short-lived. When humanity began exploring and attacking other worlds, the Dark Age descended without warning. This era brought an overwhelming invasion of creatures from other realms, marking one of the darkest chapters in history. The elites of the Golden Age fought valiantly, sacrificing their lives to hold back the tide of destruction. After 30 grueling years of relentless battles and the loss of millions of warriors, humanity finally achieved peace, ushering in the current age. As Jiang Churen reflects on the present, a shadow of concern crosses her mind. She fears that history might repeat itself, as dimensional cracks seem to be opening again, signaling the possibility of another large-scale invasion. Despite her attempt to mask her worry, Zhou Yi notices and places a reassuring hand on her head. Don't overthink it, he says confidently. This time it's different. These creatures slipping through the cracks are weak compared to the past. And we're nothing like the people of the Golden Age. We're far stronger now. If darkness ever falls upon us again, it's those otherworldly creatures who'll regret it, not us. His calm assurance brings a smile to Jiang Churen's face. You're right, she agrees. We've been preparing for so long. If they come, we'll be ready. At that moment, fireworks light up the night sky, their vibrant explosions casting colorful reflections across the magical street. Jiang Churen, with her playful energy, grabs Zhou Yi's hand and leads him to a better spot to enjoy the display. Together, they watch the dazzling fireworks, their earlier worries momentarily forgotten. The scene then shifts to Zhou Yi on a train. As he gazes out of the window, he sighs to himself, lamenting, "Too bad Miss Su isn't here, so I can't use the military teleportation array." Having grown accustomed to instant teleportation, the slow pace of the train feels strange to him. But his attention soon turns to the frozen pill in his hand, a remedy capable of curing Zhou Yun's disease. Holding it, Zhou Yi feels a sense of relief and happiness, knowing it will make a difference. The story transitions to Zhou Yun, Zhou Yi's sister, who is visibly frustrated. She sits in her room with Qing, questioning why her brother hasn't arrived yet. "Why isn't he here?" she demands. Qing offers a calm smile and reassures her, "Don't worry. Your brother just called. He'll be here soon." As they talk, the door opens, and Zhou Yi walks in. "I'm back," he announces with a warm smile. Zhou Yun's mood changes instantly. She jumps with excitement and runs to her brother, plopping herself on his lap. Zhou Yi smiles, stroking her hair affectionately. "I was worried about you the whole way here," he says. "But seeing you so full of energy now, I feel so much better." After hearing Zhou Yi's reassurance, Zhou Yun innocently replies, "Of course. I've been taking my medicine every day." Her cheerful response makes Qing smile warmly. Turning to Zhou Yi, Qing expresses her happiness. "It's so good to see you again after so long." Zhou Yi nods, returning her smile. "It really has been a while since I last saw you, Sister Qing." Qing steps closer, her expression soft but curious. "Now that you're back, how long will you stay this time?" Zhou Yi responds, "I'll be here for 3 to 4 days. I came for Yun's final treatment." Hearing this, Yun's expression immediately shifts to sadness. Clinging tightly to her brother, she protests, "You're only staying for such a short time?" Zhou Yi tries to console her, and Yun quickly brightens up, her tone shifting. "Then, brother, have you prepared a gift for your adorable sister?" Zhou Yi chuckles at her quick change in mood and immediately summons the horn of the golden grade beast, presenting it to her. "Here, this will let you summon a golden grade bear to protect yourself," he explains. Yun's eyes widen with joy as she accepts the gift, her excitement overflowing. This is perfect. It's exactly what I expected from my brother. Thank you. Her happiness is infectious. And He places a gentle hand on her head, saying, I'm sure you'll become as strong as I am once you're fully cured. A short time later, the doorbell rings. He heads to the door and opens it to greet the visitors, Secretary Zhao and Madame Chui. Smiling, He welcomes them warmly. Secretary Zhao steps forward explaining, Mr. Zhao, I contacted Madame Chui last night, and she came immediately. Before he can say more, Madame Chui interrupts with a confident smile. You must understand, Secretary Zhao, an invitation from He isn't something I'd take lightly. He approaches Madame Chui, shaking her hand. You're far too kind, Madame Chui. I'm the one who should be thanking you for coming here to help me. Madame Chui responds graciously, and I nearly forgot to congratulate you. Not only did you find the frozen lotus, but you've also managed to forge it into the frost pill with effects even greater than expected. At this revelation, Secretary Zhao's jaw drops in shock. The frost pill? An S-grade treasure? That's priceless and in such high demand. Seeing Secretary Zhao's astonishment, He chuckles and briefly explains how he came across the frost pill. Then, he quickly refocuses the conversation. We shouldn't waste any more time. My sister's treatment is the priority. Both visitors immediately nod in agreement. You're absolutely right. Let's not delay any further. Let's begin. The group gathers in a special room to begin Yun's treatment. However, as they prepare, Yun looks up at Yi with nervous eyes. Bro, will this really be okay? She asks, her voice trembling. Yi kneels beside her, placing the frost pill gently in her hand. There's no need to worry. He reassures her with a calm smile. Just take this pill, and everything will be fine. With some hesitation, Yun enters the intricate formation at the center of the room. She takes a deep breath and tells her brother, I'm ready. Yi responds by activating several powerful buffs, including the Blessing of Protection, Blessing of Dawn, and Blessing of Courage. As he channels his sacred aura, a radiant light fills the room, its holy energy astonishing everyone present. Madame Chui, a seasoned priest herself, looks on in awe. Despite her experience, she marvels at how Yi's sacred energy is far purer than her own. The light fills Yun with strength and confidence, helping her steady her resolve. Once everything is in place, Yi nods toward Madame Chui, who steps forward and activates the formation. The intricate array glows, and she instructs Yun to take the frost pill. Yun swallows the pill, and within moments, a brilliant frost light erupts from her body. The intense energy spreads rapidly, freezing the air around it. The temperature drops dramatically, and the room is filled with a chilling frost that alarms everyone. What's happening? Is something wrong? One of them exclaims. Yi remains calm. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. He activates the sacred flame, and warm, purifying energy begins to spread throughout the room, balancing the overwhelming frost. The frost energy from the pill gradually stabilizes, and Yi reassures everyone. This will be the last frost burst Yun experiences. Slowly but surely, the frost energy begins to calm, and the light dims as Yun regains control over her power. Madame Chui breathes a sigh of relief. We've completed the hardest part, she says. Now we just need to wait for Yun to fully absorb the pill. Inside the formation, Yun feels the frost energy within her body beginning to stabilize. The frost pill dissolves completely, and she channels her newfound control over the frost. In one final act, she releases the last remnants of chaotic frost energy, manifesting it as a majestic frost dragon. The shimmering dragon envelopes Yun, but this time it brings no harm. Instead, the energy emanating from it is pure and calming. Everyone in the room feels the dragon's gentle yet powerful energy, and they realize that Yun has awakened her bloodline powers. As the frost dragon dissipates, Yun emerges from the formation, her demeanor transformed. She runs straight to her brother, a bright smile on her face. Yi places a hand on her head and asks, How do you feel now? Yun, now fully cured, beams with happiness. Bro, I think my illness is completely gone. Relieved, Yi smiles and says, That's great news. Check your status. Let's see what's changed. Yun nods and quickly checks her abilities. Her eyes light up as she activates her frost powers, creating an intricate ice sculpture with ease. Bro, It seems my frost bloodline has granted me a talent for controlling the ice element. I can summon and manipulate ice whenever I want. While marveling at her newfound ability, Yun looks up at Zhou-Yi with curiosity. Will I gain any other talents after fully awakening my bloodline? She asks, playful yet hopeful. Seeing his sister happily experimenting with her newfound frost bloodline talent, Zhou-Yi laughs and says, regular bloodline awakenings don't usually grant special talents. But you're my sister after all. You awakened a rare frost bloodline. As he speaks, a thought crosses his mind. Us siblings have gained so many benefits from this frost bloodline. Could it be that we have a powerful frost-class ancestor? He quickly dismisses the idea, reflecting on their family's struggles in the past. Even if it's true, it seems like our family has long since fallen from prominence. Shaking off the thought, Zhou-Yi turns to Madame Chu-Yi. Madame Chu-Yi, Yin has successfully awakened her frost bloodline. But could you double-check her condition just to be sure? Before Chu-Yi can respond, Secretary Zhao approaches with a formal air. Mr. Zhou, I wanted to inform you that Miss Yin has not only been completely cured, but has also awakened her frost bloodline. The mayor is taking this achievement seriously and has arranged for a new batch of resources to support your cultivation. Zhou-Yi nods gratefully. Thank you, Secretary Zhao. I appreciate the assistance. I need to return to school soon, but I'll have to trouble you to look after Yin while I'm away. Secretary Zhao smiles and replies, It would be my honor, Mr. Zhou. Meanwhile, Yin is playing cheerfully with King, her laughter filling the room. Zhou-Yi watches with a smile before calling out, Yun, have you thought about which class you want to change to in the future? Yun pauses, her expression turning thoughtful. After a moment, she replies confidently, I'll definitely choose the mage class. Zhou-Yi chuckles. That class suits you perfectly. When you reach level 10, I'll find a hidden mage class conversion book for you. Yun's eyes light up with excitement. Really? That's great, brother. Then, as if feeling something deep within herself, she adds, I can sense a dark power awakening inside me. It won't be long until our full power is liberated. Her mention of dark power instantly alarms everyone in the room. Madame Chu-Yi, startled, rushes over to Yun and begins examining her carefully. Dark power? Why would she have dark power? She mutters, scanning for anything she might have overlooked. The scene then flashes back to Zhou-Yi and Yun's childhood. The siblings are seen playing together, with Yun mischievously pretending to have dark power as a joke. Laughing at her antics, young Zhou-Yi grabs her and declares, All right, come with me. Let me show you what frost power can really do. As he drags Yun toward the training room, she kicks and protests dramatically, shouting, Sis Qing, save me, or my brother will kill me. As everyone laughs at Yun's playful antics, Madame Chu-Yi chuckles to herself. Dark power, huh? This will be interesting. She muses, enjoying the lighthearted moment. Zhou-Yi then takes Yin to a separate room for training. As soon as they arrive, Yin dramatically declares, Brother, I will not hold back. I'll unleash my full power and freeze everything in my path. She summons the ice spirit, launching a barrage of icicle attacks toward her brother. The icicles speed toward Zhou-Yi, but shatter harmlessly against his shield before they can land. Watching her powerful attacks, Zhou-Yi smiles with pride. Her body has fully recovered. Now I can plan a proper cultivation schedule for her, he thinks. But as soon as he mentions this to Yun, she puts on another dramatic act. Bro, my frost energy is acting up again. It seems I can't cultivate with you anymore, she complains. Zhou-Yi narrows his eyes and starts moving toward her, clearly not buying her excuses. Seeing her brother's serious expression, Yun quickly backtracks, laughing nervously. Brother, I think I was mistaken. Let's get to it. The two train together for some time, with Yin giving her best effort. By the end, she collapses onto the ground, exhausted. Panting heavily, she jokes, Bro, I'll leave the mission of saving the world to you. I can't handle it anymore. Zhou-Yi laughs at her playful surrender. I feel the same. There's no one else better for the job than me, he teases. Afterward, he summons Gray, a small, adorable magical pet. Handing it to Yun, he explains, This is Gray, a magic pet I recently contracted. It will keep you company for the next few days. Yun, delighted by the cute creature, takes it in her hands and begins cooing at it. Don't worry, brother. I'll take good care of Gray. We'll cultivate hard together, she says with a mischievous grin. She then presses the fluffy pet against her cheek, adding, Come on, Gray. Sign a contract with darkness, and let's become companions. A few days pass. and Zhou Yi prepares to return to school with no lingering worries about Yun's well-being. As he walks, he thinks to himself, I hope Jiang Chuan can set up a teleportation magic formation soon. Traveling back and forth would be so much easier. Just as this thought crosses his mind, Sue Meyer appears in front of him, using teleportation magic. Startled, Zhou Yi asks, Why are you here, Miss Sue? She wastes no time explaining. The National Freshman Exchange Competition is starting soon, and each team needs 5 members for the team match. I'm here to finalize the roster with you. As the first-place winner of the Academy's freshman competition, you're the team leader, and assembling the team is your responsibility. Sue Meyer hands Zhou Yi a list of the top 10 performers from the freshman competition and asks him to choose 4 members for his team. Zhou Yi glances at the list and confidently says, Miss Sue Meyer, I'll take the top 4 freshmen for my team. Sue Meyer, however, raises an eyebrow. That's a bit hasty, she replies. She explains, in team matches, stamina conservation becomes crucial, especially in the later rounds. Priest classes that can restore status effects and provide healing are vital for sustaining a team's performance. While you can offer powerful buffs as a Saint Knight, your recovery abilities are still slightly less than that of a dedicated priest. She continues, looking at previous year's competitions, it's clear that a priest would be a valuable addition to your team. You should carefully reconsider your selections. Hearing Sue Meyer's detailed explanation, Zhou Yi remains unfazed and replies confidently, There's no need for a priest. As long as we defeat our opponents quickly, recovery won't even be an issue. His assured demeanor stems from his belief in his own abilities. He is certain he can claim first place in the individual category of the exchange competition and, if necessary, handle entire teams on his own by activating his 6 wings. Sue Meyer listens thoughtfully, reflecting on Zhou Yi's performance in the freshman competition. His strength truly surpasses that of other students, she thinks. With Zhou Yi on the team, we might not even need a priest, we could steamroll through other schools. After a brief pause, Sue Meyer agrees. If you're that confident, I'll leave everything related to the team to Housemaster Wu. Zhou Yi nods, his confidence unwavering. Don't worry, first place is ours. Before leaving, Sue Meyer asks, Have you completed your sister's bloodline awakening? Zhou Yi thanks her sincerely. It was all possible because of your help and the frozen lotus you told me about. Pleased to hear this, Sue Meyer responds with a smile. That's great news. Zhou Yi then asks, Do you know where I can find a hidden class conversion book? Sue Meyer raises an eyebrow. Is this for your sister? Yes, Zhou Yi replies. With otherworldly monsters appearing through mid-sized cracks, I feel an urgency. I want to give Zhou Yin more power to protect herself as soon as possible. Sue Meyer smiles knowingly. You're very thoughtful, Zhou Yi. Yes, the school does have a hidden class conversion book, but purchasing one won't be easy. With a cryptic smile, Sue Meyer activates her teleportation circle and vanishes, leaving behind parting words. Do your best in the freshman exchange competition. I have other business to attend to. Her tone has a teasing quality that leaves Zhou Yi puzzled. Curious about Sue Meyer's comment, Zhou Yi checks the requirements for obtaining the hidden class conversion book. His confusion quickly turns to understanding as he sees the steep conditions. The student must be level 25. They must hold at least an A grade in school missions. They must rank within the top 10 Earth rank and the top 100 Heaven rank. Even for the cheapest conversion book, a staggering 20,000 points are required. Realizing the challenge, Zhou Yi recalls Sue Meyer's parting words. So that's why she said riddles, he mutters, understanding the immense effort required to acquire the book. Soon after, Zhou Yi receives a new mission from the system tied to the National Freshman Exchange Competition. The mission outlines that his rewards will depend on his combined performance in both the individual and team matches. Motivated, Zhou Yi turns his focus back to the competition. Meanwhile, the team he selected has already been reported to Housemaster Wu, and a meeting is called with all the teachers to finalize the plans. As the teachers gathered, Housemaster Wu began the meeting. Zhou Yi has submitted his candidates for the team match, he announced. Let me give you all a rundown. Saint Knight Zhou Yi, Spiritual Swordsman Jiang Chuan, Spiritual Taoist Song Xiaolan, Mage Tang Ling Yi, and Warrior Wei Tiexin. The list sparked surprise among the teachers. Noticing the absence of a priest, one teacher, Mr. Rong, voiced his concern. This team looks very risky. Without the support of a priest, everything could fall apart. However, the element teacher Cho Huayang countered, I don't think there's any need for concern. Zhou Yi's abilities alone are enough to replace a priest. The element teacher Cho Huayang spoke with confidence. knowing Zhou Yi's strength better than anyone in the room. After guiding Zhou Yi through the bloodline forging technique, he was certain that Zhou Yi could handle the team match single-handedly if needed. Adding to the conversation, Teacher Kong remarked, "Not only can Zhou Yi provide buffs, but his defensive capabilities are outstanding, and his attack skills are extremely powerful." Teacher Jiang, after listening to the discussion, refrained from raising any objections. Instead, she emphasized, "Let's focus on using Zhou Yi's strength to its fullest potential. At the same time, we must train all the students so they can work well together as a team." The teachers, ultimately reassured, approved the team. Housemaster Wu then instructed Su to inform the students to assemble in the warehouse within 3 days. The story shifts to Zhou Yi, who was in the middle of completing a system mission when he received a notification from Headmaster Wang Hui. The message informed Zhou Yi that a one-on-one class had been arranged for him, his first since becoming Wang Hui's disciple. Excited, Zhou Yi completed his mission and chose skill points as his reward, which boosted his abilities. With a satisfied smile, he said to himself, "Thanks to the system, I can stay ahead of others. With every mission, my strength grows." Soon after, Zhou Yi was summoned by Headmaster Wang, who teleported them both to a private training ground. Upon arrival, Zhou Yi was taken aback by the sight of the lush edge forest, teeming with level 23 forest wolves. "Master," he asked, surprised, "do I need to take down all these wolves?" The headmaster chuckled. "Don't worry. This forest is a private training ground owned by the Tianyu Guild, which I discovered a long time ago." As they spoke, the atmosphere shifted. Overhead, a massive dragon flew across the sky, its presence sending every wolf in the forest fleeing in terror. Zhou Yi, wide-eyed, watched the legendary creature. "A dragon is here too?" he asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. The headmaster nodded calmly. "That's no ordinary dragon. It's a level 62 legendary great dragon, the magic pet of your senior brother. It's here to ensure the monsters in this forest don't go out of control." Seeing the powerful dragon soaring through the sky, Zhou Yi is awestruck. He can't help but think, if my senior brother's pet is this strong, how powerful must my senior brother himself be? Sensing Zhou Yi's thoughts, the headmaster smiles and explains, "Your senior brother has reached my level this year. He is also level 64, and his combat abilities have even surpassed mine. That's why I handed over the Tanu Guild to him without hesitation." Zhou Yi is stunned. His senior brother, who has just turned 30, has already reached the level of a headmaster, a feat that seems almost unimaginable. But before Zhou Yi can fully process this revelation, the headmaster places a hand on his shoulder and says, "I've seen countless talents in my time, but you, Zhou Yi, are the most gifted of them all." To emphasize his point, the headmaster steps forward and activates a skill. "Watch closely," he instructs. "This is the first skill I will teach you." As he speaks, 2 massive shields made of radiant light appear on either side of him. This is Holy Light Heart Shield. The shields, glowing with an intense holy energy, collide with a thunderous crash, triggering a massive explosion. The blast obliterates the surrounding forest, leaving behind only enormous craters where lush greenery once stood. The display of power leaves Zhou Yi speechless. The headmaster hands Zhou Yi a skill book and says, "This is the skill I'll teach you first. Take this Holy Light Heart Shield skill book and learn it." Zhou Yi takes the book reverently. The headmaster then explains, "You don't need to study it the traditional way. Simply connect the book to your consciousness and use skill points to absorb the knowledge." Following the instructions, Zhou Yi links the skill book to his consciousness. The moment he does, the full details of the skill flood his mind. Skill name, Holy Light Heart Shield. Grade, A. Effect. The user summons 2 massive shields of holy light. These shields move toward each other, colliding to create a colossal explosion of light element energy. The explosion deals devastating damage to enemies while clearing a path for allies and blocking enemy reinforcements. Legacy skill. This skill is a Saint Knight legacy, handed down through generations. After learning the skill, Zhou Yi turns to the headmaster with a curious expression. "This is a Saint Knight legacy skill. How do you know it, master?" The headmaster chuckles. "Holy Light Heart Shield was created by your grandmaster when he was still a tertiary returned Saint Knight. I inherited it from my mentor, and now I'm passing it down to you." Zhou Yi is humbled to learn of the skill's origin and legacy. After mastering the basics of Holy Light Heart Shield, the headmaster instructs Zhou Yi to test the skill. Zhou Yi activates it, but as he has only reached level 1 with the skill, its power is limited. The resulting blast is strong enough to harm low-level monsters, but not much more. The headmaster approaches with a smile and says, "It's impressive that you can achieve this much with just a level 1 Holy Light Heart Shield. This skill was designed for team matches. You can use it to divide the battlefield and limit enemy movement." With the skill learned, the headmaster declares it's time for practical combat training. To assist, the dragon Gaolong will command nearby monsters to attack Zhou Yi. The experience he gains will depend on how many monsters he can defeat. With a mighty roar, Gaolong gives the order. Monsters lurking in the area emerge from hiding, forming a large group that charges toward Zhou Yi. Before the horde can overwhelm him, a few monsters break away and lunge at him. Prepared for the ambush, Zhou Yi swiftly counters, crushing them with his hammer. Facing the advancing horde, Zhou Yi wastes no time. He activates all his buffs and launches into relentless attacks, alternating between the power of his Holy Bloodline and Frost Bloodline. Holy attacks annihilate some monsters with radiant blasts, while frozen strikes immobilize and destroy others. He fights with such ferocity and focus that he loses track of time, cutting down wave after wave of enemies. By the end of the battle, Zhou Yi stands victorious, having defeated every monster in the area. The headmaster approaches impressed. "You put every ounce of energy into this fight," he says with a laugh. "I didn't expect you to use up all your stamina and mana. But tell me, if there were even more monsters, wouldn't you be scared?" Zhou Yi grins and replies confidently, "Of course not, because I have you." After taking a brief rest and drinking a recovery potion, Zhou Yi feels rejuvenated. The effort he put into the battle is nothing compared to the reward. His system congratulates him with a notification. He has reached level 22. He also gains 20 stat points and 20 skill points. Excited by his progress, Zhou Yi immediately uses the skill points to level up Holy Light Heart Shield, increasing it to level 3. The improvement fills him with pride, knowing this enhanced skill will be invaluable in future battles. The headmaster surveys the now empty area, noting the absence of monsters. Turning to Zhou Yi, he remarks, "I expected you to take down about 100 monsters, but you've defeated nearly 400. Zhou Yi, slightly bashful but proud, thanks the headmaster. "It's all because of your teachings. The improvements I've made over these past 2 months wouldn't have been possible without your guidance." The headmaster approaches Zhou Yi, his tone firm but supportive. "Since you're forming a team without a priest for the exchange competition, you must keep your composure and not falter at crucial moments. As my student, I expect nothing less than excellence." Zhou Yi, brimming with confidence, replies with his signature grin, "Don't worry, master. As long as I'm here, first place is guaranteed." His unwavering determination shines through, and the headmaster nods, reassured. Meanwhile, at the Tempest Forest Station, the 4 teammates Zhou Yi selected, Jiang Chuan, Song Xiaolan, Tangling Yi, and Wei Tiexin, enter an old hut preparing for the competition. Across the nation, an official announcement is made about the National Freshman Exchange Competition. With 218 high schools and universities participating, the announcement captures everyone's attention. Lists of participants and team captains are displayed on every platform, igniting excitement and speculation among students and teachers alike. As students review the participant lists, a particular detail about Zhou Yi's team grabs their attention: the absence of a priest. This sparks widespread surprise and doubt. Is this real? How can they fight without a priest? Murmurs spread through the schools. Back in Tempest Valley, Zhou Yi's teammates are thrilled to see the finalized roster. 2 of his admirers, the Gunner Girl and Mechanical Girl, react with excitement upon seeing his name listed as team captain and Jiang Chuan as vice captain. Gunner Girl, amused by the skeptical comments flooding social media, chuckles. "Look at all these people doubting Zhou Yi's team just because there's no priest. They think the team is doomed." She smirks at the comments predicting failure, exuding confidence in Zhou Yi's abilities. They're going to eat their words soon. The team captain of another school, also impressed by Zhou Yi, expresses her confidence in him. With Zhou Yi leading, even without a priest, this year's championship is as good as ours, she muses, already envisioning his team's victory. She even instructs an attendant to cover Zhou Yi's expenses for the day, her belief in his capabilities unwavering. The story then shifts to Zhou Yi, who is hard at work in the training room. Despite participating in level 10 combat training, the challenge is far too easy for him now, thanks to his increased power. Each training exercise feels more like a warm-up than a test of his abilities. as Zhou Yi's strength has far outpaced the requirements of this level. As Zhou Yi contemplates his need for further training, his phone rings. It's Sue Meyer, who informs him that Housemaster Wu is starting special training for the National Freshman Exchange competition today at the warehouse court. Excited, Zhou Yi thanks her and hurries to the location, grateful for the timely opportunity to refine his skills. When Zhou Yi arrives at the warehouse gate, he overhears a lively conversation coming from inside. The competition is so close. I'm so excited I couldn't sleep last night, one voice says enthusiastically. Another chimes in, me too. My fists are itching for battle. But can you imagine what'll happen if we don't win? Our school has held the championship for 4 years in a row. A third voice confidently reassures them. Relax. Once you see Zhou Yi's strength, you'll understand. With him on our side, we're guaranteed to win again this year. Zhou Yi steps into the room at that moment, greeted by a chorus of cheerful greetings from his new teammates. Everyone is excited to see him, though it's clear he's the last to arrive. Jiang Chern approaches shyly and says, Brother Zhou Yi, we've been waiting for you for so long. Zhou Yi laughs and apologizes. Sorry for being late. He moves to Housemaster Wu and Sue Meyer, bowing slightly. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Housemaster Wu waves it off. It's fine, he says. Let me introduce your team officially. Housemaster Wu begins the introductions. First, there's Wei Tiexin, a level 18 warrior, who steps forward and thanks Zhou Yi for inviting her. Then comes Tangling Yi, a level 18 mage, who blushes as she shyly greets Zhou Yi with a quiet, Hi. Zhou Yi smiles warmly, putting them at ease. Two other teammates need no introduction. Jiang Chern, the spiritual swordsman and vice-captain, and Song Xiaolan, the spiritual Taoist priest, whom Zhou Yi already knows. When the introductions are done, Housemaster Wu's eyes land on Zhou Yi's status, and his expression shifts to one of surprise. I didn't expect you to level up so quickly under Headmaster Wang's guidance, he remarks. Jiang Chern, wide-eyed, turns to Zhou Yi. Brother, you've become stronger again? Zhou Yi nods with a modest smile. Thanks to Master's teachings, I've made some improvements. Housemaster Wu interrupts the chatter with a firm tone. All right, enough talk. We have limited time to prepare for the competition, so we need to start immediately. I will be your trainer for team matches, individual matches, and survival challenges. For today, we'll focus on team coordination and combat abilities. The training plan excites everyone, especially when Housemaster Wu announces that later, they'll form a party to challenge the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon. The school will cover all expenses for points used in the Abyss realm, he adds. Hearing this, Tangling Yi glances at Zhou Yi, her thoughts swirling. No wonder Ms. Su kept pushing us to level up to 18. It's to prepare us for this dungeon. We're already strong as a party, and with Zhou Yi leading, it's practically guaranteed we'll clear the Abyss level. She blushes slightly as she sneaks another glance at Zhou Yi, admiration evident in her expression. He could solo that realm. With the 4 of us supporting him, there's no way we'll fail. Zhou Yi notices Tangling Yi glancing at him shyly, so he smiles warmly at her. Caught off guard by his smile, Tangling Yi becomes flustered and quickly runs away. Watching her dash off, Zhou Yi chuckles to himself. Is my smile really that dangerous? The group then enters the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon, fully aware of its notorious difficulty. As they step into the realm, Zhou Yi takes charge. This is our first time working together as a party, he begins. Let me handle the tactics. Everyone nods in agreement, trusting Zhou Yi's leadership. He lays out the strategy. Wei Tiexin will manage defense and draw the goblins' attention. Jiang Chern and Tangling Yi will focus on physical and magical damage output. Song Xiaolan will assist with support, while Zhou Yi will stay behind to eliminate enemies and provide additional aid to the team. Moments later, a horde of goblins appears, charging toward the group. Zhou Yi immediately warns, be careful. Wei Tiexin springs into action, slamming her fist into the ground. The impact, enhanced by a powerful aura, shatters the terrain and sends shockwaves through the goblins. As her strength surges, she notices her power output has increased significantly, by nearly 40%. Surprised by her own enhanced abilities, she glances back to see Zhou Yi casting buffs over the team. His support abilities have amplified everyone's power. Tangling Yi, standing at the rear, watches in awe as Zhou Yi casts 3 buffs simultaneously within seconds. She's astonished. Even professional mages struggle to cast 3 buffs this quickly. She thinks, marveling at his speed and precision. Motivated by Zhou Yi's skill, Tang Ling activates her own ability, using sound magic destruction to unleash devastating sonic waves. The intense sound pressure disrupts the goblins, forcing them into disarray. Taking advantage of their vulnerability, Jiang Churen moves in with a flurry of attacks, cutting down goblin after goblin with swift and precise strikes. As the battle rages, a goblin archer attempts a sneak attack, targeting Zhou Yi. Spotting the danger, he shouts, "Be careful." Reacting quickly, Wei Tiexin intercepts the arrow with her shield, protecting Zhou Yi from harm. Jiang Churen, observing the situation, realizes this dungeon has changed significantly since she last conquered it. The goblins didn't have archers before, she thinks, noticing the presence of level 23 goblin archers, specialists in sneak attacks and range combat. This is different, Jiang Churen mutters. The difficulty has definitely increased. The team tightens their formation, prepared to face this new challenge together. Seeing his team working together seamlessly, Zhou Yi can't help but smile. The dungeon's difficulty and environment have evolved significantly since the last time he cleared it. With more challengers venturing into the dungeon, the goblins have adapted and developed stronger offensive tactics. To clear the way, Zhou Yi activates Punishment of Light. The radiant energy decimates an entire group of goblins in one powerful strike. Turning to his team, he confidently says, "I'll take care of these annoying enemies. I'm leaving the rest to you." His teammates understand immediately and leap into action. Song Xiaolan throws her talisman papers into the fray, each one detonating in bursts of explosive energy. "If everyone else is giving it their all, I can't lag behind," she declares, unleashing her 5 Thunders of Justice skill to blast away clusters of goblins. Meanwhile, Housemaster Wu and Su Meyer observe the team's progress through a screen. The Housemaster comments, "Zhou Yi's casting speed has improved dramatically since the freshman competition. Some of his skills are practically instantaneous now." Su Meyer nods, impressed. It looks like he chose a talent related to casting speed after clearing the Abyss-level realm. His rate of growth is incredible. Don't forget, he brought Jiang Churen to challenge the Abyss-level dungeon and secured the top spots as soon as school started. The Housemaster Wu smirks mischievously. "Well, I decided to raise the difficulty a bit to test him." Su Meyer looks at him in surprise. "You increased the difficulty just for him?" This is the National Freshman Competition's preparation stage. Back in the dungeon, the team faces an overwhelming number of goblins, but their coordination shines through. Jiang Churen, surrounded by goblins, uses her Shadow Slash, swiftly eliminating enemies with precise, lethal strikes. Song Xiaolan continues hurling her talismans, creating explosive waves that devastate the goblin ranks. Tang Ling, standing at a distance, conjures a massive wind tornado, trapping a horde of goblins within. She calls out to Wei Tiexin, "Finish them off." Without hesitation, Wei Tiexin leaps into the tornado, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks to the trapped goblins. Empowered by Zhou Yi's buffs, her strikes are devastating, allowing her to easily stomp the goblins into submission. Despite the dungeon's increased difficulty, the team advances steadily. Goblins fall one by one, and soon the area is cleared. Tang Ling scans the surroundings and announces, "I don't sense any more goblins near us." The team cheers, thrilled by their swift progress. However, Zhou Yi steps forward and reminds them, "Don't get too comfortable. This level was just a warm-up. The real challenge will be the boss battle. Stay sharp and don't let your guard down." Hearing Zhou Yi's reminder to stay cautious, Wei Tiexin cracks her knuckles in excitement. "There's nothing to be afraid of," she declares confidently. "With your buffs, my power has almost doubled. This realm feels like a piece of cake." Song Xiaolan laughs and adds she's right. "With you leading us, Zhou Yi, we could probably clear this realm on our own." Tang Ling, standing nearby, nods in agreement. "The strength of our captain is truly impressive." Their praise makes Zhou Yi feel a little shy, though he hides it well. "They're really putting all their trust in me," he thinks. Jiang Churen, standing quietly beside him, smiles warmly at their exchange, her confidence in him evident. After some time, the group reaches the entrance to the boss room. Standing before the imposing doors, one of them asks, "Is the final boss inside this room?" Zhou Yi steps forward, examining the dark energy radiating from beyond the door. It feels different, more ominous and dangerous than before. A sense of unease creeps over him, but he suppresses it. "We have to clear this level," he resolves. Pushing open the doors, he announces, "Whatever it is, let's go." As the doors creak open, The group steps into the room. Immediately, a chilling laugh echoes through the air. From the shadows, a towering figure emerges. It's the second Goblin King, a level 25 legendary grade boss. The room, drenched in thick dark energy, feels far more oppressive than Zhou Yi remembers from his previous clears. The Goblin King sneers at them. "Foolish children, you've walked right into my lair. I knew you were coming, so I've prepared a little gift for you." The team braces themselves as the boss begins summoning a massive fireball, its size and intensity radiating an immense heat that fills the room. Tang Ling Yi, standing at the front, freezes in terror. "How is it so powerful?" she whispers, unable to move. The Goblin King hurls the fireball directly at Tang Ling Yi. The team shouts in panic, urging her to move, but she's paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot like a statue. Seeing the imminent danger, Wei Tiexin leaps into action, rushing to Tang Ling Yi's side. She conjures a shield to block the fireball, bracing herself against the impact. The fireball collides with Wei Tiexin's shield, the sheer force creating shockwaves that ripple through the room. Wei Tiexin grits her teeth, struggling to hold her ground, but the shield begins to crack under the relentless power of the attack. "This is stronger than I expected," she mutters. Before long, the shield shatters completely, and the remnants of the fireball explode, sending both Wei Tiexin and Tang Ling Yi flying backward. The team watches in alarm as the Goblin King laughs maniacally, clearly reveling in his newfound strength. Zhou Yi clenches his fists, his eyes narrowing. "This fight is going to be tougher than I thought. Everyone, focus." Zhou Yi commands. "Stay calm and stick to the plan. We're not backing down." Seeing her shield shatter and struggling against the Goblin King's attacks, Wei Tiexin feels a wave of doubt. "Even with the captain's buffs doubling my strength, I'm barely holding up against this boss's regular attacks." She thinks nervously. The Goblin King, unfazed, summons another attack, his laughter echoing menacingly through the room. "Don't panic, little children," he taunts. "This place has been prepared as your grave for a long time." With a mocking grin, he conjures not one, but 3 massive fireballs this time, launching them toward the group. "Get ready to be reduced to dust," he roars. Tang Ling Yi and Wei Tiexin Roman freeze, realizing they don't have enough time to dodge the incoming fireballs. Just as panic begins to set in, Zhou Yi steps forward, activating his frost power. He summons a large frost shield, which absorbs the impact of the fireballs, shattering them into harmless shards of ice. Relieved but still shaken, Tang Ling Yi warns, "Captain, be careful. This isn't just any ordinary fireball." Zhou Yi nods grimly, recognizing the intensity of the attack. "You're right. This is much trickier. This boss is far stronger than the last one I fought here." Before Zhou Yi can strategize further, Song Xiaolan steps forward. "Let me take the lead this time," she says determinedly. She activates her talisman skill, chanting a spell before hurling the enchanted talismans toward the Goblin King. The talismans surround the boss, glowing with explosive energy, and at Song's command, they detonate in a massive blast that shakes the room. However, as the smoke clears, the Goblin King stands unharmed, his mouth aglow with fiery energy. He cackles, "Is that all you've got, little one?" and proceeds to absorb the energy from the explosion. Song's face pales as she stammers. "How is that even possible?" Tang Ling Yi steps forward, refusing to give up. She casts a spell, summoning a fire magic long arrow, while Jiang Churen lunges forward with her demonic blade, aiming to land a powerful strike. Both attacks hurtle toward the boss simultaneously, but are immediately deflected by the boss's shield. The Goblin King smirks. "Interesting, but now it's time to end this." He sneers before unleashing a wave of dark energy from his mouth, aimed directly at the group. The overwhelming power of the dark energy leaves the team stunned. Tang Ling Yi, trembling, mutters, "The difference in our levels is too great. This isn't a monster we can fight." Before the attack reaches them, Zhou Yi steps forward again, summoning another shield to block the dark energy. "Don't worry," he says, his voice calm and reassuring. "I'm still here." With a powerful effort, he neutralizes the attack, saving the team. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Wei Tiexin regains her composure. "Brother Zhou Yi, let me try fighting this boss up close," she offers, her fists clenched with determination. Zhou Yi considers her words but shakes his head. "This is a level 25 legendary boss, far beyond what you're ready for right now. Leave the rest to me." With that, Zhou Yi activates the light of true sight, his eyes glowing with a radiant golden hue. The skill allows him to analyze the Goblin King's movements and search for weaknesses in its defenses. The Light of True Sight activates, allowing Zhou-Yi to analyze the Goblin King's abilities and weaknesses. The intricate details appear in his mind, providing insights to guide his next move. A smirk crosses his face as he realizes this Goblin King is one level higher than the previous boss, but its stats are nearly double. A tricky upgrade, but nothing I can't handle. He quickly calculates his options. If he uses his S+ grade Bloodline secret technique, he can multiply his stats to surpass the Goblin King's overwhelming strength. The realization hits him. This is clearly the House Master's doing, a deliberate test to push me further. The thought brings an amused smile to his lips. All right, if that's how it is, Zhou-Yi mutters, his confidence growing. Activating his angel physique, he declares, then let me show you the true power of my divine angel form. As Zhou-Yi transforms, his angel physique radiates a blend of divine and frost auras. The entire room glows with a blinding light, the atmosphere charged with his immense power. This shift in energy sends shockwaves through the dungeon, making the already challenging realm even more intense. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the Housemaster and Sue continue watching the battle. The Housemaster smirks and admits, I increased the difficulty of this realm to test their limits. Sue Meyer, alarmed, protests, this boss's difficulty is already extreme. Was it really necessary to make things even harder? The Housemaster's tone turns serious. Their current strength may be exceptional, but the exchange competition will bring out the best talents from Sukong University and Qingjing University. If Zhou-Yi and his team don't face a real challenge now, they won't be ready for the cruelty of the competition. It's better for them to experience a setback here than later. Hearing this, Sue Meyer sighs but then smiles knowingly. You seem to underestimate Zhou-Yi, she says confidently. Inside the dungeon, the Goblin King stares at Zhou-Yi's angel form, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Interesting, he sneers. You've turned into a shiny bird. No matter. Use all the tricks you have, little one. It won't save you. Hovering in the air, Zhou-Yi calmly responds, as you wish. He begins gathering energy into a shining energy ball, its radiant power illuminating the room. With a powerful motion, he hurls it at the Goblin King. Enraged by Zhou-Yi's confidence, the Goblin King roars, You're too arrogant. You're just a challenger. Yet you dare show off. He counters by summoning his ultimate skill, Apocalypse Meteor Fire, launching an immense fiery projectile at Zhou-Yi. The two attacks collide mid-air in a massive explosion. The shockwave ripples through the dungeon, shaking the entire area. Zhou-Yi's team braces themselves, shielding against the overwhelming force of the blast. As the pressure subsides, Song Xiaolan stares in awe, her voice trembling with disbelief. Is this Zhou-Yi's true power? A thought dawns on her. We were never on the same level from the beginning. Turning to Jiang Churen, she asks, Have you ever seen Zhou-Yi use this form before? Hearing Song Xiaolan's question, Jiang Churen shakes her head. This is my first time seeing it too. It seems Brother Zhou-Yi is putting in his full effort for this fight. Meanwhile, the Goblin boss, having withstood Zhou-Yi's previous attack, sneers. Is that all you've got? No matter how you change your form, you can't win. Zhou-Yi responds with a confident smile. Without missing a beat, he summons the Holy Light Chain, which wraps around the Goblin boss, immobilizing him completely. The boss struggles furiously to break free, but fails, his expression shifting from smugness to fear. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou-Yi follows up with the Spear of Victory, a radiant attack that strikes the boss directly, causing a massive explosion. The team watches in awe as the room shakes from the sheer power of the strike. However, when the dust settles, the Goblin boss is still standing, battered but alive. Persistent, aren't you? Zhou-Yi mutters, preparing for his next move. As the Goblin boss switches tactics, readying another fire-based attack, Zhou-Yi counters with his own light flame storm, enveloping the boss in a blazing vortex of holy flames. The Goblin boss screams in pain, his body burning as he lashes out with threats. I'll kill you. I'll end you, he roars, but Zhou-Yi remains unfazed. Don't worry, Zhou-Yi replies coolly. There's more where that came from. He immediately casts Lightning Binding, combining it with the flame attack to strike the boss with a devastating dual-element assault. The Goblin boss, overwhelmed, groans in agony and, for the first time, sounds desperate. Between strained breaths, the boss taunts weakly. It seems you've been holding back. I'm sorry I couldn't push you far enough to enjoy this fight. Zhou Yi smirks. What a shame. I was hoping to test my hand of God's six-winged angel form in this battle, but it seems I'll have to save it for another time. As the goblin boss clings to his last breath, Zhou Yi calmly raises his finger, charging it with holy energy. With precision, he launches a final attack, ending the boss's life in an instant. The goblin boss crumbles, and the room falls silent. In the control room, Housemaster Wu watches the fight with wide eyes. Zhou Yi's a monster, he mutters to Su Meyer. I tailored this boss specifically to challenge even a level 26 player, yet he defeated it with ease. Su Meyer, unfazed, nods and replies. Zhou Yi trained extensively in the combat field before coming here today. He completed the level 10 combat form challenge in just 6 minutes and 12 seconds without breaking a sweat. The Housemaster chuckles, impressed. No wonder the element teacher and you have such confidence in him. Seeing this fight, it's clear he's on another level. As the goblin boss falls, the team receives a congratulatory notification. Congratulations! You have cleared the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon in 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Rewards will be released soon. Moments later, experience points flood in, with each member earning 8,000 XP. Wei Tiexin gasps in astonishment. I can't believe it. Clearing just one Abyss-level realm earned me as much experience as a whole week of training. After defeating the boss, Zhou Yi receives 11,236 experience points, 10 free stat points, and 10 skill points, leaving him feeling satisfied. At this rate, I'll level up soon, he thinks with a smile. Jiang Chuan rushes over to him, her expression filled with concern. Brother Zhou Yi, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Zhou Yi shakes his head. I'm fine. Just had a little trouble. That's all. Redirecting the group's attention, he adds, let's see what rewards the boss dropped. The team gathers to examine the loot, and their eyes widen as they uncover the boss's treasures. 1. Flame Staff, Golden Weapon, Level Requirement, 24. 2. Shield of Spirit Golden Weapon, Level Requirement, 24. 3. Ring of Flame Magic, Golden Accessory, Level Requirement, 24. The sight of the golden grade equipment fills everyone with excitement. These rewards are incredible, someone exclaims. Zhou Yi nods in agreement. It seems we're pretty lucky this time. He looks around and asks, does anyone need any of these items? If so, feel free to take them. Wei Tiexin is the first to respond, shaking her head. The level requirement is too high for me. I can't use them yet. Tang Lingyi chimes in. Fire element gear doesn't suit me, so it's not much use to me either. Jiang Chuan and Song Xiaolan agree as well. The equipment doesn't fit our needs, they say. The group collectively insists. You've done the most, Zhou Yi. You should take the rewards. Zhou Yi hesitates, then smiles. If none of you can use them, I'll take them for now. But don't worry. I'll sell them through the school's auction network and distribute the points equally to everyone. Wei Tiexin protests, no, brother Zhou Yi. You should keep at least 70%. We wouldn't have made it through this realm without you. Song Xiaolan adds, she's right. You carried the fight, especially against the boss. You deserve the largest share. Zhou Yi shakes his head firmly. Equal distribution is fair. This way, no one will need to worry about points for a while. Jiang Chuan interjects, smiling mischievously. You all know brother Zhou, he doesn't lack for points. Let him keep it if he wants, but I don't think he'll change his mind about sharing. Hearing this, the group finally relents, nodding in agreement. Zhou Yi wraps up by reminding them of what's ahead. The exchange competition is starting soon. Points will help all of you improve effectively. Remember, our goal isn't just to win the championship. It's to defend the honor of our school. Inspired by his words, the team responds with determination. We won't let you down, Zhou Yi. We'll work hard for the competition. Hearing his team's determination, Zhou Yi nods approvingly. Good. Success depends on all of our efforts. I believe we'll shine in the exchange competition. After defeating the Goblin King, Zhou Yi and his team emerge from the Abyss Dungeon, their faces glowing with the satisfaction of victory. They're especially proud of clearing the realm together as a team. As they step outside, they're surprised to see Housemaster Wu standing before them, clapping enthusiastically. Well done, the Housemaster exclaims. Congratulations on clearing this specialized practice realm, which I tailored just for you. The team is taken aback to see both the Housemaster and Su Meyer waiting for them. What are you doing here? One of them asks in surprise. Still clapping, the Housemaster replies with a wide grin. I had to see your performance for myself. And let me say, you exceeded my expectations. Especially you, Zhou Yi. You've given me quite the surprise. Zhou, he scratches the back of his head, a little embarrassed by the praise. I just did what needed to be done, he says humbly. The housemaster then turns serious, looking directly at Zhou Yi. Tell me, Zhou Yi, are you confident about taking first place in the exchange competition? Zhou Yi's expression shifts to one of determination. Absolutely. We'll win first place for sure, he declares with excitement. The housemaster laughs heartily. That's the spirit. Confidence is essential for a championship. Sue Meyer steps forward to share her strategy. In the tournament, I suggest we play to Zhou Yi's strength strategically. For the first few matches, Zhou Yi could take on a supporting role, hiding his true strength. This will mislead other teams into underestimating him. Once the right opportunity presents itself, he can unleash his full power and dominate the opponents. She pauses, smiling slyly. This will show everyone, including those old skeptics who doubt Zhou Yi's strength, that he's more than capable. Hearing this, the housemaster's face lights up with approval. That's an excellent strategy. Even among the best geniuses, there's always a gap between the top and the rest. But you'll need more practice to make this work seamlessly. Your team coordination still has room for improvement. Sue Meyer nods in agreement. Yes, a little fine-tuning and teamwork would make a huge difference. The housemaster then announces, specialized training for you all will start tomorrow. For now, go rest. I'll also prepare disciplinary measures to ensure your training stays on track. Hearing this, Zhou Yi raises an eyebrow in surprise. Disciplinary measures? What kind of measures, sir? As Sue Meyer turns to leave with the housemaster, she glances back playfully and says, if we told you now, it wouldn't be as interesting. You'll find out soon enough. With that, Sue Meyer and the housemaster take their leave. Zhou Yi turns to his team, a determined smile on his face. All right, everyone, rest up for today. Starting tomorrow, we'll train hard together to prepare for the exchange competition. Let's give it our all. The team nods in unison, ready to take on the challenges ahead. The next day, a group of students stands outside the Goblin Dungeon, engaged in a heated discussion about its difficulty. The nightmare level is unbelievably hard, one student laments. The other nods in agreement. I've tried it twice already, and I still couldn't clear it. If the nightmare level is this tough, can you even imagine how difficult the abyss level must be? Their conversation is interrupted by the sound of voices. Turning toward the source, they spot Zhou Yi's team, who appear to be discussing their latest goal, speedrunning the abyss level. We should aim to clear it in under 10 minutes this time, Zhou Yi suggests. Tang Ling Yi, confident from their recent training, replies, we've been practicing with the captain's buffs for a while now. 10 minutes sounds manageable. Wei Tiexin nods in agreement. Yes, and the housemaster gave me some good tips yesterday to help us optimize our attacks. The students overhear this exchange, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Did they just say they're speed-running the Abyss realm in under 10 minutes? One of them asks incredulously. The other student, equally astonished, explains, that's the team representing our school in the National Freshman Exchange competition. The first student is even more stunned. Wait, really? The strongest warrior from last year's team was only level 19, but the lowest level on this team is 20? This competition is going to be insane. Realizing who Zhou Yi is, the student exclaims, now that I think about it, that guy's strength is seriously impressive. The second student corrects him with a smirk, not just impressive. He's the first ranker in the school rankings. Hearing this, the first student quickly checks the leaderboard. His eyes widen in disbelief as he sees Zhou Yi's name sitting comfortably at the top of the rankings. So that's Zhou Yi, the one even Earth rank experts couldn't surpass, he mutters in awe. Inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi's team is already engaged in battle with the Goblin King. The boss, enraged, unleashes his Apocalypse Meteor Fire, a devastating attack aimed at the group. Wei Tiexin, grinning with excitement, dashes toward the incoming attack. I've been waiting for this, she exclaims. As the fiery meteor descends, she channels all her strength and delivers a thunderous punch, shattering the attack midair. Her successful defense leaves the team impressed, and Wei Tiexin stands confidently, reflecting on how much she's grown under the housemaster's guidance. Just as she's basking in her triumph, the Goblin King charges at her, sneering, weakness is still weakness. Don't think that a little improvement makes you strong enough to defeat me. The king's taunt fuels her determination, but the team knows the battle is far from over. Zhou Yi, watching from behind, prepares for the next move, his sharp gaze locked on the boss. As the Goblin King charges at Wei Tiexin, his massive hand nearly reaches her, when Zhou Yi intercepts with a powerful punch. The impact is so immense that it severs the Goblin King's arm and shoulder, leaving the boss roaring in agony. Zhou Yi turns to Wei Tiexin and says, "The Goblin King," in her talismans, muffling his ability to even scream. Tang Ling Yi unleashes her Thunderfall attack, a devastating electric magic that leaves the Goblin King writhing in agony, unable to retaliate. Finally, Jiang Chuan steps forward for the finishing blow. With a decisive swing of her sword, she beheads the Goblin King, ending the battle. The boss collapses, and a system notification immediately congratulates the team for clearing the dungeon. This time, they've achieved an incredible feat, clearing the Abyss-level realm in just 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Elated, the team exits the dungeon to find Housemaster Wu waiting for them. Clapping enthusiastically, the Housemaster beams with pride. "Your performance was flawless. Even I can't find any fault in it," he praises. Surprised by his presence, Zhou Yi asks, "What brings you here, Housemaster?" Housemaster Wu explains, "I came to deliver some news. The date of the exchange competition has been finalized. It begins in 1 week. Tomorrow, I'll escort you all to the competition venue, Qingjing University." The team is thrilled to hear this. Zhou Yi, in particular, feels a surge of excitement. Finally, an opportunity to face geniuses from other universities. "I've been bored of fighting dungeon bosses for too long." Housemaster Wu continues, "To ensure your safety, we'll use the school's exclusive teleportation point to travel directly to the venue. This way, there won't be any delays or complications." The team follows him to the teleportation area, where the headmaster and other housemasters are already gathered. They greet Zhou Yi and his team warmly, offering words of encouragement. The headmaster, addressing the team, says, "You are the elites among our freshmen. The glory of our school rests on your shoulders. We've won the championship 4 years in a row, and now we look forward to seeing you secure our 5th consecutive victory." The weight of responsibility is clear, but so is the pride the school has in them. After listening to the headmaster's words of encouragement, Zhou Yi and his team eagerly discuss their plans to win the tournament. The headmaster then turns to the Element Housemaster Cho Huayang and instructs, "Activate the teleportation formation." The Element Housemaster nods. "Understood," he says, and with a few precise gestures, he activates the formation. A teleportation gate glows brightly, its energy swirling as it prepares to transport the group. Before the team steps through, the headmaster wishes them a safe journey. "Travel safely, everyone. We'll be watching your progress closely," he says with a reassuring smile. As they step into the formation, a surge of light envelopes them, and within moments, they arrive at Qingjing University. Zhou Yi blinks in astonishment. "Wait, we're already here? Didn't you all say the distance between our schools was 2 million kilometers? How did we get here so quickly?" Su smiles and explains, "That's the power of the Element Housemaster's casting. Long-distance teleportation formations like this can only be created by tertiary awakened mages. Without it, the journey would have taken several days by train." Zhou Yi nods, impressed by the Element Housemaster's skill. As they take in their new surroundings, they're greeted by a man who steps forward with a warm smile. "Welcome to Qingjing University," he says. The man introduces himself as Chungyong Chun, a tertiary awakened mechanic. "It's an honor to have you all here," he adds. Housemaster Wu lights up at the sight of Chungyong Chun and eagerly shakes his hand. "Chungyong Chun, what brings you here? Why are you personally welcoming us?" Chungyong Chun laughs and replies, "Of course, I came on my own to take care of my old friend." His gaze shifts to Zhou Yi's team, and he sizes them up. "The students you brought with you this time seem quite promising." Housemaster Wu laughs heartily. "I've heard the same about your school's freshmen this year. I suppose we'll see whose team truly shines in the competition." Chungyong Chun grins and pats Wu's shoulder. "Indeed, we'll see." After chatting with his old friend, Wu returns to his team and gathers them around. "Now, a few reminders before we begin," he starts. "The opening ceremony for the exchange competition will be held on the 10th, and the competition will follow shortly after. For now, we won't be doing any additional training. Use this time to rest and prepare yourselves mentally." His tone grows serious as he continues. "However, keep in mind that Qingjing City has seen an influx of tourists lately, and there might be spies from other races mingling among them. Every year, we see incidents where demons or other species target human talents during events like this. Stay alert. Something could happen this time, too." The team exchanges nervous glances, but Wu quickly softens his tone. That's enough for today. Take the next few days to relax, explore, and enjoy yourselves, but remember to stay safe. After Housemaster Wu's instructions, the team responds with a collective, okay, before heading to their rooms to rest. Zhou Yi, standing on the balcony of his room, gazes out at the view when a small robot assistant approaches him. The robot politely greets him. Welcome to Jing University Apartments. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. Zhou Yi, amused by the unique service, replies, thanks, but I don't need anything right now. Still, the service here is impressive. With some free time on his hands, Zhou Yi opens his system menu and decides to use his hoarded experience points to level up. However, after using all his points, he realizes it's not enough to reach level 24. Looks like it'll take a while to hit level 24, he mutters. Most of his current skills are C grade and B grade, but once he reaches secondary awakening, he'll gain access to B grade Saint Knight skills and possibly even learn the A grade Jewel of Apocalypse skill. The Jewel of Light will allow him to buff his teammates, while the Jewel of Darkness will unleash devastating power on his enemies. Although Tertiary Awakening is still far away, Zhou Yi focuses on completing the system's missions. The thought of reaching his goals brings a smile of excitement to his face. The story skips ahead to the day of the exchange competition, where an enthusiastic announcement marks the opening of China's 157th National Freshman Exchange Competition. The crowd cheers as the first team to enter the field is introduced. Sukong University, last year's champions, and the university Zhou Yi represents. The stadium erupts in joyful shouts, with fans chanting loudly for Sukong University. Hearing the overwhelming enthusiasm, Zhou Yi remarks, it's not surprising that everyone wants to participate in the national exchange competition. The atmosphere here is amazing. Standing beside him, Jiang Chuan smiles and adds, today is just the opening ceremony. Wait until the finals. This audience will double in size. The next university introduced is Rongyang University, the first opponent for Sukong University in the competition. The players from Rongyang look visibly dejected as they realize they're up against last year's champions. It's like we've been cursed with bad luck, one player mutters. Another agrees, sighing. Facing Sukong University is like being their stepping stone. We don't stand a chance. Their captain, however, tries to rally their spirits. Stop worrying. We ranked in the top 30 last year. We can still put up a fight. Meanwhile, the audience's attention shifts to Sukong University's lineup, specifically focusing on Zhou Yi, standing at the back of the formation. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as they notice him. Look, the person at the back. He's a Saint Knight, one spectator exclaims. His level is 23, higher than anyone else on the field, another observes with awe. As the audience watches Zhou Yi and his team, murmurs spread through the crowd. It's a relief that he's only playing a supporting role, one spectator comments. If he were an attacker, who knows how much trouble he'd bring? Another spectator nods. Looking at this lineup, Rongyang University doesn't stand a chance. The only question is how many of Sukong University's hidden cards they'll reveal. On the field, Rongyang University's captain also feels the pressure, his nerves evident as he observes Zhou Yi's level 23 rank. Sukong University definitely has something up their sleeve, he mutters under his breath. Trying to boost his team's morale, he says aloud, don't let their levels intimidate you. In competitions like this, strategy matters more than levels. Both teams step onto the arena, and the battlefield begins its automated construction. A protection shield forms around the stage, ensuring that no stray attacks reach the audience. As the defensive field activates, the countdown to the match begins. Rongyang University's players, ready to rush forward, suddenly stop as their captain shouts, hold back, stay calm, and focus on defense first. Let's see what they do. The team hesitates but follows his command, retreating slightly. Just then, a radiant holy energy spreads across the battlefield, catching everyone's attention. Zhou Yi had activated all his team buffs in a matter of seconds. The sheer scale and speed of the buffs leave Rongyang University stunned. The audience gasps as the golden aura envelopes Sukong University's team, amplifying their strength. He cast that many buffs in just seconds? One spectator exclaims. No wonder he's their captain, another adds. Even Chung Yong Chun, watching from the sidelines, is impressed. The Saint Knight captain of Sukong University, Zhou Yi, is truly remarkable, he says, glancing at Housemaster Wu. Old Wu, with those buffs, your team's strength just increased by nearly 50%. Housemaster Wu chuckles, clearly pleased. That's the essence of a hidden class Saint Knight. Large-scale buffs are their specialty. However, Chung Chun's smile fades slightly as he watches Zhou Yi's performance. His expression grows tense, and he mutters, "Fortunately, our team has its own trump cards. Otherwise, Zhou Yi alone would be a nightmare to deal with." Back on the field, Rongyang University's players exchange nervous glances, overwhelmed by Sukong University's power. "What do we do now, Captain?" one of them asks, their voice trembling. The captain swallows hard, trying to maintain composure. I think I can block that," he stammers, but his fear is evident in his tone. Seeing their opponents visibly shaken, Zhou Yi and his team quickly realize that Rongyang University's team is nervous and hesitant. Zhou Yi gathers his team and lays out a simple plan. "Since their strength seems ordinary, let's keep it straightforward. We'll attack together and break their formation in a single wave." Hearing the plan, the team nods in agreement and prepares for action. Tang Ling steps forward first and says, "I'll take the lead." She summons a fire magic arrow and launches it toward the opposing team. The arrow streaks through the air, glowing ominously, and Rongyang's players panic. Their captain, desperate to rally his team, quickly casts a light shield to block the attack. When the arrow is stopped, the captain smirks, letting his ego get the better of him. "Look, I blocked it. This must be all the power they have." One of his teammates, still panicked, interrupts, "Captain, they're coming again." Before the captain can react, Wei Tiexin charges forward with incredible speed and launches her air-breaking fist directly at him. The force of the punch shatters his shield and sends him flying, landing hard on the ground. The captain, dazed and winded, struggles to get up. Before Rongyang's team can recover, Jiang Chern appears, her demonic blade glowing ominously. She slashes toward the captain, the dark energy in her attack forcing him into a state of terror. "I can't block this," he shouts internally, frozen in fear. Just as they think things can't get worse, a thunder spell crashes down from above, striking the entire team. The spell's power damages all the players, leaving them sprawled across the ring in a half-dead condition. As the dust settles, the referee announces the winner, Sukong University's team. The audience erupts into applause, though the announcer encourages the crowd to cheer louder to help Rongyang University's morale recover. Meanwhile, the referee announces that the next match will begin shortly. Zhou Yi's team, however, isn't particularly happy with the victory. Having cleared the Abyss-level realm numerous times, this fight felt far too easy. "This wasn't even a warm-up," one of them mutters, unimpressed. Zhou Yi laughs and reassures them. "Don't worry. Sukong University and Qingjing University will definitely give us a real challenge. Save your energy for them." Elsewhere, Chung Chun, watching from the sidelines with Housemaster Wu, is left stunned by the sheer dominance displayed by Zhou Yi's team. He turns to Wu and asks, "How did you train these students? They're like crouching dragons and hidden tigers, especially Zhou Yi's buffs. How could any regular school even hope to compete against them?" Housemaster Wu grins smugly and waves off the compliment. "I didn't train them much. I just gave them a few pointers here and there. All of this is the result of their own efforts." Chung Chun, slightly irritated by Wu's obvious showboating, frowns. The fight has left him unsettled, and he excuses himself. "I'd better go. My team might face you soon, and I need to come up with a solid strategy before we meet on the field." As Chun leaves, Housemaster Wu laughs heartily and calls after him, "Remember, Chun, our friendship comes before competition." After Chung Chun responds with a curt, "You," and walks away, Housemaster Wu turns his attention back to Zhou Yi's team, who have just returned from their easy victory. Seeing them, the Housemaster smiles warmly. "Your performance today was excellent. Keep up the hard work. I believe you can do even better in the future." Sumeyer steps forward to add her thoughts. "Since there are no matches scheduled for the afternoon, you all have some free time. I suggest you watch the high-level team matches happening now. Observing them will help you gain valuable experience." The team agrees enthusiastically, saying, "Okay." Before they leave, the Housemaster mentions something else. "Although there are no team matches right now, there are some individual competitions happening. If any of you are interested, come sign up with me." Zhou Yi raises a curious eyebrow. "Why do participants need to sign up? Why not just include everyone by default?" Sumeyer explains, "Some classes, like priests, lack offensive abilities and would struggle in these matches. Even defensive-focused classes might avoid competing to sidestep unnecessary challenges. That's why participation is optional." Hearing this, Zhou Yi grins in excitement. Let's participate. It'll be good practice. Inspired by his enthusiasm, the rest of the team eagerly agrees to join the individual matches as well. Seeing their determination, the housemaster laughs. All right, I'll sign everyone up. I have no doubts about Sukong University's future. There are no weaklings in this team. After registering, the match schedule reveals that Jiang Churin and Song Xiaolan will have to wait for their turns, as their matches are later in the day. Zhou Yi's match, however, is scheduled to take place much earlier, in the second batch. His opponent is a level 18 swordsman from Rongyang University named Liujie. The announcement of Zhou Yi's participation causes a stir among the audience. Zhou Yi is in the individual matches, one person exclaims. He didn't really do much in the last team fight. I'm curious to see what he's really capable of. Some spectators are skeptical. He's a support class Saint Knight. How will he manage an individual match on his own? Others are more optimistic. Don't underestimate him. Zhou Yi is the team captain for a reason. He'll handle this easily. As Zhou Yi steps toward the ring, his team members cheer him on enthusiastically. On the opposite side, Liujie enters the arena, greeted by cheers from his own team. Seeing Zhou Yi, Liujie feels a rush of excitement. A support class? This should be an easy first match, he thinks, eager to secure a win. However, Liujie's teammates have mixed reactions. Some, seeing Zhou Yi's confident demeanor, grow concerned. This might be tougher than we thought, one mutters. Others dismissively scoff. A Saint Knight is just a support class. Brother Liu will crush him. The countdown begins, and the match between Zhou Yi and Liujie officially starts. Liujie, sword in hand, steps forward confidently. A fire aura surrounds his blade as he prepares to attack. If you surrender now, he says with a smirk, I'll let you lose with some dignity. Zhou Yi chuckles and responds calmly. Talk about surrender when you can last 10 breaths in front of me. Liujie's face flushes with anger. How dare you, he shouts, charging at Zhou Yi with a flurry of sword slashes. Zhou Yi effortlessly dodges every strike, moving with speed and precision. Liujie's expression shifts from arrogance to shock. He's incredibly fast. As Liujie presses on, Zhou Yi suddenly freezes Liujie's feet in place using his frozen ability and begins advancing toward him. Liujie struggles against the ice and sneers. A cheap trick like this won't work on me. Desperate to counter, Liujie raises his sword to block Zhou Yi's incoming punch. But as the sword meets Zhou Yi's fist, the blade shatters into pieces. Before Liujie can react, Zhou Yi's punch lands squarely on his stomach, sending him flying across the ring. The crowd erupts into gasps. Liujie's team, who had been confident of his victory, stands in stunned silence. What just happened? One teammate whispers. I couldn't even see his attack. Their schoolteacher steps forward, shaking his head. You underestimated him. That's Zhou Yi, the captain of Sukong University. Liujie became too arrogant and paid the price. A support class Saint Knight may sound harmless, but Zhou Yi's combat power is far from ordinary. Back in the ring, Liujie lies on the ground, unable to continue. The referee declares Zhou Yi the winner. Zhou Yi, looking at his fallen opponent, remarks dismissively. He was weak. Couldn't even handle a grade C punch. The audience bursts into cheers, their excitement reaching new heights. What a terrifying punch, one spectator exclaims. He overpowered him in just a few moves. That's insane. Another adds, and this isn't even his full power. He can do so much more. Among the crowd, Miss Sun, a representative from another school, watches in amazement. I can't believe it, she murmurs. He's improved so much since the recruitment trials. I never saw him this powerful back then. Standing beside her, Chung Yong Chun overhears her. Wait, you mean Zhou, he was almost recruited by us? Miss Sun sighs in regret. If I had known his potential back then, I would have fought harder to bring him to our university. If we had Zhou Yi on our team now, we'd be unstoppable. Nearby, another spectator, Xiaolan, a level 19 archer, watches Zhou Yi intently. A faint blush colors her cheeks. So, this is the special boy Jiang Churin mentioned, she whispers. His strength, it's incredible. Who knew someone could excel in support, close combat, and magic? At the edge of the crowd, Zhou Xiao, a level 18 priest, studies Zhou Yi's abilities with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. His ice skill release time is far too fast, she mutters to herself. Even among the elite families of ice mages, no one can cast that quickly. As she ponders, the bracelet on her wrist begins to glow faintly. Zhou Zhao's eyes widen in realization. This family treasure is reacting. Could he have awakened a frost bloodline? Zhou Xiao, standing beside Xiaolan, notices her troubled expression and asks, "Is something wrong?" Xiaolan hesitates for a moment before shaking her head. "No, nothing's wrong," she replies quickly, but her unease is evident. Without waiting for further questions, she turns and says, "I have urgent business to attend to. I need to leave." As Xiaolan walks away, Zhou Xiao watches her retreating figure, confused and concerned about her sudden departure. Elsewhere, an unknown man receives a call on his internal company hotline. Answering with a curious smile, he says, "Today's your competition. How did you find the time to call me?" On the other end, a panicked Xiaolan replies, "Dad, I found an awakener of the Frost bloodline, and his name is Zhou Yi. The purity of his Frost bloodline is over 70%. Hearing this, the man's tone shifts to disbelief. "Are you absolutely sure? A Frost bloodline with such high purity is incredibly rare." Xiaolan continues, her voice urgent. "There's even a possibility it's closer to 80%. I need to confirm if his abilities are genuine." The man becomes serious and replies, "All right, find a way to get close to Zhou Yi. While you're doing that, I'll investigate to see if he's truly connected to our Zhou family." As Xiaolan ends the call, the man's expression softens into a hopeful smile. If Zhou Yi's Frost bloodline is real, then he might hold the key to saving Zhou family, he thinks. Meanwhile, at the tournament venue, the announcement for Zhou Yi's second match echoes across the arena. The audience erupts into cheers, chanting both Zhou Yi's name and that of his opponent, Li Xin, a talented warrior. Standing near the ring, Li Xin's friend encourages him, "Don't hold back. Show him your full power." Li Xin smirks confidently. "Don't worry. My only concern is that Zhou, he won't even let me release my full strength before he loses." Despite Li Xin's bravado, another friend warns him, "Be careful. Zhou Yi is strong. I can sense the danger radiating from him." Li Xin dismisses the concern with a wave. "I get it, but don't worry, Brother Yi. I got this." As Li Xin steps into the ring, he releases his aura, which radiates power and confidence. To the amazement of the crowd, he also reveals his Tempest armor set, a formidable level 18 artifact. Li Xin's teammates cheer enthusiastically. As expected of Brother Li Xin, with the Tempest armor set, Zhou, you won't even get close to him. A nearby girl chimes in with a sly grin. "I just hope Zhou, he doesn't cry when this is over." In the arena, the atmosphere is electric as the audience roars in excitement. Some fans cheer loudly for Zhou Yi, while others passionately support Li Xin. Both university supporters chant their school's names, the energy in the stadium reaching a fever pitch as the match is about to begin. Before the match begins, the scene shifts to Zhou Zhao's father, who arrives at the stadium accompanied by a young girl named Zhou Dong. Zhou Dong looks around the massive venue in awe and remarks, "This stadium is so grand. It's almost like our family's private grounds." Just then, Zhou Xiao approaches from behind, and Zhou Dong calls out, "Sister." The two embrace warmly before Zhou Xiao turns to her father and asks, "What are you and Zhou Dong doing here?" Her father explains, "After investigating Zhou Yi's identity, we found he is likely a descendant of a branch family that separated from us during the Dark Ages. When we discovered that someone had awakened the Frost bloodline, the family head ordered me to confirm his identity. Additionally," he continues, "I brought Zhou Dong along so she could witness the strength of Sukong University's freshmen. There's much she could learn from them." Zhou Dong crosses her arms, unimpressed. "Learn from a support class, say Knight? There's nothing worth learning from that." Zhou Xiao frowns and scolds her sister. "That's wrong, Zhou Dong. There's nothing inferior about a Saint Knight. Zhou Yi's Frost bloodline purity exceeds 70%, which qualifies him to awaken our family's hidden class." Zhou Dong's expression shifts slightly at the mention of his bloodline. The youngest member of the main branch has a purity of only 40%. Is Zhou Yi's purity really that high? Their father interjects firmly, "Zhou Dong, I told you before we came here, show respect. Zhou Yi is, by name, your elder brother." Zhou Dong, still skeptical, grumbles, "Even if he is part of our family, he'll need to prove himself. I need to see his strength before accepting him as my elder brother." Zhou Xiao sighs but agrees. "Father is here. We'll verify Zhou Yi's blood purity soon enough. For now, let's focus on his match. It's about to begin." Back in the ring, Zhou Yi and Li Xin from Modi University face off. This is the third round's first individual match, and the crowd is buzzing with excitement. Lee Sin, staring at Zhou Yi, speaks with confidence. I originally thought I'd take it easy and defeat you quickly. But my captain told me not to underestimate you, so I'll use my full strength from the start. Zhou Yi smirks, replying calmly, do your best. As the match begins, Zhou Yi begins assessing Lee Sin's abilities. His aura is strong, and he's wearing the Tempest armor set. This proves that Modi University's captain shouldn't be underestimated, Zhou Yi thinks. However, as he evaluates further, he realizes Lee Sin is only level 18, 5 levels below him. Zhou Yi muses, if I use Punishment of Light, this match will end in seconds. But with tomorrow's match against Qingjing University, I can't afford to reveal my full power. Deciding to keep his abilities under wraps, Zhou Yi opts for close combat, determined to win without showing his cards. As the match countdown begins, Zhou Yi contemplates the challenge of staying within his limits. Holding back is so frustrating, he thinks, tension mounting. The moment the signal to start is given, Zhou Yi quickly activates his blessing of protection, enveloping himself in a glowing shield of holy energy. Seeing this, Lee Sin smirks. You've got some flashy tricks, but it's all just for show. He scoffs, charging at Zhou Yi. Lee Sin opens with a low kick, but Zhou Yi counters with his own kick, stopping Lee Sin's attack mid-motion. Is that all you've got? Zhou Yi retorts before delivering a precise, light elbow strike to Lee Sin's face. The blow cracks Lee Sin's Tempest armor, leaving him shocked. How is his strength bypassing my equipment? He wonders, realizing that his armor is proving ineffective. Before he can recover, Zhou Yi follows up with another strike, sending Lee Sin flying into the protection shield around the ring. The audience gasps at the scene. A fighter is being dominated by a support class? What's going on? One spectator shouts. Is Zhou Yi really damaging Lee Sin? Another asks, disbelief in their voice. But Lee Sin has an A-grade steel talent. His defense should be impenetrable. Inside the ring, Lee Sin struggles to rise. Blood trickles from his mouth, and his armor is visibly damaged. Looking at Zhou Yi, he asks in disbelief, are you really from a martial artist family? How is your fighting skill stronger than mine? Zhou Yi casually stretches his hands, warming up. No, I'm not from a martial artist family. He replies with a faint smile. I'm just slightly stronger than you. Without further hesitation, Zhou Yi begins unleashing a series of holy punches, each blow shattering more of Lee Sin's armor. I can't escape this attack, Lee Sin thinks, panic setting in as he feels the relentless force of Zhou Yi's strikes. Zhou Yi continues his assault, his rhythm picking up. Lee Sin realizes that blocking the final punch is impossible. Desperate, he raises a trembling hand and shouts, I surrender. Stop. But Zhou Yi's final punch is already in motion. He shifts its trajectory slightly at the last moment, directing it toward the ground. The force of the blow creates a massive crater, shaking the entire stadium. The pressure from the attack still sends Lee Sin flying, leaving him sprawled on the ground in a terrible state. Lee Sin's armor is completely shattered, and his body shows clear signs of exhaustion and injury. Medics rush to the ring as the referee declares Zhou Yi the winner. The crowd erupts in cheers and gasps of awe. Did you see that punch? He broke the whole arena. This guy is terrifying. He's not just a Saint Knight. He's a monster. Zhou Yi, however, stands in the center of the ring, deep in thought. Hiding my power is harder than I thought. He muses. Once I get into my rhythm, it's almost impossible to hold back. He exhales, regaining his composure as he's congratulated for advancing to the 4th round. The audience erupts in disbelief after Zhou Yi's victory. Even Lee Sin's teammates are left stunned, their faces reflecting shock and awe. This is ridiculous, someone exclaims. How could a Saint Knight defeat a fighter barehanded? Another asks. One spectator chimes in. Zhou Yi's combat skills are insane. He doesn't fight like a support class at all. Inside the ring, Zhou Yi walks over to the fallen Lee Sin. Observing his injuries, Zhou Yi casts a holy light spell, enveloping Lee Sin in a warm, golden glow to stabilize his condition. I'm sorry for beating you this way, Zhou Yi says sincerely. You surrendered too late, and I couldn't redirect my power in time. The healing team arrives at the ring, visibly alarmed by Lee Sin's state. Zhou Yi steps aside and informs them, I've cast some healing spells to stabilize him. The rest is up to you. One of the nurses nods. Understood, she says, though her expression remains tense. Examining Lee Sin, she gasps. These injuries are severe. It'll take days for him to recover completely. Another nurse, equally astonished, mutters, I never imagined a Saint Knight could inflict this level of damage. In the stands, Zhou Xiao turns to her father. See? I told you Zhou Yi's strength surpasses even the most talented members of our family. Zhou Xiao's father, still processing what he just witnessed, nods in agreement. Watching Zhou Yi overpower an armored fighter with nothing but raw strength was enough to leave him in awe. This level of power, he murmurs, his thoughts drifting to the hidden strength class within the family's frost bloodline that emphasized pure physical might. Even Zhou Dong, who had been skeptical of Zhou Yi, looks shaken. I admit it. He's powerful, she says, her earlier doubts completely erased. Her father smiles, clearly pleased. Zhou Yi's strength has even convinced Dong. That settles it. We need to meet him. Zhou Xiao. Arrange a meeting with Zhou Yi as soon as possible. Zhou Xiao nods. I'll handle it, she replies, glancing at Zhou Yi with newfound determination. As the buzz from Zhou Yi's match subsides, the next match is announced. Jiang Chuan versus Jiang Feng. Hearing this, Zhou Yi thinks to himself, Jiang Feng's strength is much lower than Li Xin's. Chuan should win this match without much trouble. Both fighters step into the arena, and the match begins. Jiang Chuan wastes no time, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Her opponent, Jiang Feng, struggles to keep up, enduring hit after hit. Jiang Feng's thoughts grow frantic. Su Kang's team is terrifying this year. I can't handle this. As Jiang Feng reaches her limit, Jiang Chuan decides to end the match quickly. She activates her Shadow Slash, the dark energy of her blade cutting through her opponent's defenses. The attack lands decisively, and Jiang Feng collapses. The referee immediately declares Jiang Chuan the winner, advancing her to the fourth round. The crowd erupts once more, impressed by Jiang Chuan's performance. Even Jiang Feng couldn't keep up, someone exclaims. I never expected anyone besides Zhou Yi to be this strong on Su Kang's team, another adds. The audience's excitement shifts toward the upcoming match against Qingjing University, with many eagerly anticipating how Su Kang's team will fare. Jiang Chuan exits the arena, her face glowing with satisfaction. Zhou Yi approaches her and praises her performance. You fought really well, especially that last attack. It was impressive. Jiang Chuan, pleased by Zhou Yi's praise, responds modestly. I was lucky this time because my opponent was very weak. If I had to fight you, I'd surrender for sure. Zhou Yi smiles and reassures her. Don't worry. I would never fight against you. At that moment, Zhou Xiao approaches unexpectedly, interrupting their conversation. Zhou Yi turns to her and asks, do you need something important? Zhou Xiao introduces herself. I am Zhou Xiao, from the Tianlan Zhou family. I'm here because you've awakened the frost bloodline with such high purity. That makes you a likely member of the Zhou family. Hearing this, Zhou Yi looks confused. Frost bloodline? Zhou family, he repeats, trying to piece together what she means. Before he can ask more, Jiang Chuan, standing beside him, chimes in, I know about them, brother Zhou Yi. The Zhou family is an ancient lineage, much like my own Jiang family. They've been a dominant force in the Tianlan district for centuries, and their strength is undeniable. She continues, however, their bloodline's power has diminished over the years. Fewer and fewer members of the Zhou family are awakening the frost bloodline. Given their desperation to restore it, they'll likely offer you a lot of resources. Zhou Xiao nods in agreement. She's right. If you join us, the family will ensure you receive the best support. However, Zhou Yi waves it off. I don't need any resources, he says firmly. Then, he looks at Zhou Xiao. But do you have any proof that I belong to your Zhou families? Zhou Xiao produces a bloodline examiner stone and holds it out. My father is here today, and he brought this stone to confirm your bloodline. If you are from the Zhou family, the stone will resonate with your frost bloodline. Curious, Zhou Yi agrees to try. As he brings his hand closer to the stone, it begins to glow, and the purity of his frost bloodline becomes visible. At the same time, Zhou Yi feels a powerful connection to the bloodline coursing through him. Looking at the stone, he mutters, I never thought I'd discover the source of my frost bloodline during an exchange match. Zhou Xiao smiles and says, this confirms it. My father wants to meet you. Would that be all right? Zhou Yi nods. Sure. He then turns to Jiang Chuan. I'll meet with Zhou Xiao's father now. You can go ahead without me. Jiang Chuan smiles warmly. All right, brother Zhou Yi. Don't feel pressured by the Zhou family. They may be powerful in Tianlan, but they're nothing compared to the Jiang family. Zhou Xiao looks slightly irritated. Our Zhou family is not inferior to anyone, she snaps. Jiang Chern chuckles. We'll see, she replies before leaving. Zhou Xiao takes Zhou Yi to an apartment where her father and sister are waiting. Along the way, Zhou Yi's thoughts wander. When my sister was sick, there was no help from the Zhou family. Now that I've awakened the Frost bloodline, they suddenly want me. What should I do? Zhou Zhao's father greets Zhou Yi warmly upon their arrival. Hello, Zhou Yi. My name is Zhou Xiaoyu, he says. Zhou Yi nods politely. I'm Zhou Yi. Xiaoyu studies him closely. I've heard of you recently, and I must say, you're extraordinary. Your frost bloodline purity is remarkably high. A faint frost glow appears in his eyes. Meeting you reminded me that your father and my great-grandfather were related. This makes Zhou Xiao your distant cousin in a way. Xiaoyu's expression softens as he adds, I was deeply saddened to hear of your father's passing. Zhou Yi remains calm. What's done is done. There's no point dwelling on the past, he replies. As the conversation deepens, Xiaoyu gets to the point. If you promise to return to the main branch and switch your class to the Ice Element Hidden class, the Zhou family will provide all the resources needed to help you reach the Third Awakening as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Zhou Yi furrows his brow. I've already awakened as a Saint Knight. How can I change my class now? Xiaoyu replies confidently, Don't worry about that. We've preserved a class-changing artifact specifically for special cases like this. With your high-purity Frost bloodline, you'll be able to unlock the full potential of our family's hidden class. It's a rare and powerful opportunity. Zhou Yi considers this offer, but quickly realizes a dilemma. The Saint Knight class is deeply connected to my support system, and all my progress so far has been guided by Holy Light. Switching classes now would disrupt everything. The Zhou family's hidden class is impressive, but it's not what I need right now. He voices his concern. What happens if I don't switch my class? Will I still get support from the Zhou family? Xiaoyu tries to persuade him further. You're correct that switching isn't mandatory. But if you do, you'll gain access to the Zhou family's library, filled with advanced skill books and an abundance of resources. You'd never have to worry about leveling up again. Zhou Yi shakes his head. I understand the resources are generous, but I can't accept. Xiaoyu is baffled. Why? This is a rare opportunity. He continues, trying to appeal to Zhou Yi's practical side. If you switch classes, all your skill points will reset and refund. Your stats won't decrease, and will ensure you reach level 50 and Tertiary Awakening in just 6 years. Despite the tempting offer, Zhou Yi remains firm. The school provides plenty of resources, and I've built my strength as a Saint Knight. Switching classes now would be a step back. Xiaoyu's confusion grows. The Saint Knight class is just a heavy support class, he says, almost dismissively. The Zhou family's hidden class is a pure damage dealer. So why are you hesitating? Zhou Yi's expression hardens at Xiaoyu's remark. If you think the Saint Knight class is just a support role, he replies, his tone sharp, then you're ignorant of its true potential. He stands tall and continues. Tomorrow, we're facing Qingjing University. I'll show you exactly what the Saint Knight class is capable of. With that, Zhou Yi bids them goodbye. Thank you for your offer, but I have nothing more to say. Good night. As he turns to leave, Zhou Xiao tries to stop him. Wait! But before she can finish, Zhou Yi exits the room, leaving Xiaoyu, Zhou Xiao, and Zhou Dong behind, stunned by his unwavering resolve. As Zhou Yi leaves, Zhou Xiao turns to her father with frustration. Dad, why didn't you try harder to stop him? You just let him walk away. Xiaoyu shakes his head calmly. Let him go. He hasn't yet realized the limits of the Saint Knight class. When he witnesses the sheer power of damage-dealing classes, we'll approach him again. He'll come to us on his own terms. Sitting silently until now, Zhou Dong suddenly raises her hand. Wait, I have an objection, she says firmly. Turning to her father, she asks, why are you being so accommodating to Zhou Yi? Do we really have to work this hard just to bring him into the main branch? Her question gives both Zhou Xiao and Xiaoyu pause. After a moment of thought, Xiaoyu begins explaining. Our family's history explains why Zhou Yi is so important, he says, his tone serious. The Zhou family's ancestor was the first person on this planet to awaken the Frost bloodline. Under their leadership, our family rose to prominence, with countless descendants awakening the Frost bloodline. Many even achieved Tertiary Awakening. But everything changed during the Dark Ages. When demons from other worlds invaded, our ancestor led the Zhou family into battle. Unfortunately, They disappeared deep within the other world. And without their protection, the tertiary awakened elites of the family perished in the invasion. Although 5 elders were resurrected with revival magic, they returned cursed. The curses tainted the Zhou-Yi bloodline, causing the chances of awakening the Frost bloodline to drop to less than 1% of what it once was. This curse is despicable. It spreads through the bloodline and cannot be purified. Without heirs, the Zhou family's power has dwindled. Though we may appear strong from the outside, the truth is, we are much weaker than we seem. Hearing this, Zhou Dong looks thoughtful. So, that's why Zhou-Yi is so important. Xiaoyu nods. Exactly. With his high-purity Frost bloodline, if he joins the main branch, we can invest all our resources into his growth. He could reach a level of strength comparable to that of our ancestors. But right now, he's blind with confidence from his string of victories. Tomorrow's match against Qingjing University will show him the limits of his power. Then he'll realize that the Zhou family is his key to becoming truly strong. Zhou Dong tilts her head, smirking slightly. But what if he wins tomorrow? Zhou Xiao scolds her sharply. How can you even say that? I'm fighting tomorrow too. Do you doubt me? Zhou Dong shrugs innocently. I'm just saying, what if it happens? The next day, the arena is packed. The match between Sukong University and Qingjing University has attracted immense attention, and tickets were sold out almost instantly. Fans of both universities cheer loudly, waving banners and chanting their school names. The atmosphere is electric as the teams prepare to face off. Sitting among the audience, Zhou Dong watches the arena closely. She thinks to herself, sister has a better chance of winning. But could Zhou-Yi actually lose? The announcer welcomes both universities to the stage. The crowd roars as the teams from Sukong University and Qingjing University are introduced. Zhou-Yi's team enters the arena, exuding confidence. The crowd erupts with cheers as Zhou-Yi steps forward, summoning his light hammer. With his weapon glowing brightly, the entire team appears ready for battle. As the match begins, the audience is captivated by an unusual sight. Zhou-Yi, the Saint Knight, stands at the front line, wielding a glowing warhammer. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Why is Captain Zhou-Yi standing in the front? Does he actually know how to use that weapon? While using a weapon isn't strange for a Saint Knight, Zhou-Yi's current aura feels different, intense, and overwhelming. Even from a distance, his presence sends chills through the audience, many of whom feel an inexplicable sense of fear. Zhou Dong and her father, Xiaoyu, are watching closely from the stands. Zhou Dong narrows her eyes. He looks even more powerful than before, she thinks. Xiaoyu, too, observes with interest. Is this Zhou-Yi's full strength? Or was his previous performance deliberately held back? On the other side, Qingjing University's team is visibly unsettled. Their level 22 warrior, Li Yuan, stares at Zhou-Yi in confusion. Why is he at the front? Li Yuan mutters. Does this mean he's taking the role of a damage dealer? Next to him, Xiaolan, another team member, nods thoughtfully. Based on his solo match yesterday, it's clear he's more than just a support. He might actually be playing as a damage dealer. However, Lu Zhou, an arrogant member of the team, sneers. It doesn't matter what role he's trying to play. Being the highest level doesn't mean much. He won't make a difference. Their level 22 mechanist, Wang Xian, adds, we've faced Sukong University before, and they crushed us in the team match last year. We've worked hard since then, but we can't let our guard down. This year, we'll turn the tables. Their captain, sensing the rising tension, gathers his team. Stay fully alert. This is our chance to reclaim the championship. Give it everything you've got. No holding back. The team responds in unison. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, in Sukong University's section, Cheng approaches Housemaster Wu Meng, watching the scene unfold. Do you really think Zhou-Yi can handle both support and damage dealer roles? Cheng asks skeptically. Overconfidence could cost you the match. Housemaster Wu Meng simply laughs. You don't need to worry. In this competition, strength is what matters most, and Zhou-Yi has it in abundance. Cheng frowns, unsettled by the housemaster's confidence. Freshmen have limited skill points, he thinks. Why is Wu Meng so calm? Could he be hiding something? Back in the arena, Zhou-Yi turns to his team. Let's stick to the same strategy we practiced in training. I'll lead the attack. You follow and adapt as needed. Everyone plays to their strengths. Wei Tiexin grins. If Brother Zhou-Yi is going all out, this will be a breeze. Her confidence radiates through the team. and despite their opponents being Qing Jing University, she believes this will be easier than expected. Victory is ours. As Zhou Yi's team radiates confidence, he reminds them to remain cautious. Don't underestimate them, he says. They may seem weaker, but they were second place last year. If anyone gets injured, come to me immediately so I can heal you. The countdown begins, and when it ends, the announcer declares the match started. The moment the signal is given, Zhou Yi charges forward, activating all his buffs as he sprints toward Qing Jing University's team. The audience is stunned. He's attacking directly? Is he insane? Why isn't he staying back or using long-range tactics? Despite the murmurs, Zhou Yi's confidence is undeniable, and his rapid skill casting while running leaves spectators impressed. Li Yuan, Qing Jing University's level 22 warrior, watches Zhou Yi with a smirk. He's charging to his own death, he mutters, readying himself for battle. Beside him, Xiaolan, the archer, steps up, activating her arrows of suffocation. She takes aim at Zhou Yi. Her skill, a grade A ability, creates multiple arrows that close off all escape routes, designed to trap and overwhelm her target. As the arrows speed toward him, Zhou Yi doesn't flinch. They're annoying, he says casually. Then, with precise movements, he destroys the arrows mid-flight, smashing them with his warhammer and swatting them aside with his bare hands. The crowd gasps. Did he just crush enhanced grade A arrows like they were nothing? That's impossible. Those arrows are level 8 skills. Xiaolan, stunned by what she's witnessing, struggles to comprehend how Zhou Yi dismantled her attack so effortlessly. However, Li Yuan remains unfazed. Watching Zhou Yi's performance, he smirks. Impressive defense, he says, but for a damage-dealing Saint Knight, that's all that matters. Next to him, Lu Zhou, their mage, begins casting his ultimate ability. Li Yuan's confidence grows. Once Lu Zhou's attack lands, let's see how he blocks that. As Lu Zhou's Fire Phoenix attack reaches completion, the fiery spirit takes shape, evolving into a majestic spiritual phoenix that releases a scorching flame breath aimed directly at Zhou Yi. The audience watches in awe. That's a plus-grade skill. Qing Jing University's players are no joke. The Fire Phoenix attack roars toward Zhou Yi. He takes a small step back, then calmly watches as Lu Zhou follows up with Burning Impact, the Phoenix diving toward Zhou Yi with fiery force. Instead of dodging, Zhou Yi stands his ground. Fire, and more fire, he says, almost amused. The crowd is torn between shock and confusion. What is Zhou Yi doing? Why isn't he moving? Does he think he can tank that attack? From the sidelines, Qing Jing University's team supervisor watches with a grin. The smartest thing he could do now is retreat to his team. With his speed, he might still make it back to their defenses. But Zhou Yi isn't retreating. As Su Meyer overhears the remark that Zhou Yi should retreat, she lets out a chuckle. Her laughter catches Miss Sun's attention. "Why are you laughing?" she asks, clearly irritated. Su Meyer, still smiling, responds, "I couldn't help myself. When you said Zhou Yi should run away because of an A+ grade skill, it was just too funny." Miss Sun's face flushes with anger. "You'd better be patient. Let's see if you'll still laugh when Zhou Yi loses." Su Meyer smirks. "Oh, I'll wait. I just hope you're ready to handle the aftermath when that doesn't happen." As the tension between them simmers, a sudden burst of radiant light floods the arena, silencing the crowd. Zhou Yi had activated his Holy Flame light wheel, and its dazzling glow leaves everyone stunned. In the arena, Lu Zhou's Fire Phoenix, a devastating attack moments ago, begins to lose its ferocity. Zhou Yi uses the Holy Flame light wheel to pull the Phoenix fire toward himself, manipulating its flames with precise control. Lu Zhou, watching in disbelief, stammers, "How is this possible?" Desperate, Lu Zhou attempts to reclaim the Phoenix flames, calling out to them, "Return to me. You are my strength." But his pleas fall on deaf ears. Within seconds, Zhou Yi completely controls the flames, bending them to his will. Watching from the sidelines, Song Xiaolan smirks. "It seems Qing Jing University still hasn't realized what it means to face our Saint Knight captain." Standing beside her, Jiang Churan nods, her voice calm yet confident. Even Xin Ling, with his flame dragon bloodline, couldn't harm brother Zhou Yi. This Lu Zhou's fire skill doesn't stand a chance. Zhou Yi, now fully in control, lets out a small, amused laugh. "Sorry for the disappointment," he says, addressing Lu Zhou. "But I can manipulate the fire element too. With Holy Flame, The audience, witnessing Zhou Yi's godlike presence, grows silent. His aura fills the arena with a divine intensity, leaving many feeling both awed and terrified. Even Miss Sun, standing with Su Meyer, is shaken. A divine blessed skill, she whispers. And not just any, it's the holy flame skill. This is something even a tertiary awakener struggles to achieve. Su Meyer's confidence remains unshaken. Maybe Zhou Yi is just lucky, she teases. Sometimes talent and opportunity align. Frustrated, Miss Sun mutters, "We still have our ace left." Su Meyer responds with another sly remark, further irritating Miss Sun, who clenches her fists, her irritation visible. Among the spectators, Zhou Dong turns to her father. "Father," everyone looks so shocked and excited. "What exactly is this divine blessed skill?" Xiaoyu takes a deep breath and begins to explain. Divine blessed skills are the most special abilities, granted directly by higher beings. They cannot be learned from skill books or passed down by any method. Only those blessed by the gods can receive them. This holy flame skill was granted to Zhou Yi personally by a divine force. In our family, many worship the goddess of frost, but ever since our bloodline was cursed, her blessings have disappeared. Pausing for a moment, Xiaoyou's shoulders sag. A professional blessed by a god holds immense potential. Zhou Yi's possession of this skill makes everything we offered him seem insignificant. Hearing this, Zhou Dong frowns. Does that mean our entire trip here was a waste? Xiaoyu shakes his head, his voice resolute. No, there's still hope. After this match, we'll talk to Zhou Yi again. He is the last hope for resurrecting the Zhou family's legacy. I won't give up so easily. Inside the ring, as soon as Zhou Yi absorbs Lu Zhou's fire phoenix, Lu Zhou is left in disbelief. How is this possible? He mutters, watching his once powerful attack now dissipated by Zhou Yi's control. Lu Zhou's expression shifts to frustration, but before he can dwell on it, his team captain approaches. Lu Zhou, I don't know how he did it either, the captain admits. But one thing's certain, fire magic is useless against him. Don't give up. Try using other element magic. Nodding reluctantly, Lu Zhou prepares for another attempt. Drawing his sword, he readies himself for close combat while calling for Xiaolan to provide long-range support. Don't let him advance so easily, the captain orders. Xiaolan, following instructions, begins firing her arrows enhanced with long-range magic, aiming to slow Zhou Yi down. At the same time, Lu Zhou conjures earth magic, summoning a massive stone wall to block Zhou Yi's path. The two shouted Zhou Yi, their confidence returning. Don't underestimate us, Xiaolan says, laughing. We have plenty of tricks left. Lu Zhou adds. Zhou Yi, unfazed, assesses the situation. So, they're combining ranged attacks with barriers to hold me back? A smart move, but against me it's far too naive. As Xiaolan's arrows and Lu Zhou's stone wall approach, Zhou Yi calmly activates his Holy Light Shield, an A+ grade defensive skill. The shield gleams with radiant light, easily deflecting both the arrows and the earth magic, leaving the crowd stunned. The opposing team watches in shock. His defense is incredible, someone exclaims. But this has slowed him down, another adds. And they're right. The Holy Light Shield interrupts Zhou Yi's rhythm, momentarily halting his relentless charge. This forces Zhou Yi to consider another approach. Realizing he needs to shift strategies, Zhou Yi begins casting a long-range spell to dismantle his opponent's formation. Seeing this, Li Yuan, the captain of Qingjing University, shouts, "Retreat. Now!" But it's too late. Zhou Yi unleashes his Holy Flame Storm, a devastating spell that floods the arena with raging flames of divine energy. The storm spreads uncontrollably, tearing through the battlefield and consuming everything in its path. Li Yuan yells, "Dodge it!" But the storm's intensity is overwhelming. It roars across the arena, leaving nowhere to hide. Amid the chaos, Li Yuan frantically scans the battlefield. Where's Lu Zhou? Did he get caught in the storm? Elsewhere in the arena, Lu Zhou struggles to maintain a shield around himself, desperately attempting to withstand the Holy Flame Storm. His face is pale, beads of sweat forming as he tries to hold on. Is this really a Saint Knight? Lu Zhou thinks, his disbelief growing. His elemental magic is stronger than even a mage's like mine. Lu Zhou was clearly struggling, and Zhou Yi decided it was time to end the fight quickly. He realized that the flames Lu Zhou was summoning weren't enough to harm him. so Zhou used Lu Zhou's own absorbed phoenix fire against him. The moment the fiery attack struck, Lu Zhou's shield shattered, leaving him exposed. Consumed by the flames, Lu Zhou fell to the ground, crying out for help. In the chaos, even his wand broke, leaving him defenseless. As the storm of fire subsided, Lu Zhou lay on the ground in a half-dead state, weakly pleading for assistance. Though Zhou Yi's attack had nearly finished him, Lu Zhou wasn't entirely defeated. Wasting no time, Zhou Yi drew his warhammer, ready to deal with the remaining threats. With a mix of confidence and menace, Zhou Yi remarked that Lu Zhou had survived this time, but his luck wouldn't last forever. Li Yuan, witnessing Zhou Yi's overwhelming strength, muttered about his arrogance, but quickly directed Zhou Xiao to heal Lu Zhou. Trusting Li Yuan to handle the situation, Zhou Xiao dashed toward the injured Lu Zhou. Facing Zhou Yi directly, Li Yuan displayed remarkable bravery. Zhou Yi acknowledged his courage with a nod, raising his hammer for a light slash. Li Yuan, determined to block the incoming attack, braced himself with his shield. But as the hammer made contact, the force was too great. His shield slipped from his grip, flying away. The sheer power of the strike sent Li Yuan crashing into a protective barrier. It was a single blow, but it was enough to shake Li Yuan's confidence. He now understood why someone as strong as Li Xin, known for his steel-bone talent, couldn't withstand Zhou Yi's punches. However, as the captain of Qingjing University, Li Yuan couldn't afford to falter. Steeling himself, he retaliated with a powerful rage slash. Their attacks collided with explosive force, but Zhou Yi's strike easily overwhelmed Li Yuan's. The captain stared in disbelief as his trusted move, one capable of destroying a level 20 golden grade monster, was effortlessly countered. Refusing to give up, he launched another attack. Zhou Yi, equally determined, advanced toward Li Yuan with confidence, promising to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Blow after blow, the two clashed in an intense battle. Li Yuan's skill and resolve were impressive, standing toe-to-toe with Zhou Yi's overwhelming power. For the first time, Zhou Yi found himself fighting someone his own age who could keep up with his strength. But Zhou Yi's stamina was unmatched, and gradually, Li Yuan began to falter. His energy drained, and his sword slipped from his hand. Seeing this, Zhou Yi seized the opportunity, preparing a decisive blow with his warhammer. With a smirk, he taunted, "You're too tired to even hold your weapon. It's time for you to go." However, just as Zhou Yi swung his hammer for the finishing strike, a protective shield suddenly materialized, stopping the attack in its tracks. Zhou Yi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected interference. Then, a menacing red aura appeared behind Zhou Yi, followed by the arrival of a massive mechanical robot charging straight at him. Sensing the danger, Zhou Yi quickly activated his holy protection, forming a shield to block the robot's strike. But the impact was immense, shattering Zhou Yi's protective barrier in an instant. Zhou Yi was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the mechanical robot. It had shattered his level 9 holy light protection with a single strike, a feat that left him momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure, retaliating with his warhammer. With one decisive swing, the robot was reduced to scrap. This machine, with its invisible and devastating attacks, had made quite the impression, but Zhou Yi wasn't about to let it shake him. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Wang Xian, who had been keeping a low profile until now, finally entered the fray. Li Yuan, still reeling from his earlier battle, expressed his gratitude to Wang Xian for saving his life. Wang Xian dismissed the thanks, stating that if he didn't step in, their team would undoubtedly lose. He then urged Li Yuan to focus on the others, declaring that he would handle Zhou Yi. The reason for Wang Xian's earlier reluctance to join the fight soon became clear. As a skilled mechanic, he had been biding his time, not wanting to reveal his full strength until the match against Modu University. However, seeing how Zhou Yi had single-handedly turned the tide of battle, Wang Xian had no choice but to unleash his trump card. With a flick of his hand, Wang Xian summoned an army of robots into the arena. These were GX-100B robots, DYS light-type rocket robot, and BT-200 cavalry robots, monsters at level 21 and above, with silver-grade qualifications. The arena was soon filled with these machines, their sheer number creating an intimidating spectacle. Even Zhou Yi, standing resolute at the center of the chaos, couldn't help but be slightly surprised at the sight. Spectators were equally taken aback. In the viewing area, The housemaster smiled knowingly at Chung, remarking that it seemed his university had its own hidden ace. Chung, returning the smile, admitted as much. He explained that Wang Xian possessed the rare S+ talent, mechanical heart, which allowed him to create robots of significantly higher levels than his own. Wang Xian's ability was indeed a game-changer, making him the linchpin of his team's strategy. Back in the arena, Zhou Yi faced this mechanical wave with an unexpected reaction, a wide grin. The sight of the robot army didn't intimidate him. Instead, it excited him. He was eager to test the strength of this mechanized force and see how far they could push him. His warhammer gleamed in his hands as he prepared for battle, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wang Xian, however, was enraged by Zhou Yi's audacious confidence. The idea that someone would dare to charge headfirst into his mechanical army was beyond belief. In a fit of anger, he commanded his robots to attack. The mechanical horde surged forward, launching a coordinated assault on Zhou Yi. The arena was filled with the sound of metal clashing and energy crackling as the robots closed in on him. With a flurry of attacks closing in from all sides, Zhou Yi quickly summoned a holy shield to protect himself. But the sheer volume of attacks was overwhelming, so he created twin holy shields, forming a near-impenetrable defense. The relentless barrage of the robots' attacks clashed against the shields, but none could break through. The intensity of the assault affected the entire arena, filling it with sparks, sound, and chaos. Amid this turmoil, Zhou Yi's calm smile stood out. He unleashed the Holy Light Cross, causing a radiant cross of light to appear. The cross emitted electric currents and waves of intense heat, tearing through the robots around him. The heat radiating from the attack became so intense that even Wang Xian, observing from a distance, felt its effects. Though Wang Xian's robots were built with fireproof materials, they couldn't withstand the holy fire generated by Zhou Yi. This setback visibly irritated Wang Xian. Undeterred, he pulled out a keyboard-like device, slamming his hands on it with frustration. He shouted that he had plenty more robots of this caliber and activated the tool. In response, numerous portals began opening around the arena, releasing waves of reinforcements. Robot after robot emerged, flooding the battlefield. With confidence, Wang Xian taunted Zhou Yi, proclaiming that his mental energy would surely be depleted against such an overwhelming force. "If you have the courage, then charge at me," he dared. Elsewhere, Zhou Yi's team was also engaged in the fight, skillfully dismantling the robotic horde. Wei Tiexin remarked with a smirk, "It seems Wang Xian didn't expect Brother Zhou to handle such large-scale attacks so effortlessly." Back at the center of the arena, Zhou Yi continued his battle. In the midst of the chaos, his system sent him a notification. A knowing grin spread across his face. "This is the perfect moment," he said to himself. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi unleashed a storm-type attack. Wang Xian, watching from afar, was stunned by the sheer magnitude of the attack. Panicking, he commanded his robots to retreat, but it was too late. The storm tore through the battlefield, swallowing the robots whole as it rampaged across the arena. One by one, the machines were obliterated. In a matter of moments, the tornado had destroyed 74 robots. The notification on Wang Xian's device confirmed the loss of nearly one-third of his forces. Furious and desperate, he realized that his human wave tactic was no match for Zhou Yi. Left with no other choice, Wang Xian decided to unleash his ultimate trump card. He summoned a massive mechanical robot, a towering monstrosity known as the HX Judgment Fusion Robot. This was no ordinary machine. The moment it arrived, its mouth opened, releasing chains that lashed out and began pulling in nearby robots. The destroyed and operational machines were absorbed into its body, fusing together to create a single, colossal weapon. As the robot completed its fusion, it began to emit powerful, pulsating waves of energy that reverberated across the arena. The security systems went into high alert, detecting the extreme power level. Its immense size necessitated additional space, and the arena started crumbling under its huge size. The entire arena was in stunned silence as Wang Xian's enormous mechanical creation towered over everything. Gasps echoed through the crowd, and many spectators covered their mouths in shock. This was no ordinary fight. It was the first time in a national college freshman competition that such an extraordinary mechanical robot had been unveiled. The HX Judgment Fusion Robot, standing at level 23 with an epic qualification, was a spectacle to behold. Its sheer size was intimidating, with its towering height brushing against the edges of the protective barrier. Among the awestruck crowd, a girl watching the match couldn't help but remark on how dangerous this year's new students were. In the arena, Li Yuan gazed at the mechanical giant with a confident smile. Finally, Brother Xian's judgment has arrived, he said, clearly impressed. Standing nearby, Jiang Churen also looked back at the imposing robot. Li Yuan turned to her, adding smugly, "Now you all are definitely going to lose." But Jiang Churen wasn't about to let his words affect her. Without hesitation, she lunged at Li Yuan with her sword, declaring, "Brother Zhou will never lose." Her determination was unwavering, even as the odds stacked against her team. Meanwhile, Wang Xian, perched inside his mighty creation, was visibly elated. His face beamed with confidence as he addressed Zhou Yi directly. "Let me show you the real firepower of my judgment," he exclaimed, laughing maniacally. Without wasting a moment, he launched a barrage of missiles aimed straight at Zhou Yi. Seeing the incoming attack, Zhou Yi quickly assessed the situation. Facing the missiles head-on wasn't an option. There were just too many of them. He began moving swiftly to dodge, narrowly avoiding several explosions as the missiles detonated around him. 2 missiles came dangerously close, almost cornering him. Zhou Yi managed to evade them at the last second, and as the missiles collided, a massive blast shook the arena. The intensity of the explosion made it clear to Zhou Yi, getting hit wasn't an option. The damage would be catastrophic. On the other hand, Wang Xian, sitting comfortably inside his robot, laughed hysterically as he continued to fire missiles. "Run as much as you want. There's nowhere left for you to hide," he taunted, enjoying the chaos. Zhou Yi did his best to counterattack, using his hammer to destroy incoming projectiles one by one. However, the sheer volume of the assaults made it increasingly difficult to keep up. Just when he thought the missile barrage was challenging enough, the robot drew a massive sword. With a swing of its enormous blade, the HX Judgment struck the ground where Zhou Yi had been standing moments before. The attack was so powerful that it tore the ground apart, splitting the area in half. Zhou Yi darted to safety, narrowly escaping the devastating strike. Inside the robot, Wang Xian laughed louder, relishing the sight of Zhou Yi dodging his attacks. "What's wrong? Can you only run?" he mocked. "I've never seen such a coward from Sukong Academy before. Is this all you've got?" The robot's massive sword continued to swing with relentless force, each strike carrying immense power. The ground quaked under its weight, and Zhou Yi had no choice but to keep moving, avoiding one deadly blow after another. Dodging the relentless attacks, Zhou Yi smirked and called out to Wang Xian, "Do you think I'm running away? Let's settle this head-on." Wang Xian, seated inside his massive robot, bristled at the provocation. His frustration was palpable as he labeled Zhou Yi a fool for such audacity. Yet, beneath his anger, he couldn't help but admire Zhou Yi's unwavering determination. For a moment, he acknowledged in his mind that Zhou Yi was living up to the role of a true captain. But admiration quickly gave way to rage. With a shout, Wang Xian swung his robot's colossal sword, declaring, "Such determination will only lead to the downfall of Sukong University." Zhou Yi, undeterred, met the attack head-on with his warhammer. The 2 massive weapons clashed with incredible force, sending a shockwave through the arena. The collision created a vibration so intense it seemed to rattle the very air. Wasting no time, Zhou Yi followed up with his next move, God's Hand. As he activated the technique, an intense divine light began to illuminate the entire stadium. The energy radiating from the attack was unlike anything anyone had seen before. Divine energy gathered above the arena, forming a concentrated aura, while streaks of electricity crackled through the air. Wang Xian stared at the spectacle in disbelief. Even from inside his robot, he could feel the overwhelming power. The divine light grew stronger, absorbing energy from the arena's protection shield. This unexpected turn of events triggered the stadium's automated safety protocols. Suddenly, the protection robot stationed in the arena sprang into action, issuing urgent orders to activate the emergency plan. Powered by light magic stones, these robots quickly began constructing an additional protective shield around the arena. The fight had escalated into what was now classified as an abnormal incident, and the safety measures reflected the high-stakes situation. Elsewhere in the arena, the other battles raged on. Jiang Churen and Li Yuan were still locked in combat, unaware of the dramatic events unfolding. However, as Jiang Churen evaded one of Li Yuan's attacks, She sensed the surge of divine energy in the air. Realizing something critical was happening, she broke away from the fight and rushed toward her team. Her first stop was with Tang Lingyi. "We need to withdraw now," Jiang Chuan urged, her tone leaving no room for argument. Meanwhile, Song Xiaolan and Wei Tiexin were in the middle of their own battle, dodging an onslaught of arrows from two opponents. Despite the chaos, they shared a quick glance, their silent communication clear. Without hesitation, they began retreating as well, realizing the gravity of the situation. As Tang Lingyi and Wei Tiexin retreated, Lu Zhou moved to follow them. However, Li Yuan quickly stopped him, firmly instructing the team not to pursue. Lu Zhou, confused and frustrated, argued, "Why shouldn't we chase them? They're running scared. We should finish them off." But Li Yuan, his face pale and nervous, shook his head. "Something is wrong. Something about this power isn't normal," he said, his voice laced with fear. The rest of his team, equally uneasy, gathered around him, their expressions mirroring his concern. Even from where they stood, Zhou Yi's energy in the sky radiated an overwhelming pressure that shook them to their core. Back on Zhou Yi's side, the arena became silent as a glowing, giant divine hand began descending from the heavens, its radiant presence impossible to ignore. Panic spread like wildfire among the spectators. Murmurs turned to gasps, and gasps turned to screams as everyone tried to process what they were witnessing. Inside his HX Judgment Fusion robot, Wang Xian felt the weight of the moment. His heart raced as he recognized the energy. This is a god-level skill, he muttered to himself, his confidence faltering. The realization hit hard. The gap between him and Zhou Yi was enormous. His HX Judgment, an S+ level creation, had seemed invincible just moments ago. But now, against this overwhelming power, it felt like a mere toy. Despite the fear clawing at him, Wang Xian refused to give in. He clenched his fists and yelled, "No, I'm not a coward. I refuse to lose." With desperation fueling him, he sent his robot charging toward the descending divine hand, wildly slashing at it with his massive sword. He struck again and again, his attacks relentless. But no matter how many times the robot's blade struck, it couldn't leave a single scratch on the radiant hand. The divine hand continued its slow descent, unaffected by Wang Xian's frantic assault. For a moment, the hand paused midair, and a flicker of hope crossed Wang Xian's face. "I stopped it," he thought. But that hope was short-lived. The divine hand suddenly jerked downward with unstoppable force. Wang Xian's triumphant expression twisted into terror. "No! And oh!" he screamed, but there was no time to react. The divine hand smashed into the HX Judgment, unleashing devastating power across the entire arena. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, powerful enough to shake the spectators in their seats. Dust and debris filled the air as the sound of metal collapsing echoed across the stadium. When the dust finally cleared, Zhou Yi stepped forward calmly, unfazed by the destruction. Around him, broken pieces of the once mighty HX Judgment lay scattered. A few nuts and bolts clattered to the ground near Zhou Yi's feet. Without hesitation, he kicked the remnants aside as if they were mere scraps. Not far from him lay Wang Xian, unconscious and battered, his once prideful robot now a shattered heap of metal. The divine hand had left a clear mark, a testament to its immense power. Wang Xian's team, watching in disbelief, seemed utterly defeated. Their faces were heavy with despair, realizing the battle was lost. As Zhou Yi moved past the wreckage, Wang Xian stirred slightly, blood trickling from his mouth. He appeared to want to say something, but no words came out. Zhou Yi glanced at him briefly before turning his attention back to his team, his steps steady and composed, as if the chaos around him had never happened. Despite lying battered and broken, Wang Xian wasn't ready to give up completely. As Zhou Yi walked away, Wang Xian weakly raised a hand, as if reaching for something, perhaps his pride or perhaps a last shred of hope. He struggled to stand, but his body gave out, and he fainted shortly after. The moment the match ended, the arena erupted in cheers. The spectators were electrified by what they had just witnessed. Zhou Yi's holy light had left an indelible impression on everyone present. For many, the sheer scale of his attacks was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, like witnessing a nuclear explosion. The crowd roared his name, their voices shaking the very stands. Meanwhile, Cheng, the team supervisor of Qingjing University, looked on with bitter disappointment. Watching his team lose, He sighed deeply. A god-level skill, the hand of God, he muttered. No problem. Qingjing University didn't lose unfairly. Despite his frustration, he admitted to himself that Zhou Yi was an opponent unlike any other. Chung continued reflecting as he stood, saying, I thought winning this championship with Wang Xian on our side would be as easy as taking candy from a child. Who could have expected someone like Zhou Yi to show up? He couldn't deny it. Zhou Yi was an all-rounder. His melee attacks, support abilities, and spellcasting were equally devastating, making him a truly formidable opponent. As Chung began to leave, he turned to the housemaster Wu Meng of Sukong University. You've got a rare gem in your hands, he said. I've been teaching for 30 years, and I've never seen anyone like Zhou Yi. He's not just talented, he's extraordinary, different from all the rest. The housemaster, clearly delighted by the praise, smiled but didn't say much. He simply teased Chung a little, enjoying the moment. The sound of the audience cheering Zhou Yi's name continued to echo throughout the stadium. Some congratulated Sukong University by name, while others chanted Zhou Yi's name like a battle cry. As Zhou Yi exited the arena with his team, he couldn't help but think to himself, this is madness. Walking alongside him, Wei Tiexin couldn't contain her excitement. That was so easy. Is this really the best Qingjing University had to offer? She said with confidence. Song Xiaolan, standing next to her, shook his head. You think it was easy? Without Zhou Yi, we wouldn't have stood a chance against Wang Xian. Tang Lingyi chimed in, nodding in agreement. Absolutely. His robot was level 23, an epic class creation. Without Zhou Yi, there's no way we would have won. Wei Tiexin laughed, brushing off their concerns. What are you even saying? Of course, we have brother Zhou Yi with us. Why shouldn't we count him? He's our teammate, isn't he? Jiang Churen, smiling at their banter, added, this year's freshman exchange competition has drawn a huge crowd. The stadium was expanded last year, and it's packed with spectators now. Plus, this match was broadcast live across the empire. She glanced at Zhou Yi and concluded, after this fight, Zhou Yi's name will be known all over the empire. After Jiang Churen made her remark, she burst into laughter, clearly pleased with herself. Watching her, Zhou Yi couldn't help but shake his head. A small girl is getting more disrespectful day by day, he teased, his tone playful. Meanwhile, in a quiet room elsewhere, a young woman stood observing Zhou Yi through a magical projection. Her sharp eyes were fixed on him as she muttered to herself, Zhou Yi is incredibly capable. I want someone like him in the Tianyu Guild. However, she knew his current level was too low for recruitment. She decided it would be best to wait until he reached the second rank before extending an invitation. At that moment, another man entered the room, addressing her respectfully. Miss, Tianyu is the top guild in the kingdom. Even our logistics staff must be at least level 30 and in the second rank. But after today's battle, Zhou Yi's combat data will be submitted to the leaders of major guilds. If we wait too long, it may be too late to recruit him. The woman smiled confidently. It won't be too late. With the old president overseeing everything, we'll face difficulties recruiting him immediately. But trust me, this younger brother of mine will eventually join Tianyu Guild. It's only a matter of time. Her lips curled into a knowing smile, as if she had already envisioned the outcome. Back in the arena, Wang Xian's condition had worsened significantly. Several healers were tending to him, their faces tense with concentration. Despite their combined efforts, they struggled to properly treat his injuries. The lingering effects of Zhou Yi's holy light made cleansing him almost impossible, as even advanced spells failed to neutralize its power. The senior healers urged their teams not to give up, pushing them to continue until their mana was completely drained. But the vicious energy left behind by Zhou Yi's attack was unlike anything they had encountered before. The healers exchanged grim looks, realizing just how powerful Zhou Yi truly was. As Wang Xian's team watched anxiously, their fear was palpable. They whispered among themselves, grateful for the arena's protective shield magic. Without it, none of them were certain Wang Xian, or even they themselves, would have survived Zhou Yi's overwhelming power. In another part of the arena, Li Yuan and the rest of Qingjing University's team stood before Housemaster Chung, apologizing for their defeat. We used all the resources the school provided, Li Yuan admitted, his voice heavy with regret. Chung listened silently before speaking. This isn't your fault, he said. Zhou Yi is simply too strong. After this defeat, it looks like Qingjing University will have to settle for third place in the team rankings this time. The mention of third place stunned the group. The team captain, his pride stung, spoke up defiantly. Housemaster, We may have lost to Sukong University, but we can still defeat Modu University. Another teammate quickly agreed. Yes, Housemaster. Losing to Modu University would bring great shame to our school. We can't let that happen. Cheng's expression remained stern as he responded. Xian is heavily injured, and all 200 of his robots were destroyed in just one match. Qingjing University no longer has enough capable fighters to face Modu University, let alone Zhou. Lying on a nearby bed, Wang Xian overheard the conversation. His fists clenched weakly at his sides as anger bubbled inside him. He thought bitterly about Zhou. You may have defeated me today, but this isn't over. Once I complete my secondary awakening, my heart will become a mechanical heart. With S+ grade talent, I will shine brighter than ever. And then, I'll fight you again, Zhou. Next time I'll win. Consumed by thoughts of his defeat, Wang Xian's frustration only deepened. The story shifts to a conversation between Xiaoyu and Zhou. Xiaoyu, with a slightly embarrassed tone, apologized to Zhou for his earlier miscalculated assumptions. He openly acknowledged Zhou's prowess, saying, as a Saint Knight, you've redefined what it means to be both a powerful support and a damage dealer. In all my years, I've never seen anyone like you. You're truly a genius. Zhou, hearing the overly sweet praise, cut him off with a wry smile. All right, that's enough flattery. Get to the point. Taking the hint, Xiaoyu quickly shifted gears. I've already reported everything about you to the family. Both the family head and the elder have promised that once you return to the family, they'll fully support you in increasing your power. They'll pool every resource necessary to help you reach new heights. Zhou raised an eyebrow. Family head? Elder? What's all this about? Xiaoyu began explaining in detail. The Zhou family is vast with many internal factions. Resource distribution each year depends entirely on one's abilities and influence. The two largest factions are led by the elders and the family head. Under normal circumstances, these two sides never see eye to eye. But for the first time, they've reached an agreement about you. Both sides are willing to collaborate if it means supporting your growth. Xiaoyu's offer was undeniably enticing. With the backing of the Zhou family's most powerful figures, Zhou could gain unparalleled access to resources and support. However, Zhou knew his path was already set. His master, Headmaster Wang Hui, had been instrumental in his growth. And beyond that, Zhou had something no one else could claim, the system. After considering everything, Zhou replied calmly, I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to disappoint you. I have no intention of changing my profession. Xiaoyu's shoulders slumped, and disappointment was written all over his face. So, there's no hope for the Zhou family to rise again, he muttered dejectedly. Seeing Xiaoyu's disheartened expression, Zhou softened his tone. There's no need to be so disappointed. In my eyes, there's someone with the Frost bloodline who could potentially take on the hidden class of the Zhou family. Xiaoyu's interest was piqued, but he quickly tempered his enthusiasm. The hidden classes of the Zhou family aren't just about having the Frost bloodline. The bloodline purity also matters greatly. A regular Frost bloodline won't be enough to qualify for those classes. Zhou smiled slightly. That won't be an issue. My sister's bloodline purity is 3 times higher than yours. That's more than enough for your family. Xiaoyu's eyes widened with joy. His disappointment evaporated as he excitedly asked, Are you saying your sister has already awakened the Frost bloodline? Zhou nodded in confirmation, and Xiaoyu practically exploded with joy. This is incredible. The Zhou family will rise again, he exclaimed, jumping in excitement. Without wasting a moment, Xiaoyu rushed to Zhou and asked eagerly, Are you absolutely sure her bloodline purity is 3 times higher than mine? That would mean almost 10 points. With that level of purity, she can select any of the 3 hidden Frost classes. Zhou, watching Xiaoyu's over-the-top reaction, couldn't help but think he had lost his mind. Trying to calm him down, Zhou added, Don't get too excited just yet. I still have to ask for her opinion. Whether she'll accept your family's cultivation class line or not is entirely up to her. Despite Zhou's hesitation, Xiaoyu was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Whatever Zhou or his sister decided, Xiaoyu was determined to ensure she joined their family. Zhou, too, thought this arrangement could work out well for his sister. For Zhou himself, joining the Zhou family offered little benefit. He had no intention of changing his class, and with both his system and master Wang Hui supporting him, he didn't need their resources. However, Zhou Yun's situation was different. Zhou could provide some support for her, but it was nowhere near what a focused family effort could offer. Though the family had failed him after their parents' death, it wasn't too late for them to help Yun. After weighing everything, Zhou decided to call his sister, Zhou Yun. The screen lit up with a video call, revealing Zhou Yun laughing and playing with Gray. Spotting her brother, she beamed. "Your fight was amazing. I knew you'd win," she said. Then, grinning mischievously, she added, "By the way, a lot of girls at my school are asking for your contact information. But don't worry, I haven't given it to anyone yet. After all, my dream sister-in-law should be very strong. She should have broad shoulders, strong arms, tight skin, and legs full of muscle. Oh, and she must carry a sword weighing more than 100 kilograms." Zhou felt his face heat up in embarrassment as his mind involuntarily pictured Jiang Churin in such a form. He quickly snapped back to reality and cut her off. "Stop talking nonsense. I have something serious to discuss with you," he said firmly. Zhou Yun straightened up, sensing the change in tone. Zhou began explaining, "Recently, I was contacted by someone from the Zhou family. They told me about 3 hidden frost classes in the family: Frost Archer, Frost Swordsman, and Ice Mage. The Archer and Swordsman classes focus on physical damage, while the Ice Mage is magic-based. With your bloodline purity, you qualify to choose any of them." Zhou Yun listened intently, her playful demeanor replaced by curiosity. Without hesitation, she said, "I want the Ice Mage class. I've always wanted to specialize in ice element attacks." Zhou nodded, pleased with her quick decision. "All right, but there's something to consider. Once you accept the Zhou family's class cultivation plan, you'll have to stay in their territory for at least 3 to 4 years to train. Think carefully before agreeing." Zhou Yun smiled confidently. "If my brother is so strong, I can't fall behind. I'll do it." In her heart, Zhou Yun was also relieved. With the resources from the Zhou family, she wouldn't have to rely on her brother's support. The thought of not being a burden made her decision even easier. Zhou smiled at her determination. "All right, once I settle things here, I'll come with you to the Tianlan district to get everything arranged." With that, their conversation ended, and they hung up the call. The 4th round of the National Freshman Exchange Competition began with a buzz of excitement. The live monitor drone hovered over the arena, welcoming everyone and announcing the stakes. This round would determine the 8 elite contestants who would advance to the 5th round of the individual matches. As the crowd listened eagerly, the drone unveiled the rewards for the quarterfinalists. The first reward was revealed, an S+ grade mana potion. Gasps rippled through the audience, and even the contestants were visibly shocked. This rare item was critical for tertiary awakened classes, making it an unimaginable prize for most. Among the spectators, Jiang Churin turned to Zhou, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Brother, last year's champion only got an S-grade mana potion," she exclaimed. Zhou remained calm, explaining, "We've entered the 3rd level of war preparation. The Alliance needs to cultivate more talented individuals." Jiang Churin nodded, understanding why the rewards were more extravagant this year. The announcer continued, revealing that semi-finalists would each receive an S-grade resource, and the ultimate champion of the individual matches would win a custom-made legendary-grade weapon forged by Master Chi Jun of the Class Alliance. When the image of the legendary weapon appeared on the screen, the arena buzzed with excitement. This was the pinnacle of human craftsmanship, the highest grade of weapon forged by human hands. The promise of such a reward lit a fire in every contestant's heart. Each one resolved to claim the championship. With the announcements concluded, the contestants were called into the field. One by one, they entered the arena, ready to prove their strength. Jiang Churin entered confidently, turning to Zhou with a bright smile. "Brother Zhou, please cheer for me." Zhou nodded as she headed to her match. Shortly after, it was his turn. Entering the arena, Zhou faced off against a knight, who stepped forward with his sword raised. "Zhou, I know you're strong," the knight said with a smirk, "but don't think I'm weak." The knight's confidence was clear. He had focused almost all his skill points on raw strength, unlike the balanced development of most regular classes. With his sword pointed at Zhou, he thought, "I'm different from everyone else. My power alone is enough to crush anyone." The match was announced to begin. Zhou wasted no time, immediately pulling out his hammer and charging toward the knight named Chong. Seeing him approach, Chong smirked, raising his sword. "Come on, Zhou. Let's see if you can handle me head-on." The two clashed, Chong swinging his sword with all his strength. Dust exploded into the air, obscuring the view of the crowd. For a moment, the arena was silent. Then, as the dust settled, the sight became clear. Zhouyi's hammer had struck the knight square in the stomach, sending him flying. Chang collided with the protective shield of the arena, collapsing to the ground. He groaned in disbelief, struggling to process what had just happened. He had poured everything into his strength. How could someone overpower him so easily? Zhouyi stood calmly in front of him, his hammer resting casually at his side. "You're strong, and you're so proud of it," Zhouyi said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Chang, now on his knees, looked up at Zhouyi with a mixture of awe and humiliation. With just a single strike, Zhouyi had proven the vast gap in their power. The crowd was left in stunned silence after Zhouyi's crushing victory. The warrior he faced had focused entirely on his strength, pouring all his stats into raw power. Yet Zhouyi had defeated him so effortlessly that the audience couldn't help but wonder just how much strength Zhouyi possessed. Whispers filled the arena. Some even suspected Zhouyi might be cheating, unable to grasp how he could overpower someone so easily. Among the shocked spectators were the defeated warrior's teammates. They stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how their partner, who had gone into the ring fully buffed and with a strength stat of 370 points, could end up on his knees. By their calculations, Zhouyi's strength had to be at least 450 points to dominate so decisively. The housemaster of the opposing team observed quietly, piecing together Zhouyi's combination of high intelligence and immense strength. He finally spoke to one of his own students, a fighter named Weeha. "Do you think you can defeat him?" Weeha hesitated for a moment before responding. "I'm not sure, but I'll do my best." Back in the arena, the fallen warrior, Chang, began to stir. Summoning all his willpower, he pushed himself to his feet. With a loud shout, he declared, "A knight prefers to die standing and never accepts defeat by kneeling." Zhouyi smiled, his respect for Chang growing. Those words, spoken with such conviction, resonated with him. But Chang wasn't finished. Fueled by determination, he charged at Zhouyi with full force, aiming a punch straight at him. Zhouyi, unfazed, raised his hammer again and struck Chang square in the stomach. The force of the blow sent Chang crashing to the ground once more. Still, Chang refused to give up. Just as he attempted to rise again, one of his teammates yelled loudly, "We surrender." With that declaration, the match ended. The announcer declared Zhouyi's victory, stating that Modu University had conceded. As Zhouyi left the arena, the audience erupted in cheers, chanting his name with enthusiasm. The crowd was ecstatic, thrilled by his display of power and dominance. Meanwhile, a nurse rushed onto the field to treat the injured Kong. She sighed in frustration as she examined him, already familiar with the complications of Zhouyi's holy light. The residual energy made healing difficult for anyone who fought Zhouyi, prolonging recovery times. Despite the challenges, the nurse and her team worked swiftly, knowing this was just part of the fallout from facing someone as powerful as Zhouyi. The next day, Zhouyi's team stood before their housemaster, who was visibly proud. 2 students from Sukong University had secured spots in the quarterfinals, and their performance had exceeded expectations. The housemaster began praising each team member individually. He started with Song Xiaolan, commending her excellent performance. "Even though your chances of reaching the semifinals are slim, you've done well. Just give it your best." Song Xiaolan nodded with determination. "Understood." The housemaster then turned to Jiang Churen, who looked visibly downcast. Noticing her sadness, he addressed her gently. "You should have made it to the quarterfinals, but unfortunately, you faced Weeha, a potential champion. It was a tough match, and you couldn't advance this time." Despite her loss, the housemaster offered a glimmer of hope. "There are still 2 spots left for the quarterfinals to be filled by selected losers. There's still a chance, Jiang Churen. Make sure you're ready to seize it." The housemaster turned to Zhouyi, his voice filled with confidence. "I have no doubt that you'll take first place in the individual matches," he declared. Zhouyi, grinning with equal confidence, replied, "Okay." He, too, was certain of his victory. With that, the housemaster shifted the discussion to the upcoming group match. "Tomorrow, we have 2 matches against regular high school," he began. But before he could continue, some other students entered the room and, overhearing his words, chimed in. "If it's against regular high school, does that mean the substitutes can join in too? It'll be a great chance for them to train." The housemaster nodded in agreement, concluding his briefing. Meanwhile, Jiang Churen was lost in her thoughts. She was thinking about the second part of the 4th round, the cruel losers competition. This brutal stage would select only 2 contestants from the remaining 70 to advance to the 5th round. If she could secure one of those spots and make it to the semifinals in the 6th round, she could earn an S-class resource. Even for her influential Jiang family, such resources weren't easily obtained. If she could win it, her strength would soar to new heights. Her focus was broken when the housemaster addressed Joey again. "Your strength has already been exposed," he said. "With your power, you could easily dominate regular high school on your own. But tomorrow's match is about training others. Stay on guard, but avoid taking any direct action unless absolutely necessary." Joey nodded, understanding the reasoning. "Got it," he replied, knowing that this was an opportunity for his teammates to grow and gain valuable experience. As they stood in the room discussing the matches, a group of girls walked by. Catching a glimpse of Joey through the door, they quickly entered the room, excitement lighting up their faces. "Joey, you're so handsome," one of them exclaimed, while others chimed in with similar praises. Joey, blushing slightly, asked, "Who are you?" The girls beamed and said in unison, "We're your fans." They began pulling out photos of Joey, each one decorated with different emojis. Some had cat ears, others had cat noses, and some even had playful captions. Joey blinked in disbelief, muttering to himself, "Is that me?" His teammates were equally stunned, realizing just how popular Joey had become. Meanwhile, Jiang Churin stood to the side, her expression darkening as she watched the scene unfold. Inside her mind, the mischievous succubus version of Jiang Churin whispered, "Aren't you worried, Churin? What if one of these girls takes brother Joey away from you? What if you can't stay by his side anymore?" Jiang Churin's eyes flared with determination. "I'll secure one of the 2 spots tomorrow," she declared to herself. "That way, I can always stay by brother Joey's side." The succubus version smirked knowingly, shifting her gaze toward Joey. At the same time, Joey felt a strange sensation, as if someone were watching him intently. He glanced around the room, feeling a bit uneasy, unsure of where this odd feeling was coming from. The second half of the 4th round of the individual matches began with anticipation as the students arrived at the competition site. They were teleported into a dense, unfamiliar forest, which immediately puzzled many of them. Last year, the arena for this round had been a castle, and the sudden change caught them off guard. It didn't take long for the students to realize that the environment changes every year. This wasn't just any forest. It was part of a near-real-life battlefield simulation created by advanced artificial intelligence. The system used data collected by teachers and the military to design a realm that mimicked actual combat scenarios. To ensure variety, randomness was programmed into the environment and monster selection, meaning both the map and the creatures were different every year. Jiang Churin took note of the environment. The air was moist, the atmosphere heavy. The other students, though unsettled by the unfamiliar terrain, were eager to start. A telecast drone soon arrived, hovering above the group. Its voice echoed through the forest, welcoming the students to the missing forest. It explained the rules of the round. Every half an hour, mysterious monsters would appear in 3 waves near an abandoned village. The monster's sole intent was to hunt and consume the students. To succeed, students needed to both evade and kill the monsters. The 2 students with the highest monster kill count would advance to the 5th round. The drone reassured everyone that there was no real danger to their lives, though it also noted that no return scrolls were available. Once eliminated, students would simply be ejected from the realm. Hearing the rules, the students relaxed slightly. Many thought this task would be simple. After all, they had been to many realms before and had faced monsters countless times. They were confident in their abilities. Jiang Churin, however, was more cautious. She stood among the group, her mind racing. The random, unknown monsters made her uneasy. These creatures could cause serious trouble, she thought, scanning the surroundings. Just as the students settled into their positions, the first wave of monsters was announced. The tension heightened as everyone prepared for action, gripping their weapons and scanning the forest. But time passed and no monsters appeared. Confusion spread among the students. They shifted nervously, exchanging uncertain glances. "Where are they?" someone muttered. Suddenly, one of the students broke the silence. "Why am I itching?" he asked, scratching at his arms. Another chimed in, "Me too. It's everywhere." Soon, several others echoed the same complaint, frantically scratching themselves. Jiang Churin, alarmed by the commotion, turned to look. What she saw made her blood run cold. Tiny, bacteria-like worms had attached themselves to the students' bodies. These parasites burrowed into their skin, draining their strength in seconds. One by one, students fell to the ground, consumed by the worms. Their bodies disintegrated as the monsters devoured them, forcing them out of the realm. Jiang Churin felt a wave of unease watching students being eliminated one after another. The true horror was that no one could see the monsters attacking them. It felt as though these creatures were invisible, leaving everyone confused and helpless. Players who had entered the realm with high hopes were now vanishing in rapid succession, one by one. Determined to advance in the competition, Jiang Churin pushed deeper into the forest alongside other students, each trying to survive and secure a spot in the next round. As they moved, a new threat emerged. Worm-like monsters began clinging to the contestants, draining their life force and eliminating them. The creatures remained unseen, leaving the students terrified and disoriented. Panic spread as they watched helplessly while others around them were consumed. No one could figure out how to fight back. Jiang Churin, though shaken, refused to panic. She began analyzing the situation, convinced there had to be a flaw in the monster strategy. No being is truly invisible or non-physical, she reasoned. This has to be a contagious monster spreading through some medium. Her suspicions were confirmed when she noticed a spore mushroom attached to her arm. Acting quickly, she used fire to destroy it. As the mushroom burned away, the truth became clear. The spores were the source of the attacks. Without wasting a moment, Jiang Churin shouted to the others, "These spores are spreading through the air. Once they land on your body, they'll multiply and grow. You need to use fire skills to burn them off. Cover yourself with flames." Her warning sent a ripple of urgency through the crowd. Those with fire-based abilities immediately began using their techniques to defend themselves, burning away the spores. However, students from warrior classes who lacked fire skills found themselves in a dire situation. Some warriors called out for help, but in the high-stakes competition, camaraderie was rare. Few were willing to risk their survival for others, knowing it could cost them their own advancement. One by one, the students who couldn't defend themselves fell prey to the spores, their eliminations echoing across the forest. Even those who managed to fend off the spores realized another harsh truth. Burning the spores didn't count as monster kills. To advance, they needed to find and defeat the creatures releasing the spores. Jiang Churin's sharp eyes scanned the forest for the source. Finally, she spotted the monsters clinging to the tops of trees deep in the forest. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the nearest tree, her sword glowing with energy. With a swift strike, she destroyed the creature. The forest echoed with a notification. Jiang Churin from Sukong University has killed a monster. Hearing this, the remaining monsters began screeching loudly, their cries reverberating through the forest. Jiang Churin didn't stop. She leapt into action, slashing at the monsters relentlessly. Using techniques like enchanting flame, shadow black fire, and her normal sword strikes, she eliminated them one by one. With each kill, another notification resounded across the forest, marking her progress. The story shifts to the outside world, where preparations for the next round of the individual matches are in full swing. The arena was being reconstructed, and the defense area was activated. Both teams were instructed to get ready, as the upcoming match would be between Meigao University and Sukong University. With the defense shield in place, the match began. Fighters from both sides launched into action. One team attacked with fire-based abilities, while the other retaliated with water-based attacks. The elements collided in dramatic flashes, canceling each other out. As the battle intensified, arrows rained down unexpectedly, aimed at one of Sukong University's fighters. Just as it seemed too late, Zhou intervened, summoning a protection shield to block the arrows. The fighter he saved, a teammate named Tanwei, was visibly shaken. Zhou took the opportunity to coach him. "Don't lose focus in the heat of battle," he advised, "and always watch your back during a fight." Next, Zhou turned to another teammate, a girl named Zhang Qing. He reminded her of her critical role. "Your job is to protect your teammates. Stay focused and follow the instructions carefully." Zhang Qing nodded nervously, replying with a quiet yes. Meanwhile, the fighters from Meigao University observed Zhou's calm demeanor and strategic instructions with growing irritation. They felt insulted, believing Zhou was treating them as mere practice opponents for his team. Angrily, their captain barked out an order: "Stop wasting time. Attack their team directly and finish this now." Following their captain's command, the fighters from Meigao University charged toward Zhou's team. As the opposing group advanced, Zhou received a message on his phone. It was from Jiang Churin, and it simply read, "I've passed." Seeing the message, Zhou smiled, briefly lost in thought about Jiang Churen's success. However, this casual act of checking his phone during a battle enraged one of the opposing team's fighters. The fighter glared at Zhou, seething. How dare he use his phone in the middle of a match? This is disrespectful. Determined to teach Zhou a lesson, the enraged fighter rushed forward to attack him. But before he could land a hit, the tables turned in an instant. Moments later, the fighter lay flat on the ground, incapacitated. A nurse quickly entered the arena to tend to the fallen opponent. Meanwhile, the announcer declared Sukong University the winners of the team match. Zhou's team had triumphed once again. With the conclusion of the second half of the fourth round, preparations for the fifth round began. Scheduled for the next morning, the fifth round would narrow the contestants from 8 to 4. Later that afternoon, the semifinal match of the sixth round would pit Zhou against Weeha, a fighter with an intense and aggressive style. The scene shifted to a live-stream host, excitedly narrating the build-up to the final rounds of the highly anticipated individual match. Today is the big day. The host began his energy infectious. Let me tell you about our two finalists. First, we have Zhi, a warrior who rose from poverty, overcame the loss of his parents, and became the strongest saint knight in history. His journey has inspired millions. The host then introduced the other contender, and his opponent, Weeha, a nobleman from a prestigious family with centuries of heritage. He's armed with top-tier talent and a rare lineage. A fierce and formidable warrior. With a wide grin, the host turned to the camera. Who will win this epic showdown? To find out, make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this live stream. The broadcast stirred excitement among viewers, who began discussing the matchup fervently. One person said, Zhou's battle against Wang Xian was incredible. This time, he's going to destroy Weeha. Another disagreed. Have you seen Weeha's style? His first match was brutal. This isn't going to be an easy fight. The story shifts to Zhou's team as they descend from their helicopter, landing amidst a roaring crowd. The moment the doors opened and the team stepped out, cheers erupted. Spectators called out the names of their favorite fighters, Song Xiaolan, Jiang Churen, and Zhou. The support was overwhelming, with fans shouting encouragement, especially for Jiang Churen. Having lost her match to Weeha, Jiang Churen received heartfelt cheers and words of motivation. You'll get it next time, someone yelled, while others clapped in support. Soon after, another helicopter landed, this one carrying the fighters from MOD University. As their team emerged, they were greeted with equal enthusiasm. Among the crowd, the housemaster of MOD University approached Su Kang's housemaster Wu Meng, greeting him with a polite, "Good morning." The housemaster from MOD University added with a confident smile, "This year, the first and second places in the championship will belong to our school. Before the competition, we should strengthen our friendship." Housemaster Wu Meng returned the greeting, but inwardly he scoffed. "Friendship?" he thought. "You're planning to defeat Zhou with Weeha's strength, but we'll see who gets the last laugh." Meanwhile, Weeha stood a short distance away, locking eyes with Zhou. His mind raced with excitement. Finally, the moment has come, he thought. The final match. I'll defeat you and claim the championship. A thrill of anticipation coursed through him as he prepared himself mentally for the battle ahead. Both competitors were soon called directly to the arena. As they walked toward the center, an announcement rang out, instructing the audience to take their seats and watch the match politely. The countdown to the final began, and the atmosphere became electric. The crowd erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm spilling over. Some shouted for Zhou, while others rooted for Weeha. Despite the division, one thing was clear. Everyone wanted to see a spectacular match. In a separate room, Xiaoyu sat with another man, who broke the silence with a probing question. The boy from the Wei family has been hailed as a prodigy since childhood. With access to top-tier resources and cultivation methods, do you really think Zhou stands a chance against him? Without hesitation, Xiaoyu replied, yes. His confidence was unshakable. I've analyzed all of Zhou's fights since his entrance exam. His growth rate is insane. He surpasses even the peak talents of his generation. While Weeha is undeniably a genius and the pride of the Wei family, Zhou is something far greater. In him, I see the shadow of our ancestors, those who once defined what it means to be unparalleled. Back in the arena, the countdown reached its final moments. As the numbers ticked down, the excitement reached its peak. When the countdown ended, the announcer's voice boomed through the stadium. Begin the match! As soon as the match began, Weeha charged toward Zhou, his sword poised to strike. Joey, not wasting a moment, activated all his buffs, his body glowing with a divine aura. Weeha's first attack came swiftly. As his blade descended, Joey, having already prepared his hammer, countered with a powerful swing. Seeing the incoming strike, Weeha quickly adjusted, dodging the hammer's forceful blow and landing a short distance away. Without hesitation, he activated Berserk mode. Entering Berserk mode, Weeha launched a relentless series of attacks with his flame blade technique. Aura-infused energy slashes streaked through the air as flames danced along his blade. Joey dodged each strike with precision, his calm demeanor unshaken despite the onslaught. Berserk mode, a hallmark of the warrior class, temporarily boosted all of Weeha's stats: strength, speed, agility, and endurance. However, Joey knew its flaw. Once the Berserk effect ended, the user would be left in a weakened state. Weeha pressed his advantage, continuously slashing at Joey. Each strike of the flame blade technique was infused with fire magic, adding another layer of danger to the attacks. Joey observed his opponent carefully, sidestepping the blade's fiery arcs. Despite the intensity, Joey couldn't help but smile. In this short exchange, he had already gauged Weeha's strength. Sensing the need to escalate, Weeha closed the gap between them and executed a powerful lightning strike. His blade, moving at an incredible speed, emitted a swirling, red tornado-like aura. This was a warrior-class skill, a technique honed through thousands of repetitions. At its peak, the skill struck with the speed and precision of lightning. The strike, now at level 9, carried immense power. Weeha swung with all his might, determined to deliver a decisive blow. As the blade neared Joey, the crowd held its breath. But Joey was ready. He countered with his hammer, activating Air Smash. The two attacks collided in an explosive clash of energy, shaking the arena. Weeha's confidence wavered as he felt the force behind Joey's strike. His lightning strike, a move capable of cutting through even the toughest opponents, was met head-on and stopped. The sheer weight and speed of his blade, which had seemed unstoppable, couldn't overpower Joey's hammer. Shock coursed through Weeha as he gripped his weapon tightly. His hands began to bleed from the strain, and it became clear he couldn't keep this up much longer. Joey, sensing his opponent's faltering resolve, added more force to his hammer, pushing Weeha back. Staggering, Weeha steadied himself, unwilling to give in. Joey, however, didn't let up. He activated level 9 Holy Cross, summoning a radiant, glowing cross of light that illuminated the entire arena. Weeha, seeing the familiar attack, smirked through his exhaustion. "I knew you'd use that," he said, activating Fighting Rage. A red aura enveloped Weeha, forming a visible armor around him. The aura amplified his strength further, making his presence even more imposing. The resonating power of both fighters filled the arena, creating an electric tension that left the crowd on edge. Joey's divine lightning clashed with Weeha's fiery aura, the entire battlefield alive with energy. The housemaster of Modu University, watching the match closely, wiped the sweat from his brow. Before the fight, he had been confident in Weeha's victory. But now, as Joey's power continued to rise, his confidence was rapidly crumbling. Joey quickly assessed Weeha's S-grade talent, which buffed all 4 of his stats while reducing incoming damage by 80%. The drawback? Once the ability ended, Weeha would feel the full brunt of the damage he had absorbed. This talent, combined with his other skills, made Weeha a formidable opponent. As soon as Weeha activated his abilities, his speed increased dramatically. He closed the distance between them in an instant, launching another aggressive attack. Joey, noticing the sudden escalation, realized Weeha's intent. He was trying to end the match as quickly as possible. The battle intensified as the two fighters exchanged relentless blows. Weeha, bolstered by Berserk mode and Fighting Rage, pushed himself to the limit, while Joey met his attacks head-on with precise counters. The arena became a dazzling display of light and dust as their attacks clashed. Every strike sent shockwaves rippling through the stadium, leaving the audience struggling to follow the action. Some spectators, unsure of Joey's strategy, began murmuring, "Why is he fighting Weeha head-on? Wouldn't it be better to wait out Weeha's talent? He'd lose on his own after 2 minutes." Others defended Joey, saying, "Joey must have a reason for fighting like this. I trust him completely." Back in the arena, Joey's plan started to take shape. After a series of exchanges, he suddenly unleashed the Spear of Victory, A brilliant spear of lightning materialized behind him and shot forward with incredible speed toward Weeha. Weeha, seeing the attack, charged forward to meet it head-on. With a confident laugh, he said, "Your spear of victory is useless against me." The spear struck him, but Weeha, still protected by his talent, barely flinched. Zhou, unfazed, prepared for his next move. "Save your laughter," he said calmly. "The match isn't over yet." As Zhou spoke, the punishment of light activated. Lightning began raining down on Weeha from all directions, illuminating the entire arena. The bright flashes and deafening thunder left the audience awestruck. Weeha, despite his damage reduction, felt the overwhelming force of the attack. Sweat poured down his face as he gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain. He knew that without fighting rage, a single strike from the punishment of light would have been enough to finish him. However, Weeha also recognized a potential opening. The punishment of light required a brief cooldown after each lightning strike. Seeing this, he decided to press forward, aiming to exploit the gap and counterattack. But just as Weeha prepared to move, another bolt of lightning struck him. This time, the pain was even sharper, catching him completely off guard. How is this possible? He thought, alarmed. The cooldown period was shorter than he anticipated, and the next wave of lightning came faster than before. Weeha's confidence began to waver. Before entering the match, Weeha had meticulously studied every skill Zhou had ever used. Yet now, standing amidst the relentless barrage of lightning, he was at a loss. How is this possible? He thought. His mind raced as he endured the punishment, and a chilling realization began to form. Could it be? Is Zhou's punishment of light at a level above 20? The thought sent a wave of nervous energy through him. As lightning continued to crash down, illuminating the entire arena, Weeha found himself increasingly overwhelmed. The entire battlefield seemed to pulse with destructive energy, and the air itself vibrated with the force of Zhou's attacks. The live drone, circling above, narrated the spectacle. What a powerful bombardment! This is truly terrifying. Let me remind everyone. You are watching the National High School Freshman Exchange Competition. The spectators, who had been cheering enthusiastically just moments before, now fell silent. Some had even closed their eyes, unable to watch the terrifying scene. The continuous onslaught of lightning striking Weeha made even the boldest among them uneasy. His screams echoed across the arena as the pain tore through him. Weeha, writhing in agony, thought to himself, how can this be happening? He looked at Zhou, standing just 10 meters away, yet it felt like an insurmountable distance. Despite their proximity, Zhou's overwhelming presence made Weeha feel small, like a worm struggling under the heel of a giant. The realization of Zhou's sheer power shook Weeha to his core. He couldn't accept it. Anger and desperation surged within him, driving him to his final option, his secret technique. Enraged by his inability to harm Zhou despite using every technique he had, Weeha activated the skill. A red, spiritual sword materialized in the arena, followed by another, then another. Soon, thousands of these spiritual swords filled the air, falling like a relentless storm. The entire arena was engulfed in dust as the swords rained down, creating a chaotic and blinding scene. Zhou, however, remained calm, his gaze fixed on the falling swords. His sharp eyes tracked each one with precision, following their movements as they streaked toward him. Even as some swords passed dangerously close, he stood firm, unshaken. Weeha, now fully consumed by his secret technique, had transformed his body into a weapon. His lineage from the Wei family was steeped in a history of powerful warriors. It was said that during an ancient war in the demon world, the Wei family's ancestors achieved enlightenment. By merging their souls with magical power, they refined their bodies into weapons capable of creating tens of thousands of swords. Swords strong enough to decimate an entire city of demons in an instant. Though Weeha hadn't reached the level of his ancestors, the prototype of this physical incarnation was still an awe-inspiring sight. The storm of swords filled the arena with lethal intent, and the sheer power of the technique left many in the audience breathless. Zhou, aware of the Wei family's history, recognized the significance of the technique. Yet, as the spiritual swords rained down around him, no fear could be seen in his eyes. His heart remained steady, his confidence unwavering. Despite the intensity of the battle, Zhou knew the fight had gone on for some time now. His patience and composure had brought him this far, and he wasn't about to falter. Joey stood still, his gaze locked on the storm of spiritual swords rushing toward him. Calmly, he thought, the time has come to end this. There's no point in dragging it out any longer. As the swords closed in, Joey raised his hand with a smile. This time, however, there was no radiant light or familiar technique. Instead, the arena was enveloped by the chilling force of the ice element. Joey had decided to surprise the audience with something new, opting to showcase a small-scale version of his own creation. As the swords neared him, Joey activated his fusion skill, an ability he had crafted himself. A powerful ice storm erupted around him, deflecting the incoming swords with an icy gust. The arena transformed into a swirling tornado of frost, the cold so intense it froze everything within its reach. The protection shield surrounding the arena was the only thing preventing the audience from feeling the sheer power of the freezing storm. The live drone, attempting to capture the action, hovered closer to the stage, but its cameras could see nothing through the thick veil of frost. The announcer spoke up, "The entire stage is now covered by Joey's skill. We have no visibility inside the arena, and the nature of this ultimate move remains unknown. What is happening in there?" The audience grew restless, shouting in frustration. They couldn't see what was going on, nor could they understand how Joey was wielding such incredible ice magic. In the VIP room, the elder of the Zhou clan shot to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Xiaoyu, noticing his reaction, asked, "What's wrong, elder?" The elder, flustered and unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, do you see that? That is the force of a powerful ice element." Back in the arena, Joey had frozen all of Weeha's swords midair. Using a string-like ability, he tethered the swords together and shattered them in one powerful motion. The destruction of the swords reverberated throughout the arena. However, these swords were made from Weeha's own body through his body weapon transformation technique. As the swords broke, Weeha suffered immense damage, his body trembling with pain before he collapsed to the ground. Moments later, the announcement rang out, "Weeha has lost consciousness. The winner of this match is Joey." The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, chanting Joey's name as it echoed across the arena. Some yelled, "Joey is first," while others proudly declared, "Our senior is unbeatable." The announcer's voice returned, congratulating Joey on his victory. "We also thank Weeha for an incredible performance. This was one of the most thrilling battles in the history of the exchange competition, a match that will be remembered for years to come. Please join us in celebrating the top talents of this generation." With the individual matches concluded, the announcer shifted the focus to the team survival competition, which would soon begin. Who will prove themselves the strongest in the team match? Stay tuned to find out. In the Sukong team's area, the housemaster beamed with pride. Turning to his team, he first praised Weeha's performance. Despite his young age, he has mastered his family's secret technique of body weapon transformation. In any previous competition, he would undoubtedly have been the strongest. He paused, glancing at Joey with a knowing smile. But this time his luck ran out. He encountered you, Joey. As Joey approached the housemaster, the older man couldn't help but reflect on what he had just witnessed. If Joey wanted to defeat Weeha, I assumed he'd need to use his angel form, the housemaster thought. But instead, he relied only on his punishment of light and a fusion of the light and ice elements. His potential is terrifying. He's a truly dangerous boy. When Joey finally reached him, the housemaster placed a firm hand on his shoulder, smiling with pride. "You did very well," he said. "With your win, our university has claimed an individual championship for the first time in 4 years. Sukong has always dominated the team competition, but this victory is extra special." Joey's teammates joined in, praising him for his achievement. Their spirits were high as they began to prepare for the team match against Modu University scheduled for 2 days later. With Weeha injured and no other significant threats in sight, they felt confident about their chances. "There's no one left to stop us now," one of them said, and the group agreed. After discussing strategy briefly, the team decided to relax for the evening. Someone suggested going out, and the idea of exploring the famous food street of Qingjing City's most prosperous urban district quickly won everyone's approval. The food street was a lively, bustling paradise of flavors and aromas. Vendors lined the streets, enthusiastically promoting their dishes, ranging from the exotic to the bizarre. Some offered dragon meat, others sold Wolf King bloody jelly, and there were endless options to tempt every taste bud. Zhou and his team wandered through the colorful chaos, each with food in hand, marveling at the sheer variety. As they explored, a group of boys noticed Jiang Churin. One of them, captivated by her beauty, began walking toward her. His friend tried to stop him. "Where are you going?" he asked. The first boy replied confidently, "Look at her. You'll never meet someone this amazing again in your life. If I miss this chance, I'll regret it forever." His friend countered, "She already has a male partner." Undeterred, the first boy shrugged. "So what? You won't make her happy like I can." As they approached, Zhou turned to them, his expression dark and his eyes blazing with anger. His intimidating presence stopped the boys in their tracks. Feeling the weight of Zhou's piercing glare, they quickly backed off, muttering nervously, "Let's not. This isn't our style." They disappeared into the crowd, leaving Zhou and Jiang Churin in peace. The group continued exploring the food street, marveling at its reputation. The area stretched across 6 interconnected blocks, and they had already been walking for a long time, but still hadn't seen everything. Tired, they decided to take a break. At that moment, someone suggested leaving Jiang Churin and Zhou alone for a while. Wei Tiexin, wanting to rest, chimed in, but Song Xiaolan playfully pulled her away. "We don't need a break. Let's give the couple some time together." Song teased as the 3 teammates walked off, leaving Zhou and Jiang Churin behind. The two sat down at a small shop, enjoying a moment of calm amidst the lively food paradise. At the shop, a cheerful server brought a bottle of green fruit wine to Zhou and Jiang Churin. "This wine increases agility points," she explained. "It's 800 milliliters per bottle, and drinking it provides a bonus effect." Jiang Churin eagerly ordered the wine, and the two began drinking together. Initially, Jiang Churin commented on the mild alcohol content. "It's not very intoxicating," she said confidently. However, within 10 minutes, the wine took full effect. Completely drunk, Jiang Churin leaned over, her words slurring. "Brother Zhou, why are there 2 of you? No 3, 4? Zhou looked at her with amused disbelief. "You got intoxicated so quickly," he teased, shaking his head. What they didn't know was that the wine in this city was special. Even seemingly mild drinks contained unique properties that could intoxicate even high-level individuals like Jiang Churin, who was already at level 19. As Jiang Churin swayed unsteadily, Zhou stood up. "It's getting late, and no one has come back yet. Let's go look for them." Jiang Churin pouted and shook her head, still seated. "No, let's wait a little longer," she insisted. Suddenly, an unfamiliar girl approached them. She casually placed her hand on Zhou's shoulder and smiled. "Brother, my glass is empty. Can you buy me a drink?" Zhou glanced at the half-full bottle of green fruit wine on their table. "There's still some of this left. It's good quality," he said plainly. The girl's smile widened, clearly amused. "You're interesting," she said with a playful laugh. "You've made me happy. Why don't we find a quiet place to continue chatting?" Jiang Churin, sitting nearby, watched the scene unfold. Her face became visibly tense, and her eyes lowered. A mix of frustration and embarrassment washed over her. But when she saw the girl lean even closer to Zhou, her emotions boiled over. Without hesitation, Jiang Churin stood up, her face flushed with a mix of anger and shame. She marched over and pushed the girl away from Zhou. Startled, the girl stumbled back, but quickly regained her composure. Leaning close to Jiang Churin, she whispered with a sly grin, "You've got it all wrong, girl. Just by looking at you, it's clear you're not his girlfriend. So why interfere in his destiny with someone else?" The girl was fully aware of Zhou's reputation as the strongest freshman and Jiang Churin's close association with him. Like many others, she assumed Jiang Churin was his girlfriend, though she could tell the two hadn't yet fully figured out their feelings for each other. She saw this as a golden opportunity to wedge herself between them. The girl leaned into her plan. Smiling slyly, she activated her charm ability, a subtle but powerful spell designed to influence emotions. As she approached Zhou again, she thought to herself, "If Zhou falls for me, all his resources will be mine." Looking at Zhou with feigned innocence, she said, "I'm telling the truth, young man. Wouldn't you like to come with me?" Standing nearby, Jiang Churin watched the interaction with jealousy simmering in her heart. Her hands clenched into fists, and her face grew hot with anger. Yet, she felt powerless to stop what was happening, her frustration only adding to her growing jealousy. Zhou calmly turned to the girl clinging to him and gently removed her hand. Walking over to Jiang Churin, he took her hand firmly in his. "It doesn't matter to me if Jiang Churin is blocking my luck with her love," he said, his tone resolute. Then, looking back at the stunned girl, Joey added with a smirk, "Besides, you're quite ordinary. I don't think you'd even make it onto my list." The girl's jaw dropped as she stammered in disbelief. "Did he just call me ordinary?" she muttered, unable to process the insult. Ignoring her reaction, Joey began walking through the bustling crowd, still holding Jiang Churen's hand. She remained silent, following him without protest. But after a short distance, Jiang Churen stopped abruptly. Her voice wavered as she stuttered, "Gee, I like you." Joey froze, completely caught off guard. "What did you just say?" he asked, his surprise evident. Jiang Churen, visibly nervous and still slightly drunk, continued, "I've liked you for a long time. I know I shouldn't have said this before the match." But before she could finish, her succubus personality emerged, speaking boldly through her. "I hate seeing girls around you," it declared. "Whenever I see them near you, I feel like killing them all." Overwhelmed, Jiang Churen's true self fell silent, and instead, she suddenly hugged Joey tightly. "Can I be your girlfriend?" she shouted, her voice echoing in the lively street. No sooner had she spoken than she passed out in Joey's arms, completely unconscious. At that moment, their teammates returned from the food stalls, only to stop dead in their tracks. Their jaws dropped as they took in the scene, Jiang Churen clinging to Joey while he stood frozen. It was clear they felt they'd walked in at the wrong time. The next morning, Jiang Churen awoke to the blaring sound of her alarm. Groggily sitting up, she rubbed her eyes, and then the memories of the previous night came flooding back. Her face turned crimson as embarrassment washed over her. When she mustered the courage to go downstairs, she found the entire team gathered for breakfast. Jiang Churen hesitated at the edge of the room, afraid to face them. But when the housemaster Wu Meng noticed her, he greeted her warmly. "You're awake. You slept in quite a bit today. Come join us for breakfast." Everyone at the table smiled at her, as if nothing unusual had happened. Their easygoing demeanor made Jiang Churen question her own memory. Was it all just a dream? She wondered, sitting quietly at the table. The scene shifted back to the night before, when Jiang Churen had fainted in Joey's arms. Seeing the awkward situation, Joey turned to his teammates and made a request. "Please, let's all pretend none of this happened." Song Xiaolan, puzzled, asked why. "Don't you both like each other?" Joey sighed and explained. Jiang Churen's family is one of the oldest and most influential in the country, dating back to before the Eternal Game even began. Over the centuries, they've become one of the top families in the nation. I might have some fame now, being Master Wang Hui's direct disciple, but that's only on the surface. It's not enough to match the Jiang family status. I don't want to trouble her or her family because of this. When I've gained absolute power and no authority or family can stand in my way, then, and only then, will this matter to me. The team nodded solemnly, understanding his reasoning. As they ate breakfast the next day, Song Xiaolan leaned close to Joey and whispered with a mischievous grin, "Brother Zhi, you're truly the god of love. Don't worry, I'll always support you. I'll even captain the ship where you and Jiang Churen live from now on." Joey shook his head at Song Xiaolan's playful teasing, but a faint smile lingered on his face. During breakfast, the housemaster Wu Meng addressed the group with a serious tone. "There are 10 high schools in the finals of the National Freshman Exchange Competition. Each school will face the others, totaling 45 matches. The champion will be determined by the number of victories." He paused, looking at each of them. "Today is our 9th match. If we win, the championship is ours. Stay humble, focus, and defeat Modu University." Housemaster Wu Meng, brimming with excitement, rallied his team before the match. "This is the most important match of the competition. Give it your all," he encouraged. The team responded with an enthusiastic, "Okay." Their energy and confidence were palpable as they prepared for the battle. Meanwhile, at Modu University, the scene was more tense. A group of students stood together as the housemaster addressed them. He turned to a girl named Sun Jiao, a skilled summoner who was standing in for Weia. "Sun Jiao, you're participating as a stand-in today, so don't feel pressured. Your safety will be a top priority," he assured her. The housemaster then addressed the rest of the team. "I can only encourage you with words, but we all know the reality. Weia hasn't recovered from his injuries, which means our team's strength has taken a significant hit. And with Joey on the other side," he paused, the weight of his thoughts visible. "Joey is not just an ordinary all-rounder. Even if we combine the strength of every freshman here, it wouldn't match his. He's like a monster, a force who could single-handedly dominate every top school." Determined not to let their reputation suffer, the housemaster added, If we lose today, the respect of Emodu University will be at stake. Other universities will humiliate us. I need all of you to fight with your full strength. Can you do it? Yes, we can. The team roared, their voices filled with resolve. With that, the team headed to the arena, ready to face Sukong University. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the teams arrived at the fighting arena. The live drone's voice echoed, announcing, the match between Sukong University and Emodu University, which everyone has been waiting for, is about to begin. Before the match started, the rewards for the top 3 places were revealed. Third-place teams would receive custom-made gold grade 3-star equipment based on their level. Second-place teams would receive custom-made gold 4-star equipment. First-place teams would receive epic grade war equipment for every team member. The audience erupted into cheers upon hearing the rewards, which were far more generous than those offered in previous years. Joey's team exchanged glances, a knowing smile passing among them. They already felt the epic grade weapons in their grasp, confident in their victory. Both teams were called to the arena, and as they entered, the crowd roared. Fans cheered loudly for Joey and his team, shouting his name in support. Others encouraged Emodu University, urging them to give their best. When the teams reached their positions, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The match officially started. Joey's team quickly assumed their battle positions. On the other side, Sun Jiao, the summoner from Emodu University, wasted no time. She activated her summoning skill, bringing forth an array of powerful monsters. Young Dragon Regis, Beehive Yakjan, Great Snake Hades, Monster Hell Guard Kerberos, Lion King Michaela. The arena pulsed with energy as the summoned monsters released the pressure of their power, their sheer presence creating an intimidating atmosphere. From Sukong University's side, Tang Lingyi moved forward boldly. Seeing her approach, the Lion King Michaela roared and launched an energy beam from its mouth. Tang Lingyi reacted swiftly, summoning Magic Dew. A shimmering barrier of icy air formed around her, deflecting the beam. In one fluid motion, Tang manipulated the ice to create a lightning-infused attack, striking the Michaela directly in the stomach. The Michaela stumbled back, growling in pain, but the battle was far from over. The arena was in chaos as the intense battle between Sukong University and Emodu University raged on. Song Xiaolan was fending off a massive swarm of bees summoned by Sun Jiao. Using her talismans, she managed to trap the Beehive Yakjan, causing them to stick together before the talismans exploded simultaneously, scattering the swarm. On another side of the battlefield, Wei Tiexin was relentlessly attacking the giant snake monster, Great Snake Hades, with her powerful punches. Her strikes tore through its tough outer scales, and thin streams of blood began dripping from the wounds she inflicted. Meanwhile, Jiang Charn was locked in combat with another summoned monster, Hell Guard Kerberos. She struck it repeatedly with her sword, slashing its flesh and causing visible damage as she fought with precision and determination. While his team fought valiantly, Joey moved through the field, dodging attacks from several fighters from Emodu University. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't land a hit on him. Joey, however, wasn't focused on them. Instead, he was observing his team's performance. They're improving rapidly, he thought with satisfaction. The pressure of real combat had pushed them to grow stronger, and their teamwork had improved by at least 30% since their last fight. Joey's confident movements caught the attention of the Madu fighters tasked with protecting Sun Jiao. They were visibly stunned by his speed and composure. But before they could react, Joey was already upon them. Swinging his hammer, he sent them flying with a single blow. Joey turned his attention to Sun Jiao and advanced toward her. Raising his hammer, he aimed to strike, but just as the attack was about to land, Sun Jiao's eyes snapped open. Her gaze was no longer human. Beastly energy radiated from her glowing eyes. At the same moment, a massive black portal opened in front of her. Sun Jiao winced in pain, as if the portal was opening without her control. Out of the swirling darkness emerged a towering, flame-covered baboon-like monster. The baboon grabbed Joey's hammer with one hand, its fingers alone larger than the hammer's head. The sheer force of its grip sent shockwaves through the air as it roared furiously, releasing a deafening scream that shook the arena. Joey braced himself, using all his strength to resist the baboon's crushing power. The pressure was immense, and the strain was visible in his stance. Sun Jiao looked horrified. Her face turned pale as she watched the monster she had summoned. It was clear she had no control over it. The flame baboon, now fully in the arena, turned its fiery, menacing gaze toward her. When Sun Jiao tried to summon another monster for support, the baboon casually caught the neck of the great snake Hades and crushed it with terrifying ease. The snake's head was obliterated instantly, leaving its body lifeless on the battlefield. The baboon approached Sun Jiao, its voice low and menacing. "Don't play tricks with me," it growled. "Why have you summoned me here?" Sun Jiao stammered in fear. Defeat him. Defeat Zhou Yi." The baboon turned its attention to Zhou Yi. Its fiery eyes narrowed, and with a chilling laugh, it said, "I have to defeat him? Very well. Face your death." Hearing this, Sun Jiao panicked, thinking the baboon meant her. "No, not me. Him. Kill Zhou Yi," she screamed. The flame baboon roared, leaping into the air and charging toward Zhou Yi's team. Its presence alone was enough to terrify everyone. The baboon's first target was Tang Lingyi, who stood her ground and activated her water shield, a defensive skill that had previously withstood continuous attacks during the individual matches. But as the baboon slashed at the shield, it shattered instantly under the force of its claws. Undeterred, Song Xiaolan began throwing talismans at the monster. Each talisman exploded on contact, but to her dismay, they couldn't even scratch its tough hide. Her thoughts raced as she continued attacking. Water Shield is an A-grade defensive skill. At level 8, it endured the relentless strikes of Qing Jing University's assassin. But now, it couldn't even withstand one attack from this flame baboon. Despite her efforts, Song's talismans proved ineffective. The flame baboon stood unscathed, its fiery aura growing more intense with each passing moment. The battle raged on as the flame baboon continued its relentless assault. In a desperate bid to protect her team, Wei Tiexin activated a powerful protection shield. The legendary monster, however, leaped into the air and slammed its massive fists together onto the shield, causing cracks to form. Inside the shield, fear was etched on everyone's faces. Legendary-grade monsters were nearly unstoppable, and the flame baboon was proving to be far more than they could handle. If not for the doubled strength of Wei Tiexin's skill, boosted by Zhou Yi's buffs, the shield would have shattered already. From a distance, Zhou Yi observed the entire scene. He had already realized that his team, despite their bravery, stood no chance against the monster. Determined to protect them, he immediately activated the Holy Light Shield to divert the baboon's attention. The attack landed, creating a massive explosion, but when the dust settled, the flame baboon remained unharmed, its fiery aura burning brighter than ever. Using this brief distraction, Zhou Yi turned to his team and said firmly, "Leave the match. Get out of the ring now." His teammates looked confused. "But why?" one of them asked. Wei Tiexin stepped forward, her voice filled with concern. "Are you joking? There are no MODU University students left in this fight. Only that legendary-grade monster. It won't show you any mercy." Zhou Yi's gaze hardened. "Do I look like I'm joking?" he asked, his voice unwavering. "I have a way to defeat the flame baboon, but I can't protect all of you while I fight. If you stay, you'll distract me." His team exchanged uneasy glances, but their resolve soon strengthened. "We'll be fine without your protection," Jiang Churen said. "Even though we might seem weak, we want to help you in any way we can." The flame baboon, relentless in its assault, continued pounding on the shield, its punches sending shockwaves across the arena. Zhou Yi remained focused, his eyes fixed on the monster's every move. He addressed his team one last time. "If you're careless against a legendary-grade monster, you'll die. Even if the priest revives you, you'll lose 30% of your stats and be weak for 3 months. You won't be able to train during that time. Have you thought about that?" Jiang Churen, standing closest to Zhou Yi, looked tense. Sensing her fear, Zhou Yi placed a reassuring hand on her head and ruffled her hair. "I know you're all scared that I might not be able to defeat it," he said softly. "But your presence here will only distract me. Trust me, this monster might be legendary, but it won't harm me." In the stands, the spectators were on the edge of their seats, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. One of them shouted, "It's incredible! Could history repeat itself? This hasn't happened in 7 years." The chatter was fueled by the appearance of the legendary-grade flame baboon, summoned by Sun Jiao. Its overwhelming presence had turned the match into an unpredictable spectacle. A live reporter, broadcasting the event, exclaimed, "Will Zhou Yi be able to turn the tide? Who will take home the championship this year?" Amidst the crowd, Shun Ling watched with a sly smile. He relished the thought of Zhou Yi being defeated. This is where his undefeated streak ends, Ling muttered to himself. His reasoning was simple. Just as equipment was divided into grades, bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary, monsters followed the same classification. The same skill wielded by different grades would vary drastically in power. For example, a charge skill used by a bronze-grade monster would barely match the strength of an E- or F-class human. But in the hands of a legendary-grade monster, the same skill could rival the might of A- or even S-class humans. Moreover, legendary-grade monsters were exceptionally durable and resistant to damage. Even the Goblin King in Su Kang's Abyss-level realm was merely an epic-grade monster. The sudden appearance of a legendary-grade monster in the exchange competition was unheard of, and Ling was convinced Zhou had met his match. As the flame baboon roared and prepared to attack again, a commotion broke out in the stands. Shin turned to see people shouting, "They're forfeiting!" Back in the ring, Zhou's team had collectively agreed to forfeit. Each member stepped forward, announcing their decision to leave the match. Zhou watched as Jiang Charn hesitated. She stood frozen for a moment, disappointment written across her face. When Zhou looked at her, his steady gaze seemed to calm her. With a heavy heart, she finally stepped forward and declared her forfeit. At Zhou's insistence, his entire team reluctantly left the arena, one by one. However, Jiang Churin lingered, her hesitation evident. Zhou looked at her and firmly repeated his request. "Leave the arena," he said, his voice steady. Disappointment clouded Jiang Churin's face as she finally turned to leave. Tension was visible in her expression as she walked away. But before exiting, she paused and called back, "End this fight as soon as possible." As the team left the arena, the flame baboon continued its relentless assault on Zhou's protection shield. Punch after punch, the monstrous force bore down on it until the shield finally shattered. The baboon, its face contorted with rage, charged toward Zhou, ready to strike. But just as it closed in, a bright golden light illuminated the arena. The force of the light was so immense that it destroyed the arena floor, leaving the spectators in awe. Amidst the destruction, drops of blood fell to the ground. It was the flame baboon's blood. One of the baboon's massive palms had been severed by the attack. Staring at his injured hand, the baboon looked shocked, unable to comprehend how he had been hurt. His confusion turned to anger as his gaze shifted to Zhou, now radiating with power. Zhou had activated his angel form, his golden wings shimmering as they spread wide. Golden lightning crackled in the air, illuminating his figure as he hovered slightly above the ground. Looking at the injured baboon, Zhou remarked, "Jiang Churin has left the ring, and none of my companions are here anymore. Now, I can focus entirely on testing the strength of this legendary monster." With that, Zhou raised his hammer, pointing it toward the flame baboon in a clear challenge. The members of Modu University, standing nearby, were stunned. A legendary monster injured by a single strike, it was beyond belief. Even Sun Jiao, the summoner, looked on in shock. She couldn't fathom how one of her most powerful summoned monsters had been hurt so easily. Meanwhile, the flame baboon growled, staring at Zhou with a newfound wariness. As he examined Zhou, the baboon could feel the faint but unmistakable aura of a supreme bloodline. The baboon's thoughts turned to his mother's warnings. The flame baboon are an innate legendary-level god clan. They are kings who dominate from birth. Among the many supreme bloodlines, they are not to be trifled with. For the first time, the baboon felt the breath of such a bloodline emanating from a human. Yet, despite the aura of dominance Zhou carried, the baboon did not retreat. He dismissed Zhou's power as a fluke, considering him lucky to have merged with such a bloodline. In his mind, if Zhou truly possessed great strength, he would have attacked decisively already. The baboon resolved to fight with his full strength, releasing a burst of fiery energy from his body. The sheer pressure of his aura reverberated throughout the arena. As the flame baboon prepared for battle, something incredible happened. His severed hand began to regenerate. Within moments, his palm was fully restored, and he roared triumphantly. Wasting no time, the baboon summoned a massive nunchaku, its surface glowing with flames. Spinning the weapon with terrifying speed, he swung it in every direction, creating a fiery whirlwind around him. Zhou, watching the spectacle, smiled calmly. He activated his divine chain skill, golden chains materializing and launching toward the baboon with incredible speed. The flame baboon, undeterred, swung his nunchaku with immense force, hurling it straight at Zhou. Joey's divine chain intercepted the baboon's nunchaku mid-flight, stopping the fiery weapon in its tracks. The flame baboon roared in frustration, pulling and swinging with all its might to break the golden chains. Despite its immense strength, the chains held firm. While the baboon struggled, Joey prepared his next move. Ice energy began to coalesce around him, forming a cold, crackling aura. With a swift motion, he unleashed the ice energy attack directly at the baboon. The attack struck with tremendous force, sending the baboon stumbling backward as the icy pressure pushed it away. However, after some distance, the baboon managed to halt its retreat by burying its nunchaku into the ground for stability. Despite the sheer power of the attack, the baboon remained unscathed. Joey's eyes narrowed as he observed this, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was beginning to feel the strain. His stamina and stats were rapidly depleting with each use of his powerful abilities. In the spectator stands, an elder from the Zhou family watched the match with growing dread. His face was pale, his hands trembling. Turning to Xiaoyu, he ordered, "Stop this match immediately. We can't let the hope of our family be ruined like this." Xiaoyu didn't hesitate. He bolted from the room, determined to find House Master Wu Meng and persuade him to end the match. The elder was resolute. He was willing to offend both Sukong University and Modu University if that's what it took to protect Joey. In the control room, the house masters of the three universities were locked in a heated discussion. House Master Chung of Sukong University looked at Wu and said gravely, "You should end this match. If Joey dies, our country will lose a great prodigy." The House Master of Modu University added, "Joey is destined to become a giant in the future. If his growth is cut short here because of this match, it will be disastrous for everyone. Forget about the rankings. They're just an illusion. Make your decision quickly before it's too late." At that moment, Xiaoyu burst into the room, shouting, "Stop this match now. The Zhou family will pay Sukong University tenfold, no 100-fold, for ending it." His voice was desperate, echoing with urgency. The housemaster of Modu University nodded in agreement. "Don't overthink it, Wu Meng. Announce your decision before this escalates any further." House Master Wu Meng, however, remained calm amidst the chaos. "Do you think I'm not considering it?" he asked softly. His thoughts drifted to a conversation he'd had with the principal of Sukong University. When Wu had asked about Joey's real strength, the principal had replied confidently, "You can rest assured. Unless a legendary monster above level 26 faces him, Joey will handle it with ease." As the match continued, Wu Meng's eyes remained fixed on the arena. His mind churned with calculations, recalling the stark differences in strength between levels. After level 20, whether human or monster, the gap between levels becomes immense. A level 26 monster of the same grade is equivalent to facing 10 level 24 monsters. The flame baboon, though formidable, was only level 24. Joey was up against a daunting challenge, but Wu Meng's confidence remained unshaken. "It's very difficult for Joey to lose here," he finally said aloud. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, was stunned. "Aren't you afraid of—" Before Xiaoyu could finish, a powerful shockwave from the arena rattled the room, forcing him to stagger backward. The sheer force of the impact left everyone in the room momentarily stunned, their attention snapping back to the fight as the battle escalated further. In the arena, the battle between Joey and the flame baboon had reached a fierce crescendo. The baboon, wielding his massive nunchaku, launched relentless attacks at Joey. Each strike shattered the ground with explosive force. Joey dodged the incoming attacks with precision, leaping to avoid a crushing blow. The baboon's nunchaku smashed into the ground where he had stood, sending debris flying. Seizing the opportunity, Joey quickly prepared his divine punishment attack. The golden lightning descended with immense power, striking the baboon directly. The creature writhed in pain as electric currents coursed through its body, temporarily paralyzing its limbs. Joey wasted no time and immediately began charging for a second strike. As the second bolt of divine punishment approached, the flame baboon roared in anger. Swinging his nunchaku with incredible speed, he deflected the lightning midair, dispersing its power. The baboon snarled at Joey, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "Come, show me your strength. Give me everything you've got." Joey's light punishment, now a level 14 skill, was amplified by his S+ talent Holy Angel Guardian, along with the 4-dimensional bonuses granted by his angel form. The attack he had just unleashed could easily obliterate the epic Goblin King of the Abyss level dungeon. Yet, the flame baboon had endured it with only superficial damage. Even as the divine attack struck, the baboon adapted quickly, using his nunchaku to dodge and deflect subsequent blows. He charged toward Joey, swinging his weapon with deadly precision. As the baboon closed the distance, Joey activated his divine chain, which shot out and ensnared the monster once again. Trapped in the golden chains, the baboon roared furiously, thrashing about in frustration. Enough of these annoying tricks, the baboon bellowed, his immense strength shattering the chains one by one. Joey observed the scene carefully, thinking back to his past encounters. He had fought and defeated a legendary demon before, but that opponent had been severely hindered by its weakness to light-based attacks, unable to unleash the full extent of its legendary abilities. This baboon, however, was entirely different. The baboon's resilience and adaptability were remarkable. As Joey dodged another nunchaku swing, he realized something important. His speed is increasing, and he's becoming more resistant to light element magic. His adaptability is astonishing. No wonder so many humans perished during the Dark Ages. Warcraft like this truly surpass humans in raw power. Thinking quickly, Joey activated all his buffs, stacking them to their maximum potential. Even though he had already enhanced his abilities before transforming into angel form, he now applied an additional round of skill amplification to unlock the third stage of his full power. The battle had become increasingly dangerous. Neither Joey nor the flame baboon showed any signs of backing down. The baboon, having avoided most of Joey's attacks, lunged forward again, swinging his nunchaku with terrifying force. From a distance, members of Modu University, including Sun Jiao's teammates, watched the battle unfold. They couldn't help but marvel at Joey's strength. "He's stronger than we thought," one of them muttered. Another added, "We're lucky he didn't directly target Sun Jiao. If the summoner is killed, her summoned creature disappears automatically. If he had attacked her first, this fight might have already ended." Realizing the potential danger, one of the team members shouted, "He might have forgotten about Sun Jiao for now, but we can't take any chances. Get her to safety before he decides to attack her." The tension in the arena remained thick as Joey and the Flame Baboon continued their high-stakes duel. The battle between Joey and the Flame Baboon shook the arena, showcasing Joey's brilliance and the Baboon's overwhelming power. With every strike and counter, the fight pushed both to their limits. Will Joey's ingenuity be enough to overcome this legendary monster, or will the Flame Baboon end his undefeated streak? Stay tuned to Recap's Realm to find out in the next chapter. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more thrilling recaps. Let us know your predictions below. How do you think this epic fight will end? See you next time. Juyi and the Fire Baboon had reached the final stage of their battle. Both were exhausted, and neither wanted to drag this fight out any longer. It was time to settle things with one decisive strike. Determined, Juyi prepared to unleash the full power of the God Hand. He gathered every ounce of energy left in his body, channeling it into a single, ultimate attack. Meanwhile, the Fire Baboon did the same, pouring all his strength into his finishing move. Flames erupted around him, engulfing his body, and his weapon began to transform. No longer an ordinary weapon, it now radiated intense heat, sprouting sharp, fiery thorns. Then, with a final motion, he merged his twin weapons into one colossal staff, resembling the legendary weapon. With his weapon complete, the Fire Baboon lunged forward, aiming to strike Juyi down. At the same time, Joey's divine hand descended from above, massive and unstoppable. Both forces raced toward each other, colliding at full speed. The moment they clashed, the impact was cataclysmic. A deafening explosion rocked the entire arena. The protective barrier meant to contain the battle shattered under the sheer force of their attacks. Flames and raw energy surged outward, breaking free from the arena and racing toward the audience. Panic spread like wildfire. Spectators screamed, scrambling to escape as destruction threatened to consume them. Just as the inferno was about to reach the crowd, a figure emerged. A girl stepped forward, raising her hands, her protection of water surging to life. With a wave of her power, a massive water barrier formed, intercepting the flames and crackling energy before they could harm anyone. The arena shook, but the deadly elements were held at bay. To further protect herself, she conjured a shield of water, absorbing the remaining force of the explosion. As the last embers died out, the fear in the audience's eyes faded, replaced by relief and awe. "It's a tertiary awakened mage from the Alliance," someone gasped in recognition. "Thank the heavens," another murmured. "I thought we were done for." A third spectator, still shaken, muttered, "That attack. If the priests don't intervene, Would anyone have even survived? Before the battle began, anticipating the intensity of the fight, the Alliance had reinforced the arena's barrier, raising it to level 7, strong enough to withstand the full force of a top-ranked Tier 2 mage. Yet, against Zhuyi's ultimate skill and the fire baboon's fiery onslaught, it wasn't enough. For the first time in 100 years, the shield had completely shattered. As the magician girl held back the devastating attack, a thought crossed her mind. The sheer power of these blows was enough to gauge just how terrifying this battle truly was. With the attacks finally slowing and the battlefield settling into an eerie calm, she straightened up. The audience, who had been frozen in shock, turned their eyes toward the arena, sensing that something had changed. And they were right. Inside the ring, the fire baboon was in ruins. Both of his arms had been severed, his body riddled with wounds. He struggled to heal, but something was wrong. Light and ice elements coursed through his blood, constantly tearing apart his flesh and disrupting his regeneration. The pain was unbearable, infuriating. This man, he's ruthless, the fire baboon growled, trembling. And that holy light, it's worse than death. Enraged by his helplessness, he roared, pouring every last ounce of his strength into recovery. With sheer force of will, his arms regenerated, and the moment they reformed, he slammed them into the ground, shaking the entire arena. I am the great fire baboon. There's no way I fall here, he bellowed. But just as the words left his mouth, bam, Zhuyi appeared out of nowhere, landing a devastating punch to his face. The impact sent the fire baboon soaring backward, a couple of teeth flying from his mouth. Before he could even react, Zhuyi closed the distance again, relentless. He raised his knee, eyes cold. This ends now. And with that, he drove his knee into the fire baboon, sending him crashing into the ground at full force. The arena trembled as dust and debris exploded into the air. Wasting no time, Zhuyi unleashed his divine chains, swiftly capturing Sun Xiao's remaining summoned monsters. The golden chains slithered around them like unbreakable bonds. Zhuyi stepped forward, his voice unwavering. Are you going to fight, or are you surrendering? Sun Xiao's team stood there, stunned. How did this happen? Just moments ago, victory seemed within reach. Now, they were trapped, their strongest monsters restrained. Sun Xiao clenched her fists. She had nothing left, no options, no way out. Her beasts were captured, and with the chains tightening around her own magic, she realized this match was over. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and declared, "We surrender." The moment Modu University admitted defeat, a drone descended into the arena, its voice booming across the stadium. And the champions of this tournament are... A brief pause. The audience held their breath. Suhang University. The entire stadium erupted in cheers. Let's all congratulate Suhang University on their well-earned victory. And let's not forget to honor the incredible performance of their players, especially Ji and our MVP, who turned the tides of battle with a truly legendary fight. The crowd exploded into chants, roaring Zhuyi's name over and over. His team's names echoed through the arena as fans celebrated their triumph. With 45 matches played across 10 universities, it was finally time to announce the final rankings of the competition. Final standings. First place, Suhang University, 9 wins, 0 losses. Second place, Modu University, 8 wins, 1 loss. Third place, Qingjing University, 7 wins, 2 losses. And with that, the battle was over. A new legend had been born. The moment the final rankings were announced, the stadium erupted in cheers once again. The name Suhang University echoed through the air as the crowd passionately chanted their victory. Meanwhile, a well-known live commentator, who had been covering the entire match for his viewers, turned back to his audience. Before the battle started, he had asked them to predict the winner. And now, with the results clear, he couldn't hide his excitement. "Can you believe it?" he exclaimed. "This guy is only 18 years old, yet his combat skills are this powerful. If he keeps going at this rate, there's no doubt Zhuyi's name will be among the top 10 professionals in all of our nation one day." But while the audience celebrated, Zhuyi was exhausted. The intense battle had drained him completely. As his angel form faded, his body returned to normal. And before he could react, a girl came running straight at him. With zero hesitation, she threw her arms around him in a tight embrace. "Brother Zhuyi, you just used your angel form. How are you feeling?" she asked, concern in her voice. The live broadcaster, still in the middle of his coverage, instantly caught onto the moment. He turned to his cameraman. "Quick, zoom in. This is the shot." After all, this was exactly the kind of scene that skyrocketed viewership. And he was right. At that moment, over 500,000 people were tuned into his live broadcast, watching intently. The camera focused in as Zhuyi gently placed his hand on her head. "Sorry for worrying you," he said softly. "I feel really weak right now. But once I level up, I'll be fine." The internet exploded with reactions. I knew it. These two are totally a couple. Stop with the romance already. I'm single and suffering. That girl is stunning. How is this even fair? The broadcaster grinned, knowing this scene alone would boost his traffic even more. But just as he was enjoying his success, a strict voice cut through the air. You, hand over that camera. A headmaster official had arrived, snatching the device right out of his hands. Private live broadcasts are prohibited after the competition. Do you not understand the rules? The broadcaster and his cameraman froze. A nervous chuckle escaped them, but they knew better than to argue. At that moment, the headmaster stepped forward, his presence instantly commanding attention. Everyone, return to the villa, he ordered. There's something important I need to discuss. The final event of the tournament. The survival competition. The students exchanged glances. The final event. Without wasting any time, they followed the headmaster back to the villa, where they all gathered in a large meeting room. The headmaster stood in front of them, his voice steady as he addressed the competitors. Listen well. The survival competition is the last and most dangerous event of this tournament. Unlike the previous rounds, where battles were contained in a controlled environment, this time, you'll be entering a real open dungeon. The room fell into silence. This is nothing like the simulated dungeons you encountered in the individual rounds. In this dungeon, there are no set rules. Anything can happen. You will face unexpected threats, real monsters, and extreme conditions. Your survival skills will be tested to their absolute limit. The weight of his words settled on everyone's shoulders. The real challenge was just beginning. Even the strongest may not survive. That was the brutal reality of the survival competition. Luck played just as big a role as strength, and even the most powerful contestants could be eliminated in the very first moments. The rules were simple: earn points by killing monsters. Each monster had a different point value based on its strength. Additionally, if a player managed to eliminate an opponent, they would steal half of their points. The school with the highest total points at the end of 7 days would claim victory. But there was a catch. The secret dungeon was massive, and players could only explore a specific area each day. As the competition progressed, the explorable zone would shrink, forcing players into closer encounters and fiercer battles. Anyone who failed to move into the new zone within the time limit would be eliminated automatically. One final warning: entry locations were random. If any contestant accidentally reached the void area at the dungeon's border, they had to escape immediately. The headmaster then elaborated on the void area, a region filled with countless space cracks. Even a third-level professional wouldn't stand a chance if they wandered into it. Death was instant. After delivering these critical instructions, the headmaster's sharp gaze swept over the team. Understood. A unified nod. Yes, sir. The scene shifted. At university, the headmaster hurried down a corridor, passing several rooms before reaching his destination, a chamber where the housemasters of 8 other universities were already gathered. Tension filled the air. The moment he stepped in, Headmaster let out a relieved sigh. Finally, you're here. His arrival didn't go unnoticed. Housemaster Su from Su-Hang University leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. So, let me guess. Every university except Su-Hang's has gathered here. What exactly are you all planning? Cheng's expression turned serious. If we do nothing now, Su-Hang University is going to win the survival competition too. His voice was heavy with concern. We need to discuss our next move. Are you interested? The room fell silent. A major decision was about to be made. The wild beast ruins. A battlefield awakens. Elsewhere, the water magician girl stood with her hands raised, her magic flowing like a gentle tide. Above her, a live drone broadcasted her every move to an audience watching from across the nation. The drone's voice carried excitement. The final event of the National College Freshman Exchange Competition, the survival competition, is about to begin. Unlike the previous matches, this event would last 7 days and nights. There would be no live spectators, but the entire competition would be broadcasted non-stop on all platforms. Turning its lens toward the girl, the drone then addressed the audience. Now, let us introduce the legendary secret dungeon where this battle will take place. The scene shifted, revealing an ancient battlefield, a land of chaos and mystery. This isn't just any dungeon, the drone continued. According to reliable sources, this is the site of an ancient war. The legendary wild beast ruins, once a battlefield where countless orc tribes fought for dominance. The ruins, long dormant, were now being reawakened by the water magician girl's power. The live broadcast zoomed in, capturing the eerie energy rising from the earth. No one knows exactly when or where this great war took place, the drone added. But one thing is certain. This place is filled with both unknown dangers and unimaginable opportunities. The dense forests of the ruins crawled with monstrous creatures, their towering figures concealed within the shadows. Their razor-sharp claws and deadly fangs waited, ready to tear apart any intruder bold enough to step into their territory. But danger wasn't the only thing hidden within these lands. Every stone, every relic buried beneath the earth, could hold forgotten artifacts and lost treasures waiting to be claimed. Could a school really be so generous as to open this dungeon for free exploration? Surely, the military had already scoured it clean. What treasures could possibly remain? Then came the final announcement from the live drone. Its voice rang out, commanding all contestants to ready their weapons, steel their resolve, and step forward with courage. We await the birth of legends. The moment the survival match officially began, a wave of energy surged through the ruins. One by one, participants vanished, teleported into the depths of the beast ruins. And then, in an instant, he too was gone. Everyone had been teleported to different locations within the ruins, scattered far and wide. Joey found himself at the very spot where Joey had arrived moments earlier. Yet now, he was alone. It was clear, no matter the physical connection, teleportation here worked independently. Finding his allies would take time. As Joey turned, he caught sight of a man, and in that very moment, gaze locked onto his. Without hesitation, man bolted, vanishing into the distance at full speed, unleashing his 1,000-step technique. Watching him flee, Joey chuckled. What a lunatic, he mused. His score is still at 0. Why would I even bother fighting him now? With a smile, he summoned his hammer, gripping it tightly. A good hunt requires patience. Let him fatten up first. Meanwhile, Xiaolan perched on the thick branch of a towering tree, bow in hand, attuned to every movement in the ruins. She sensed someone approaching, fast. Fixing her gaze northward, she pinpointed the figure roughly 1,000 meters away. Who is that? I can't tell which school he's from. As the unknown figure closed in at a rapid pace, Xiaolan didn't hesitate. She raised her bow, steadying her aim. Could it be Jui? Xiaolan let her arrow fly, the projectile slicing through the air at full speed toward its target. The figure in its path was none other than a man. His sharp instincts kicked in, and he dodged just in time, twisting midi. Hey, we're on the same side, he shouted, his voice echoing through the ruins. The arrows had nearly grazed him, but before the next could land, Xiaolan halted her attack. She stepped forward, arms crossed. Good thing you yelled. Now tell me, what had you running like that? He couldn't admit that the sight of Joey had rattled him so much that he instinctively used his teleportation skill. Instead, he deflected. Forget that. Have you seen anyone from Su Hang yet? Xiaolan shook her head. No, my plant sensing ability only covers a 10-kilometer radius, and even then, only where there's vegetation. You're the first one to appear within my range. Then looked at her seriously. We should stick to the plan and move together. Xiaolan considered for a moment before nodding. Agreed. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, countless spectators watched the unfolding events live. Among them, a young man furrowed his brows, puzzled. Why are Qingjing and Modu University working together? Beside him, another observer smirked. They're playing it safe. They know they're evenly matched, and in a place this dangerous, teaming up makes sense. But trust me, this is just the beginning. By day 7, the tracking devices will expose everyone's location. That's when things will really heat up. The first man's eyes widened slightly, so the real game starts later. Back inside the ruins, lightning crackled through the sky, striking down relentlessly on monstrous creatures below. At the center of it all stood Jui, his power surging as he rained divine light upon his enemies, obliterating them one after another. The beasts, enraged by his presence, let out furious roars. Who dares intrude on our territory? Kill him! A horde charged at him, their bloodlust filling the air. But Joey didn't flinch. With a swift motion, he unleashed his ice ability, freezing the entire swarm in an instant. Without wasting a second, he shattered them all, racking up scores at an astonishing rate. 500 points, 600 points. His numbers climbed rapidly. Then, a shadow loomed over him. A massive spider emerged, its fangs glinting under the stormy sky. But before it could even react, Joey swung his hammer with immense force, crushing it in a single blow. A notification flashed before him. Plus 12,200 points. He smirked. Finally, a real challenge. With the battle won, he glanced at his device, checking the rankings. First place, Joey. Second place, Wang Xian. Third place, Li Mengzi. He chuckled. Let's see who can keep up. Joey glanced at the leaderboard, analyzing the names below him. The mechanists were proving to be a force of their own, using scout robots to scan for high-level monsters and avoid them while efficiently hunting weaker ones. Their precision and strategy made them a silent but deadly force. He recalled what Headmaster Wu had mentioned before the competition began. The early stages are where summoners and mechanists shine. Shifting his focus, Joey checked on his teammates. Jiang Shiran was holding 9th place, Wai Taixin was in 10th, and Xiaolan, from another university, sat at 11th. Just as expected, their rankings aligned with his predictions. Then, his eyes landed on Tan Wei's score. 72nd place. Tan Wei's current score was only 540. Even more surprising, Zhang Zi, ranked just below him, had 470 points. Zhou Yi frowned. Tan Wei and Zhang Zi may not be among the strongest, but they should be somewhere in the middle, not this low. Something felt off. And then, suddenly, Tan Wei's name vanished from the leaderboard. A single word appeared next to it, eliminated. For a moment, he stood still, running through the possibilities. 3 things could remove someone from the competition: the realm itself, a demon, or another contestant. The realm? No. The zone shrinking phase hasn't even begun yet. A demon? Unlikely. Tan Wei may not be the strongest, but is not reckless. If he encountered something beyond his ability, he would have escaped. Which leaves one other possibility. Zhey's eyes narrowed. Have contestants already started forming alliances? In this realm, surviving wasn't just about fighting monsters. It was about outmaneuvering other contestants. Normally, with randomized teleportation, forming alliances so soon should have been difficult. This kind of teamwork usually emerged later in the match. Just then, a sharp beep echoed from his device. A voice followed. Attention, all contestants. The safe zone will begin shrinking. You have 3 hours to reach the designated area. Anyone outside the zone after this time will be eliminated. Zhou didn't waste a second. Damn it. He checked the map. The closest safe zone was far. Too far. If he wanted to make it in time, he had no choice. He sprinted at full speed, cutting through the rocky terrain. He'd deal with Tan Wei's situation later. For now, survival came first. Then, as he dashed through the mountains, something caught his attention. A burst of power erupted nearby, water energy surging through the air, colliding with something heavy. A clash. A fight. Zhou skidded to a halt. Someone's battling up ahead. The moment Zhou recognized the water-based skill, his eyes sharpened. Lingyi. Without hesitation, he pushed himself to run even faster. Deep in the mountains, Tang was locked in a fierce battle. Several opponents had surrounded her, attacking in unison. She swiftly fired a water arrow, striking a girl and forcing her back. But before she could regain her footing, another attacker lunged at her. A boy wielding a massive sword, his blade coming down with brutal force. Tang reacted instantly, summoning a water shield to absorb the impact. The sword clashed against it, sending ripples through the air. The boy scowled. "You as stubborn as a damn cockroach." Tang smirked. "And you talk too much." Before he could strike again, she activated her next skill, Stone Hammer. A massive stone hammer materialized above them and came crashing down on the boy. He barely had time to react before being flattened, his agonized screams echoing through the mountains. Tang exhaled, shaking her head. "You should have learned it by now. Never underestimate your opponent." But she wasn't done. Her gaze flickered behind her. "Do you really think my memory is that bad?" She had sensed the second attacker from the very beginning. A girl had been creeping up, aiming to strike while Tang was distracted. But before she could get close, Tang unleashed her stone binding skill. The ground shifted, stones surging up and trapping the girl in an unbreakable hold. Now, with both opponents immobilized, Tang crossed her arms and looked down at them. "So, what's it going to be? Surrender? Or should I finish this now?" But before either of them could answer, a slow clap echoed through the air. Someone was watching. Only their hands were visible, emerging from the shadows. Their identity remained a mystery. But one thing was certain. This fight had an unexpected audience. A sudden clap echoes from behind, catching Tang off guard. She turned swiftly, her eyes narrowing in surprise. Someone has been lurking here all along. What shocks her even more is that, despite the intense battle, she never once sensed their presence. The mysterious figure steps forward, chuckling as he summons his monsters. "I never expected to find such a talented element mage at Suhang University," he muses. "But it seems your teammates have completely overlooked you. What a waste. You could have been a star." Without warning, he commands his creatures to attack. A horde of monsters charges toward Tang, their claws scraping against the ground as they close in. Reacting instantly, she raises her staff and unleashes a powerful wind spell. The force slams into the creatures, knocking several back. But there are too many. Some dodge the attack and quickly spread out, surrounding her from all sides. Before she can reposition, a few lunge from behind. Tang twists to evade, but one manages to sink its teeth into her arm. Pain shoots through her, sharp and unbearable, forcing a cry from her lips. Blood drips from the fresh wound, staining the ground beneath her. The wolf-like creatures circle hungrily, sensing her moment of weakness. The enemy watches with amusement, his grin widening. "Yes, that's it," he laughs. "Tear her apart properly." Tang's staff slips from her grasp, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Without it, her spell casting is severely weakened. Exhaustion weighs on her. She's been fighting non-stop, and her strength is fading fast. The monsters seize the moment, biting into both her hands, their jaws locking around her flesh. She collapses, her body trembling from the relentless assault. But instead of despair, a laugh escapes her lips. Struggling through the pain, she lifts her gaze to the enemy and smacks. Well, aren't you going to take advantage of this opportunity too? The enemy hesitates, confused, until he notices something strange. Beneath her, a faint glow pulses against the ground. His eyes widen in alarm. Impossible. How? You shouldn't be able to cast without your staff. Before he can react, the magic circle erupts in a massive explosion. The blast hurls him backward, slamming him into a rock with crushing force. Dust and debris swirl through the air as Tang collapses, the sheer effort leaving her battered and barely conscious. The explosion had taken a toll, but it had been worth it. Moments later, an announcement rings out. Li Jian of Qingjing University has suffered severe injuries and fallen into a coma. He is now eliminated from the competition. Another message follows. Due to Li Jian's elimination, contestant Tang has earned 1,050 points. But at this moment, Tang lies motionless on a jagged rock, blood trickling from her mouth. Her body is drained, her magic completely spent. In this state, she's defenseless. Anyone could finish her off in an instant. Sensing an opportunity, the opponent she had crushed with her stone hammer earlier, now regaining some strength, flings a dagger straight at her. The blade slices through the air, aiming for fatal strike. Just before it reaches Tang, a shadow moves. With a sharp kick, the dagger is sent hurtling back toward its owner at terrifying speed. The attacker barely has time to react before his eyes widen in shock. His gaze snaps upward, searching for the one responsible, only to freeze in terror. It's Juyi. Standing tall, Juyi watches as the deflected dagger hurtles toward its sender. The moment it makes contact, boom, a massive explosion erupts, knocking the opponent off his feet and leaving him barely conscious. Tang, still struggling to move, lifts her head weakly. Her vision is blurry, but she can just make out the familiar figure standing before her. Juyi, she murmurs, trying to push herself up. But the pain is too much. Her body refuses to cooperate. A violent cough shakes her frame as she collapses again. Without hesitation, Juyi rushes to her side, placing a hand over her wounds. A warm glow surrounds her as his healing magic takes effect. Slowly, her injuries begin to mend, though exhaustion still weighs heavily on her. Meanwhile, the opponent Juyi had just struck, Wu Kang of Lichi University, lies motionless on the ground. The force of the attack had left him in a deep coma, rendering him unfit to continue. A system notification rings out. Wu Kang has been eliminated. Contestant Juyi earns 1,240 points. As Juyi focuses on healing Tang, a nearby figure stays. The girl who had been trapped in stone moments ago starts inching away, hoping to escape unnoticed. But before she gets far, Zhouyi's sharp gaze locks onto her. She freezes. Fear grips her as she meets his piercing stare, her entire body trembling. She knows, if she moves even an inch more, she won't get a second chance. Moments later, Tang fully recovers, sitting up with a deep breath. Before she can even process everything, another announcement flashes across their devices. Another contestant has been eliminated. Tang's eyes narrow in anger. Those cowards! She hisses. They must have ganged up on someone again. She turns to Juyi, frustration burning in her gaze. Brother, something is seriously wrong here. This whole situation feels off. The secret realm's entry points are completely random. There's no way anyone should know our exact locations. And yet, they keep finding us. How? Zhouyi's expression darkens. I suspect they're using a special method to track other contestants. Tang clenches her fists. That's cheating, she snaps. How can they do this in a national event? Zhouyi's voice remains calm but firm. If it's a specific skill possessed by one of their members, then technically, it's within the rules. But if they're using underhanded means, his eyes flash with cold determination. I'll make sure their entire team regrets it. Tang exhales sharply, her frustration growing. Her thoughts drift to her scattered teammates, and worry begins to gnaw at her. If these people had already surrounded and eliminated one of them, who's to say the others weren't in danger too? Tang's expression hardens with determination. But before she can speak, Juyi steps closer and places a hand gently on her head. His voice is calm yet firm. They're trying to weaken my power over these 6 days, he says. First, they're targeting you and the others. Then, in the final days, they'll surround me. But no matter what tricks they use, his gaze sharpens. In the face of absolute strength, their plans are meaningless. Tang listens intently, her heart pounding. As Juyi finishes speaking, a wave of emotion washes over her, and without realizing it, her face turns slightly red. Juyi stands up, gripping his hammer. Don't let anger cloud your judgment, he advises. Your wounds haven't fully healed. Drink a magic potion and rest here for the night. I'll take care of the demons nearby. With that, he strides forward, ready to clear the area. The scene shifts to the final day of the National College Freshman Exchange Survival Competition. Excitement surges through the outside world as spectators eagerly watch the live feed. A drone hovers above the arena, relaying information to the audience. Today, 74 contestants enter the ultimate battle to determine the final rankings, the broadcast announces. Each player's location will now be displayed on their smart wrist devices. Who will emerge victorious? The stadium roars with energy. Every seat is filled, and fans chant the names of their favorite fighters. After 6 grueling days, only 2 students from Suhang University remain, Juyi and Tang. Meanwhile, 71 students from 9 other schools still stand. The numbers are overwhelmingly against them, and the crowd is buzzing with one question. Can Juyi withstand their combined assault? The tracking devices flicker to life, revealing the real-time positions of every contestant. On a high rock, a small group gathers, watching the movement of their targets. Among them are Zhongzi, Wei, and Wang Xian, their eyes fixed on the approaching figures. Juyi and Tang are heading straight toward us, Wei observes. His voice carries a mix of excitement and caution. Zhongzi smirks. Jiang Churan is in the northwest, he adds. She's strong, but not as strong as Juyi. And the best part, 18 people are already closing in on her. Wei nods, turning to Xiaolan. Take 5 men with you. Go after Jiang and take her down. His expression darkens. The rest of us, we'll handle Juyi, all 47 of us. Xiaolan grins. Got it. Meanwhile, another group is already in position, standing in attack formation. They keep their eyes on Zhouyi's incoming location, watching his movement carefully. He'll reach us in about an hour, one of them says. Everyone, get ready. This battle will determine our final rankings in the competition. Farther ahead, Jiang Churan finds herself surrounded. Attacks rain down from all sides, but she doesn't slow. Instead, she cuts through them, pushing forward with relentless force. Among her attackers, Xiaolan steps forward. His eyes lock onto Jiang, and a smirk forms on his lips. It's been a while since I had a real fight, he says, gripping his weapon. The battle is about to begin. Jiang freezes as a familiar voice reaches her ears. A slow, eerie smile spreads across her lips, and the air around her begins to shift. A dark aura pulses around her body as she transforms, her succubus form fully awakening. A sultry laugh escapes her lips as her glowing purple eyes lock onto Xiaolan. Xiaolan, why did you wait so long? She taunts, her voice dripping with amusement. Did you really think that after all this time, while my brother Juyi has been working so hard, I've grown weak? She tilts her head, her smile turning predatory. If you think you can push me around, I'll make sure you never forget today. Xiaolan's confidence wavers as she watches Jiang's transformation unfold. This is the full power of her succubus bloodline, something she had never expected Jiang to master so effortlessly. It becomes painfully clear. Numbers alone won't be enough to take her down. Without hesitation, Xiaolan looses an arrow, the sharp whistle of its flight cutting through the tensei. At the same time, several fighters charge at Jiang from all sides. Before they can close the distance, boom, a surge of blinding purple energy erupts, shaking the ground violently. Meanwhile, the moment Juyi's presence is near, the earth begins to tremble. Small stones roll across the battlefield. Cracks spread through the ground. Wei smirks. Hey! Boom! A massive hand bursts from the ground, followed by a towering rock monster. Standing atop the creature's shoulder, surrounded by a swirl of magical energy, are Juyi and Tang. Their entrance is nothing short of legendary. The battlefield falls into stunned silence. For the first time, a flicker of nervousness crosses the faces of the assembled fighters. Wei, however, lets out a low chuckle. Juyi, you should feel honored, he calls out mockingly. To deal with you, we've gathered 47 top players from across the universities. Around them, fighters snap into their battle stances. There's no hesitation. They all know the threat Juyi poses. But instead of showing concern, Juyi simply smiles. 47 top players, he echoes, his tone laced with amusement. To me, you're nothing more than a mob. His words ignite immediate outrage. Murmurs of anger ripple through the group, their expressions darkening. Juyi surveys them all, unimpressed. His smirk sharpens as he speaks again. Tell me, am I wrong? His gaze sweeps over the crowd. Not a single one of you has defeated me before. You relied on numbers to take down my teammates. And now, you're all banding together just to face me. He lets out a short laugh. Let's be honest. Without this little cowardly strategy, none of you would even have the guts to stand against me. The tension in the air becomes suffocating. Zhouyi's words have struck a nerve. He takes one step forward, his aura surging. So come, weaklings, he challenges, his voice ringing across the battlefield. I'll show you today that no matter how many ants gather, they can't kill a dragon. Zhouyi's words ignite a firestorm of rage. The moment he calls them weaklings, the battlefield erupts. One by one, the fighters activate their abilities. Wang Xian surges forward, his mechanical enhancements whirring to life. Others unleash their powers. Wind howls, fire ignites, and monstrous summons emerge from glowing sigils. A full-force onslaught begins. Yet, Zhouyi doesn't flinch. Instead, he leaps off the giant rock monster, descending toward the chaos below. Mid-air, he turns to Tang. Stay up there, he commands. I'll handle this alone. The moment his feet touch the ground, his hammer ignites with power. Buffs activate instantly. His body crackles with energy as he dashes toward the approaching enemies, his movements blurring from sheer speed. Then, the carnage begins. With each swing of his hammer, opponents are sent flying. Bones shatter. The ground quakes under the force of his attacks. Some fighters barely have time to react before they are crushed beneath his overwhelming strength. From a distance, onlookers watch in disbelief. He's too fast, someone exclaims. But he's just a freshman. How can a freshman fight 47 people at once? Doubt begins creeping into their minds, but Zhouyi isn't done yet. As he cuts through the frontline fighters, he finds himself suddenly surrounded. Summoned creatures block his path. Massive beasts with riders perched on their backs, circling like vultures. A low chuckle escapes Zhouyi's lips. Instead of retreating, he charges forward. His hammer gleams as he smashes through the first creature, sending its rider tumbling. But just as another monster swipes at him, a brilliant light explodes from his body. Angel form activated. The battlefield is bathed in golden radiance. A monstrous claw reaches for him, only to be obliterated in an instant. The sheer divine energy radiating from Zhouyi makes even the strongest summons recoil. The mags positioned behind the front line react quickly, forming defensive barriers. Hold him back, one shouts. Defensive formations ignite. Guardian of Light, Barrier Fortress, Sacred Seal Circle. Layer upon layer of magical shields stacked together, forming a near-impenetrable wall between Zhouyi and the mags. Zhouyi slows his approach, studying their strategy with amusement. Then, gripping his hammer tighter, he swings with full force. Crack! The first few berries shatter instantly. The impact rips through 3, 4 layers before finally stopping. The remaining mags breathe a sigh of relief. We still have 6 layers left, one of them exclaims. We can hold him off. Inside the defensive dome, they exchange hopeful glances. For the first time, it feels like they might have a chance. But Zhouyi simply smirks. You think this is over? He asks, amusement lacing his voice. This was just the beginning. He raises a hand. The sky splits open. A divine hand descends, tearing through the heavens like the wrath of the gods. Silence. Faces turn pale. Sweat drips. Not a single fighter dares to move. Wang Xian and Wei Yi, once so confident, can only watch in horror. Because at this moment, they know, this battle has already been decided. The massive divine hand loomed overhead, descending with an overwhelming force that sent shivers through everyone present. The sheer pressure of it was undeniable. Everyone could feel it closing in at once. Wang Xian wasted no time. Get out of the way, he shouted. It was exactly what the panicked crowd needed to hear. Without hesitation, people turned and ran, their voices rising in fear. If we don't leave now, we're dead. Within moments, the area was cleared, except for one figure standing directly in the path of destruction. Wang Xian. Seeing him standing firm, someone called out, "What are you trying to do?" Seated inside his massive robot, Wang Xian's voice came through, steady and resolute. Even if the success rate is 0, I have to try. A warning alert flashed before him, a direct message to retreat immediately. But he ignored it. Instead, he focused on a strategy he had analyzed countless times while playing the game. His hands moved quickly, manipulating controls as he began constructing something in real time. I've studied this battle over and over, he muttered. I've analyzed the angle, the power, and the impact of the divine hand. It seems unstoppable, but its force is scattered. If I can assemble all the machines into a defensive barrier, I might just be able to disperse that power and survive this attack. With every second, his plan took shape. As the divine hand drew closer, his work reached completion. Then, with a final command, he shouted, "Give it everything you've got." At that very moment, Zhuyi's divine hand struck his robot with full force, slamming it straight into the ground. The impact shattered the earth, sending cracks tearing through the rocks beneath. Wang Xian's machine was driven downward, crashing through layer after layer of stone. And then, silence. The battlefield was left in the wake of destruction, the fate of Wang Xian hanging in the balance. Zhouyi glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the people before him. With a flick of his wrist, sharp icicles formed in his palm. His voice rang out, cold and commanding. Your lives are in my hands. Surrender now, or die where you stand. Before anyone could respond, a voice called out, Joey. In an instant, a blazing whirlwind of fire surged toward him. The attacker had put everything into this strike, convinced that if Joey took the full force of it, there would be no time for recovery. Joey, however, remained unfazed. As the firestorm roared toward him, movement from behind caught his attention. Several fighters were closing in, each wielding different abilities, hoping to overwhelm him. They knew they couldn't eliminate him outright, but if they could at least land a serious blow, they might turn the tide. Joey smirked. It seems I've been too kind to all of you. Without hesitation, he hurled the icicles forward. They shot through the air like deadly projectiles, striking down his approaching enemies and sending them tumbling backward. One by one, they crashed into the ground, unable to resist the force of the attack. Then, without missing a beat, Joey turned his attention back to attacker. Your turn. A blinding burst of energy erupted from his hands. Light punishment. The attack struck with devastating precision, sending him reeling. Meanwhile, Wang Xian remained inside his battered robot, slightly injured from the earlier clash. He stared at Joey, his mind racing. Joey is even stronger than I imagined. I thought this would be an intense battle, but it's nothing but a one-sided massacre. Resigned, he pulled up the surrender notification on his device. His fingers hovered over the button. With a sigh, he muttered, if we had known it would come to this, there would have been no need to unite the 9 universities in the first place. As he pressed yes, one thought echoed in his mind. Now, Joey will be hailed as a national hero. Joey had nearly single-handedly crushed all his opponents, leaving them in no condition to fight. At this point, some, like Wang Xian, had no choice but to surrender. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the university housemasters watched the entire battle unfold on their screens. Seeing such an outstanding performance from his own university, Housemaster Wu couldn't hold back his laughter. Huh, so all 9 schools joined forces just to take us down, he scoffed, shaking his head. Then, turning to Dean Cheng, he smirked. You must have spent a fortune trying to handle our university. Every event inside the secret realm was being broadcasted. Whether it was our Joey healing Tang or battling his opponents, nothing went unseen. Feigning ignorance, Housemaster Cheng simply responded, I have no idea what you're implying. Wu chuckled but quickly turned serious. Come on, there's no need to keep up the act. Wei Yihe from Modu, Xia Lan from Qingjing, Li Jian from Qingjing, Wu Kang from Liqi, and Luo Xing of Chaoyang. Only a fool wouldn't see the bigger picture. You gathered all these forces for one purpose. His expression hardened. Ordinary universities wouldn't have the guts to attempt something like this. Modu University holds second place, so they have no reason to get involved in this mess. The only university with enough influence to unite 9 schools is Qingjing University. Wu leaned forward, eyes sharp. Qingjing had the upper hand in this tournament, but they lost so badly that they had to pull this desperate stunt just to salvage their reputation. Meanwhile, Cheng stood calmly, lost in thought. Then, the scene shifted to the past, back to when these universities first conspired against Suhang University. At that time, Cheng had called a secret meeting, gathering the housemasters. Some were hesitant, but he made his case clear. If Suhang University wins all 3 events in this tournament, how will the rest of us show our faces? Most agreed, except for one. Housemaster Su, sitting back, so listened to their arguments before shaking his head. Dean Cheng, don't twist your words. 4 years, my Modu University has ranked 3rd. I'm content with reaching 2nd place this year, but I have no desire or energy to fight for 1st. Seeing the resistance, Cheng made a final offer. If you're willing to cooperate, Qingjing University will provide top-tier resources to each participating school. A gesture of our sincerity. The deal was on the table. All that remained was their decision. Upon hearing the proposal, Housemaster Su leaned forward and smirked. If you want my cooperation, I have one condition: 2 ruined dungeons. Cheng's expression darkened. He clearly wasn't pleased with the demand, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he sighed and nodded. Fine. With everyone finally on board, Cheng laid out his plan. Tell your players to work together as much as possible without outright eliminating competitors from other schools. Focus on taking out every Suhang University participant, except Juyi, within the first 6 days. If any of you run into Juyi, don't fight. Escape immediately and wait until everyone is gathered. Only then should you make your move. Back in the present, an awkward silence filled the room. The housemasters, once so confident, now sat in complete embarrassment. Wu scanned the room and scoffed. What's wrong? You're all prestigious figures, aren't you? Why so quiet now? His gaze landed on one particular dean. Dean Feng. Feng flinched at the sound of his name, but turned to face Wu. Wu leaned back, arms crossed. As far as I know, you're a man of high moral standing. A person of integrity, always carrying yourself with dignity. He chuckled. Aren't you afraid that being part of this pathetic scheme will ruin your reputation? Feng straightened his back. Housemaster Wu, what are you suggesting? Cooperation is a perfectly legal strategy in this competition. We've broken no rules. Wu's amusement faded. His expression hardened for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed. You seriously believe these cheap tricks will stop Juyi from winning? He shook his head. What a joke. He looked around the room, his voice filled with certainty. Zhouyi's strength is undeniable. You all saw it with your own eyes. You can't stop him with pathetic little tricks. A true warrior doesn't cower from a challenge. Even if you target Suhang University, they'll still take first place. Inside the secret realm, Wang Xian hesitated before finally moving his hand forward to surrender. But just as he was about to confirm, his robotic interface flashed red. Danger detected. His heart pounded. What? He tried again. The same warning popped up. Along with it, another message. Be patient. Confused, he looked up. Around him, his injured teammates groaned in pain, barely able to move. One by one, they pressed the surrender button on their devices. Yet, none of them teleported out. Shock spread across the battlefield. Students who should have been transported to safety remained exactly where they were. Wang Xian's mind raced. Why isn't it working? I pressed the button. Why won't the surrender go through? Something wasn't right, and whatever was coming next wasn't going to be good. Suddenly, without warning, a portal ripped open in the sky above the secret realm. The entire atmosphere shifted, an eerie pressure settling over the battlefield. Then, the eye appeared. A massive, ominous eye manifested right behind Ji, its presence warping the very air around it. Outside the secret realm, the housemasters watching the broadcast jolted upright. Their expressions turned from shock to sheer terror. Housemaster Wu's voice trembled. That eye, how is it inside the secret realm? Beside him, Housemaster Su's reaction was just as urgent. We have to evacuate the students immediately. Force the teleportation now. The Alliance mage, who stood guard at the realm's entrance, didn't hesitate. She raised her staff, channeling her magic to extract the students. But as she did, something went horribly wrong. Her eyes widened. The space-time within the realm, it's unstable. The spell fizzled out, unable to penetrate the chaotic energy swirling around the portal. The teleportation had failed. A stunned silence filled the control room. One of the housemasters broke it with a fearful realization. The students inside, they are our country's strongest future warriors. If they die here, it will be a disaster for the entire nation. Another housemaster added, panic creeping into his voice. This is a national live broadcast. If the world sees this, our country's reputation will be in ruins. The room erupted in frantic voices, each housemaster demanding a solution. But Wu's focus remained elsewhere. His fist clenched as he muttered under his breath, will Juyi make it out of there alive? Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the live broadcast cut to static. Viewers were thrown into confusion. What happened? Why did the screen go dark? Someone asked. Another person exclaimed. That was the most intense moment. How did the broadcast just stop? A few murmured anxiously. Did you see it? That strange figure behind Juyi? No, I didn't see anything, another replied. Among them, Feng stood frozen, his expression grim. He had seen it, and something about that creature filled him with a deep, unshakable dread. I've seen that monster before. Back inside the secret realm, something horrifying began to unfold. From within the giant eye, a monstrous entity emerged. The air itself trembled as its massive form pushed through. Wang Xian's voice rang out, urgent and desperate. Juyi, behind you. Juyi whirled around just in time to see the creature lunging toward him. Without hesitation, he struck out with his palm, channeling his angelic power straight into the beast. But something was wrong. The moment his attack landed, his divine energy scattered. It was as if the monster had absorbed it, disrupting its flow. Juyi didn't waste time thinking. He drew his hammer and swung with full force. But before the attack could land, the monster vanished. Zhouyi's eyes darted around. Where did it go? It was as if the creature had disappeared into thin air. From below, Wang Xian quickly powered down his robot, his face filled with urgency. Zhouyi turned to him, stepping forward. You know something about this, don't you? Juyi locked eyes with Wang Xian. Tell me what you know. Wang Xian took a deep breath before speaking. That creature, it's a void beast. Zhouyi's eyes narrowed. A void beast. Xian nodded. It was sealed away in a hidden realm and hasn't been seen in decades. It only exists in the stories told by the older generation of warriors. Born from the infinite void, beyond the limits of perception, it moves freely through the cracks of space and time, phasing between reality and illusion. It's nearly impossible to track, and worse, it's unpredictable. He clenched his fists, but its most terrifying ability, it can tear open space itself, creating turbulence strong enough to trap anything inside. Once you're caught, there's no escape. The space around them fractured once more. Joey reacted instantly. How did it break the realm's seal? Before he could get an answer, the void beast reappeared. This time, it emerged right in front of the other warriors. Panic spread like wildfire. None of them had any idea how to fight it, let alone escape. Realizing there was no time for hesitation, Juyi charged forward, summoning sacred energy to strike first. But just before his attack could land, the void beast turned its gaze toward him. Its glowing eyes burned with something primal, something furious. Then, it vanished. Juyi barely had time to react before the monster reappeared right in front of him, launching a devastating attack. He dodged at the last second, but pain shot through his leg. The beast's claws had grazed him. The wound wasn't deep, but it was enough to slow him down. He still hadn't landed a single hit. Then, another portal ripped open in front of him. Without hesitation, he blasted sacred energy straight into it. Nothing. The attack passed through empty space. And then, a presence loomed behind him. Joey's breath hitched. The void beast was there. Too close. Too fast. He turned, fists glowing, preparing to strike at close range. But before the beast could land its attack, two energy blasts shot past its body. One was a piercing arrow, the other, a streak of purple energy, heading straight for Joey. A blur of movement. Jiang suddenly appeared, grabbing Juyi and pulling him away with such speed that they tumbled to the ground. She landed on top of him, still in her succubus form. For a moment, there was only silence. Then Juyi looked up at her, catching his breath. "Why are you here?" Jiang's lips curled into a smack. "Finally, I've found you." Her voice was different, almost teasing. But then, her expression turned serious. "As soon as I realized no one could leave the secret realm, I knew something was wrong. I came as fast as I could." A short distance away, Xialan stood with her bow raised, scanning the battlefield. Then, the void beast reappeared. This time, it was standing right in front of her. The fight wasn't over yet. The Joey doesn't hesitate. He channels his sacred energy and launches a devastating attack on the void beast. The sheer force of the strike triggers a massive explosion, sending Xialan flying. He crashes hard, leaving Jiang in shock as she yells out his name. Before she can react further, the Joey catches her mid-air. "Jiang, I've been poisoned. It's going to take time to purge it. You need to protect the others until then." Meanwhile, the void beast vanishes in an instant, reappearing right in front of Wang Xian. Without hesitation, it raises a massive claw, ready to strike. Just as the deadly blow is about to land, Jiang intercepts with her sword, forcing the beast back. "Move! Now!" she shouts. But the void beast isn't done. It raises its other paw for another brutal attack. Wang Xian barely has time to react, activating one of his skills to evade the deadly strike. The battle intensifies as more students join the fight, but their attacks seem completely ineffective. Wei, standing dangerously close to the creature, mutters, "Where did this thing come from? Nothing we do is working." The beast sneezes at their unity. "Foolish mortals, you overestimate yourselves." Without warning, it lashes out, sending you flying with deep gashes across his body. It scoffs, "Insects like you dare to challenge the god of space-time." Meanwhile, the Joey, still recovering at a distance, observes the battle carefully. He quickly realizes something disturbing. The void beast's abilities are unnatural. Its skills are bizarre. The moment you get close, it tears open a space-time rift, making direct attacks impossible. But if you attack from afar, it flees before you can land a hit. The students continue their assault, but the void beast moves unpredictably, vanishing into rifts and striking from unexpected angles. The weaker fighters can't even track its movements, and even the strongest among them struggle to land a hit. One girl attempts an attack, but before she can react, the beast appears right next to her, claws poised for a fatal blow. Jiang doesn't hesitate. Her whip lashes out, yanking the girl away just in time. "Tang, take care of her," she commands. Tang catches the injured student and immediately encases her wounds and ice to stop the bleeding. The girl, barely conscious, mutters, "None of us are going to make it." Tang grips her shoulders firmly. "Stay calm. I'll seal your wounds." But the girl is beyond reason. Terror has taken hold. Trembling, she whispers, "It's over. We're all going to die here. This shouldn't be happening." Tang's voice sharpens. "Enough. You should be grateful. Juyi is here. He's strong. He'll save us all." But the girl shakes her head, eyes filled with despair. "This isn't how it was supposed to be. The teacher said it would be different." Tang suddenly grabs the girl's wrist, her voice sharp with urgency. "What do you mean? What do you know about this?" The girl, still trembling in fear, stammers, This isn't how it was supposed to happen. Nothing is like what we were told. This shouldn't be happening." Before Tang can press her for more, something shocking happens. The void beast, dodging every attack thrown at it, vanishes into a rift, only to reappear right next to Jiang. Before anyone can react, it grabs her and swallows her whole. The battlefield falls silent. The Zhou, who had been healing himself, stops instantly. His gaze locks onto the creature, and without a second thought, he lunges forward, unleashing a powerful blast of sacred energy. But the beast slips away again, vanishing into another crack in space-time. Gritting his teeth, the Zhou charges toward the portal, determined to follow. "Wait!" Tang shouts, but before he can reach it, the rift snaps shut. Jiang is gone. The Zhou stands motionless, his fists clenched. Behind him, Tang and Wang Xian watch in tense silence. Tang finally speaks, her voice low but urgent. "The dean of Qingjing College planted wind-attracting butterfly eggs on us. If the queen bug is present, it can track individuals across thousands of kilometers. That's why the teams from the 9 universities kept finding us so easily." He slowly turns toward Wang Xian, his expression unreadable, but his presence alone is enough to make Wang Xian take a step back. I didn't know." Wang Xian stammers. "I thought it was just a coincidence that we kept running into you. I swear." Tang exhales sharply and continues. "From what I know, the void-guiding butterfly is the void beast companion. That's why it appeared in this secret realm. It must have thought we stole its partner. That's why it kept attacking us." A heavy silence follows. Tang glances at the Zhou, noticing something different about him. For the first time, his usual calm demeanor feels heavy. Then, he speaks. "I failed to protect Jiang. But as long as she's alive, I will find her, no matter what. If I have to cross through hidden realms, void rifts, I'll do whatever it takes." His gaze sharpens. "Let me be the bait." Just then, a voice cuts through the tension. "Juyi, I have a way to tame the void beast." Everyone turns to see Sun Jiao, battered and injured but still standing. She continues, "My family possesses a unique sealing technique. Even against beings far stronger than us, we can trap them." But her expression darkens. The moment the technique is activated, all of the magician's power is drained instantly. If they can't endure it, if they can't escape in that split second, then they die. Silence hangs in the air. Tang's patience snaps. "Then why even bring it up? What are you trying to prove?" But the Zhou steps forward, cutting through the tension. He looks directly at Sun Jiao. "You can't do it, can you?" She hesitates, then nods. His response is immediate. "Then I'll do it. Just tell me how." Amidst the smoke-filled battlefield of the secret realm, Zhou stood alone, his gaze locked on something in his hand. His eyes burned with fury as he stared at the delicate butterfly resting in his palm. Suddenly, a vortex of void energy spiraled into existence, forming a raging tornado. Zhou clenched his fist, preparing for battle. Moments later, he spotted the void beast lurking within the darkness. Without hesitation, he transformed into his angelic form, summoning his war hammer. The void beast remained unaware that Zhou could see it, but Sun Jiao's words echoed in his mind. Non-summoners could only wield summoning abilities through a medium, and in some cases, a summoner themselves could become that medium. With that knowledge, Sun Jiao had sacrificed her mana, condensing it into a single eyeball, a summoning tool for Zhou. Now, with the enchanted eyeball hanging around his neck, Zhou surged forward, hammer swinging relentlessly as he carved a path through the void toward his hidden enemy. Blow after blow, he struck at the unseen space where the beast lurked. Sun Jiao had assured him that with the summoning tool, he could use the sealing technique. The void beast flinched in surprise. It hadn't expected Zhou to still have the strength to fight. Yet, it dismissed him just as quickly, believing Zhou couldn't truly perceive its presence. But before it could relax, Zhou's warhammer came crashing down. The beast's head, barely peeking from its hiding place, was struck with a thunderous impact. A golden explosion of light erupted from the blow, illuminating the battlefield. Shocked, the void beast reeled. How was Zhou able to see him? Zhou wasted no time. He tightened his grip on the war hammer, lifting it once more. His voice was unwavering as he declared, "You're not escaping." Still underestimating him, the void beast remained indifferent, certain that Zhou had no means of capturing it. But as Zhou prepared for his next strike, the void beast finally acted. A void portal ripped open, revealing its true form. Zhou braced himself, gripping his war hammer as golden energy pulsed from it. He swung with full force. Yet, with a mere flick of its arm, the void beast deflected the attack. Then, in a flash, it unleashed a barrage of void blades. Rage flared in its voice. "You dare take me lightly?" The void beast struck with its massive arm, sending Zhou hurtling backward. The void blades followed, slicing into him. Mocking laughter filled the air. Now, let me show you the true power of the Overlord of Space. The onslaught continued. Void blades rained down, tearing into Zhou. His angelic form cracked, his body barely holding together. Bloodied and battered, he could do nothing but grit his teeth against the pain. At that moment, Zhou recalled Sun Jiao's words, how a summoner's mana could pierce through the space vortex to summon powerful creatures. To aid him, she had sacrificed her own eye, pouring all her mana into it before offering it to him. She had warned that while the eye would activate the seal and shield him from space rifts, its protection wouldn't last forever. Back in the present, Zhou unleashed everything he had. Holy Light Typhoon, Punishment of Light, Holy Punch. One attack after another rained down on the Void Beast. He knew these techniques couldn't deal real damage, but he kept pressing forward, forcing the beast into a defensive stance. Sun Jiao's last words echoed in his mind. Push it into a moment of weakness. So even though every strike drained him further, even though each counterattack from the Void Beast tore into him, he endured. Blood dripped from his body, his angelic form barely holding together. He was waiting for the perfect moment to activate the seal hidden within Sun Jiao's eye. The Void Beast, having battled Zhou for so long, finally showed signs of exhaustion. It growled, vowing revenge for the humiliation it had suffered today. But Zhou, too, was at his limit. His body trembled, wounds covering him from head to toe. Still, with sheer determination, he raised his hand for one final strike. With the last of his mana, he unleashed his ultimate skill, Divine Punishment. A brilliant light erupted as the attack crashed into the Void Beast. But the effort was too much. Zhou's vision blurred, his body giving in to the overwhelming fatigue. He felt himself falling. Just then, the eye around his neck flared to life. Sun Jiao's stored mana surged outward, forming a massive sealing array. Ancient runes ignited, locking onto the Void Beast's soul and flesh. Zhou felt a sharp pain course through him, his strength completely drained. He collapsed, landing directly onto the Void Beast's head. The beast, stunned by the sudden shift, barely had time to react. But it was already too late. The sealing formation took hold. Chains of light shot from the eyeball, wrapping tightly around the Void Beast, restraining its every movement. But the Void Beast refused to be captured so easily. It roared, struggling fiercely against the binding forces. At that moment, deep within his unconsciousness, Zhou's mind drifted to the people he cherished. Jiang Churen, his sister, his master. His heartbeat pounded faster. He saw Jiang Churen reaching for him. In his vision, she transformed into her succubus form and pulled him close. Their lips met. Through that intimate connection, he could feel her desperate plea. She was still waiting for him to save her. His eyes shot open. A crimson glow burned within them. Summoning all his willpower, Zhou reached for the eyeball, seized it, and slammed it directly onto the Void Beast's head. "Just stay here," he roared. The Void Beast, caught off guard, widened its eyes in shock. Even now, Zhou still had the strength to fight. The seal tightened mercilessly, constricting the Void Beast's body with an unbreakable grip. No matter how much it struggled, resistance was futile. In the end, it lay there completely bound, unable to move. As Zhou stepped closer, the once mighty beast began pleading for mercy. At that moment, a system notification flashed before Zhou's eyes. Void Beast defeated. You may now summon it as your own. But he ignored it. His expression darkened, his fury unwavering. Without hesitation, he demanded, "Where is Jiang Churen?" The Void Beast feigned ignorance. "Who are you talking about?" Zhou didn't waste words. Instead, he kicked the beast directly in the eye. The Void Beast let out a deafening wail, writhing in agony. Realizing what Zhou meant, it quickly corrected itself. The girl, she's fine. It then turned its gaze toward a distant void flower. The strange bloom began to unfurl, its petals glowing with a dim, eerie light. From within, Jiang Churen appeared, still unconscious. Zhou rushed over, carefully lifting her into his arms. Without another word, he left the Void Beast space and stepped back through the portal, returning to the secret realm where everyone had been waiting. As he emerged, carrying Jiang Churen, a girl hurried toward him. "What happened to her?" she asked anxiously. At the same time, Sun Jiao approached. "Did you defeat the Void Beast?" Zhou gave her a nod, but before he could explain, a hushed conversation caught his attention. Some of the contestants who had been waiting for an opportunity to escape without admitting defeat were now planning to use their teleportation return stones to leave the secret realm. Zhou heard everything. He turned to Tang Ling Yi, handing Jiang Churen over. She looked at him in confusion. "What's going on?" she asked. But Joey didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out his war hammer and raised it high above the gathered contestants. A murmur spread through the group. "What do you think you're doing?" one of them demanded. Another contestant, standing beside him, also spoke up. "Yeah, the fight's over. What's your problem?" Joey's gaze was cold. "The competition isn't over." With that, he brought his war hammer crashing down. The ground shattered under the force of the impact, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Cracks spread beneath the contestants' feet as they scrambled to keep their balance. Curses erupted from the group. "Are you insane?" Still in his angelic form, Joey rested the war hammer on his shoulder. His eyes scanned the crowd, unwavering. He pointed the weapon at them. "Surrender or face me." Silence fell over the battlefield. Then, a brown-haired boy sighed, rubbing his forehead. "I've had enough of this," he muttered. Looking at Joey, he raised a hand. "Fine, I surrender." A green-haired girl followed suit, stepping forward. "Me too." One by one, more contestants began surrendering. Those who had hoped to take advantage of Joey's weakened state could only curse under their breath. Seeing the stronger contestants bowing out, they had no choice but to follow. One after another, they admitted defeat and left the secret realm. After rescuing Yi, the main character strides straight into the open, making a bold declaration. The competition isn't over yet. He calls out to the remaining challengers, daring anyone unwilling to surrender to come face him. The moment he speaks, fear spreads like wildfire. Everyone has already witnessed his overwhelming strength. One by one, the participants start surrendering without even attempting to fight. The terror in their eyes says it all. Soon, the arena empties as each competitor concedes defeat and leaves. But just as they turn their backs, the Joey suddenly drops to the ground, his body finally giving out after the brutal fight against the Void Beast. Even though he forced himself to stay standing to challenge the others, his condition had been on the edge for a while. Tang Ling Yi, standing nearby, sees him fall and immediately rushes over, shouting, "What's wrong? Are you badly hurt?" Lying on the ground, the Zhou Yi's eyes begin to shut slowly. He's losing consciousness. In a faint voice, he murmurs, "I've used up all my strength. If they had attacked just now, I wouldn't have been able to stop them." Despite his injuries, his team ends up in the top 3, securing their spot in the survival tournament. At that very moment, a ranking notification flashes in. The Zhou Yi is ranked first, Jiang Chu ran in second, and Tang Ling Yi third. Before passing out, the Zhou Yi sees the result, smiles faintly, and says, "I'm the captain. I didn't let Su Hang University lose face." Time skips forward. The competition is over, and the final results are being broadcasted everywhere. Across every screen, rankings are revealed. Su Hang University clinched first place with 500,000 points. Qingjing University took second with 200,000 points. Modi University followed closely behind with 190,000 points. As the results are displayed, the news anchors hype it up, announcing that the National College Freshman Exchange Competition has now been held 183 times. And from these events, countless prodigies have risen to become the pride of the Jiangchu Ran Nation. The message is clear. The students of today are the promise of tomorrow, not just for Jiangchu Ran, but for all of humanity. Meanwhile, we see a few competitors chatting amongst themselves. One boasts, "I'm picking up an epic suit tomorrow. It's going to be sick." Another stretches and says, "Finally, after 20 days of grinding, I can relax. I'm treating myself to a feast tonight." Cut to Zhou Yi, fresh from a shower, standing calmly as he checks his notifications. All the tasks he'd completed before the competition are now paying off. His first notification pops up. National competition complete. Exchange tasks cleared. Another one follows. "Congratulations. You placed first in 3 events. Final result, first place overall." Then come the rewards. Divine Talent, Sacred Sword Heart Plus, Pending Collection. Divine Skill, Sword Flash, Level S, Pending Collection. Zhou Yi opens more system panels. More notifications appear. God Level Treasure, Primordial Earth Essence, Grade S+, plus 50 free attribute points, plus 50 energy points. As the messages roll in, Zhou Yi can't help but smile. Every reward was more than worth the effort. Every reward he received was God level. Whether it was a talent, a skill, or a treasure infused with the power of heaven and earth, it was all top tier. The exchange competition had lasted 20 days. To earn rewards like this, one had to take first place in every single event. Compared to that, even the toughest exams or demon-slaying missions seemed easy. The main character continued scrolling through the endless stream of notifications, carefully reading each one. He hadn't expected the system to be this generous. An S+ level talent, an S level skill, and a nature-born treasure, all now his. The boost to his power would be immeasurable. After reading every detail, he finally accepted the rewards. The moment he did, a surge of energy exploded within him. Divine power rippled from his body. Without wasting a second, he activated each of the new abilities he'd just received. As the holy sword heart merged with him, its techniques instantly flooded his mind. Sacred energy poured from his body, eventually forming a glowing sword hovering above his head. One by one, the rewards fused with him completely. Then, in an instant, the outward transformation stopped, but inside, his strength had evolved to a whole new level. Every reward had now been fully integrated, taking his power to unimaginable heights. Next, the scene cuts to the training grounds. Zhou Yi, sword in hand, is testing his new abilities. With just a simple motion, he unleashes a terrifying wave of power. The ground splits and cracks from the impact. He takes a moment to feel the energy flowing through him. It's intense, and it's only the beginning. The Holy Sword Heart had gifted him even more than raw strength. The sword now sizzled with divine energy. One of the blessings it gave him, the weapon's speed, was faster than light itself. This special attack automatically activates once someone reaches a certain level of mastery. As Zhou Yi reflected on it, he realized that the divine aura wasn't just energy, it was sword energy. Normally, sword energy could only be awakened through years of focused training. Yet here he was, wielding it effortlessly. His connection to the blade had already surpassed what most swordsmen could hope to achieve in a lifetime. He tested the energy with another slash. In the past, even handling a sword felt challenging. Now, he moved like a natural. If I can fully master swordsmanship, he thought, I might really become invincible. Take Sword Flash, for example, a skill the system had just granted him. On its own, a regular strike might deal just 1% damage. But combine it with Sword Flash, and that damage jumped up by 18%. And that was only at level 1. Zhou Yi unleashed a Sword Flash attack. The strike blasted forward and slammed into the training grounds wall. Though it was technically a basic move, the force behind it shattered the ground on contact. And this was just the beginning. As the skill leveled up, its power would grow even more, eventually capable of massive destruction with a single blow. Still, Zhou Yi knew better than to get carried away. Training alone could only take him so far. To truly understand the depth of his transformation, he needed to fight a worthy opponent. Only then could he confirm how strong he had really become. That's when Jiang arrived, summoned by Zhou Yi himself. She stepped onto the training field, her expression slightly flustered. You call me out this early? Just a duel, she asked, raising an eyebrow. Her face had a hint of red, maybe from the rush to get here. On her way to the training ground, Jiang couldn't help but wonder, why did Zhou Yi call her out so early? Her mind drifted, not on the fight ahead, but something else entirely. But for Zhou Yi, there was only one reason. Jiang Chu Ran wasn't just any student. She was the direct heir of the prestigious Jiang family. She'd started learning swordsmanship under a master at the age of 3, trained relentlessly for 10 years, and earned her reputation as a prodigy with the blade. As she stood across from Zhou Yi, she thought to herself, in terms of overall power, he's undoubtedly stronger, but when it comes to pure swordsmanship, I'm confident I can hold my own. Zhou Yi raised his sword and calmly said, don't hold back. Jiang gave a small nod. You be careful. Without wasting another second, their duel began. Jiang launched the first strike, moving with speed and precision. Her blade came crashing down, but Zhou Yi blocked it effortlessly. What shocked her even more was that he hadn't even unsheathed his sword yet. He was deflecting every attack using just the scabbard. After fending off her flurry, Zhou Yi finally stepped back and countered with Sword Flash. Jiang's eyes widened. Li White, is that sword energy? She was stunned. Since when did Zhou Yi get this good at swordsmanship? She dodged quickly, putting some space between them, but the next wave of his attack came instantly. She barely managed to deflect it with her own blade. Not wasting a moment, Jiang retaliated with her own powerful technique, Shadow Demon Sword. The battle turned fierce. They exchanged strike after strike, skills clashing as both fighters pushed their limits. Watching from the sidelines, Housemaster Wu had just arrived at the training room. His eyes widened as he saw the duel unfolding before him. Am I dreaming? He whispered. Since when did Zhou Yi become this skilled with a long sword? Every swing from Zhou Yi's blade radiated clarity and purity, while Jiang's movements were fast, sharp, and unpredictable, more chaotic in nature. As Wu watched intently, he commented to himself. Earlier, Jiang seemed like she could match him in swordsmanship. If she didn't have such exceptional technique, Zhou Yi might have even held back, matching his speed and power to her level. Just then, Zhou Yi made his move, delivering a strike that disarmed Jiang entirely. Her sword flew from her hands and hit the ground. Zhou Yi stepped forward, caught her sword midair, and rested it on his shoulder. Breathing heavily, Jiang looked at him and said, "Brother Zhou Yi, I can't continue. I admit defeat." Zhou Yi looked at her with concern. "Are you all right?" Jiang gave a small smile. "I'm fine, just exhausted." Housemaster Wu stepped in, breaking the moment. "Incredible, Zhou Yi. You're a sword master, yet you never used swordsmanship in any of the competitions." Both Zhou Yi and Jiang greeted him respectfully. With a light laugh, Zhou Yi replied, "Gotta keep a few tricks up your sleeve." He paused, then muttered to himself, "The requirements for unlocking new talents are insanely strict. There's no record of clearing an abyss-level dungeon, and I haven't undergone a job transfer ceremony yet. It's not easy to gain new talents these days. Looks like I'll need to handle things on my own." Then he turned to Housemaster Wu. "So, why did you come here?" Wu answered, "I'm here to take you to the celebration party hosted by the Alliance, but I also have something else to tell you." He looked serious for a moment, and then dropped the news. Feng is dead. When Zhou Yi and the investigators from the Professional Alliance went searching for Feng He, they discovered a shocking truth. He had taken his own life in his dorm room. Based on confessions from one of Feng He's students, it was revealed that Feng had argued the insect eggs could be tracked, making it easier to locate individuals within the secret area. In return, he had promised to offer exclusive resources as rewards. Without anyone's knowledge, he had sneaked into the laundry room and planted the insect eggs inside the contestants' clothes. But beyond that, the student claimed he knew nothing else. And now, the trail had gone cold. The main character listened carefully to the report. Then, Housemaster Wu placed a firm hand on his shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry. The Alliance is already investigating every person Feng he had contact with in the past 10 years. We'll have results within the week." He paused, then added, "For now, the celebration banquet is about to begin. Let's head over. We'll also mention something important. Zhang's most powerful armies would be attending the banquet. Their goal? To scout top talents like him and invite them to join their ranks or form powerful alliances." Housemaster Wu filled Zhou Yi in on everything. He explained that major agencies were actively investigating the events surrounding the secret realm. However, with Feng Yi now dead, the case had hit a major snag, something that made Zhou Yi visibly more serious. Even so, Housemaster Wu reassured him, "There's no need to worry. What matters most now is tonight's banquet. The top factions and powerhouses will be there, and they're all looking to recruit you into their guilds or legions." Later, Zhou Yi and his entire team arrived at the celebration banquet. As they stepped into the grand venue, Housemaster Wu leaned in and said, "To win you over, these factions will offer lavish conditions, wealth, influence, and connections. But remember, once you accept, you'll be bound to that faction under their guidance. I won't stop you from joining, but think carefully before deciding." As the group advanced into the hall, the crowd started to gather around them. Fortunately, their assigned guards stepped in, maintaining a respectful distance between the onlookers and Zhou Yi's team. Despite the attention and the overwhelming scale of the event, the largest they had ever attended, Zhou Yi and his squad walked with calm, unshaken confidence. Not a single hint of panic or hesitation showed on their faces. Then, a woman stepped forward and clapped, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "You are the top students from this year's National Freshman Exchange Competition," she began, smiling. "Coming this far wasn't easy. To honor your achievement, the Zhou Yi Professionals Alliance will be awarding each of you a special reward." The woman introducing herself was Feng Hao, representing the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance. Right on cue, several maids walked in behind her, each carrying elegant boxes. Inside those boxes were sleek, card-like items, distributed one by one to every student in attendance. Feng Hao continued, "What you're holding is a bank card loaded with 20 million yuan, courtesy of the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance." Gasps echoed through the hall. The sheer amount left everyone stunned. Feng Hao added, "And that's not all. Each of you is now officially an elite peripheral member of the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance. This rank is just below core member and grants you the highest privileges outside the inner circle. You'll receive a 20% discount on all gear and potions at any supply base in Xiaoyan." She paused, then smiled again. "If any of you are interested in becoming core members, feel free to contact me personally." Among the crowd stood Zhou Yi, listening in silence. 20 million per person. 100 participants, that's 2 billion in total, he thought. The Zhou Yi Alliance really doesn't hold back. Around him, the students buzzed with excitement. 2 million Xiaoyan coins? I've never had this kind of money, someone exclaimed. Even being a backup member got me this much. I can finally buy AB plus resource, another student said. Murmurs of disbelief and excitement spread. It wasn't just an offer. It was a flashy, powerful show of the Alliance's influence. Then Feng Hao spoke once more, announcing the individual, team, and survival competition prizes will be awarded tomorrow. For now, the celebration banquet begins. Eat and drink to your heart's content. With a cheer, everyone raised their glasses. Let's begin. Standing in the crowd, Housemaster Wu raised his own glass high. A toast to Su Hang University for taking first place in the exchange competition. A student came up to Zhou Yi, grinning from ear to ear. Brother Zhou Yi, we owe it all to you. Winning first place, it's all thanks to you. Let me toast to that. Housemaster Wu laughed and added, that toast is more than deserved. Without Zhou Yi, our school would have ended up at the bottom of the top 3. More teammates approached, raising their glasses in turn. Song stepped forward. Zhou Yi, I'll toast to you as well. Jiang, standing next to her, chimed in, don't forget me, brother Zhou Yi. Then Tang Ling Yi, a bit shy but smiling, added, and me too. Everyone wanted to raise a toast with Zhou Yi. One by one, they held out their glasses, hoping to clink theirs with his. Seeing them all crowd around with eager faces, Zhou Yi let out a laugh. Are you all trying to get me drunk? Just then, a voice called out his name. Zhou Yi turned toward the sound and saw it was Li Wei. He wasn't sure why Li Wei was calling him at first, but then Li Wei walked up with a serious expression, respectfully lifting his glass. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it until the doctor arrived. You saved my life. If you ever need me, I'll do everything I can to repay you. With that, he downed his drink, a silent vow of loyalty. Zhou Yi looked around at the people who, not long ago, had been his competitors. Now, they stood before him as friends and allies. Watching from nearby, Jiang Chu ran, smiled to herself. Brother Zhou Yi, looks like you've won over another group of admirers. Just then, Wu Shuang suddenly popped in, shoving Li Wei aside with a grin. Hey, don't forget about me. I'm here too. He laughed, bringing even more energy to the moment. Off to the side, Hang stood quietly with his daughter, Zobi. The two of them observed the gathering in silence. Then Zobi leaned in close and whispered, Dad, is it just me, or does Zhou Yi's divine aura feel way stronger than before? Hang replied calmly, you're not imagining it. His aura has already surpassed most second transition divine class professionals. Zobi covered her mouth in shock. What? It's only been a few days. How can he be even stronger already? With a serious look, Hang said, a change this obvious means his strength has increased again. His rate of growth is terrifying. The next day, a massive fighter jet landed precisely where all the top students had gathered. The moment the doors opened, a girl inside the aircraft casually addressed them. Get on board. We're heading to the Zhou Yi Professionals Alliance headquarters, so you can claim your rewards. She explained that the headquarters was located in the Qingjing district of Qingjing City, and only a high-speed combat aircraft could reach it in time. Everyone climbed aboard. As Zhou Yi settled into his seat, the boy next to him looked around in awe. This is the latest Phantom X-1000 fighter jet. Sitting just ahead of Zhou Yi, Jiang turned to explain. It's Phantom's newest model. They're the largest jet manufacturer in Xiayan. From startup, it hits max speed in 10 seconds, 3 times the speed of sound. Up in the cockpit, the pilot girl observed them all through the internal screen. The boy beside Zhou Yi continued, yeah, and this one jet alone costs billions. Right then, the pilot's voice came over the intercom. Everyone buckle up. We're taking off. With a thunderous roar, the jet launched forward at insane speed. The acceleration was so intense that everyone was thrown around inside the cabin. The boy beside Zhou Yi flipped over and tumbled to the back of the aircraft. Jiang, caught off guard, was flung forward, landing right on top of Zhou Yi. The moment she realized, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly scrambled back to her seat, clearly flustered. Zhou Yi, just as embarrassed, avoided eye contact and muttered under his breath. Qingjing District is over 20 kilometers away from Qingjing University. At this speed, we'll be there in 20 seconds. After some time in the air, the jet finally reached its destination. Once everyone disembarked, the pilot girl turned to address the group. Qingjing District has 40 ground passages and 15 aerial ones. Any aircraft entering this area must undergo a full scan, so please line up accordingly. Drones hovered around the sky, patrolling nonstop and repeating a mechanical message. Registration complete. Zhou Yi Professionals Alliance aircraft recognized. Special access granted. Soon after, each student was scanned head to toe before being allowed to pass through a glowing portal. On the other side, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. A massive floating island suspended in midair, dotted with majestic buildings that stretched across the horizon. Jiang Chu looked up in awe. Huh, that looks like Qingjing University's flag. The pilot girl nodded. It is. Qingjing University has a floating island here. Besides universities, many legions and guilds have also established their bases in Qingjing District. As she spoke, Zhou Yi took in the powerful magical energy surrounding Zhou Yi Alliance's mechanical island. The fluctuations were intense. This place, it's even stronger than I expected. Every island must be reinforced with layers of defensive systems. Eventually, they arrived at the Alliance's main headquarters. As the group began to move forward, Wu Shuang suddenly stopped, eyes widening in shock. A colossal dragon stood nearby, its gaze locked downward. Just the presence of the beast was enough to send chills through his entire body. Someone nearby murmured, "Whoever can tame a level 60 mythical race creature must be a third transition powerhouse." The pilot girl turned back to the group. "You'll be receiving your rewards inside the headquarters. Staff members will guide each of you." Just then, a receptionist approached Wu Shuang. "Please come with me." Another soon followed. Leading Jiang Chu ran away as well. One by one, the students were taken to claim their rewards, until only Zhou Yi and the pilot girl remained. She turned to him and said, "Zhou Yi, you took first place in the singles, team, and survival competitions. I'll personally escort you to receive your rewards. Please follow me." As they walked, she added, "You had the best overall performance in the entire event. The Zhou Yi Alliance has been watching closely. We'd like to invite you to become a core member. What do you think?" Zhou Yi answered calmly, "Thanks, but for now, I'm not planning to join any faction." She smiled, undeterred. "Wouldn't you at least like to hear our offer? It's something most professionals dream of, and our alliance doesn't impose many restrictions." Zhou Yi thought to himself, even with fewer rules, restrictions are still restrictions. I'm just a freshman. There's no way I'm tying myself down to a faction this early. The pilot girl glanced sideways at him with a knowing grin. Geniuses always have their own ideas. No rush. They soon arrived at a grand golden doorway. She gestured toward it. "Your rewards are divided into 3 parts. First, for winning the singles competition, you'll receive a custom-made legendary grade weapon. Second, for the team competition, a full set of custom-made epic grade equipment. And third, for winning the survival competition, you get to select one item from the Zhou Yi Alliance's resource vault." She pushed open the massive doors. "Now, I'm taking you to meet the top weapon forger in the Alliance, Master Qi Jun. He'll personally craft your legendary weapon." As the door opened, waves of heat poured from the room. "This is Master Qi Jun's forging chamber," she said as they stepped inside. Once inside, she called out, "Master Qi Jun, the singles champion has arrived." Standing before them was a towering man, built like a fortress, hammer in hand. He turned toward Zhou Yi and spoke in a low, booming voice. "So, your name is Zhou Yi?" Zhou Yi bowed respectfully. "Yes, Master Qi Jun. I'm Zhou Yi." Qi Jun gave him a quick once-over. "Very well. You're level 23, which means I'll craft a level 25 legendary weapon for you. That matches the next upgrade tier, which shifts every 5 levels." He paused. "Now, what kind of weapon do you want? Do you have any specific attributes or effects in mind?" Hearing the question, Zhou Yi responded without hesitation. "I want a longsword-type weapon, something with attribute bonuses focused on strength and intelligence." Master Qi Jun nodded thoughtfully. "A balanced build, powerful and tactical. Good choice." He turned toward the blazing forge behind him, sparks flying through the air as molten metal glowed deep orange. "I'll begin the crafting process right away," he said, gripping his hammer tightly. "A weapon like this will take time, but when it's done, it'll be one of a kind." Master Qi Jun, known across the land as one of the greatest blacksmiths, agreed to forge a weapon personally for Zhou Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi calmly requested, "I'd like a long sword, one that enhances both strength and intelligence." Standing beside him, the pilot girl tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion in her expression. But she said nothing. Unbeknownst to most, Master Qi Jun had mastered an incredibly rare pupil technique, an intense gaze that could freeze ordinary professionals in place, leaving them speechless under its weight. But not Zhou Yi. He stood perfectly composed, unshaken, meeting Qi Jun's gaze head-on without the slightest hesitation. This only deepened the pilot girl's surprise. No wonder he's the all-around champion this year. Even face-to-face with Master Qi Jun, he doesn't flinch. With a steady voice, Zhou Yi continued, "As for special effects, I don't have any strict demands. The weapon just needs to be compatible with my paladin class, and lethal enough to match it." He paused for a moment, reflecting. Gold-tier weapons typically enhance 2 of the 4 core attributes. Legendary-tier weapons, though, boost all 4. But as a paladin, I have to balance melee combat and spellcasting. So strength and intelligence are my priorities. Master Qi Jun gave a small, respectful nod. Then, locking eyes with Zhou Yi, he said seriously, "I've watched your battle footage. Your style is direct, aggressive, like a blade itself. A longsword suits you perfectly." Then, suddenly an idea struck him. Without warning, Qi Jun summoned a glowing stone into his hand. It radiated a bright, holy light the moment it appeared, its brilliance lighting up the entire forge. The sunlight holy stone. The pilot girl gasped and rushed forward. Li Wei, that's a legendary forging material. It's only found as a rare drop in the Sacred Domain Ruins dungeon. They say no more than 10 of them are found in an entire year. She stared at the shining stone, then blurted out its name aloud. Sunlight, Holy Stone. At the same exact moment, Zhou Yi echoed the same words, confused but drawn to its aura. Sunlight, Holy Stone. Both of them were in awe. The pilot girl had at least heard of it, but for Zhou Yi, it was completely unknown territory. Master Qi Jun walked toward a massive lava bridge at the heart of the forge, speaking as he went. This radiant stone is formed from the essence at the sun's core. Once fused into a weapon, its divine power becomes a purifier, perfect against the forces of darkness. Undead, demons, anything corrupted by shadow, they'll be consumed by divine light. Their powers will collapse on contact. Now that Qi Jun had everything he needed, the user, the attributes, and the materials, he began the forging process. In one swift, fluid motion, he extended his hand, the sunlight holy stone glowing in his grasp. Divine energy surged around him. Suddenly, from within the molten depths of a lava pit, rare materials began to rise. First, meteoric iron, silver, steel, gold grade, sourced from celestial meteorites that had crashed into the earth, divine in nature and almost impossible to melt. Second, abyss obsidian, legendary grade, a pitch black or born deep within the rifts of the abyss. Its energy radiated a dark, suffocating aura. Third, dragon soul crystal core, gold grade, the crystallized soul of an ancient dragon, harvested only after defeating one in battle. It pulsed with raw, dormant power. More materials began to rise from the lava, one after another. Fourth, the Dragon Clan's Guardian Star Fragment, epic grade, a core remnant from a fallen celestial body, radiating ancient draconian essence. Fifth, Tear of the Holy Spirit, legendary grade, said to be the teardrops of a fallen angel, purified through sacred rituals. It shimmered with a soft, divine glow. All 5 rare materials hovered midair, suspended by pure energy. Without wasting a moment, Master Qi Jun activated lava smelting. At once, the 1,000-degree flame roared to life, turning from orange to a deep red, enveloping the materials completely. The smelting began, and as the heat intensified, the spirits trapped within each item began to stir. These weren't just inert stones. Each held the lingering souls of monsters from when they were alive. As they melted, eerie howls and pained cries echoed through the forge, the spirits writhing, screaming as they were burned away. Then came the divine-tempered sledgehammer, a sacred forging tool said to be blessed by the gods themselves. Master Qi Jun brought it down with crushing force. Again and again, he hammered the molten mix, purging every impurity. Each strike thundered through the chamber, slicing the air with a high-pitched crack like a blade cutting the wind. Zhou Yi and the pilot girl stood speechless, watching every moment unfold. The forge lit up with a wild, holy radiance as the molten mass settled into the casting mold. Then the real forging began. Master Qi Jun hammered relentlessly, his strikes deliberate and powerful, shaping the weapon from raw essence into divine steel. Between blows, he chanted sacred incantations, guiding the spirit of the weapon into form. Finally, raising the hammer high, he shouted, "This is it, the final strike." The pilot girl, realizing what was about to happen, quickly raised a protective barrier around herself and Zhou Yi, shielding them both. With all his strength, Master Qi Jun brought the hammer down one last time. Boom! The force of the impact shook the entire forge. From the heart of the anvil, a brilliant light erupted, revealing a fully formed long sword, radiant and gleaming with divine power. It was the weapon forged for Zhou Yi, the shining holy sword, a legendary tier blade. Its stats were stunning. Plus 68 strength, plus 71 constitution, plus 65 agility, plus 74 intelligence. The sword required level 25 with no race restrictions. Only those from warrior, knight, swordsman, or sword soul classes could wield it. Its special effects were equally incredible. Plus 80% attack speed. Radiant ability consumes mana to unleash light-based splash damage. Divine power deals significantly amplified damage to all dark-aligned enemies. As soon as it was complete, Master Qi Jun unleashed a skill that launched the sword directly toward Zhou Yi. It flew at full speed, and the moment Zhou Yi caught it, he felt a strange surge rush through him. That sensation quickly transformed into something overwhelming. Raw power. Legendary weapons must recognize their master, Qi Jun said. Release your energy and subdue it. Zhou Yi nodded. He let his power flow, and instantly his seraph bloodline activated. Brilliant light flared from within him, casting the entire forge in a radiant glow. Even the pilot girl took a step back, caught off guard by the sudden intensity. The sword pulsed in his grip, glowing brighter. Then, slowly, it began to settle. It had accepted him. The shining holy sword had chosen Zhou Yi as its master. At that moment, the weapon's full stat sheet revealed itself to him, each attribute point boosting his own significantly. Zhou Yi looked down at the blade, a slight smile forming on his face. Bonuses to all 4 core attributes. 3 powerful abilities, and that attack speed boost. If my opponent attacks once, I can strike 3 or 4 times before they even recover. Behind him, the pilot girl finally broke the silence. Well, she said with a small smile, looks like you're satisfied with the weapon. The pilot girl suddenly turned toward Master Qi Jun, noticing something was off. Her expression shifted. What are you doing? What happened to you? Everyone's eyes followed hers, and what they saw stunned them. The once towering, broad-shouldered blacksmith now looked completely different. His body had thinned out drastically, his face pale, and his posture weak. He seemed as though every last drop of strength had been drained from him. Where once stood a powerful master, now stood a man barely holding himself up, like a fruit withered and dried by the sun. With a faint, raspy voice, Master Qi Jun muttered, "Forging a high-tier weapon requires immense magic power. Ending up like this is nothing unusual." The pilot girl leaned closer to Zhou Yi and whispered quietly, "A legendary weapon like this one requires dozens of complicated processes. Only a master like Qi Jun, with a rare innate talent, can craft it in such a short time. Normally, it takes an average smith 2 to 3 months." In front of them, Master Qi Jun removed the heavy forge gear from his body and let out a sigh. "You should leave now. I need rest." He glanced at the sword once more. Most of the materials used for the shining holy sword are of divine origin. If you ever plan to upgrade its star rating, only use divine-grade materials. Anything less, and its power will weaken. Zhou Yi lowered his head respectfully, offering sincere thanks for the weapon. The pilot girl stepped in, gave Zhou Yi a light tap on the shoulder, and said, "Come on, let's go. You still have one more reward to collect." As they began walking out of the forge chamber, Master Qi Jun, now fully bare, turned and dove straight into the lava pool behind him, disappearing without a word. Zhou Yi followed the pilot girl into a new chamber, this one filled with warm lighting and rows of elegant outfits. Inside was a clothing room, and the moment he stepped in, a group of tailoring girls surrounded him from all sides. Without wasting a second, they began measuring him, adjusting fabric and double-checking every detail. This custom-made equipment set will be crafted specifically for him, so precision was everything. Zhou Yi stood there quietly, but as the measuring tape wrapped around his waist and hands moved across his arms and chest, he started to feel a bit awkward. Some of the girls came even closer, their curiosity getting the better of them. One leaned in and asked, "Do you have any specific requirements for this armor set?" Zhou Yi, clearing his throat, replied confidently, "Light armor, focused on strength and wisdom." One of the girls gave a nod. "Understood. Your gear will be ready within a month. Someone from your school will deliver it to you personally." As they finished their work and stepped away, the girls began whispering and giggling among themselves. "He has such a slim waist," one said with a grin. "I touched his stomach," another whispered. "His abs are seriously toned." A third girl chuckled. "He still looks so innocent, though." Standing nearby, the pilot girl overheard them and smiled to herself. College students these days, they sure know how to have fun. She turned back to Zhou Yi and called out, "All right, it's time to collect your survival competition reward. Come here and make your choice." With a wave of her hand, a holographic screen popped up in front of him, revealing a list of rare skill rewards. "These are all yours to choose from," she said. "Pick whichever suits you best." Zhou Yi's eyes scanned the options, analyzing them one by one. One skill stood out, Blood Shadow Escape, an S-rank ability that allowed the user to split into 1,000 shadows, making it nearly impossible for an enemy to track or land a hit. Another caught his attention, Red Cloud Wings, a powerful skill that granted increased mobility during battle, ideal for rapid aerial maneuvers. He kept browsing. Many of the options were elite-level life-saving abilities, designed to give professionals a critical edge when caught in deadly situations. After reviewing every skill, Zhou Yi finally made his decision. He reached out and selected the S-level Space Jump Stone, a rare item that, when activated, allowed its user to instantly teleport 10 kilometers in any chosen direction. The Space Jump Stone came with a limitation. It could only be used 3 times. As soon as Zhou Yi finalized his choice, the pilot girl looked at him, slightly curious. "Space jump, huh? Definitely a powerful escape tool. But why not go for a resurrection-type item instead?" Zhou Yi simply smiled, calm and confident. No, this is exactly what I need. Inside, he thought to himself, sure, resurrection items are rarer, but I already have the rebirth cross the system granted me. This space jumpstone, I got other plans for it. Seeing that he was firm in his choice, the pilot girl didn't press further. She nodded and handed him the shimmering stone. All right then, from this moment on, it's yours. The moment Zhou Yi took it into his hand, something strange happened. A chilling presence surged from within the stone, cold and malevolent. His senses were immediately assaulted by a deep, sinister voice that echoed in his mind. Free me, let me out, set me free. His heart thudded. A sudden wave of fear struck him like a blow. He stood frozen, the weight of the presence making his body tense. The pilot girl noticed the change in his expression. Her brow furrowed. What's wrong? You don't look so good. Did something happen? Zhou Yi quickly forced a laugh, shaking it off. No worries. Maybe you're the one who needs a break. She narrowed her eyes slightly, but then smirked and handed him a card. Fine. All your rewards have been officially collected. My job here is done. But hey, if you're ever dissatisfied with the legendary weapon or the epic equipment, feel free to reach out. She gestured toward the exit. The others are probably already wasting in the hall. Let's head back. Just as they began to walk, a voice called out from behind. Zhou Yi turned and saw Hang approaching, along with his two daughters by his side. Zhou Yi, carrying his hard-earned rewards, was walking alongside the pilot girl when suddenly Hang appeared, accompanied by his two daughters. Spotting him, Zhou Yi didn't waste time. If there's something to discuss, he said directly, let's find a room. We can speak in private. But Hang shook his head. There's no need. We came to say goodbye, he went on. This afternoon, all the students and teachers who participated in the exchange competition will return by the teleportation circle at Qingjing University. I'll be taking Donger back to our clan. Zhou Yi's expression shifted. His younger sister would be leaving with Hang. At the same time, Hang added, if you get the chance, I hope you can take Xiao Yun to visit Tainlan province. You and she, you're both children of the Zhou Yi family, and the Zhou Yi clan will spare no effort in supporting you. Zhou Yi nodded. Once Xiao Yun graduates in 6 months, I'll take her there myself. Safe travels to all of you. Hang gave him a final nod, then turned and left with his daughters. Zhou Yi watched them walk away, but just then he froze. That feeling again. It was sudden, subtle, but unmistakable. He was being watched. His gaze scanned the area. That's when he noticed it, a tiny beetle clinging to the bark of a nearby tree. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi rushed forward and crushed it with a swift strike. The beetle was gone, but doubt crept in. Was that it? Or am I just imagining things? Just then, a voice called out in the distance. Zhou Yi, we're heading to the city to buy some local specialties. Want to come along? It was Li Wei, waving from afar. Zhou Yi shook his head. Not this time. I'm staying in. As soon as he returned to his room, he closed the door and leaned against it, deep in thought. Could it be the injury from before still hasn't fully healed? Am I distressed, imagining things that aren't there? But before he could find an answer, it struck again. A wave of dark, purple energy suddenly surrounded him, coiling around him like smoke. It was the same energy he had sensed earlier, back when he accepted the space jumpstone. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. Human, release me. Pain shot through his head. Zhou Yi clutched his temples, struggling to stay upright. A glowing circle formed beneath him, a summoning mark. From it, a familiar figure rose, the Void Beast. Its form had been reduced in size, likely to avoid detection, but its aura was just as oppressive as ever. Zhou Yi glared at it. You already acknowledged me as your master. Why do you keep showing up like this? The Void Beast snorted. Acknowledged you? What a joke. I've lived for thousands of years. The idea of obeying some brat like you, laughable. If it weren't for that bizarre technique you used at the end, you'd never have stood a chance against me. Zhou Yi's voice hardened. Inside the secret realm, you injured 63 people. 10 of them died. The Xiao Yun Professionals Alliance had to spend massive resources to revive and heal the students and repair the realm itself. If they find out the real culprit is still alive, do you think they'll show you mercy? The Void Beast let out a cold, mocking laugh. Threats? Is that all you've got? Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. You know, the Alliance's third-tier mages have all mastered a technique, the spirit-shedding art. It strips the intelligence from high-level magical beasts, turning them into mindless tools. He stepped forward slowly. So, if you're really that fearless, I'm sure you wouldn't mind becoming a soulless puppet. But even if you die, Zhou Yi continued, voice steady, your bones, blood, and skin would still fetch a very good price. At that moment, the Void Beast's expression changed. The Void Beast clenched its teeth, fury rising in its voice. What do you mean by that? Zhou Yi didn't respond right away. Instead, he calmly summoned the space jumpstone and held it out in front of the beast. You fought me and ended up seriously injured, he said. I can't take you to a healer, so you'll need something else to recover your strength. The moment the void beast laid eyes on the stone, its expression changed completely. It was mesmerized. There was no hiding it. The desire in its eyes was primal, almost uncontrollable. It stared at the stone as though nothing else in the world existed. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the silence. 1 year. Assist me sincerely for 1 year. Your abilities are too valuable to waste. After that, I'll dissolve the contract and grant you your freedom. The void beast hesitated, then asked, And why should I believe you? Zhou, he didn't blink. You don't have a choice. Trust me, or die. Without waiting for a reply, he summoned the void butterfly as well and handed it over. I'm returning your companion, he said simply. Then, turning away, Zhou Yi began to walk. Behind him, the void beast remained frozen, clutching the stone and the butterfly, watching in silence. Just as Zhou Yi reached the doorway, a voice called out from behind. All right, but there are some things you should know. He turned to see the void beast, now chewing on the space jumpstone while speaking. My companion, she told me something. This was the first time she'd ever been captured, and the one who did it wasn't human. It was something else, something unknown. Zhou Yi's expression immediately turned serious. The scene shifts to the city market, where 3 girls had come out to shop. Vendors filled the streets, shouting over each other to attract customers. Blazing Fury Blade, fire element crystals embedded in the hilt, burns through monsters like butter. Only 998. Honored customer. Today only, battle armor plus a nail clipper. Buy one, get one. No tricks, no scams, just genuine goods and fair prices. Amid the buzz of the market, Jiangchu Ran stood at a stall browsing through equipment and jewelry. She inspected each item carefully. Beside her, the seller girl smiled proudly. Miss, this hairpin is embedded with an ice crystal. It's not just beautiful, it offers defensive properties too. She then picked up another item, holding it out with both hands. This gemstone has been enchanted by a wood element mage. It speeds up wound healing, perfect for a strong and graceful professional like you. But just as she was about to show more, a hand reached out from the side and casually picked up a piece of jewelry near Jiangchu Ran. The hand moved into the mirror's reflection, revealing none other than Zhou Yi, standing right beside her. With a slight smile, he held up the jewelry and said, This one suits you better. Jiangchu Ran's face immediately turned red, a mix of embarrassment and surprise, laced with a little happiness. W, what are you doing here? You said you weren't coming, she added, flustered. Zhou Yi shrugged casually. I finished my business, figured I'd come grab a few local snacks. The seller girl watched the exchange unfold and couldn't help but smile. A handsome young man and a beautiful girl, quietly teasing each other. It was like something out of a romance novel. What a perfect pair, she thought. Just watching them make my heart flutter. But then, a voice suddenly called out, loud and clear, calling Jiangchu Ran's name. Zhou Yi, Jiangchu Ran, and the seller girl all turned to look in the direction of the voice. In the distance, a young man's excited voice rang out. I never thought I'd meet you here. This must be fate. Without hesitation, he rushed toward Jiangchu Ran, stopping right in front of her. But her face immediately went blank with confusion. Who are you? She asked, puzzled. The young man bowed respectfully. Miss Jiangchu Ran. Noble people often forget the little ones. I am Wang Hao, nephew of Wang Beishan, 3rd generation of the Thunder Prison Wang family, ranked 2nd among this year's Thunder Element geniuses. The vendor girl, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and thought, did he really just call himself the 2nd best genius? That's a new one. Wang Hao beamed as he continued. Last year, I gifted you a soul sword on your birthday. But Jiangchu Ran's expression darkened immediately. The Wang family again, they just never stop, do they? At that moment, Zhou Yi calmly placed a hand on her shoulder and said with a smile, There's a snack shop down the street. Let's go check it out. He gently led her away. As they began walking, Zhou Yi glanced back over his shoulder and added with a smirk, We've got things to do, so we'll be heading out. Wang Hao's face twisted with rage. How dare you? He roared. A lowly insect dares touch the treasure of a noble house. In a flash, he summoned a blast of thunder energy and hurled it straight at Zhou Yi. The attack crackled through the air, but the moment it reached him, it slammed against a golden protection shield and fizzled out completely. Wang Hao stared in disbelief. He immediately activated a detection skill, scanning Zhou Yi's profession. When the result appeared, he scoffed. A paladin, hiding behind a little bubble of defense. His arrogance returned in full force. A low-rank, spineless class like yours. Defeating you will be nothing. Anger flashed in Jiangchu Ran's eyes. She stepped forward, ready to strike, but Zhou Yi held out a hand, stopping her. I'll handle this one, he said calmly. Then he turned to Wang Hao. confidence dripping from his smirk. 3 moves? If you can so much as touch the corner of my clothes, I'll apologize to you. But if you can't, his eyes narrowed. You'll kneel and apologize to me. He added with a casual tone. Oh, and let's be clear. Anything that gets broken, you're paying for it. The crowd gathered instantly. Whispers spread like wildfire. This is going to be good, someone murmured. Picking a fight while shopping? These kids are something else. Another chuckled. Wang Hao is already boiling with rage. You dare challenge me? Fine. You're digging your own grave. He summoned Thunderstorm Strike, lightning surging around him, crackling violently. With a swing of his arm, he hurled the devastating bolt straight at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi didn't flinch. He raised one hand, and the golden protection shield shimmered again. The thunder attack slammed into it and vanished, completely neutralized. Gasps erupted through the crowd. One bystander rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It didn't even scratch him. Wang Hao stood frozen, stunned, but he quickly masked it with a sneer. So what? You're just a turtle with a thick shell. Dumped all your points into defense, didn't you? Inside, however, he was fuming. Damn it, that defense. I wasn't expecting this. Gritting his teeth, he gathered more power. Fine. You want to see strength? Taste my true killer move, Blitz Panther Shadow. Lightning howled as a thunder-infused shadow, shaped like a panther, surged from his palm, roaring towards Zhou Yi at full speed. But Zhou Yi didn't counter with skill. He casually used a bit of holy light, lifted a random piece of equipment from a vendor stall, and hurled it forward. Boom! The simple, enchanted item collided with Wang Hao's attack and shattered it into pieces. The thrown item continued sailing, brushing past Wang Hao's cheek. He froze, paralyzed. What just happened? Terror seeped into his eyes. Who is this guy? In front of him, Zhou Yi let out a lazy yawn and stretched. You still got one more trick, right? Go ahead, don't waste time. Wang Hao stared, stunned. Impossible. I've never even seen this guy among the top-ranked nobles. Just a paladin. How could he be stronger than me? His arrogance cracked under the pressure of pure disbelief. With just a few effortless moves, Zhou Yi had brought Wang Hao to his knees. The crowd was stunned, and Wang Hao, still trembling from the overwhelming force, simply couldn't accept what had just happened. How could someone so low-ranked overpower me like this? Refusing to admit defeat, Wang Hao clenched his jaw and drew his sword. There's no way he can dodge this. Thunder crackled across the blade as he poured all of his power into it. Then, in a blur, he charged straight at Zhou Yi, unleashing a furious thunder slash. But Zhou Yi didn't even flinch. He calmly raised a single finger, and from the sky above, a beam of Holy Cross energy crashed down. Boom! A pillar of light engulfed Wang Hao, flattening him to the ground. The attack ended as quickly as it began, but the silence afterward was deafening. Zhou Yi looked down at the fallen figure with cold indifference. So this is the so-called lightning genius? Well, let down. The crowd was frozen, speechless. Then, slowly, Wang Hao regained consciousness, but only to fall back to his knees, head spinning with humiliation. Rage filled his eyes, but he couldn't move. Around them, the murmurs started. Li White, doesn't he look familiar? Yeah, he has the aura of a Saint Knight. I swear I've seen him somewhere before. Then someone gasped, pointing. That's Zhou Yi. He's this year's exchange competition champion. Realization swept through the crowd. The vendor who had earlier been selling to Jiangchu Ran nodded knowingly. No wonder. That strength, it makes sense now. And the girl with him? That's his girlfriend, Jiangchu Ran. Wang Hao heard every word. The truth hit him like another wave of lightning. He had just been humiliated by a freshman, and in public. Still on his knees, he could only watch as Zhou Yi walked away alongside Jiangchu Ran, completely unfazed. Calm, in control. Wang Hao's eyes burned with hatred. Zhou Yi, I'll let you walk away this time. But when my brother comes back, you'll regret ever crossing me. Then he looked at Jiangchu Ran, venom dripping from his voice. And you, how dare you betray the Wang family? My brother will never forgive this. Elsewhere, Zhou Yi's entire team moved forward through the crowd, drawing attention from every direction. At the front, Housemaster Wu led the way, calm and proud. Whispers spread instantly. That's the Su Hang team. He's even more handsome than he looked on the broadcast, one awestruck student murmured. And Jiangchu Ran. She's stunning in person, another added. As they reached the inner courtyard, Housemaster Wu was greeted by Housemaster Cheng from Qingjing University. Wu smiled warmly. Thank you for your hospitality. Truly. But Housemaster Cheng was clearly irritated. Oof. Your team stole all the glory. We were nothing but stepping stones this time. Wu chuckled lightheartedly. Now, those are strong words. Friendships matter more than rankings, don't they? Still grumbling, Cheng crossed his arms. Whatever. We came in last. Let's not sugarcoat it. Just then, students and teachers from the other universities began gathering around. A sudden shout rang out. Everyone, prepare for departure. A teleportation circle began glowing on the ground. Mages moved quickly, activating its intricate runes. The energy within began to hum with magic. One by one, students began stepping into the circle, ready to be sent back to their respective academies. Among them, Zhou Yi approached Jiang Chu Ran for a brief goodbye. Until next time, he said with a light smile. Take care, Jiang Chu Ran replied with a nod. Around them, others exchanged words and playful jabs. Next time I'll crush you. In your dreams, laughter and light banter filled the air as everyone made their farewells. Within moments, light enveloped the teleportation circle, and the crowd began to vanish, one group at a time, until the area slowly emptied, leaving behind only the lingering energy of the spell and the echoes of competition. Zhou Yi and the entire team were instantly teleported back to Suhang University, landing right at the central plaza where both the housemaster and headmaster were already waiting for them. The moment they arrived, a warm cheer rose from the faculty and students, welcoming them back as the championship-winning team. Among the welcoming party stood Housemaster Zhou and Housemaster Song, both smiling proudly. Zhou held up a newspaper, chuckling as he waved it in the air. Suhang University's name is everywhere this year. We've stolen the spotlight, and this championship win is all over the headlines. Housemaster Song laughed along. You all did an outstanding job. Truly. Then, the headmaster stepped forward, addressing everyone with a calm but commanding tone. The exchange competition isn't just a match, it's a battlefield, a stage for schools to test the strength of their students and the quality of their teaching. And like any battle, great merit brings great reward. He then turned to the substitute team and called their names. Tan Wei, Zhang Zi, Su Chang, Hong Bin, and Zhao Qingzhu. You may have been substitutes, but you shined in both the individual and survival matches. A pause. Then he continued. Each of you will be awarded 5,000 points. Their eyes widened in disbelief. 5,000 points! Smiles slowly spread across their faces as the weight of the reward sank in. For perspective, clearing an abyss-level goblin dungeon only earned 500 points. With 5,000, they could run that dungeon 10 times. For most students, collecting that many points would take an entire year of grinding missions. Yet here they were, rewarded instantly. Then the headmaster looked to the main team. Jiang Chu Ran, Song Xiaolan, Wei Tai Xian, and Tang Ling. You all performed exceptionally in the competition. Each of you will receive 20,000 points. They bowed respectfully. Thank you, headmaster. Finally, the headmaster turned his attention to Zhou Yi. As the captain, you led the team to victory. You, a Saint Knight, defeated Mechanist Wu Shuang and Warrior Li Wei in the individual matches. You took on the combined forces of 9 schools in the survival round and turned the tide. You protected your teammates. You brought home first place. You are, without a doubt, the cornerstone of our success. A beat, then he announced. You will receive 100,000 points. Gasps rippled through the team and staff. 100,000 points? Someone exclaimed. That's worth 3 billion in cash. Another rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? You can't buy S-class techniques with money. 100,000 points can get you one from the school's resource bank. A third person joked. With that many points, even a pig could be trained into a divine beast. The first guy turned and socked him in the head. Hey, you better not be comparing Zhou Yi to a pig. I wasn't. I didn't mean it like that, the third quickly defended. The others laughed, but they all agreed. Zhou Yi earned every single point. The headmaster nodded. Suhang University never holds back when it comes to rewarding those who deserve it. For now, take some time and rest. Everyone responded in unison. Yes. And just like that, the team began to disperse. But Zhou stayed back. He stepped forward toward the headmaster. The headmaster noticed and asked, What is it, Zhou Yi? You want to ask something? He already had a good idea of what was coming. He didn't even need Zhou Yi to say it. The headmaster narrowed his eyes. You want to ask about Housemaster Fan of Qingjing University, don't you? Zhou Yi nodded. Yes. The headmaster sighed deeply, his expression turning grave. This incident, it's shaken more people than you know. Even someone at Housemaster Wu's level doesn't know the full picture. My advice, stay out of it. But Zhou Yi didn't back down. He locked eyes with the headmaster and replied firmly, What if? I'm already involved. Without waiting for a response, he lifted his hand, and a space crack opened right in front of them. The headmaster turned sharply, startled by the sudden rift in space. Zhou Yi continued, The Void Beast companion told me something strange. It wasn't captured by humans. Whatever took it wasn't from this world. Could Feng He be involved? The headmaster's eyes narrowed as he stared at the glowing rift. I thought you'd driven the Void Beast away, but it seems you've tamed it. Seeing there was no point in withholding the truth any longer, The headmaster summoned a book and opened it. What I'm about to tell you is classified, he began to explain. Feng He was an inhuman. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. Inhuman. The headmaster nodded solemnly. Inhumans are demonian monsters created by the evil god, master of chaos. They wear human faces, but inside, they're pure malice. Their only purpose is to serve the will of the evil gods. We have proof that Feng He orchestrated the void beast's appearance, offering it as tribute, a show of loyalty to the master of chaos. Death and destruction, that's what the evil gods crave. He flipped a page. The official report said Feng He committed suicide. But when the investigators arrived, they found his skin had been shed. He was mid-transformation into a full servant of the evil god. He escaped after wounding one of the investigators. Zhou, he was silent, processing everything. The headmaster looked directly at him. Zhou, do you know why Feng He chose the exchange competition as his moment to act? Zhou immediately answered, because the competition brings together the brightest new talents from across the country. If something were to happen, it would cause maximum chaos, the headmaster finished. Yes, that's one reason, but not the only one. He turned to a blank wall, as if seeing far beyond it. The ruins of the Million Beasts, where the competition took place, sits on top of a fracture in the seal that holds back the evil gods. The atmosphere turned heavy. That realm, he continued, was the site of a cataclysmic beast war thousands of years ago. The reason? The descent of the Master of Chaos. He tried to breach the mortal realm through that very location. The beast clans fought to seal him, but the cost was their entire civilization. Zhou Yi's brows furrowed as he realized the gravity of it. Feng He may have been using the void beast to locate the cracks in the seal, the headmaster added. And now that he knows you've tamed it, he'll come for you. Then his gaze sharpened. Years ago, the Taiyu Guild obtained a rare skill book, an angel-class combat technique. I was saving it for the right moment, but it seems I'll have to give it to you now. As he spoke, a teleportation circle lit up beneath their feet, already activated. The scene shifted instantly to the Taiyu Guild's resource vault. A vast, secured chamber lay before them, its gates towering, ancient, and deeply etched with protective runes. The air buzzed with layered enchantments. This vault, the headmaster explained as they walked forward, is the heart of the Taiyu Guild. Centuries of treasures, skill books, artifacts, materials, all stored here. To prevent theft or intrusion, we've set up multiple layers of defense. 2 level 60 Flame Earth Lions guard the gate. The vault door is carved with anti-mana seals. Any unauthorized magical energy is instantly absorbed and reflected. Even tertiary awakened professionals can't force their way in. Standing ahead of them at the gate, a lone figure sat casually, watching their approach. The headmaster's eyes lit with recognition. Young, you're on vault duty today? The man stood, nodding. Yeah, but I'm switching shifts tomorrow. He grinned. Since the timing's good, how about we share a drink later? Zhou Yi, standing quietly nearby, observed Yang closely. Even with his aura restrained, the magical pressure radiating from him was intense, far stronger than even Housemaster Zhou's. Zhou, he could tell instantly. He's a tertiary awakened. Yang's presence alone said everything Zhou he needed to know. The headmaster glanced at Yang and said, All right, but first, I'll need something. Yang raised an eyebrow. The Holy Thunder skill book? The headmaster nodded. Yang smirked knowingly. For your new disciple, huh? Without responding, the headmaster turned to Zhou Yi and said, This man is an old comrade of mine. We've faced life and death together. You may call him Uncle Yang. Zhou Yi gave a polite bow. It's a pleasure, Uncle Yang. Yang chuckled, arms crossed. I watch you match. That hero title, they gave it to the right person. Zhou Yi scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. You're exaggerating, still facing the massive gate. Yang lifted his hand and began performing a ritual to unlock the vault. As the seals responded and the unlocking sequence activated, he said calmly, Modesty is good, but too much of it makes you look weak. And when others sense weakness, they'll never stop testing you. The gate reacted to his mana, glowing softly as a portal slowly opened. The headmaster chuckled. Still as talkative as ever, Yang. No wonder kids can't stand you. Yang didn't skip a beat. Well, youngsters should learn to respect their elders' wisdom. With a smirk of his own, Yang reached into the glowing portal and pulled out an ornate tome, crackling faintly with lightning. The Holy Thunder skill book. He handed it over to Zhou Yi. The headmaster spoke. You should have enough skill points by now. Go ahead, use them to absorb it. Zhou Yi nodded and took the book carefully. The moment it touched his hands, a glowing system window appeared in front of him. Skill points, 319, accumulated through daily missions and achievements. A second notification followed. System has detected Holy Thunder skill book. Do you wish to consume it? Without hesitation, Zhou Yi selected yes. The book's pages lit up with bright arcs of lightning, and a surge of energy rushed into his body. Bolts of radiant thunder flowed into his mind. Scripts, techniques, every detail of the skill inscribed directly into his consciousness. The moment the system consumed 100 skill points, his body tensed. A surge of lightning energy poured from the book, and suddenly, the full knowledge of the Holy Thunder skill began flooding into his mind. Skill learned. Holy Thunder, form of Apocalypse, S rank. Activates the form of Apocalypse. Increases anomaly resistance and thunder resistance by 50%. Duration, 14 seconds. But that was just the beginning. The system consumed another 100 skill points and immediately unlocked a new S-rank skill. Skill unlocked, Blade of Punishment. Summons Holy Thunder to enchant the weapon. Fills the blade with divine electric energy. Greatly increases strike speed and thunder damage. And then, with a third pulse of power, more points were spent, this time unlocking. Skill unlocked, Chain of Heaven. Full control over Holy Thunder. Transforms into divine lightning chains. Immobilizes enemies on contact. As all three techniques activated within him, a radiant holy aura surged from Zhou Yi's body. The energy was overwhelming. His entire body trembled, straining to contain it. And then, with a mighty roar, he let it loose. A thunderous shockwave blasted outward, the echo of his voice roaring like a lion through the sky. Just a single skill book had granted him 3 divine-grade powers. Zhou Yi stood there, electricity dancing across his body, filled with unshakable joy. And then, the Holy Thunder skill book didn't just stop there. It fully merged with his divine sword heart, becoming one with it. Once the energy settled and the power inside him calmed, the headmaster walked up with a smile. "You're truly fortunate," he said. "Among the divine race, the lowest tier of any mastered skill is A+ or higher." Zhou Yi stood in thoughtful silence. With a strong body, exceptional elemental affinity, and so many high-level skills, it's no wonder the divine race is so powerful. Nearby, Yang, while pouring wine into the headmaster's glass, glanced at Zhou Yi and added, "In fact, A+ is considered the low end. The divine race possesses skills that are S+, or even beyond that." Zhou Yi blinked. "Beyond plus? I thought plus was the highest grade a skill could reach." Yang chuckled. "That's true for humans, but for the divine race." He raised his glass with a mysterious grin. "They operate on a whole different scale." Zhou Yi looked at Yang curiously. "But can divine race skills go beyond S+? Before Yang could reply, the headmaster interjected. "Enough theory for now. Since you've learned your new skills, it's time I introduce you to someone." He snapped his fingers. In the very next moment, a teleportation circle flared, and a girl appeared in the room, instantly lowering her head in respectful greeting. The headmaster chuckled. "Eager to meet my new student already? Well, here he is." The girl turned, and her gaze landed on Zhou Yi. She wasn't just anyone. This was Wei Ning Xian, one of the 3 deacons of the Tenyu Guild. She walked gracefully toward him and extended her hand. "Hello, Mr. Zhou Yi. I'm Wei Ning Xian, deacon of the Tenyu Guild. I actually went to Qingjing University to find you, but by the time I arrived, you'd already left." Zhou Yi shook her hand, clearly surprised. "You came looking for me?" The headmaster grinned. "Deacon Wei handles recruitment for the guild. She has a sharp eye for talent. Can't help herself when she spots a promising seedling." Just then, Yang chimed in. "Deacon Wei, Zhou Yi is only a first-year student. Let's not drag him into guild affairs just yet. I need to speak with the guild master. In the meantime, why don't you give him a tour?" Wei Ning Xian smiled and nodded. Very well. She led Zhou Yi through the towering gates of the Tenyu Guild's base. "This guild was founded 45 years ago," she explained as they walked. "This base was the original headquarters. Today, many of our members and their families live here. It used to be nothing but forest and mountains. But after 5 major expansions, it's now nearly the size of a small city, and we're about to begin our 6th. Zhou Yi took it all in, but then his eyes widened in shock. High atop a mountain cliff, a massive dragon rested, scales shimmering like polished jade. His jaw dropped. That's the Eastern Dragon. I've only ever seen it on TV. Wei Ning Xian chuckled. "That dragon is our guardian beast. It's protected the guild for the past 32 years. I wouldn't recommend getting too close, though. He's got a nasty temper." As they walked, Zhou Yi's attention shifted to a nearby tower, surrounded by a small crowd. Curious, he pointed. "What's going on over there?" Wei Ning Xian turned to look. "That's the Realm Tower. The guild's headquarters houses 3 battle realms, Golden, Epic, and Legendary. Members can challenge them for training and rewards." She pulled out a card and handed it to him. "Here, try using my card. Give it a go." Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He just unlocked powerful new skills. This was the perfect chance to test them. Using her card, He selected the Nightmare level challenge. Sighing Plague Realm. As soon as he entered, a system prompt appeared. Nightmare difficulty. Sighing Plague Realm. Recommended level, 23 to 30 player count, 1 to 8. At the edge of the continent lies a land ravaged by disease. Monsters corrupted by forbidden magic wander this cursed ground, attacking anything that moves. Then the warning faded, and the first wave began. A horde of zombies surged forward, over 200 of them. Most were level 20, capable of using bite and claw, while mid-level ones at level 22 unleashed deafening roars that could shake concentration. Zhou, he stood perfectly still. Then, raising his hand, lightning surged through his palm, crackling with raw thunder energy. With a single devastating strike, he cut through the entire first wave. Dozens of zombies were torn apart in an instant, scorched and shattered by divine thunder. Activating form of Apocalypse, his anomaly resistance and thunder resistance shot up by 50%, giving him an incredible edge in this plague-infested realm. Even at level 1, the form granted him a temporary power boost for 14 seconds, more than enough for a skilled fighter like him. Wave after wave fell to his holy thunder techniques. Blade of Punishment lit his weapon with divine electricity. Chain of Heaven bound enemies in place before they could even touch him. He didn't slow down for a second. When the dust settled, a notification appeared. Level 1 cleared. 200 zombies defeated. Completion time, 35 seconds. Right away, a portal to the second level, Mutant Village, opened before him. Zhou, he stepped through without hesitation. But the moment he entered, a wave of nausea hit him. The air in this level was thick and rancid, like rotting corpses marinated in death. Far worse than the toxic mist he once faced in Tempest Valley. His eyes narrowed. Whatever was wasting in this village, it wasn't just stronger. It was vile. The air was thick, corrupted, and heavy, as if every breath came laced with poison. A dense, putrid fog crept through the mutant village, impairing Zhou Yi's vision and stinging his senses. Realizing just how dangerous this place was, Zhou immediately slowed his pace, every movement deliberate. He stepped forward with heightened caution, his instincts fully alert, but the radiant, holy glow surrounding him, powerful and divine, only stirred the monsters hidden in the mist. Their snarls echoed all around, voices twisted with malice and pain. "Get out of here now," one growled from the shadows. "This human stinks," hissed another. Still, Zhou didn't move. He stood tall, unmoved, his hand already resting on the hilt of his legendary weapon. He was prepared to use it, and he knew he might need to. The voices grew louder, angrier. "Kill him. Another weak fool walks in to die. I can't hold back any longer. This pathetic Saint Knight. His stench makes me sick. I'll tear him to shreds." Then, from the fog, they lunged. A pack of zombie hounds, their bodies rotting and twisted beyond recognition, burst forward with terrifying speed. They were level 25, equipped with Rapid Bite and Jumping Lunge, deadly skills that made them hard to avoid. But Zhou didn't flinch. In one fluid motion, he unsheathed his blade and struck first, unleashing holy thunder in a blinding arc of destruction. The air exploded with divine energy. Before the zombie hound could even get close, they were gone. Sliced down mid-leap. More creatures surged forward. Zombie butchers, massive and hulking, also level 25. Their roars trembled through the fog as they attacked using Strong Slash, Wind Slash, and Wild Roar. Zhou activated Blade of Punishment, his weapon now crackling with radiant thunder, and met them head-on. One strike, one flash, and every single butcher was cleaved in half, their grotesque forms falling apart before they could finish their swings. But Zhou didn't stop. He pressed forward, slashing through every twisted creature in his path with ruthless precision. Wave after wave, he carved through them, each swing of his blade dealing thunderous, explosive damage. Letting out a short laugh, he muttered, "Not bad. You guys lasted 2 seconds longer than the last batch." Another sweep of his blade. More corpses hit the ground. The few remaining zombies hesitated. Even the undead seemed to sense his power now. One of Zhou Yi's attacks had sliced straight through the earth, leaving a massive crack in the ground. But the dead didn't know fear. Not for long. Wild Roar, one of the zombie butchers howled, unleashing a skill that riled up every undead within range. Their eyes flared with bloodlust as they turned rabid, completely fearless. "Filthy Saint Knight, you die today. Pathetic human, this is your grave." As they all charged forward, howling threats through the fog, Zhou scoffed under his breath. What are they even rambling about? Without hesitation, he launched himself forward. Like lightning, he tore into the charging horde, blade gleaming, thunder screaming from the edge of his weapon. His blade slash landed with devastating force, cleaving enemies in two, their bodies shredded mid-charge before they even reached him. The moment he stepped deeper into the second level, the intensity instantly spiked. Stronger, more aggressive zombies began pouring in from every direction. Back on the first floor, he'd cleared the horde using raw skill. But here, he switched tactics. Now, he was fighting with a new weapon skill he had just unlocked, slicing through wave after wave with flawless blade/strikes. But the zombies weren't slowing down. They began entering rage mode, their snarls turning into full-blown roars as they charged at him in unison. Different types, grotesque and mutated, all lunged for him at once. But he stood his ground. One swing, and half a dozen dropped. Another, and the ground cracked under the force. Still, they kept coming. From the fog, a new threat emerged. Worm-like zombie beasts, their grotesque mouths wide open, lunging to bite. He sidestepped fluid and fast, slicing them down with surgical precision. But despite his efforts, the number of zombies kept increasing, pressing in one step at a time. He began stepping back, maintaining distance while cutting down anything that moved. That's when a plague spreader zombie, level 26, crept up behind him. Its mouth hung open, green ooze dripping from its rotting jaw. The stench was overwhelming. The monster suddenly charged in, releasing plague breath, one of its deadliest skills. If inhaled, it would infect the target, draining HP per second until they collapsed. He turned at the last moment, grabbing its face with one hand and shoving it away, struggling visibly. He was clearly in trouble. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword and sliced the creature clean in half. But it was too late. He'd already been exposed to the breath. Without wasting a moment, he activated Death Resistance, a powerful skill that allowed his body to rapidly heal from lethal toxins. The burning sensation in his arm began to fade. Backing up, he repositioned himself just behind the thickest part of the incoming wave. Earlier, he had wielded a long-handled warhammer, excellent for sweeping attacks, but too slow for close quarters. Now, he switched to the shorter blade, activating Blade of Pure White for better control. It was the right call. With a new weapon, everything became easier. But it was taking too long. He'd been in this realm for over a minute, and had only cleared about 20 monsters. The pace wasn't fast enough. If he didn't switch soon, the numbers would overwhelm him. He considered Blade of Punishment, but decided to save it for something bigger. Looking at the crowd of undead gathering around him, a sly smile crossed his face. He lifted 2 fingers to his forehead, closed his eyes for a brief second, and whispered, "Holy Storm." A howling whirlwind of sacred energy erupted from his body, spinning violently and surging toward the enemy wave like a divine cyclone. As soon as the holy storm hit, you have killed Zombie Butcher. You have killed Plague Spreader. You have killed Worm Beast. One after another, notifications flooded the screen. He stood at the center of the maelstrom, his coat fluttering from the holy wind, watching as every single zombie in the area was wiped out. Then, another message appeared. Second level cleared. 100 zombies eliminated. Time taken, 1 minute 50 seconds. A portal shimmered open in front of him. Next stage, the Forbidden Church. Without hesitation, he stepped through. This time, the setting changed drastically. No grotesque monsters. No swarming hordes. Just silence. In front of him stood a man, tall, cloaked, and clearly infected, yet maintaining a human-like posture. Surrounding him were several nuns, their heads bowed, motionless. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. This wasn't a person. It was the zombie bishop, level 45, a priest of the undead, cloaked in shadow and decay. He possessed dark, twisted powers. Dark Ball, zombie summoning, death curse. He stepped forward and spoke calmly, his voice like a sermon. I see in your eyes questions. You've entered the realm of life, of the living. That's why you seek answers. He kept his blade low but ready. If God always helps, then why this? The bishop chuckled darkly. My faith lies with the ancient God, the one who governs the cycles of life and death. Under their will, he raised his hand, the nuns around him slowly beginning to move. Even chaos is divine. At last, the truth behind existence has been revealed. Life is fleeting and delicate, but follow our God, and you'll break free from the chains of mortality. Step into eternity. Lie without end. Watch centuries roll by while others perish. Imagine standing tall as time crumbles around you. Immortal, untouchable. As he speaks, the zombie bishop reaches out to our hero and offers, join me. Drop that narrow-minded blade of justice. Embrace the gift of immortality. Taste its bliss. Our hero, captivated, begins repeating the bishop's words. Slowly, he walks forward, drawn in by the promise of eternal life. His eyes start to glow red, the bishop's influence tightening its grip. You understand now. The bishop says, pleased. This is what everyone desires. And you've been chosen. But just then, our hero halts. I've got something to say, he replies. The bishop leans in. Speak, child. The Lord listens. He never sees it coming. In a flash, our hero unleashes a fierce sword strike, yelling, "To hell with you!" His blade tears through the bishop's skull, slicing halfway through and sending the undead priest flying across the chamber. Our hero stands tall and declares, "That's so-called immortality? It's a curse. Death is the true release." Half of the bishop's face is gone, torn and ruined. Yet, even in defeat, he laughs. "You fool, you'll regret this." He roars to the nuns nearby. "Destroy him. Show him what happens to those who defy our Lord." At once, the silent nuns spring to life. Spears extend from their arms, their eyes glowing a deep, furious red. Seeing them, our hero grins and takes his stance. Without hesitation, they rush him from every side. But our hero strikes first. Dust explodes around them as blades clash in a violent storm. And when the haze settles, every nun lies battered on the ground, groaning in agony. Those who still breathe, he walks toward them, sword raised. With the holy thunderblade of punishment, he executes the elite zombie nuns one by one. The surviving few scream out in fury, overwhelmed with rage. He approaches, laughing. "Oh, so now you found your voices?" Before they can react, his blade flashes, cutting them down where they stand. More rush in to avenge their fallen. He chuckles again. "You really think you're strong enough to stop me?" His sword answers for him, swinging with such speed and force that the air itself splits. The sheer power creates a raging vortex, shredding everything in its path. The battlefield becomes a storm of steel, our hero cutting down every enemy without pause. From afar, the zombie bishop watches with eerie delight. "Look at that lightning, that flesh. Let's seal the sins of this world. Let our screams echo like hymns for our God." The louder we cry, the deeper the ritual carves into hell itself. But the time for talk is over. Our hero begins walking toward him, sword steady, voice calm. "Now it's your turn." Hearing that, the zombie bishop lets out a low chuckle. "You think you can take me down alone?" In an instant, a surge of dark crimson energy erupts from him, racing forward and stopping right beneath our hero's feet. The ground glows. A sinister circle begins to take shape under him. Before he can react, it locks him in place. Our hero struggles, trying to step back, but he's frozen. His body won't move. Suddenly, a strange formation lights up at his feet, centered right where he's trapped. He narrows his eyes. When did he set this up? He tries to break it, slashes at it, testing for a weak point, but nothing works. The formation doesn't even crack. Realization dawns. So that's it. Those weak, clumsy attacks, they were a distraction. You were buying time for this. Before he can make another move, hands start rising from within the formation, shadowy, clawed, and cold. They latch onto him, yanking him down. More and more hands burst from the magic circle, grabbing at him from every angle, wrapping around his arms, his legs, his chest. Trapped and surrounded, our hero's eyes sharpen. What now? Zombie bishop traps Zhou Yi into a formation using his trick, and from within that formation, several hands start to pull our hero inside. Because of this, our hero body begins to feel heavier, and he gradually starts to lose his strength. At that moment, it felt to him as if something was pulling him beneath the ground. The formation that Zombie Bishop used to trap our hero was giving the effect of Touch of Withering. It was a special group casting skill, which requires a magic formation, and the time taken to construct it is 10 seconds. The effect was that it was a buff formation which weakens the enemy within the formation and infects them with the Curse of Rotting. It disturbs their mind and makes them tired or confused. And under the Curse of Rot, the hero's stats decrease exponentially. Although all of Zombie Bishop's skills were affecting our hero, luckily our hero possessed death resistance and magic immunity, which allowed him to negate most of the curses and by continuously using these skills. Our hero was able to protect himself from Zombie Bishop's curse. However, Zombie Bishop began to use even darker powers in order to fully trap our hero. Laughing, he said to our hero, "Accept this blessing, young man. Once you accept it, you shall be granted an exceptionally beautiful form." By now, our hero had already been pulled more than halfway into the formation, yet there was no sign of fear on his face. The formation was still dragging him deeper inside, and still, he laughed and said, "You're repeating the same thing over and over. Are you some kind of machine?" And just as he says this, our hero uses Holy Flame Halo, which forms a halo of sacred, increasing flame element manipulation and fire element damage. As soon as our hero activates it, a powerful wave of fire crashes down on the formation, instantly destroying it. Everything inside the formation that was trying to pull our hero in starts to burn. Within just a few seconds, they're all burned and fall apart. As soon as our hero is freed, he immediately launches an attack toward Zombie Bishop with his sword, the Spear of Victory. Zombie Bishop swiftly raises his dark shield, absorbing most physical and magical damage. It may even reflect the attack, turning the hero's power against them and spreading dark corruption. Zombie Bishop tries to defend himself from our hero's attack using this very shield. As soon as our hero sees that a single strike isn't enough to break Zombie Bishop's dark shield, he immediately unleashes a blade attack toward the shield. As the attack collides with the shield, cracks begin to form across its surface. Seeing this, a slight expression of fear appears on Zombie Bishop's face. He shouts in rage, "Great Asha, show your wrath and punish this insect." The moment our hero hears the name Asha, something clicks in his mind. He tries to focus and remember. Then it hits him. The bear demon had mentioned Asha before, and now the name is being used again. How is that possible? At this very moment, our hero had almost broken through Zombie Bishop's dark shield, and from within the shield, dark black bubble-like orbs began to emerge from Zombie Bishop's body, slowly surrounding him. Our hero prepares for another attack, and in his mind, he thinks, "I don't know what's going on or who is connected to what, but I can't let this continue." To end it in one blow, he prepares to fuse the divine sword heart with his next strike. Because Zombie Bishop's shield can absorb a huge amount of damage and reflect it, our hero knows he has to destroy it in a single hit. And with that thought, he unleashes the Holy Thunder form of Apocalypse together with the Holy Thunderblade of Punishment. Both strike the shield at the same time. As the attacks collide with it, the shield shatters instantly. The hero's blow lands cleanly on Zombie Bishop's neck, severing his head and sending it flying into the distance. Yet, even with his head separated, Zombie Bishop isn't dead. His body and head lie apart, but a black, liquid-like substance begins to ooze from within. Slowly, his entire body dissolves into the dark fluid, which starts creeping and shifting, piece by piece, trying to reconnect. Zombie Bishop's head, still filled with rage, shouted, "You insolent brat! If you're not willing to surrender, then I will devour you in place of Asha." By this time, our hero had already entered his angel physic state. Hearing Zombie Bishop's words, he laughed and replied, "You actually look much better this way." And now, countless eyes and teeth had begun to appear across Zombie Bishop's entire transformed body. That dark liquid form started attacking our hero, launching wave after wave toward him. Our hero dodged swiftly, weaving side to side to evade the incoming strikes. But as the dark attacks began closing in from all directions, he instantly activated the Holy Light Shield, targeting Zombie Bishop's liquid form. The shield trapped Zombie Bishop completely, sealing his entire body inside. Without hesitation, the hero unleashed Holy Thunder, chains of heaven. Countless chains of divine lightning descended, wrapping tightly around Zombie Bishop and locking him in place. Seeing this, Zombie Bishop began to scream, "Let me go. You will have to pay for your actions. Oh great God, punish this defiler for his sins." Seeing Zombie Bishop writhe and cry out in pain, our hero calmly says, "Don't deceive yourself with hopes of salvation. Accept the light of judgment." Without hesitation, our hero uses his final skill, Chain of Heaven. Massive chains filled with sacred energy pierce through Zombie Bishop's body and lock him in place. Screaming in pain, Zombie Bishop yells, "Let me go, or the radiance will turn you into ashes." The Holy Thunder Chain of Heaven is an S-level skill. It uses holy thunder within the chains to completely trap the enemy. Seeing it take effect, our hero starts to reflect. All class skills fall into 5 main types: attack, defense, buffs, debuffs, and limitation. There are also rare, summoning, or creation skills, but among the 5 limitation skills are the rarest. Within them, control skills are the most powerful. They perform best in combat, and with a good control skill, you don't even have to worry about accuracy. As Zombie Bishop thrashes in pain, bound tightly by the holy chains, he shouts in fury, "Asha's wrath will reduce your soul to ashes. You will suffer for eternity." Hearing the name again, our hero calmly asks, "Who is this Asha you keep mentioning?" At this, Zombie Bishop replies with pride and madness in his voice, "Asha is the great unrivaled god, the one above all, the ruler of everything. Asha's power is limitless. With just a single thought, they can reduce their enemies to ashes. All who resist shall burn in hellfire, and all who follow Asha shall receive immortality." Hearing him boast about immortality, the hero steps on Zombie Bishop's chest, pressing him down with a cold smirk and questioning how a mutant monster dares to call that true immortality. In response, Zombie Bishop growls and spits out a furious insult, calling him a foolish mortal. And just then we are pulled into Zombie Bishop's past as he begins to recall the dark history from where it all began. His voice grows heavy with memories as he speaks to our hero. He says that once he was a nameless priest living in a peaceful village. The people there were kind and treated him like family. He did everything he could to heal their sickness. But then a terrible plague arrived. Pain and helplessness spread like wildfire. The people begged him to save them, but he was too weak to do anything. He remembers how he pleaded with the higher-level priests in the cities over and over to come help. He didn't care how they insulted or belittled him. All he wanted was for them to lend a helping hand. But they refused. They wouldn't even set foot in the village. To them, the lives of his people didn't matter at all. Amid all this, suffering zombie bishop returns to the village heartbroken and exhausted. He walks into the center of the ruined village and cries out that he has returned and comes back to save them all. Seeing him, the villagers still clinging to hope begin to smile. Their faces light up with relief. He is back. They believe everything will be okay now. Zombie bishop, after seeing his villagers dying, goes to different cities and asks different priests for help, but no one helps him. Yet he somehow brings a solution from somewhere and returns to his village, announcing that now all of them will be saved. After that, he hears a dying person in the village whose body had dried up due to the illness, and because of the disease, pimples had also appeared all over his body. To heal him, Zombie Bishop shows a cross in front of his body. However, the moment he uses the holy power on the man's body, that villager's body explodes. Seeing this, he falls into depression, and just like that, people in the village continue to die one after another from the disease, and the entire village gets filled with graves. The villagers were growing weaker day by day, and their screams echoed in Zombie Bishop's ears. They were crying out to him, begging for help. Hearing their painful cries, Zombie Bishop began to hate his own powerlessness. He started to despise those other priests who, even after witnessing such suffering, refused to help. Watching all of this unfold, he fell into deep depression and murmured, "Forgive me. I won't be able to save any of you." But in the depths of this despair, a mysterious power answered him. He used the power granted by that mysterious force, and the disease vanished. The villagers were freed from their pain. Even the dead returned to life. No one would ever suffer from the disease again. With a twisted sense of pride, Zombie Bishop mutters that the illusion of the villagers was a small price, and his choice had been right. Screaming through the pain, he declares he was chosen by Xia and must spread Xia's light so others may receive the same blessing. Even bound in holy chains, he continues to cry out his God's name. Seeing him like this, the hero realizes there is no saving Zombie Bishop and that no more useful information can be gained. With that thought, he calmly drives his sword into the creature's body. Writhing in pain, Zombie Bishop cries out, calling on Xia to save him and destroy his enemy. The hero only laughs, certain that the dark god has long abandoned his servant, and declares that this is where it ends. Enraged by the insult to his god, Zombie Bishop vows to drag the hero to hell with him. He begins activating his self-destruction. His liquid form spreads across the area and starts glowing bright red. Watching this unfold, the hero remains unfazed and remarks that he is simply too slow. With those words, he lifts Zombie Bishop into the air, using his chains, and immediately activates his cross skill. A holy cross descends from the sky and ends Zombie Bishop's game in a single strike. Even in his final moments, Zombie Bishop cries out to Xia for help, but no answer comes. Just like that, in one swift moment, he is gone. After clearing the dungeon, the hero receives his rewards. A chest appears containing high-grade life potions, mana potions, protective chest armor, and boots. These rewards weren't too bad, but the experience he just received still wasn't enough for him to level up. Then our hero turns around and looks behind him, where the statue of the evil god stood. Zombie Bishop's liquefied remains were splattered over it. Our hero picks up a random iron rod from the ground and throws it directly at the statue. The rod hits the statue with force, shattering it into pieces. The moment he destroys the statue, messages appear congratulating him for destroying the evil god statue and confirming that extra rewards have been received. Among those rewards, he finds something special called the Holy Crystal. It was born in the primordial age and created by powerful gods who infuse their energy into unique objects. It can be used for the secondary awakening of holy classes and can be found in both God and evil realms. This is the first time the hero has obtained a secondary awakening item. Seeing its value, he decides he must explore this realm even more. With that thought, he walked out of the dungeon. He was greeted by Deacon Wei, who told him he did very well. She informed him it took him 10 minutes and 25 seconds to clear the realm on his first attempt, which placed him in the top 20. Without wasting a moment, our hero handed over the items he had acquired and looked her straight in the eyes. He told her that he was giving those to her and wanted to enter the realm again. Deacon Wei blinked, clearly surprised. She asked why he wanted to go again and reminded him that this was not some kind of game. The energy consumption there was intense. Just then the giant ranking screen flickered to life behind them. The top clear records of the Sighing Plague realm appeared in glowing letters. At the very top stood first place Wei Qi Xian, and its second place was Ning Xinu. Our hero stared at the board for a long moment, then turned back with fire in his eyes. He said that the first run was for exploration, and this time he wanted to challenge the fastest clear. He believed he could beat first place. Deacon Wei's smile faded as she warned him that the top 10 were all level 30, and he should wait until at least level 27 to challenge the leaderboard. But the hero's resolve was clear. Seeing his determination, she nodded and advised caution, refusing to accept any items from him. Just then, someone called out to her. It was Zheng Ming, her nephew, a level 24 berserker and second-year student at Suhang University. He said it took him 2 months to finish off the otherworld creatures, and he was exhausted. As they're conversing, our hero, on his way out, is deep in thought, clearing creatures from other worlds through dimensional gaps. When I was in Tempest Valley, I discovered that lower-level otherworld creatures can pass through medium-sized dimensional rifts. Thinking about this, he heads toward the portal, remembering his master's words. According to Master, not only did the country enter level 3 wartime status, but they also sent legions to sweep for any possible otherworld creatures near the gaps. After that, Wei asks Viming about the casualties. Viming replies with a serious tone, saying there were 12 people in their team, but only 8 made it back. He adds that even with the legions protecting them, it was a close call, and without them, he probably would not have survived. Hearing this, Wei becomes a bit worried. She points out that 1/3 casualties is a terrible number. Then she asks Ming if he called his mother and questions why he did not tell her about such a dangerous mission. Ming laughs and admits he came to Wei because he kept the mission secret from his mother and fears her scolding. Wei gets annoyed and says she can't help. Ming smiles and calls her Annie playfully. Then Wei notices the hero and asks why he hasn't entered the realm. The hero steps forward and says he already did and came back. Wei is shocked. He shows her the updated dungeon record, placing him first with a clear time of 1 minute 59 seconds. Stunned, Wei asks if he really cleared a nightmare-level realm in under 2 minutes at level 23. Then our hero calmly repeats that he wants to try it once more, but this time on Abyss difficulty. Wei looks at him and calls him a monster, then tells him to take her card and use it as much as he wants. As our hero turns to leave, Ming suddenly recognizes him and reacts with shock, saying that he is Suhang University's #1 student Zhou Yi. After that, 2 months go by. In that time, the Sighing Plague realm on Abyss difficulty becomes a proving ground for the strongest. And at the very top of its leaderboard stands E. The records speak for themselves. E at level 29 cleared the realm in just 1 minute and 29 seconds. Right behind him, but far slower, is E again, now at level 35, who took 4 minutes and 15 seconds. In third place is Margareta, also level 35 with a time of 4 minutes and 32 seconds. These results shake the entire community. Whispers start spreading among warriors and students. Someone mutters in disbelief that the record for Sighing Plague Realm was broken in just 1 minute and 29 seconds. Another voice says they are still stuck at the first stage. Then someone else points out how incredible it is and says this must be the power of Guild Master Wang's direct disciple. As he steps out of the realm, he hears a few students talking in awe about what he just did. Their voices echo around, filled with disbelief and admiration. One student exclaims that the nightmare difficulty record is 59 seconds. A girl responds, saying not even second awakened classes are that fast. Meanwhile, Yi's name shows up on the leaderboard again with another unbelievable record. On nightmare difficulty, he tops the Sighing Plague realm with a clear time of 59 seconds at level 26. Wei Qixin follows with 2 minutes 40 seconds, and Ning Xianyu is third with 2 minutes 45. He couldn't help but reflect on his journey as he walked out of the realm. His mind replayed the past 2 months, which have been incredibly fruitful. These past 2 months have been incredibly fruitful. When Master Wang, who he learned I was farming the realm, he personally gave me his card. Of course, I would raise my level as fast as I can without point limitations, he thought to himself. And with every dungeon he cleared, his level had increased steadily. Now at level 29, he was not just becoming stronger in level, but each of his talents had also grown significantly. The path ahead seemed limitless as his strength continued to soar. When he checked his phone, he saw a message from his Master Wang, asking him to come meet. Without wasting a moment, he headed to the location. As soon as Wang Hui saw him, he smiled and said he had gained 6 levels in just 2 months, which was exactly what he expected, and that it was impressive. Placing a hand on Yi's shoulder, he grinned and said he could have taken him to the deeper wilds to hunt monsters and reach level 40 or 50 even faster. Then he asked if he knew why he didn't do that. With a calm face, he answered that it was because tertiary awakened classes had empty levels with less training and couldn't unleash their full strength. Only those who trained on the edge of life and death became truly powerful. Wang Hui nodded seriously and said that in the world of strong people, there were always some with no talent who got their levels up using family resources, but even after secondary or tertiary awakening, they stayed weaker than others. Then he handed Yi a scroll and said that now he had reached level 29, it was time to prepare for his secondary awakening. While handing over the scroll book to our hero, the headmaster said, "A Saint Knight's secondary class will be the Apocalyzer. It enhances the class's control over holy light and significantly boosts offensive power. But that's for regular Saint Knights. Your offensive is already extremely powerful. This is the class awakening book for Apocalyzer. Commune with it through your mind to view the requirements for class awakening." And the moment the scroll book came into our hero's hands, right then and there, a notification about the class book appeared telling him to meet the awakening requirements and evolve the class from Holy Knight to Apocalyzer. Reading this notification, our hero focused his attention on the scroll book. As he did, the requirements slowly began to reveal themselves to him. The first requirement: this class could only be accepted by someone whose first class is Saint Knight. The second: reach level 29. The third: 100 sacred crystals. And then came the fourth: 100 will of repent. It was this final requirement that caught our hero off guard. Confused, he looked at it and asked, "What is this will of repent? Does that refer to the remorseful will of cultists who followed evil gods?" At that, the headmaster explained, "Do you remember the repent skill you acquired in the plague realm? You'll need to use it to extract the will of repent. But be quick. You must collect it within half an hour or their souls will dissipate." The moment our hero heard the headmaster's words, he immediately asked him directly, "How do you know I have that skill, master?" The skill our hero was referring to was repent, a grade C skill that allows the user to use it on cultists to make them produce the will of repent and can also be used within half an hour after their death. In response to his question, the headmaster calmly replied, "I knew you would receive this skill when I heard you were farming the Sang Plague Realm. It was a must-run realm for holy classes, and knowing you, you've probably already collected more than enough sacred crystals." Saying this, the headmaster began to walk away. Watching him leave, our hero began to reflect silently. "So master had already prepared for my second awakening." Just then, the headmaster added, "You only need to complete the fourth mission for your secondary awakening." To that, our hero simply responded with a yes. The headmaster let out a small laugh and said, "There's a mission with cultists on the school network. You might be able to receive the will of repent from them. Go check it out." With a confident nod, our hero answered, "Yes," once more and then set off from there. Following the headmaster's advice, our hero begins searching through the school network, scanning the entire website in search of any information about the cultists. As he clicks through the various links, he notices something. Out of the 3 major schools, Suhang has fewer students than expected. With only about 5,000 students across all 4 years, it doesn't even come close to matching the student populations of the other schools. While continuing his search, he reflects, this is because Suhang invests more in their students, so they recruit less. Despite the small student population, there are still plenty of missions. Most are point-based, but I need one involving cultists right now. Since the first mission was useless, he shifts his focus to Longfeng City. And as he looks at the map on the website, he murmurs, "It doesn't look like a developed city, but with a specialty like Bao Yuan fruit. It must be more developed than Lijiang City. And with cultist activity, there's a huge chance to receive the will of repent." As soon as he clicks on the mission for Longfeng, a warning message pops up. Mission identified as highly dangerous. 2 contract agents have lost contact. Do you wish to proceed? Reading the message, our hero thinks to himself, it's a high-risk mission, just like realm difficulties. School missions are divided into simple, normal, dangerous, and highly dangerous. The casualty rate for high-risk missions exceeds 70%. A brief moment of tension flickers across his face as he thinks it over, but without hesitation, he clicks to accept the mission. After accepting the mission, our hero smiled to himself, knowing well that any mission involving cultists would not be an easy one. He realized that proper preparation was essential. So, without wasting a moment, he stood up from his desk and summoned the Void Butterfly. As soon as the Void Butterfly appeared, it asked, "Master, what do you wish to ask of me?" Without hesitation, our hero tossed the Void Butterfly forward and activated a skill called Location. This skill allowed the Space Butterfly to mark a space by constructing a formation with their mana. A Void Beast would then be able to use their senses to locate that space. In an instant, the Void Butterfly transformed into a small figure and created a formation directly beneath our hero's feet, as if marking his position. Our hero had done this in case he encountered a danger he couldn't avoid, and with the help of the Void Butterfly, he could escape quickly. It was all part of his insurance plan. Before heading out, he thought about buying some mana nourishment from the school network. As he walked through the bustling crowd, a few girls noticed him and whispered, "Isn't that Gaju? He looks so handsome." One of the girls added, "As expected of the leader of the new golden age. Not even the great 4 seniors can compare with his aura." In the midst of the crowd, we noticed a familiar-faced dragon boy who was quietly watching our hero from the crowd, hidden but observant. The story then shifts to the combat school's Haosam's professional combat training, where Housemaster Wu is training. During this, we also see Sue, who after hearing about the mission from Housemaster Wu, asks her, "You mentioned that he accepted a high-risk mission and is going to leave the school soon to complete it?" In response, Sue says, "Yes, the mission location is Long City, Chongshan District. It's related to cultists." As soon as Housemaster Wu hears this, he responds, "Cultists' mission? Looks like he's preparing for his secondary awakening. Smart move. But the Long Fun City mission, I heard other teachers mentioning it." Sue, after checking some more details, adds, "The mission was originally graded as normal difficulty. It was after level 26 and level 28 student lost contact after taking the mission that it was regarded as high risk. The mission is tricky even among high-risk missions. The teacher assessed that it would require secondary awakened classes." Hearing this, Housemaster Wu says, "Something's fishy there. It might be trouble for other students, but for E, it's nothing. He didn't waste his time at the Tianyu Guild for the past 2 months. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage against secondary classes even at level 29. Plus, he has a lot of hidden aces. Set his class status as on leave and leave it." Then, after breaking all the training robots, he calmly walks forward and adds, "I'll remind him to follow the procedure when he comes back." The story then shifts directly to the moment when our hero has already departed for the mission. Suhang District and Chongshan District are separated by 100,000 kilometers, passing through many secret realms and danger zones. To reach Longfeng City, he departed from Ning and City's teleportation square, taking 12 teleportations and 7 high-speed rails to finally arrive in Chongshan District, Yongxing City. Sitting on the train, he starts to feel bored knowing it will still take another 2 hours to reach his destination, even with high-speed rail. Just then a message appears asking if he has arrived, and to call once he does. A girl sitting beside him notices the monster accessory hanging from his phone and comments that it is the Ningon's specialty monster chirp rat. She asks if he is from Ningon City. He asks if she is from there too. She replies that she is half Ningon and her grandmother lives there. She explains she grew up in the city, but now only visits during summer since Suhang is far from Chongshan. Then she asks if he's going to Long City for tourism. Both girls begin chatting with him, and while replying, he activates his assessment skill to check their information. Casually, he says he is heading there for business and asks if they're going for tourism. Using his assessment skill, the hero identifies one as Bai Na and the other as Lu Jia, both level 13 pharmacists. Bai Na smiles while checking him out and says she heard Longfeng City has amazing hot springs, so they came to relax. She introduces herself and Lu Jia. She tries to assess him, but fails, then curiously asks if he's a combat class. He nods, and she lights up with excitement, saying her sixth sense was right and she's jealous of combat classes. The hero thinks to himself that combat and life classes give off different auras, so being recognized isn't strange. Suddenly, Bai holds out her phone and offers to exchange contacts, saying she and her friend are pharmacists and can give him discounts on mana and healing potions. Now clinging to him, she catches him a bit off guard, and he stammers a quick thanks and agrees. As they chat, 2 hours pass quickly and the train reaches Luong Station. Bai stretches and smiles, saying time flew by. She and Lu Jia wave goodbye, and Bai cheerfully tells him to contact them anytime. Just as Bai steps forward, she bumps into a man. Startled, she looks up as the man politely hands her an envelope, saying the holy faith brings endless happiness. He turns to Lu Jia and gives her one too, inviting her to a special event to witness their God's blessings. Finally, he approaches the hero with a respectful tone, saying the hero's aura is special and he must be blessed. But as the hero sees the statue on the envelope, his expression shifts to cold fury. He locks eyes with the man with a glare that is sharp and unyielding. Sensing the intensity in our hero's gaze, the man instantly pulls the envelope back in panic and takes off running into the crowd without saying another word. Lu Jia, curious, holds the envelope in her hand, opens it, and starts reading its contents. As she flips through the pamphlet, she tilts her head and wonders aloud if religion is really that popular in Luong City. Before she can finish the thought, a calm but cold voice cuts in telling her to throw it away because it is annoying. Startled, Lu Jia turns to the source and asks why there is something wrong with it. That is when Bai steps in her expression more seriously than before. She explains that it is normal not to know and says her brother worked in Long City for years and told her everything. According to him, that religion only started about a year ago. She pauses, then continues in a quieter voice, saying that at first people claimed they gained benefits after joining, like improved stats and faster level ups. But it didn't stay innocent. People began to change, and not in good ways. Her brother's classmate used to be gentle and soft-spoken, but after joining the holy faith, he became aggressive and unstable. Now he lashes out over the smallest things, and his own family is afraid of him. She sighs and says the faith calls it a sign of true devotion, but to her something feels deeply wrong. Lu Jie frowns while still holding the pamphlet and questions how miracles like that could even be real. Bai quickly waves it off and says not to try to understand it and warns her not to get involved because no one really knows what they are hiding behind that polished image. In front of them, the conversation fades as the hero silently watches the retreating figure of the man who handed out the leaflets. His gaze narrows and his thoughts race. He remembers seeing the god of light at Tempest Valley, but also knows true miracles are not something that show up casually in daily life. If what they say is happening in Long City, then this must be the work of cultists hiding behind religion. His expression darkens as he realizes this is no longer just a mission. It is a battle against something twisted wearing the face of faith. After parting ways with the two girls, the hero arrived at Hangyong Shopping Mall at 8:30 p.m. On the 9th floor, a crowd had gathered in front of a place resembling a church. The atmosphere buzzed with whispers and murmurs. Some people wondered aloud whether they would witness a miracle that night, while others shared stories they had heard, like someone claiming their neighbor saw a miracle and gained a 20-point boost in all 4 attributes along with massive strength gains. The crowd continued exchanging tales with growing curiosity and excitement. Among them was a small group observing everything with focused intent. Their presence felt different. One man noted how impressive it was that simply promising miracles could attract such a crowd. Another beside him agreed and pointed out that the Holy Spirit cult had grown into a large-scale religion in just 1 year, drawing tens of thousands of followers. That kind of growth, he believed, was impossible without some real tricks behind it. The first man, known as Guman, added that they needed to capture footage of how these supposed miracles were being faked. Zhao Ling, a level 19 fighter and one of the team members, cautioned him not to go too far. She reminded him that investigating the cult and an A-level threat came with serious risk, and one wrong step could get them all killed. Guman responded with a light smile, agreeing to stick to gathering evidence without any direct confrontation. Zhao Ling then approached Zhang Tsong, a level 18 mechanic, and asked if the micro-robots were in place. Zhang Tsong chuckled and assured her that the entire area was under surveillance. Every detail would be recorded without fail. Nearby, Li Yuhan, a level 18 mage, was using her detection skill to scan the crowd for level and class information. Suddenly, she paused, puzzled that she could not read one particular individual. Alerted by her reaction, the others in the group began scanning the same person, the hero. Zhang Tsong confirmed that he could not detect the level either. Guman tried next, but had the same result. He concluded that the man had to be at least level 20 for them to be unable to read him. Still scanning, Zhang Tsong commented on how rare it was to find someone above level 20 in a place like Long City, where even level 18 professionals were considered strong. The idea that someone that powerful would attend a simple Holy Spirit cult event was unexpected. Then Lu Yuhan, while still detecting and feeling a little scared, said, "He has a sacred aura around him. Could he be a member of the Holy Spirit cult?" While they were all trying to detect our hero, at that moment our hero sharply looked toward them, and as soon as he looked at them, all 4 of them were instantly gripped by fear. Zhao Ling, trembling with fear, said, "Just one look from him fills me with terror. He must already be a second transition expert. From now on, during our operation, we must make sure not to draw his attention." Her teammates all agreed with her. They were all terrified just from seeing the sharp gaze of our hero. Meanwhile, our hero, looking at them, was thinking to himself, "These 4 people don't seem like ordinary citizens, but that has nothing to do with me. My target is the Holy Spirit cult." Just then, the bell of the temple rang, and the door opened. A few people dressed in priest uniforms started walking in from the doorway, drawing everyone's attention toward them. As they walked straight to the main stage, the one leading the group stepped forward with a smile and welcomed everyone to the gathering organized by the Holy Spirit cult. He said that those who had stepped into this place were destined to meet the Holy Spirit Lord. He introduced himself as Priest Lu and said it was his honor to guide them on the path toward divine grace. Our hero listened closely to the man's words while scanning the people around him. He noticed one of them was level 18 and 2 were level 17. Their levels weren't that high, and he quietly wondered what tricks they might try to pull. While the priest kept speaking, he explained that the Holy Spirit cult worshipped the Holy Spirit Lord, and that their teachings were meant to lead them toward light and redemption. In the eyes of the Holy Spirit Lord, all living beings were equal. As he spoke, some items were brought out and displayed in front of the crowd, which stirred greed among those gathered. The more they looked at the items, the more attracted they became. The priest continued presenting each item with ceremonial pride. He explained that those who devoted themselves fully would receive endless blessings from the Holy Spirit Lord. The church, he said, offered exclusive access to special training dungeons at no cost to members. It also distributed valuable cultivation resources, including mana-enhancing potions and powerful treasures that strengthen the body. All of it was available to those who remained faithful. Each month, members would also receive 8,000 mid-tier Zia currency as an activity allowance. The crowd buzzed with rising excitement. Some compared it to their own lives, noting how they worked tirelessly for only half that amount. The thought of receiving double without effort sparked interest. Others began to dream of changing their fates, believing the resources could help them become powerful professionals. Amused by the growing enthusiasm, the priest smiled and declared that such generosity was a reflection of the Holy Spirit Lord's boundless love, freeing followers from material concerns so they could commit to the faith completely. Two assistants stepped toward a statue covered by a cloth and began to unveil it. The priest raised his voice and proclaimed that the Holy Spirit Lord's divine power knew no limits. He would now demonstrate that divine might in person. As the cloth was removed, a majestic but mysterious statue came into view. Though its properties were unknown, it exuded a powerful presence. The priest stepped forward and addressed the gathering. He announced that this moment was a rare gift, a chance to witness divine glory and experience the grace of the Holy Spirit Lord firsthand. Our hero tried to identify the statue, but he couldn't. However, the statue was releasing a strong magical aura, which our hero could clearly sense. Because of this, he suspected it might be a magic prompt as well. Interestingly, the group opposite him was thinking the exact same thing. The Holy Spirit statue. They're about to fake a divine miracle. We must gather evidence this time. At that moment, Priest Lu turned toward the statue and shouted, "Holy Spirit Lord, reveal your power. Let these devout believers witness your great miracle." Hearing his words, everyone became excited. Then Priest Lu rang a bell, and immediately afterward, a light appeared above the statue. As the light manifested, a golden-colored visible figure began to emerge, and it started pulling everyone's attention toward it. Everyone was stunned at the sight of the golden figure. Some people even shouted loudly, "It's a miracle." The golden light emanating from the statue started to affect the bodies of some people, empowering them. And then the golden figure began to chant spiritual words. These spiritual words entered the ears of the people, making them feel increasingly strange. They started asking each other if they were hearing voices, believing that a real miracle was speaking to them. Gradually, the people began falling under the hypnotic influence of these spiritual words, losing their clear-mindedness. Even the group that had been trying to detect our hero was not spared. They too started falling into the trance. However, the girl named Lu Yuan managed to protect herself. A protection set had automatically formed around her, shielding her from the influence of the spiritual words. At that moment, her companion Zio Ling suddenly shouted excitedly, "I've become a second-level professional." Seeing Zio Ling acting strangely, Lu Yuhan felt deeply confused. She could clearly sense that Zio Ling's condition remained unchanged, yet Zio Ling kept insisting she had advanced. Then Guman suddenly raised his voice, claiming the resources were enough to make him the strongest warrior. Zhang Tsang followed, shouting with excitement that he had become the top mechanical engineer of the Janjia nation and would finally bring pride to his family. Watching her companions behave like this, Lu Yuhan became even more confused. Realizing that this was an advanced hypnosis spell, it was because of the necklace Lu Yuan was wearing that she was able to resist the hypnosis spell. The necklace, which is immune to mind control, can only be triggered once every half an hour. Now she could only wait for the necklace's cooldown to finish, wake up a teammate, and then break out by force. Standing among them, our hero had also recognized this spell. It was a hypnotic spell. Some people trapped under the spell's influence had already started moving toward the statue on their own, and our hero, pushing them away, was thinking, could it be that the Holy Spirit Church recruits believers using this method? Meanwhile, the priest looked at the statue and remarked that the sacred relic bestowed by the bishop was truly extraordinary. He then turned to his companion and told him to begin the operation, noting that they had already lost time with the sermon and the others must be getting anxious. His companion stepped forward to carry out the order. The priest rang the bell again, and a shadow quickly formed. From it, several figures emerged. The priest bowed his head in greeting as the figures revealed themselves to be zombie bishops. The moment they appeared, our hero sensed the dark aura surrounding them. He immediately recognized it as the presence of cultists. The leading bishop turned to the priest Lu and questioned the delay. Lu replied that the sermon for the Holy Spirit Church had taken longer than expected. The bishop dismissed the concern coldly, saying expendables were not worth wasting time over, and warned him not to let it happen again. He then placed a hand on the statue and declared that once the sacrificial ceremony ended, Lu would officially become part of the Holy Spirit Church and receive the Holy Lord's blessings. As his hand touched the statue, dark energy began pouring from it. The priest gratefully acknowledged the bishop's support. Among the crowd, our hero observed in silence, noting that when cultists did not use the power of the evil god, they appeared completely normal and most professionals would not notice. However, as a holy knight blessed by the holy light, he could sense evil auras clearly. To him, the darkness surrounding the 5 cultists stood out like ink on white paper. The bishop raised his hands and began chanting loudly, calling on the Holy Spirit to reign eternal through the ages. He declared that the offerings had been fully prepared and invited the Holy Lord to accept them. The crowd continued to chant, repeating his words with growing intensity. As the chants echoed across the temple, a strange light enveloped the statue. It began to shift into a monstrous form. Its mouth opened wide and began drawing the soul power out of the surrounding people. However, the crowd, under the illusion, believed that the statue was granting them power. In truth, the statue was greedily absorbing their soul essence, and yet oblivious to the danger. Everyone continued to celebrate ecstatically. Seeing this, our hero thought grimly, is it slowly extracting their souls? Meanwhile, the crowd continued to shout madly, Holy Spirit, eternal, everlasting through the ages. Holy Spirit, eternal, everlasting through the ages. Watching the horrifying scene, our hero's thoughts raced. Ordinary humans have such weak soul forces that they're almost negligible. After death, their souls usually don't even manifest. But the soul is crucial. For example, it's essential for priests to perform resurrection magic. Some super powerful beings can even cast resurrection spells on themselves while in a soul state. Whether strong or weak, the soul is undoubtedly an incredibly vital thing. Yet this apparition is actually extracting their soul power. That explains why people who join this religion are seen unchanged on the outside, but undergo drastic changes in personality afterward. The change must be connected to the loss of their souls after joining the Holy Spirit Church. The statue was continuously sucking the souls of these people, and our hero couldn't understand what the statue would do by collecting their souls. Meanwhile, Lu Han, who was watching her teammates' powers gradually diminish. Seeing this, she realized that Sister Zhao Ling and the others would be killed. Therefore, she couldn't just sit and wait for death. She decided to use her ice skill to wake up Zhao Ling. She called out to the ice spirit, saying, "Listen to me and use all your power and freezing abilities." She then directly used the ice spell on Zhao Ling. As soon as the spell touched Zhao Ling, she regained some consciousness. However, Zhao Ling soon fell back under the hypnotic control again. Seeing this, Lu Yuhan was slightly worried that her action had no effect. As soon as the ice effect wore off, he returned to her previous state. Her actions alerted the priest, and he laughed, saying, "There is someone here who has not been hypnotized." The priest quickly recognized who was not under the spell and decided to eliminate them. He activated the black flame and launched it directly. Our hero, upon seeing this, rushed toward the priest. However, by this time, the priest's attack had already reached her. She, seeing the attack, became extremely scared. At that moment, a girl appeared and immediately activated the shining shield. As soon as the black flame collided with the shield, it reflected back toward the bishop. Seeing this, the bishop laughed, remarking that this was the shining light and that the girl must be from the holy light's sacred place. The girl who had just activated the shining shield, Lu Ran, was a light mage. She had cast an attack on the bishop while working to protect herself, but seeing him unharmed left her deeply shocked. She could not believe it. Her light spell was at LV-15, a skill that had once killed a 26th level golden bear in a single strike. Yet this cultist had blocked it effortlessly with just a wave of his hand. The situation was dire. The cultist's strength far exceeded her expectations, and she knew she had to escape immediately. Her hand tightened around the teleportation scroll she was considering using. However, at that moment, the bishop laughed again and reached toward her, taunting her for attempting to disrupt the ritual and still thinking she could flee. Did she believe this was a place she could come and go as she pleased? With a gesture, the bishop summoned swamp magic, causing the ground beneath her to soften into a mire. As she began sinking, his followers prepared their own attacks, one conjuring wind blades, the other summoning a firewall. Desperate, she raised her staff and called upon the power of light to gather around her, forming an invincible barrier. Immediately, a sacred shield forms around her, protecting her from the incoming attacks. Among the 5 people, 2 are mages continuously attacking. If there had only been one mage here, she might have had a chance to tear up her teleportation scroll and escape to another party by the time they finished chanting. She could have teleported them out. She also uses divine power to counterattack, repeatedly chanting these words as she launches her attacks at the enemies in front of her. The situation is even worse. Another close combat fighter is rushing over. If he gets near me, I'm doomed. When I transitioned to the hidden class of Light Mage at the age of 18, I was directly absorbed into the Light Church for training. The enemies continue to attack, and to avoid her attacks, they repeatedly create shields. Seeing this, she thinks the 4-year training period has ended, and it's my first time going out for practical training. I thought I could destroy this fake cult with my power. Is this the price I'll have to pay for my life? Our hero had been standing and observing the fight for a while, and when things went beyond what he could tolerate, he immediately summoned his warhammer. With a single strike of the hammer, he struck the entire building, shaking it violently. The force of his hammer caused some of the cultists to die, and everyone's attention immediately shifted toward him. She was carrying her injured companions on her shoulders and was preparing to leave, saw our hero, and said, "He ended it with just one blow." The bishop, upon seeing our hero, became frightened and said, "There's another spoiler here." Seeing the holy energy radiating from our hero, the priest grew visibly fearful. As our hero closed the distance, the bishop questioned whether he was a high knight of the Holy Throne of Light. In response, our hero coldly declared that the gathered cultists had all earned death. Meanwhile, from a distance, she observed the scene, her mind racing. 2 mages and a warrior, all above level 25, had even activated a magic shield. Even a level 29 class wouldn't be able to eliminate them instantly. Could he be a second-tier class? She had suspected something was amiss in Longfeng City. It must have already drawn the attention of the church. Enraged by our hero's words, the bishop snapped at him not to overestimate his abilities and immediately ordered his companions to attack. The cultists surged forward, but our hero simply unsheathed his sword in one fluid motion. With effortless precision, he cut them down, standing untouched amidst their fallen bodies. The bishop and the priest were terrified, unable to believe that all of them were taken down in a single move. It seemed impossible. Panicking, the bishop thought of fleeing and swiftly kicked the priest from behind, sending him towards our hero like a living shield. As the priest fell towards him, our hero cut him in half with his sword, slashing through him effortlessly, turning the priest into a lifeless body. Bishop attempted to teleport away. However, our hero immediately summoned the Void Butterfly and ordered it to chase after Bishop. The Void Butterfly obeyed instantly and dived into the black shadow, following Bishop without hesitation. Everything is over now. With all the cultists eliminated, she approaches our hero respectfully and introduces herself as Lu Ran, a light mage from the Magic Capital Division of the Holy Light Church. Observing him closely, she thinks that the concentration of holy light around him is not just strong, but seems like the very incarnation of holy light itself. She can even feel the joyous aura radiating from the holy light enveloping his body. Our hero inquires about her presence, asking how she ended up here from the Magic Capital Division. She explains that she was on a mission when she received orders to come to this location. Grateful for her timely arrival, he assures her that handling the situation won't take much time, just a little effort. This comforts her, and she happily asks which cleric from the Holy Light Church he is, mentioning that she has never seen such powerful holy light before. He raises a finger and replies that he is not from the church. With a click of his finger, he launches an attack that shatters the walls of the entire building. She is shocked, exclaiming that no one else could possess such power and intense holy light aura apart from the Holy Light Church. Looking at our hero with a smile, she wonders if he could be the Holy Son. She continues to ponder about the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter are titles given to the top geniuses within the Holy Light Church. They also come with immense privileges. They receive the best training within the church. Of course, their strength must match such training. Each one is invincible within their rank, even possessing the power to kill enemies several levels above them. To prevent targeting by cults or demons, the identity of the Holy Son or Holy Daughter is hidden before their birth. Only senior clerics of the Holy Light Church are aware of their true identity. After that, she asks our hero whether they should wake the sleeping people. Our hero replies that there is no need, as the chaos has already been caused. He suggests letting the security forces handle it upon their arrival, since they have experience dealing with such anomalies and can calm the crowd more effectively. He adds that the situation is complicated and waking people up hastily would only cause unnecessary panic. While saying this, he walks toward the cultists and priests. Hearing his words, she obeys his command, trusting that his judgment is best. Our hero reaches a cultist and uses a skill called Repent. He chants a ritual phrase, invoking purity to awaken the soul's conscience immediately. Holy energy envelopes the dead cultist, and his soul begins to float in the air. Dark energy pours from his body as the holy energy purifies the corruption. The soul, weighed by guilt over its wrongdoings, begins to confess its sins. As the scene shifted, the hero stood beside her in a grand hall where the vaulted ceiling cast long shadows beneath flickering chandeliers. Though they had just made it through a battle, the air was still tense, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. The hero scanned the dim space, his thoughts running deep. Only 4? That was far too few. He had let the bishop go on purpose, trusting the space butterfly to quietly follow him and uncover the cult's hidden base. Now, felt like the right time to give chase, and the idea struck his mind with clarity. She stood quietly next to him, her posture calm, but her mind filled with doubt. She had the repent skill too, but was nowhere near as strong as the Holy Sons. She felt the gap in their power like a weight pressing down. His connection with light elements was unreal. If she followed the Holy Sun's path for cultivation, maybe her power would grow too. But would he even let her? That question echoed in her heart with no answer. Suddenly, a figure darted into view from the stairwell above. Dressed in uniform and moving with practiced precision, he landed cleanly and pointed his weapon forward. It was a security officer from Longfeng, and his tone left no room for questions as he ordered them to drop their weapons and raise their hands. Within moments, more officers flooded the space, forming a perimeter around the Grand Hall. The tension shifted from mystical to militaristic, and at the center of it all stood Captain Wang, his commanding presence undeniable. His coat bore the insignia of the Public Security Operation Team, and his voice carried clipped clarity as he introduced himself as the captain of the unit and demanded an explanation for what had transpired. She stood firm, hands raised peacefully, and calmly explained that the Holy Faith was a cult that lured ordinary citizens with the intent of harvesting their souls for sacrifice. Captain Wang's eyes widened at the gravity of her claim, stunned by the notion of stolen souls. He asked if she had managed to stop them. She quickly clarified that it wasn't her doing, her eyes darting to the space beside her, only to find the hero already gone, vanished without a trace. A quiet realization settled over her as she murmured to herself, wondering why the Holy Sun had left her behind. With a sigh, she lowered her gaze while the hall filled with a heavier silence. Captain Wang snapped into action, barking orders to evacuate the crowd safely, investigate the scene, and tend to the wounded. Teams moved with urgency, securing the area and stabilizing victims as the aftermath of the cult's disruption began to settle. Yet the absence of the Holy Sun lingered like an unspoken weight. The crowd stood dazed, their faces pale and expressions vacant, as if waking from a dream. One person stumbled forward, muttering confusion about where they were and a desperate desire to go home. Another laughed nervously, disoriented, insisting they had just been at a party. A third clutched their head, groaning about an overwhelming fatigue, as if their body had been drained. Zhang Tsang rubbed his temples, grimacing faintly as he complained about the pounding in his skull. Lu Ran, still steady, turned to him with a frown and explained that they had all been hypnotized by the Holy Faith. She had only escaped thanks to a magic talisman, but what followed had been beyond her expectations. The cult had deployed at least 5 level 25 classes. Zhang Tsang's eyes widened in shock at the revelation. If their enemies were that powerful, how had they survived? Lu Ran replied grimly that a man, likely a secondary awakened faith class, had annihilated them all in a single strike. Zhang Tsang's jaw dropped as the realization struck him. A secondary awakened phase class, an elite. Then it hit him. His robots must have recorded the fight. They could post the footage online and gain massive attention. He quickly summoned a magical screen, trying to pull up the footage, but before the projection could stabilize, the entire building began to shake violently. The chandeliers overhead trembled. Then one of them snapped and came crashing down, shattering across the marble floor. Captain Wang instinctively turned to the source of the tremor, his eyes narrowing just as the stained glass window behind them shattered, spraying shards of colored glass through the air. As the scene transitioned, high above and beyond their reach, several tattered robes swayed from the trees outside, and among the shadows, monstrous figures loomed. Deep within a desolate corridor, a figure in ceremonial garb stood in a heavy silence, cloaked by dread. His voice echoed bitterly as he stared into the darkness. The man paced in frustration, his voice low and seething. He questioned how someone like that could appear in Longfeng City. Muttering to himself, he seemed on the edge of panic. He reminded himself that he had stayed hidden, avoided drawing attention from the Court of Light, and sent away their agents under hypnosis without incident. Nothing should have gone wrong. With a heavy push, he opened a large metal door that groaned under its weight. Inside, darkness collected in corners, and a sinister energy pulsed from within. He lamented the loss of 4 devout believers and worried that his lord would be furious. Desperation filled his voice as he wondered what to do next. Above him, hidden among the shadows, a space butterfly quietly observed. It was not alone. Our hero had followed the bishop into the chamber, keeping each step silent. Just moments after the bishop's arrival, the hero slipped inside unnoticed. A screen shimmered nearby, showing a star-scattered, unstable realm, the space realm. The air vibrated with the hum of bees, dozens of them entering the chamber in coordinated formation. Their wings beat in eerie unison. At the room's far end, a robed cultist stood next to a dark altar. From the shadows, another figure emerged, a bishop. He acknowledged the returning man with cold formality, asking what had caused the loss of 4 believers. The bishop fell to his knees, forehead pressed to the floor, admitting that a man wielding powerful light had stormed the ritual site and killed the followers. He confessed his weakness and begged for mercy. But the Lord looked down on him with disdain, demanding to know why he had survived. The bishop pleaded, offering to atone by securing more sacrifices. The Lord dismissed his excuses, stating that while the sacrifice was disrupted, the ritual itself had succeeded. Their plans remained unchanged. The bishop sat upright, stunned by the revelation. He questioned whether an incomplete sacrifice might provoke the Soul Master's wrath. The Lord silenced him with scorn, calling him a fool. He made it clear that the scattered sacrifices across the city weren't merely for harvesting a few souls. Calling for Bishop Su, he summoned a tall, shadowed figure who stepped forward in obedience. Bishop Su bowed deeply. His aura was steeped in darkness, marking him as a level 43 shadowy reaper. Without emotion, he began to explain the plan that was powerful enough to shake the entire world. He confirmed that the Holy Faith had launched a program named Sacrifice 307, with sacrificial sites arranged across Longfeng City. These sites had been carefully selected to form a grand structure known as the Chaos Hell Formation. As the hero listened, his heart began to race. The words Chaos Hell Formation echoed in his mind. Bishop Su continued, revealing that cultists had been embedded among the citizens of Longfeng City. Their mission was to spread the Holy Faith and exploit those with corrupt desires, using them to grow their ranks and ensure there was enough manpower for the plan. Bishop Su went on to explain that the city's water supply had been contaminated with a special potion. It was completely undetectable, colorless, and tasteless, but it gradually weakened both body and mind, making people more vulnerable to hypnosis and mental control. The hero now understood why so many had fallen so easily. They had been manipulated from the inside out. The bishop's voice rose as the chamber pulsed with magical energy. He explained that they had constructed countless secret tunnels linking all the sacrificial points. These tunnels were carved with ancient runes and enhanced with layers of formation magic to channel energy throughout the city. That very night, the entire formation had been activated. The soul and life force of every resident in Longfeng City was being drained and funneled into something called the Seal of the Master of Chaos. The bishop's body trembled as he spoke of the final objective. Through this mass sacrifice, the Master of Chaos would be awakened. He claimed this dark deity would rise to bring endless chaos and remake the world in his own image. The hero stood frozen in disbelief as the horrifying plan became clear. An evil god was about to be resurrected at the cost of an entire city's lives. In the next moment, Bishop Feng stepped forward, trembling and desperate. He begged for forgiveness, insisting that he had no knowledge of the true nature of the plan. But the Lord's expression turned cold and contemptuous. He rebuked Bishop Feng for his ignorance, stating that such a vital task could never have been entrusted to someone so foolish. Then, narrowing his eyes toward a dark corner of the room, the Lord sensed something. He asked who was hiding there. The hero's eyes widened. He instinctively retreated further into the shadows, trying to remain unseen. But the sudden motion betrayed his position. Bishop Feng spotted the movement and, with fury in his eyes, charged straight toward him. The hero gritted his teeth, watching the cultists react. A holographic screen blinking with the screen detailed the transformation, telling this boosted stats. Without hesitation, the hero burst from his position, slamming onto the ground with renewed power. Another screen materialized before him, sword flesh, describing a devastating high-speed slash capable of inflicting massive damage. Bishop Feng, now locked onto him, roared in rage upon recognizing his foe. Yet before the bishop could close the distance, a third screen flickered to life. Shadow Space Slash, an ability that gathered dark energy into the weapon to unleash a violent counterattack. The hero felt a surge of power coursing through his blade as he braced for the clash. Simultaneously, another notification scrolled across his vision. Holy Thunderblade of Punishment, S rank, detailing the ability to summon Holy Thunder, enchanting his weapon for a lightning-fast strike that would deliver thunder-infused devastation. The Lord's voice sliced through the tension, cold and deliberate. addressing Zhou Yi by name. This was a fated confrontation, enemies meeting on a narrow road. Another figure stepped forward, Bishop Sidemaster, his face contorted with hatred as he accused Zhou Yi of disrupting the ritual at Hongyang Shopping Hall and foolishly pursuing them to their headquarters. Now, he would never leave alive. But the Lord turned his scorn onto Bishop Sidemaster, chastising him for his carelessness in allowing their enemy to track them. He threatened to execute the bishop on the spot for such incompetence, mocking his unworthiness for the title were it not for his meager bloodline. With a sneer, he reminded Sidemaster of his lowly origins, declaring that only by his mercy had he risen from obscurity. He commanded Sidemaster to ensure Zhou Ye's death, doubting the bishop would even comprehend his own failure when it came. As the battle erupted in full, Zhou Yi lunged into the fray, blades clashing with the bishop's. The force of their strikes sent shockwaves rippling through the dark chamber. The difference was immediately apparent. This bishop was far stronger than his previous opponent. Zhou Yi realized with grim certainty that he was facing an actual secondary awakened class. His breath came heavy as he struggled to match the bishop's relentless assault. Another combat alert flashed. Phantom Scythe, an ability to swing a scythe and summon multiple black blades that struck from unpredictable angles, their damage delayed to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. As he prepared for the counterattack, the bishop suddenly launched into the air, suspended by a swirling aura of purple and blue. The ground shook slightly as a circle of magic expanded around him, releasing bursts of dark light. The bishop scoffed, his voice laced with arrogance. A mere level 29 Saint Knight takes 3 hits from me. How amusing. He began channeling magic, the violet and blue hues cycling rapidly around his form, signaling an impending burst of energy. Raising his arms, he sneered, "But this ends here." Zhou Yi dropped to the floor momentarily, trying to catch his breath. His muscles ached, and his energy reserves waned. Just then, another screen emerged, Dark Cyclone, detailing a powerful area effect spell that gathered dark elements into a vortex centered on the user, forming a cyclone with immense suction, corrupting and draining life from everything caught within its radius. The room darkened as the spell began forming, and the walls seemed to tremble beneath its growing pressure. The battle was far from over. As the clash between both sides escalated into a full-blown battle, the chamber grew increasingly unstable. Suddenly, a shimmering circle of blue and purple light formed in the center of the room, accented with a streak of brilliant yellow slicing through it like a blade. On one side of the formation stood Zhou Yi, alone yet unwavering, and on the other side, the cultists gathered in overwhelming numbers. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi raised his holy protector, a massive radiant sword glowing with divine energy, and charged forward. Each swing of the sacred weapon cleaved through the growing darkness, colliding violently against the bishop's spells and weapons. His determination radiated through the room, cutting through fear like a beacon. Bishop Sup's eyes widened with disbelief as he watched the lone figure confront their might. "My dark vortex can even trap light itself," he declared with a cruel grin. "Every struggle of yours is pointless. Holy Knight, you are impressive for a First Awakened class, but between First Awakening and Secondary Awakening, the gap is as vast as heaven and earth. Not to mention, there's a 14-level difference between you and me." Even as Zhou Yi leapt across the crumbling floor to evade an incoming strike, thoughts raced through his mind. The protection of the sacred angel might be able to negate most of the darkness corruption, but this dark vortex is draining both my mana and stamina. I'll be subdued if this keeps up. Bishop Su's smirk deepened as the vortex pulsed stronger. "How long can your candlelight hold against absolute strength?" he taunted. But Zhou Yi roared back with defiance, his voice ringing with conviction. "My light is enough to crush your streaks." A surge of golden radiance burst from his body as he soared into the air, his eyes glowing with a fierce yellow hue that blazed like miniature suns. He narrowed his gaze on the enemy, and his thoughts sharpened. It's not worth it to match him in mana and stamina. I need to end this fast. Bishop Su narrowed his eyes, watching the scene unfold. Something about Zhou Yi unsettled him deeply. The purity of this holy light, it's far beyond that of a regular Saint Knight. Could he be a secret weapon of the court? But his level is too low. Whatever he is, he's not getting out of here alive. Before Su could act, the Lord's voice thundered through the chaos, his tone laced with urgency and fury. "Stop him, Bishop. Stop him now." And with that command, the tide of the battle surged forward once more. As Zhou Ye's form began to shift, a small angel formation then appeared on the screen beside him, listing his abilities in glowing text. Energy surged from his body, and a massive, sharp, yellow aura crackled around him like a radiant storm, drawing awe and dread from all who witnessed it. Bishop Su's eyes widened in disbelief as he staggered back. This dark vortex contains the element of chaos. It can even consume an attack from a level 50 class. How could it be destroyed so easily? The Lord's voice cut through the rising tension like a blade. All believers, kill him, no matter the cost. As the cultists surged forward in unison, Zhou Yi stood unmoved, surveying the wave of foes. They're not powerful individually, he thought, but with their sheer numbers, they could drain my stamina and mana just through attrition. He raised his voice, unwavering and fierce. Feel the chain of darkness and pain. Chain! In a flash, yellow and blue energy burst from his body in a violent ripple, spreading outward like divine lightning. It tore through the attackers with blinding speed as he declared, "Too many nobodies. I need to clear the field." One by one, the cultists fell to the ground, some charred, others utterly broken. A silence fell for a moment, pierced only by the crackle of fading energy. Then, Bishop Su stepped forward, facing Zhou Yi directly, and their blades clashed. But as Zhou Yi channeled more yellow light, the bishop stumbled, dizzy from the overwhelming force. The Lord growled with frustration, his patience wearing thin. The scene unfolded with mounting desperation. Bishop Su's voice cracked with disbelief as he questioned how they could possibly fight such a monstrous opponent, unable to comprehend their failure against a mere level 29 Saint Knight. Meanwhile, Zhou Ye's fist clenched with determination, golden energy swirling around his arm like sacred flames. The combination of buffs and Angel's Psyche had elevated his strength near level 40 capabilities. Though technically only level 29, his Holy Light Affinity granted him natural dominance against dark forces, the secret behind his overwhelming advantage. Fury radiated from the Lord as he berated his subordinates, promising retribution once the ritual concluded. His commands to Bishop Feng came sharp and demanding, questioning the hesitation. Bishop Feng's response came measured but uncertain, claiming to await a better opportunity. This exchange triggered immediate alarm in Zhou Yi, whose shocked gaze locked onto Bishop Feng as painful recognition struck. This was his father. The Lord's cruel sneer confirmed Zhou Yi's horrified realization, dismissing the familial bond as meaningless in service to their dark god. Zhou Yi's revulsion poured forth, condemning the abandonment of basic human connections for their twisted faith. The Lord countered with chilling conviction, declaring all life would become his children under their new order, mocking Zhou Yi's resistance as pointless in a doomed city. Recognition flashed between them as the Lord revealed his knowledge of Zhou Yi's identity, the standout champion of the National Freshman Exchange competition. Their violent clash sent both combatants reeling backward from the impact, when suddenly Zhou Yi's alarmed cry cut through the chaos as new danger emerged. He extended his hand, summoning another burst of radiant energy in an attempt to catch the fleeing figure, but it was too late. The Lord vanished into the shadows, his voice lingering. "So, you are the one who took the Void Beast. It took no effort to track you down." And just like that, the enemy was gone, leaving behind only silence and the storm still burning in Zhou Yi's heart. As Zhou Yi stood up from the rubble-strewn ground, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. He knows me, and suspects I took the Void Beast, he thought, eyes narrowing as he scanned the battlefield. Then, without warning, the voice rang out again, full of venom and confidence. "Housemaster Feng, you're the maniac who escaped," Zhou Yi said firmly, his tone sharp with disbelief. Feng stepped forward slowly, an eerie calm in his expression. "Correct," he said without hesitation. "The Master of Chaos will reshape this world, and I shall become one of the new gods." With a chilling certainty, Feng added, "If it wasn't for your meddling during the exchange match, the Master of Chaos would have awakened months ago. Today, I will take you and the Void Beast. The Void Beast is my gift to the Master of Chaos, and your holy power will nurture the awakening." Zhou Yi's expression changed. His eyes filled with a quiet sadness as he stared at the man before him. Believing in an evil god really does grant power, he thought bitterly. I remember Feng. He was just a level 49 secondary awakened assassin. But now he's nearly as strong as Housemaster Wu, a level 52 warrior. Without warning, jagged swords erupted from the ground beneath Zhou Yi's feet, launching upward with violent force. He twisted his body and leapt back, narrowly avoiding their deadly reach. Yet more blades followed in rapid succession, cutting through the air in an attempt to end the battle swiftly. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and crushed the incoming swords with sheer power, blasting them apart with holy energy. When the last of the summoned weapons shattered into sparks and dust, Feng's voice echoed coldly across the field. "Struggle all you want. Every minute, 500 souls become nourishment for the Master of Chaos." As he spoke, dozens of sharp weapons materialized in midair, each one gleaming with malicious energy, all aimed directly at Zhou Yi. With no time to counter, Zhou Yi took off running, zigzagging to avoid the incoming barrage. But amidst the flurry of steel, one blade tore through the air and struck his arm, slicing into his flesh and sending a sharp jolt of pain down his side. As the hero clutched his wounded arm, blood dripping from the cut, he trembled in pain and tears streaked his face. Suddenly, a golden light turned toward him, illuminating the battlefield with an eerie glow. Without warning, an explosion shook the ground beneath him, and in its aftermath, the hero's body transformed into a strange black foam. Yet he remained standing, seemingly unaffected by the blast. The sky above turned crimson, casting a bloody hue over everything. Housemaster Feng extended his arm forward with unnatural grace, summoning something that stood upright, as though awaiting command. Another golden light descended with devastating force, striking the earth like divine judgment. Someone in the crowd murmured about it being a punishment of light, recognizing it as Light LV-16. French remained unervingly calm amidst the chaos, his expression betraying no excitement. He analyzed the situation with cold precision, recognizing the attempt to limit his movements before delivering a lethal strike with the punishment of light. He remarked internally that these were standard tactics, but his opponent had forgotten one crucial detail. He had once been a master of the War Academy. With calculated precision, he launched the abyssal chain toward the hero, ensnaring him instantly and rendering him immobile. As the chain tightened around the struggling figure, French scoffed at the hero's efforts, noting that this was the same mindset he had taught his students a decade ago. Then, with arms flung wide and head lifted in manic triumph, he declared that this was the hero's end, his voice dripping with sadistic glee. Trapped and bound, the hero clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in frustration. The chains were suppressing his holy power, leaving him powerless as he collapsed to the floor. Feng loomed over him like a predator, pinching the hero's mouth until blood dripped from his cheek, then bringing his fingers to his lips with an unholy gleam in his eyes. Without warning, Feng gestured toward the ground, summoning violent storms as grotesque monsters clawed their way from the cracks in the earth. The hero could only watch in stunned horror as the dark creatures surrounded him. Feng's voice rang out with twisted joy, proclaiming these abominations as the heralds of the master of chaos arrival. The scene shifted to the building's exterior, where the sky burned crimson and waves of red energy surged upward. Inside, lifeless bodies littered the floor, their souls drifting away silently. The hero, still bound, called out names by Na, Lu Jie, but his words dissolved into the void, unheard by the departed. Feng stood nearby, unmoved, as the hero's rage burned in his eyes. He shouted at Feng, calling him and his kind monsters. Feng responded coldly, dismissing the deaths as necessary sacrifices that fools like the hero could never comprehend. Torn between escape and duty, the hero wrestled with his thoughts. He could summon the void beast to flee, but doing so would doom everyone in Longfeng. Resolute, he consumed a congenital potion, S+ grade, feeling its effects surge through him. His recovery speed skyrocketed, negativity resistance spiked by 100%, and his fractured psyche began mending rapidly. Feng watched with a sneer, dismissing it as a useless struggle. But the hero rose with newfound strength, defiance burning in his eyes. He invoked the power of the holy, awakening the kindness within Feng's soul. Feng's expression twisted in disbelief as he demanded to know what the hero was doing. Power erupted from the hero's body, red and yellow energy swirling together, illuminating the darkness. A screen flickered into view, displaying Will of Repent collected. Blood spilled from the hero's mouth, but he stood unshaken, unwavering, even in agony. All around him, the ground trembled as monsters wielding swords and arrows marched forward, their grotesque forms encircling the bound hero like a pack of wolves ready to strike. Just as the blades were about to descend, the hero stood tall, defiance in his eyes, and from his body surged a brilliant burst of yellow and blue energy. The shockwave blasted outward, crushing the monsters instantly, their bodies disintegrating into ash before they could even react. Feng staggered backward, his eyes widening with shock as he instinctively clenched his fists. Under his breath, he whispered in disbelief about the overwhelming power before him, realizing with growing horror that his opponent was attempting to breach some unimaginable threshold. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he brought them up to rub his eyes, as if trying to wipe away some terrible vision, before the terrifying truth escaped his lips. This was the unmistakable phenomenon of secondary awakening. With visible effort, Feng composed himself, though his voice carried an undercurrent of barely contained dread as he continued speaking. He admitted that witnessing a secondary awakening in progress had profoundly expanded his understanding. Yet he recognized with grim certainty that his opponent had already descended into utter desperation. Under normal circumstances, he explained with forced calmness, achieving secondary awakening required exhaustive preparation. Stockpiles of mana stones to stabilize the physical transformation, specialized energy boosts to fortify internal reserves, and most crucially, an entire team of elite protectors to shield the vulnerable awakening process from any external disruptions. His voice grew sharper, colder, as he pointed at the chains that still bound the hero. You're currently held down by a virtual chain designed to suppress holy power. You're alone. You have no energy supply. The force now building inside your body will soon spiral out of control. It will tear you apart, rip your soul into fragments. If you fail, at best, you'll suffer a massive level drop. At worst, you'll be annihilated completely. As the tension in the air thickened, a figure appeared beside the hero, Saint, who watched the unfolding scene with somber eyes. In a calm, unwavering voice, he said, "But you're a weird child. Even if there's only a fraction of a chance for success, I cannot let it happen." The monsters, though momentarily shattered, began emerging once more from the red-lit shadows, forming a complete circle around the hero. Their weapons gleamed with deadly anticipation. Feng raised his hand once again, and with a voice full of venom, he commanded, "Die, in your secondary awakening." As the scene opened, waves of monsters surged toward the hero, their grotesque forms moving with murderous intent. Unshaken, he stood his ground, continuously generating radiant streams of golden and blue energy, creating a shimmering barrier that kept the horde at bay. Then, without warning, a glowing window appeared in midair announcing that the second advancement had been achieved, Judicator level 30. The screen showed a list of new Judicator exclusive skills with judgment and dissonance among them, each one pulsing faintly as if waiting to be awakened. With renewed strength flowing through him, the hero focused his mana and directed a concentrated surge of golden and blue energy straight at Housemaster Feng. A razor-thin beam of golden light shot out like lightning, racing across the battlefield. Feng, caught off guard, froze as the energy struck him with blinding force. Golden light erupted throughout the mansion, illuminating every corner, and Feng was thrown backward, collapsing to the floor. As he fell, his form distorted, his face twisted grotesquely into that of a monster. "It's useless to think a second-rate holy knight like you can hurt me," he snarled. His shape shifted again, this time into a twisted version of a wild sheep, its eyes burning with malice. "I have devoured more ants like you than I can count," he growled. Suddenly, the ground split open, and several more monsters emerged, their grotesque shapes clawing toward the surface. The hero looked on with mild surprise, but remained composed. "No need. Your dying words are just noisy." He summoned golden mana again, and a new system window flashed before him. Channeling, divide wrath through moral flash. As the monsters leapt into the air and began their assault, the hero raised his hand, his eyes glowing with holy fury. "Sinner, I sentence you to," he declared, and in a sweeping motion, he released a radiant wave of energy. "Death." The blast surged forward, golden and absolute, but just as it reached the advancing creatures, one of them shouted defiantly, "You won't succeed. The power of my lord." Before the sentence could finish, the hero's expression shifted. From the shadows, a vast surge of red and black energy emerged, spreading like a storm through the hall, its pressure overwhelming. His eyes widened in disbelief as he faced the incoming wave. The room darkened under the weight of the power, and a chilling voice echoed, "Submit. Why not perish together?" The corrupt energy slammed into him, and the hero staggered back, black energy spilling from his mouth. Still conscious, he gritted his teeth as whispers flooded his mind. "Pain is the only truth. Join us." A voice hissed with a manic laugh. Blood trickled from wounds on his face and neck as he fought to remain standing. Then, from the darkness, a monstrous figure emerged, a beast with massive golden eyes and jagged teeth, its aura oppressive and wild. Words echoed all around him like a curse. "Become the one. Attenuate as one. Be part of me." The hero, trapped within the suffocating force of the mana storm, clenched his fists. Anger surged through him, not just from pain, but from resistance. With a roar, he released a surge of golden energy, so immense it shattered the corrupted flow around him. The golden-eyed beast snarled, its jaw unhinging as it let out a primal roar. In response, the hero raised his sword, eyes blazing with resolve. Mental corruption, a lot more advancement than mere hypnosis. Gripping his blade tightly, he launched into the air and slashed directly at the creature's monstrous face. "But too bad. You picked the wrong opponent," he shouted as the blade descended, blazing with divine power. The monster screamed as the strike landed, and the hall trembled under the weight of their clash. The hero's eyes burned with fury as yellow mana began to radiate from them like wildfire. He took a step forward, rage fueling every motion. "How dare you?" he snapped, golden energy intensifying around him. The monster sneered, but before it could react, the hero barked again. "Why wouldn't I dare? Holy knights!" He began walking toward the beast with unrelenting resolve, energy crackling around him. Are made to deal with the unruly. With that, he launched into the air. Black energy rose from the ground, lifting him like a current of vengeance. His golden sword shimmered with divine intent as it appeared in his hand, ready to strike. Across from him, the monster summoned a blade-like surge of red energy and plunged it into the ground. At first, nothing happened. No burst, no sound, only a sinister hum. The hero narrowed his eyes, wary. But then, without warning, the energy exploded in a sharp pulse and struck him in the back, causing him to stagger midair. From across the hall, the monster roared in triumph and cursed the hero, declaring itself the Lord of Chaos and claiming that a god could not be slain by a mere human. The hero grimaced and stood tall, once more gripping his sword tightly as he stared down the arrogant beast. He repeated the phrase half-divine power with contempt, then proposed a deal. He would use the monster as a punching bag and teach it what it truly meant to kill a god. He added that if a creature wanted to play God, it should at least do it properly. Stepping forward with golden sparks flickering at his feet, he mocked the monster further, calling it at best a fragment of some evil god, and explaining that this was exactly why a human like him could hurt it. He warned that if the monster kept shouting nonsense, he might just laugh his teeth out. Enraged, the monster let out a guttural scream, its jaw twisting with fury as it tried to shout another denial. But the hero was no longer listening. He placed a hand to his temple, sweat beading down his face as a grim thought passed through his mind. Today was bad, and his body could only hold out for 2 more minutes. He muttered that he was out of his mind, and as the words left him, divine energy erupted. A swirling fusion of yellow-black and countless other hues surged through the hall like a divine storm. Then a radiant circle of golden energy descended and etched itself into the ground with holy precision. At once, more monsters crawled from every corner of the battlefield, encircling him like vultures sensing weakness. Yet the hero didn't flinch. A new screen flashed before his eyes. Contract spell inherited from the ancient angelic legions, activated. The moment the system message disappeared, a towering beast, grotesque in form and bearing rows of jagged teeth, lumbered toward him. "You pathetic little creation of forbidden law. You won't stop me," it snarled, its voice thunderous. Suddenly, a second divine reaction tore through the air. Purification initiated. Divine punishment protocols engaged. Punishment. Initiate. An enormous circle of radiant figures appeared, standing upright in a vertical formation, golden manas coursing through them like celestial judgment. Even the hero was momentarily stunned by the display. Another system alert flashed before his eyes. "You have obtained Evil God Power Crystal. Damage unknown. Quality cannot be assessed." The hero's grip on his sword tightened, and with a voice full of disdain, he shouted, "So that's all you are?" He rose to his feet, battered but unyielding, and faced the monster with cold defiance. "You are not even a proper fragment of a god." As the dust settled over the ruined battlefield, the hero struggled to rise, but his legs buckled beneath him, sending him crashing back to the ground. With a trembling hand pressed against the blood-stained earth, he tried once more to stand, yet his strength failed him. Suddenly, a digital screen materialized before his fading vision, flashing dire warnings. Vital signs unstable. Immediate treatment required. While staring at the glowing red alerts, pain surging through every inch of his body, he summoned what little willpower remained. Golden energy burst forth from his hand, not for battle, but for healing. The radiance spread like a tide, warm and divine, wrapping the wounded and dying in its light. Those who had been barely clinging to life stirred, and the air itself seemed to hold its breath. A girl with gray hair, who had moments ago lain lifeless, jolted awake and whispered, "Wake up, Aina." As she turned her head and her vision focused, she blinked in confusion and said, "Weren't we just in the hot spring?" Beyond the wreckage, the hero remained motionless, golden light still flowing from his palm as the girl stared in awe. "It's a miracle," she murmured, "a divine miracle." Elsewhere, in a city hub where data screens blinked with urgent updates, one message stood out among the chaos: "Divine blessing revival. Holy Lamb confirmed." A voice echoed over the screen, calm, firm, and filled with regret. "You forced your second advancement, shattered your meridians, and activated a revival skill. said the Holy Lamb. "It's a miracle you survived." "Oh, and why won't you let me take you away? You could have been saved." Still on the ground, pain etched deep into his features, the hero replied, "What's the difference between you and those cultists?" His voice was quiet but unwavering. "Before deciding to advance, I remember the day of class transfer. Before the big exam, I chose Holy Knight, humility, honesty, courage, compassion, duty, and honor. To pursue justice and rightness all my life. That's what it means to be a holy knight. If I feared death and clung to life, I would have betrayed that deal. Where's the point of power if it goes against your principles?" The Holy Lamb stood silently, stunned by the sheer resolve in his words, as the blue light around the hero intensified, illuminating the battlefield like dawn after a storm. Behind a shattered wall, a squad of warriors surveyed the scene with somber expressions. One of them stepped forward and whispered, "What happened here?" Another replied, scanning the destruction with awe, "A battle of this scale is far beyond what we can handle. Still, I'm certain that a powerful barrier was deployed. Someone gave their life to protect Longfeng City tonight." Then, as if confirming what they all silently hoped, one soldier pointed to the light and declared that he was Longfeng's hero. At the heart of the battlefield, a massive screen flickered to life, displaying the hero's name, his class, and level, but also a persistent warning that soul damage had been detected. The hero stood, barely upright, teeth clenched in agony, as another alert began its countdown. Looking up, he whispered hoarsely a single word meant for his teacher. The scene shifted. Beneath still waters, the hero lay submerged in a healing pool, his body floating gently until his eyes snapped open. Disoriented but alert, he realized he had been unconscious for 2 days. Near the edge of the spring, his teacher sat with arms crossed, observing him in silence. He acknowledged the hero's return to consciousness and questioned how it felt to face the edge of death and tear through a dark god's sacrificial ritual alone. He wondered aloud whether such an act was brave or simply reckless. The hero replied that the situation had been urgent, but his voice broke into a cough before he could explain further. His teacher's gaze softened as he explained that the hero's meridians had been shredded like a torn fishing net, and that ordinary healing spells could only mend the flesh. That was why he had placed the hero in a medical spring to stabilize his vitals. At the bottom of the spring were 5 dragon pearls, sacred relics with immense healing power. He instructed the hero to absorb every last drop and warned that even a single pearl wasted would be a grave loss. But the hero interrupted, staring at the water around him, and pointed out that it was his teacher's foot bath. The teacher scoffed and told him not to read the details too closely. What mattered was that he was still alive. Then his expression turned serious as he began to explain what had happened during the hero's unconsciousness. The Longfeng Public Security Special Actions Unit had preserved the battlefield entirely and even collected samples of the lingering holy light. As gentle ripples swirled around the healing spring, the teacher pointed at a shimmering arc on a floating screen and noted that the energy curve's peak matched the hero's holy aura exactly. His tone was calm, but firm as he warned that anyone who knew how to read it would be able to trace it back to the hero. That was why the public explanation for the Longfeng incident would credit the teacher instead. The hero's eyes widened in surprise, and he expressed his unwillingness to hide behind his mentor. But the teacher remained steady, explaining that the hero was still young and underleveled. If his accomplishments were made public, the cultists would immediately mark him as a threat. Those lunatics would not allow any potential danger to remain. The teacher stood, then golden mana pulsing faintly beneath his feet, and admitted to using a few privileges. He revealed that the hero's case had been classified as SSS confidential and assured him that once he completed his 3rd advancement, the honors would return to their rightful owner. The hero fell silent, staring at his mentor with a mix of emotions. After a moment, he spoke again, calling out to his teacher in a quiet voice. But before anything more could be said, a screen appeared between them, displaying a pulsing violet-black crystal. The hero narrowed his eyes and recalled that after defeating the evil god, he had discovered its true form was merely a power crystal. This was the face of the so-called evil god, harmless in appearance, yet responsible for countless ruined lives. His thoughts drifted back to the monstrous figure he had faced, its power, its aura, the dread it exuded. He shuddered. The teacher, still seated by the spring, raised his hand with a slight scoff. "A mere shard daring to stir up stones," he muttered, golden mana dancing around him like fireflies in the dusk. "Steal it by forwarding the hand," the teacher said as he reached out. He examined the object closely and explained that it was a condensed core of pure negative energy. It emitted a strange mental frequency, something like, but before he could finish the thought, the hero's expression changed. A realization struck him and his eyes widened in understanding. It spread silently, he realized, slowly wrapping itself around the minds of anyone who came near. From the moment they touched it, he and the others had become its puppets. The teacher sensed the student's reaction and said that the crystal should not remain in his hands. He would hand it over to the military for safekeeping. Then he stood and turned toward the misty horizon. There was one more matter to address. The hero had not been properly prepared for his second advancement. When he used that high-damage skill, he had damaged his foundation. If it was not repaired, further advancement would become extremely difficult. A hush settled over the spring as the teacher continued, his voice lower, more serious. There is a secret realm in the Zhao family's ancestral land, the frozen dragon abyss, where the soul of an ancient ice dragon lies dormant. You are of Zhao blood. If you can fuse with the dragon's soul, you may rebuild your foundation and complete a true second advancement. His gaze turned contemplative, as if distant memories stirred behind his eyes. Once your condition stabilizes, I'll have the Zhao family come retrieve you. There's someone who's been calling for you nonstop. You'd better wake up to her. As the scene shifted, the sterile halls of a high-security compound stretched into view. Xiao Ran walked quietly, her boots clicking softly against polished stone. Behind her, a red-haired girl appeared with a voice sharp with scorn. She called the sight pathetic and taunted Xiao Ran for being weak. She pointed out that with low level and low skill, there was nothing Xiao Ran could possibly use to protect her brother Zhao Yi. Xiao Ran flinched but gave no response. The girl continued, circling her like a predator. She remarked that Xiao Ran looked soft and fragile and was basically just a burden. Giving her such a perfect body was a waste, she said, and suggested that it should be returned to her instead. She claimed only she could make proper use of it and promised to protect Zhao Yi in Xiao Ran's place. Shocked, Xiao Ran murmured the word exchange, as if trying to understand. But before anything more could happen, a familiar voice echoed down the corridor, calling her name. She turned around stunned to see Zhao Yi at the far end of the hallway. Though still pale, he was standing on his own. She gasped in disbelief and asked how he had gotten out. Zhao Yi looked at her with an unreadable expression and asked if she remembered what she had just said to him. Her eyes widened in confusion, and she apologized, admitting that she could not remember. Then the atmosphere shifted and the scene transitioned once more. Inside the command tent of a military camp, a heavy war report was being delivered. A soldier knelt before a grizzled commander who loomed like a shadow in a dimly lit room. The soldier spoke, gravely addressing his master and reporting that the Longfeng City base had been destroyed. He added that French was dead. The commander narrowed his eyes and asked what had happened. As the scene transitioned, a gray-haired boy was seen carefully cutting plants in a quiet garden, his blade slicing through stems with practiced ease. Without looking up, he asked why Wang Hui would go there. Shen, who stood beside him, replied with a sharp edge in his voice. An inside report had come in. Wang Hui's personal disciple, Zhou, he had been on a mission in Longfeng City. He had spotted French in action and contacted Wang Hui immediately. That was why he appeared there. Shen paused, his eyes narrowing as he muttered that if Vangru was involved, things had just become much more difficult. He instructed that all branches were to go dark, using full deep divine mode, and to avoid military entanglements at all costs. Then something seemed to click in the gray-haired boy's mind. He questioned why the name Zhao Yi sounded familiar. Shen responded at once, recalling past events, as if pulling a file from a cabinet. 2 months earlier, during the freshman competition, Zhao Yi had returned and ruined Fenjia's plans. There was a suspicion that he had tamed a void beast, and they had placed him under surveillance for some time. The gray-haired boy nodded while snipping a vivid red flower from its stalk. He now remembered and admitted that the kid had some skill. Twirling the flower between his fingers, he let it fall to the ground and suggested they send their little friend a welcome gift he would never forget. Shen agreed with a smirk. The scene shifted abruptly. Rain fell steadily as Shen stood alone outside a rundown mansion, staring at it with disdain. Rain dripped from his hair as he scoffed silently to himself at the sight. So this brat lived in a dump like this with no backing from a powerful clan. How could someone like him have such freakish strength? It was truly bizarre. But before he could think further, his thoughts were cut off as a wave of violet mana surged from the mansion and slammed into the ground nearby. Shen instinctively stepped back, his eyes narrowing as he demanded to know who was there. A grotesque monster emerged from the shadows with jagged teeth like broken glass and eyes gleaming with perverse hunger. One of them sneered with a voice thick with malice and spoke of a love for women and children, claiming their fear smelled delicious. Then with a guttural chuckle, the creature added that the one before him was both woman and child, a lucky treat that promised double the flavor. As purple mana pulsed ominously, Shun's body began to shift, swelling and twisting until he assumed a colossal form. He looked down at his flaming aura and murmured to himself, wondering if what he saw was flame or a dragon bloodline awakening. The monster barked a laugh, clearly amused, and welcomed the apparent death wish. Elsewhere, far from the mansion, the hero's senses sharpened. His garments had begun to tear as his transformation activated instinctively the moment he locked onto the dark energy. He recognized it as the presence of a wild beast and referred to it as an empty-winged butterfly. Then, with sudden clarity, he identified the special transfer target as Zhao Yan. His attention sharpened further when he sensed little Gray's life force dropping, a sign that Yun was in danger. He silenced his thoughts and ordered immediate location of her. From within, the Holy Lamb's voice rang out calm, yet serious. It promised to do its best to protect his body during the transformation, though there was no guarantee it would remain intact. On the other side of the shift, the voice simply wished him good luck. With no time left, the window behind him shattered, and the hero launched forward like a comet, slicing through the rain-soaked air. As he neared the battlefield, he finally saw the scene unfold. His sister Yun was trapped, and Shun was locked in combat against monstrous enemies. Through clenched teeth, the fighter turned to Yun and asked if she could still stand. She struggled for balance amid the chaos and answered with determination that she could. Hearing this, he nodded and shouted for her to go find her brother. One of the monsters growled with cruel glee, glaring at the young fighter. "You little brat really don't value your life, do you? Risking everything for a girl. Is it worth it?" Shin stood tall, fire crackling from his mouth as he sneered. "Is it worth it?" He released a torrent of flame and shouted back, "That's none of your business." The fire exploded outward, casting long shadows and shaking the very ground as debris and flames scattered through the battlefield. In the center of it all, the hero finally arrived, his eyes scanning the destruction, his heart pounding with dread. Yin ran to him, eyes wide and tears brimming. She threw her arms around him tightly and cried, "Brother!" He knelt down and hugged her gently, voice filled with tenderness and sorrow. "You are finally here?" That man was so scary. He hurt little Gray. The hero looked at her with a mix of sadness and resolve. "Don't be scared. I'm here now." As the dust settled and the last echoes of battle faded, a sudden thought struck Zhao Yi's mind like lightning. Why would Shun Lingfeng show up here of all places? Almost as if answering the unspoken question, Shin stepped out from the shadows with his usual smirk and a trace of arrogance in his tone. He welcomed the hero with a sarcastic comment about finally arriving and called him a responsible brother. Before Zhao Yi could respond, Xiao Yin stepped forward defiantly, positioning herself protectively between Shun and her brother. Her voice rang out strong as she warned him not to speak that way. Shin raised an eyebrow and feigned hurt, saying that her words stung, especially since he had risked his life to save her. Xiao Yin stood her ground with a determined look, insisting that while she would repay the debt, Shun had no right to speak ill of her brother. She recalled how, since childhood, her brother had always shielded her from danger and called him the best brother in the world. That declaration caused Shun's smirk to waver, frustration flickering in his expression. He turned to Zhao Yi and pointed out that at least Xiao Yun had shown gratitude, unlike him. He questioned whether Paladin Academy taught their students to ignore people who save their lives. Zhao Yi looked at his sister and smiled faintly. He told her that Shin was simply jealous and throwing insults out of spite. While he acknowledged Shin's role in saving her, he warned her that it might be part of a larger scheme. She looked at him curiously and asked if that was true. Zhao Yi confirmed it, calling the whole act classic sour grapes. Shin's composure snapped as he yelled in disbelief, asking if Zhao Yi truly thought it was all a ploy and if he believed Shin was jealous. His words were cut short by a sudden spray of blood from his mouth. A black blade had pierced through his back, and he collapsed to the ground in shock. Zhao Yi remained still, holding his sister close while keeping a cold gaze on the fallen Shun. Shun, struggling to breathe, managed to speak between clenched teeth, telling Zhao Yi to stop hesitating and help him, insisting that he was not dead yet. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes, but made no move, his voice dry and laced with irony. He remarked on Shun's continued sarcasm despite his condition and questioned whether the wounds were truly that serious. His expression darkened with suspicion as he demanded to know why Shun had been at his house in the first place and how he had just happened to be present when Xiao Yun was attacked. Shin glared at him in silence, refusing to explain. Elsewhere, in a dim alleyway, a group was chatting idly. One of them mentioned a rising trend, revisiting the old homes of legendary figures in hopes of gaining insight or latent power. Another dismissed the idea as ridiculous, accusing the first of lying. But the first person insisted that many were doing it now, hoping for inspiration or spiritual residue. Back in the present, Shun clenched his fists in frustration. He wondered bitterly why he could not simply be passing through the area without suspicion. He told himself that others were not the only ones with opportunities and that no one knew the truth behind his visit. His face twisted with regret and shame as he admitted to himself that the real reason he had been there was too embarrassing to reveal. Suddenly, Xiao Yun embraced Zhao Yi tightly, tears in her eyes. She asked if he was all right. Zhao Yi softened and gently rested a hand on her back, apologizing for frightening her. But as he held her, his gaze dropped and froze on a deep scratch along her leg, something previously hidden by her clothes, and his breath caught in his throat. Not keeping up with wounds, the hero of the story collapsed. Zhao couldn't hold back his tears when he saw him fall. She leapt forward in panic, her mind spinning and heart racing, questioning herself over and over again. What had she done? Her voice trembled as she begged her brother not to scare her and urged him to answer the phone. Behind her, someone remarked how the place looked more chaotic than a battlefield. It's Churin, who stepped forward without hesitation, told Zhao to relax, and took the phone from her. At that moment, Chu Ran rushed toward the fallen hero with a worried face. She handed him a potion and urged him to drink it quickly, saying it would help him recover. While that happened, Churin healed him, but called him a troublemaker and scolded him for diving into a turbulent zone without any magic. He said it was a miracle the boy was still alive after being pulled back from death. He then tells them that he wasn't the healing type and could only manage to stabilize the wounds for now. Meanwhile, our boy asked Churin how they had even managed to arrive there. Churin told him the void beast sensed his injury when it crossed the patio. After the turbulence brought him here, it went to find Churin, and they rushed over together. He said the aura matched the girls from Longfang's country, but they weren't after him. They had targeted Zhao Yun instead. Churin guessed they didn't know the truth about what happened there, and were taking out their anger on Zhao Yun for showing his face. He added the military had already started a secret purge against the holy cult spirit, but the enemy stayed hidden while they were exposed. He said he couldn't stay here any longer and had to go to the Zhao family's old residence at once. Our hero replied through the pain that going to the Zhao family was a good idea and a chance to take little Yun back there, where she would be safe. Churin told him his injuries were too severe and he couldn't handle teleportation. The only option was to take the nearest public spaceship, the Skydome, to the Zhao family. The Skydome had A-rank security with armed guards and could reach the Zhao territory in 48 hours. He said he would notify them to meet at the Sky of Fear. The gray-haired girl stepped forward and said she would go too and promised to protect Zhao Yi. Someone cried out from the side, but no one paid attention. Churin kept going, saying they didn't know how deep the Holy Spirit cult had infiltrated, so they had to travel disguised as regular passengers. The less attention they drew, the better. The one shouting was Shun. He raised his voice, saying, "Hey, can't you see me? Did I turn invisible? Are you all ignoring me? I'm hurt too." Churin walked over and said with a smile, "Look at me, my memory really is bad. Come on, let me check your injuries." Shin barely lifted his head and said, "Aren't you the guy Zhao Yi defeated in the freshman grand tournament? Thanks for checking on me, Principal." Later at the Skydome docking port, our hero sat in a wheelchair, while Shun loudly complained about having to act like a servant even though he was the successor of the Flame Dragon bloodline, and questioned why the other got to play the young master role. Chu Ran responded coldly, saying one extra person meant more risk, and she hadn't wanted to bring him in the first place if he hadn't kept pestering. Shin insisted that the principal had personally ordered him to join and that he didn't even want to come, and reminded them of his noble bloodline. Zhao interrupted them by announcing that the ship had arrived. Just then Lars Mord appeared before them, and a massive ship emerged from the sea. A hatch opened from the side, and Zhao excitedly called it a giant flying octopus while pointing out its glowing tentacles. He told the hero to look at them closely. Shin explained that the glow came from Manhua as the ship docked to recharge. He said the tentacles were not only for boarding, but could also serve as combat shields and even fire mana cannons. Inside the ship was a luxurious seating area. A broadcast warned that the boarding ramp would close soon, and any passengers without checked tickets should proceed quickly. Chu Ran turned to the hero and asked if he wanted to return to his room to rest. She mentioned the ship's motion might cause discomfort, but his room had a reinforced isolation formation. The hero responded with a smile that she was treating him like a baby. Ran replied that she only said that because she was afraid he would feel unwell. The hero teased her back, saying she had been worrying nonstop about his meals, sunburns, and medicines, and assured her that he could manage himself. Just then a stranger approached and stared at the hero, commenting on his beauty. She reached out and held his face, saying that his skin was softer than snow, and it stirred her heart. She suggested he come with her so she could hire the best priest to heal him. Fans nearby froze in shock at her boldness. Ran reacted instantly by drawing her sword and slashing at the woman, who easily dodged as the strike cracked the ceiling. Ran warned her not to touch him again, or she would lose her hands. The woman smirked and said the guard was getting serious over what she called a harmless invitation to tea and a little fun. She asked why Ran was so quick to react when the young master himself hadn't said anything. She then suggested that maybe Ran was not a guard but a lover, and said it explained her extreme reaction. She added that if Ran liked the boy, she should just say so, and that she understood such feelings very well. The hero then gently took Ran's hand and told her not to fall for the provocation, since private combat was forbidden on the Skydome. He turned to the woman and advised her that if she sought entertainment, she might find better company in third class. He added that his frail body would not survive her enthusiasm. Quietly, the hero observed the woman's behavior and realized her flirty act was just a cover. She was carefully watching all four of them, and her real goal was far beyond mere teasing. She had noted that third class was filled with ordinary laborers, and by suggesting she belonged there, he used that as a way to insult her and knock her off balance. The lady looked back and said the young master was quite the mood killer and had ruined her interest. She called herself Red Madam and claimed there was nothing in the world she couldn't obtain. As she walked away, she added that before long, he would come to serve her willingly. Just then, one of her servants stumbled, and the boy beside her noticed the bracelet on her wrist. He said it looked unusual and had a damp aura. He asked if anyone had seen it before. Shin said he had, and explained it was the symbol of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce. He mentioned that Jian Charn had spent years in Chuan Province, so he would definitely know about them. The Mermaid Chamber was a powerful group that rose quickly in Jiangbei. On the surface, they ran legal businesses, but behind the scenes, they were involved in illegal activities. They were known to target beautiful professionals with rare bloodlines, capture them, and sell them as playthings. Some are locked up, some handed to twisted nobles, and some tortured to death in cruel trades. Shen said the woman, calling herself Lady Hong, was likely a mid to high-ranking member of the chamber. He added that their leader had strong connections with a complex network of backers, and even his father had warned him never to provoke them. He remembered that 2 years ago, the Mermaid Chamber in Tianlan Province clashed with the Zhou family, and the Zhou family lost. Then he paused and wondered if they should tell Zhou Yi about this. Our boy also realized that Lady Hong's subtle jabs and playful provocations toward Chu Ran were meant to test her and gauge her worth, like assessing the value of goods. Among the four of them, Zhao Yun was the weakest. If they were planning to make a move, she would be the easiest target. He turned to Shun and asked if he could stay by Zhao Yun's side for the next 2 days on the ship and make sure she stayed safe. He said that since Lady Hong had been rejected, she might try to retaliate in some other way, and he was worried Zhao Yun would be her next target. She gave a confident reply and said not to worry. He could easily handle watching over one little girl. As the ship drifted silently through space, a maid walked down the corridor outside the passenger rooms. Suddenly, a stream of red mana slipped through the gap beneath one of the doors. It was the room where Ran and Zhao Yun were sleeping. Shun, unaware of anything, was fast asleep on the sofa. The mana belonged to Lady Hong. Watching from afar, she murmured to herself that a rare beauty was in the making. She moved her staff toward Ran's face and noticed something. She had detected the presence of succubus blood, a rare trait that could fetch a high price. Then her eyes shifted to Zhao Yun, and she observed that the girl seemed to be a young master as well. Looking at Shun, she noted that his appearance was plain, but his body was sturdy. She figured he could work in the mines for 10 years without issue. She assumed the rest of his family looked just as ordinary. But just then, Shun's eyes snapped open. Without hesitation, he kicked at her, but she blocked the attack effortlessly. Lady Hong grew irritated. Chang was no longer calm. He jumped up and threw a fiery punch, shouting angrily, asking who she was calling ordinary-looking and insisting he wasn't. But before he could finish, she blocked his attack and pinned him down. The two locked eyes in a fierce death stare as Chang clenched his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, Ran joined the fight and launched an attack of her own. Lady Hong leapt back, and for a brief moment, a flash of surprise appeared on her face. She revealed her claws and struck back hard, knocking them both away with ease. She called them little prey and said she would tear their souls apart. Then, narrowing her eyes, she muttered with a smirk that it all made sense now. So they had been lying to her the whole time. All that dragon blood nonsense was a cover. Lady Hong turned her gaze toward Ran, her eyes narrowing in interest. She wondered if Ran carried the bloodline of the Sakuga. She said Ran wasn't as simple as she seemed, especially with that level of purity. Meanwhile, in another room, Zhao Yun was with our hero. He remarked that thanks to Lady Hong's own item, the Tian House security system couldn't detect any activity inside the room. That gave them the perfect chance to act without restraint. Back in the other room, Lady Hong calmly adjusted her clothes and mocked them. She said even if they went all out, they were just a group of wet-behind-the-ears kids. She promised to show them what true power looked like. Shen darted forward to attack, but Lady Hong activated a prototype blood technique, summoning puppets. The puppets intercepted Shun mid-charge. Lady Hong ordered them to cripple the red-haired one, but not to damage the others' faces. Shin burst forward with a flaming punch, shouting that she had gone too far, and this was outrageous. He smashed one of the puppets, but it quickly reformed behind him. Before he could react, they launched a wave of blood magic at him, overpowering him. Just then, Ran attacked with a rapid phantom strike aimed at Lady Hong, but the puppets caught her with silk threads, binding her in midair and halting her movement. Suspended and stuck in front of Lady Hong, Ran heard her taunt her again. With a smirk, Lady Hong asked how it felt to be caught in Big Sister's entangling silk wrap. Suddenly, more puppets attacked from behind and struck Shin in the back. He screamed in pain as Lady Hong stepped up to our hero, her eyes glowing with amusement. She asked him what tricks he had left and told him to use them quickly, otherwise she might lose her patience. She warned that he had truly angered her this time, and she would turn him into a specimen. Our hero observed her carefully. Every attack the puppets made required her to reinforce them with her own mana. She was depleting her energy fast. He thought about the tool his teacher had given him, one powerful enough to destroy the space Lady Hong had created. But using it would blow a hole right through the cabin floor. It was risky. He decided it would be better to wait until she got closer, then trap her with another item. While he planned, Ran was getting overwhelmed by the puppets. Her eyes glowed red, and her skin was marked with deep red lines. Suddenly, a voice reached out to her. It was Lady Hong, speaking in a strange tone. She urged Ran to stop holding back and use her true power. Ran resisted and told her to go away. But Lady Hong insisted, saying they were the same and shouldn't fight it. She reminded Ran that Zhao Yi was severely injured, and Shun Feng was just a loud-mouthed weakling. Only Ran had the power to protect him now. Was she really going to be so selfish and let Zhao Yi suffer? As she spoke, Lady Hong grabbed Ran by the neck. Ran shouted that it wasn't like that, but the voice kept pressing. She reminded Ran that Zhao Yi once risked his life for her, and now he was helpless and could barely stand, but still tried to protect her. What about her? She couldn't even break free from a thin silk ribbon. How could she claim to protect him? Lady Hong told her to release the suppression and awaken the true power of the succubus bloodline. Just then, a yellow device in our hero's hand began to glow, and with a thunderous explosion, the silk bindings tore apart and the puppets were blasted away. Lady Hong's skin burned as she laughed wildly, looking at Ran. "Brother Zhao Yi," she said, "long time no see." Our hero froze in shock. That strange aura, it was her all along, the one that had been clinging to Charn's body. Ran had now transformed. She stood tall, having fully awakened as a pure-blooded succubus. Her aura surged, and power radiated from her presence. Shun, Zhao Yun, even the horse, all stood stunned by her transformation. Ran now appeared in her full, majestic form. She stepped forward and declared that if Lady Hong intended to hurt Brother Zhao, she'd have to answer to her. She called her a mere level 13 puppeteer. Mana buzzed violently through the room. Lady Hong laughed and said that even with a succubus bloodline, Ran couldn't overturn the heavens. She extended her hand again and launched another silk-binding spell. She taunted that the Mermaid Merchant Association already had so many succubus specimens, they could fill an entire cold storage unit. As her skill surged forward, our hero cried out, "Chu Ran!" The scene opened with Chu Ran letting out a faint laugh, and then in a sudden burst, he leaped into the air while unleashing a wild surge of energy that tore through everything around him. As he soared upward, that same energy spiraled outward in chaotic waves, shaking the ground and tearing apart the air itself. Just then, Shireen's voice cut through the noise as she stared at him and said coldly that bugs belong in cages. As both Chu Ran and Lady Hong stood their ground, a bright light suddenly began to shine from the sky, and Lady Hong narrowed her eyes, thinking that this had to be a domain. The light shot down and took the shape of an upward arrow, revealing itself as the innate skill of a pure-blood succubus. In an instant, all enemies within Chu Ran felt their combat abilities weaken across multiple aspects, as if their strength and control were slipping through their fingers. The moment Lady Hong noticed the growing presence of red energy swirling everywhere, she realized that Chu Ran's current aura felt at least 10 times stronger than it ever was before. That energy continued spreading violently, and everything around them began to fall apart as structures cracked and the ground itself shattered. Lady Hong glared at him and raised her hand toward him in anger, but as Chu Ran pushed the energy toward her, Lady Hong froze in place, clearly nervous. Then the red aura surged directly into her mouth, and she let out a dangerous scream as Chu Ran suddenly pulled his own hair while the energy roared around him and fragments of memory rushed through his mind. As Lady Hong coughed, that same red energy began flowing out of her mouth, and she shouted, asking what he had done to her. Chu Ran just grinned and replied with a Chu Ran laugh, saying that he was only helping her reveal her youth, and even teased her about how cute she used to be. At that moment, Chu Ran launched an attack on her shadow retrospection, forcing her to relive fragments of her past, while the technique extracted life force and materialized negative memories one by one. Lady Hong clutched her head and growled that her brain was being torn apart from the inside as her memories were probed and her mind was stretched thin. She screamed and surrounded herself with a wave of blood as her voice echoed through the space, yelling that he should stop pretending to be innocent because pure-blood succubi were truly monsters hidden in human form. She sneered and said that if that kid Chu Ran cared about ever found out his real nature, it would all fall apart. Hearing that, Chu Ran paused and muttered the name of a powerful skill called Purple Abyss Demonic Sour Tomb, just as a rush of purple energy exploded around them and spread fast. Lady Hong laughed and extended her hand toward him with a cold smile, saying there was no use trying to provoke her further, because in her domain, she made the rules. Her purple eyes started to vanish as she whispered that it was time to end this. Then out of nowhere, a girl with gray hair appeared looking stunned, and in the same moment a doll's head began to shake before the statue it was attached to cracked and shattered. The girl was calmly sitting in front of a dressing table, and while brushing her hair, she remarked how interesting the battle between a succubus and a shun was before whispering that the succubus's name was Xiao. She lay back on the bed deep in thought, and wondered if this Xiao had any connection to the Tianlan Xiao family. Then she called out and said to inform the old man, because this year she wanted to personally select the tribute. The scene quickly shifted to Run, who was standing eagerly and calling out for brother Zhao Yi. Right after that, Zhao's little sister approached, and with a worried tone, she said that Sister Ren didn't seem right. Before she could move closer, Shin appeared and held her back, telling her not to go near them, because Shun was in a dangerous state right now. Chu Ran stepped forward and said that she had promised to come find him, and that Chu Ranner had waited for so long. He looked confused when she came closer and placed a finger on his lips before softly asking if that would help him remember. His eyes widened as he suddenly remembered the moment she had embraced him tightly and kissed him, and he said in disbelief that it was when she gave him that last breath that he was able to endure the forbidden technique and tame the void beast. Her eyes lit up, and she said joyfully that he finally remembered her. Just then, Shin jumped forward and attacked her while shouting for her to let go of Zhao Yi. A swirl of white and purple energy burst between them, and she stood up with fury in her eyes, turning to face him. She called him a little Shaun and asked why he was being so aggressive since they were supposed to be teammates. Shin yelled back, saying that she should drop the act because she wasn't Jiang Chu Ran at all, and that he knew she had bloodline powers and that she was a monster pretending to be someone else. He stared at her suspiciously while purple energy swirled again, but she was already charging at him with a glare and said with venom that she'd rip out his tongue and use it as a drink snack if he didn't shut up. Just then, Zhao, who had been watching from his wheelchair, called out for Chu Ran to stop, but she was already throwing a punch which missed as he ducked, and Chu ran away. She quickly turned around and chased him before slamming him down and grabbing him by the hair. He groaned and asked if she was angry because he called her a monster, repeating the word over and over as if to trigger her. Zhao began coughing again, but before he could do anything, she punched Shini in the face and snapped at him, calling his words nonsense. She continued gripping him tightly and taunted him, saying that if his claws couldn't even scratch Madame Hong's skin, then he had no chance of hurting her because he was still the same arrogant fool. Zhao finally shouted for her to stop, but she began to unleash her holy power shield and blasted everything around her in a fit of rage. Then Zhao stood up slowly and pleaded with her not to hurt Shin anymore. Shin stepped forward and told Zhou Li he is doing all this to save him. If you fall under the succubus's enchantment, the mission the principal gave me will completely collapse. He warned him gravely, explaining that the person before them wasn't the Jiang Churen they once knew. It was something far darker, something born from the symbiotic consciousness within her bloodline, which had now taken full control. If she doesn't vanish, Shin declared, the real Jiang Churen will be in mortal danger. At that moment, the woman in question confirmed it herself. That's right, I'm not Jiang Churen, she said, her voice icy. That version of her, weak, helpless, was gone. I still remember how she sobbed when she begged me to take over and save him, tears running down her face like a pathetic, drowned mutt. I even mocked the sound of her cries, enjoying the disgust on his face. But before she could say more, Zhou Yi snapped. Shut up. His voice trembled with fury. She gave up everything, her bloodline powers, to protect me. Say what you want about me. I don't care. But you don't get to insult her. Xiao Ran is the strongest girl I've ever known. I stand by every decision she makes. Moved, the girl paused before softening her voice. Thank you for saving me. 3 times you saved me, in the dungeon, in the freshman competition's secret realm, and again just now. Zhou Yi looked at her and vowed, if I can, I'll definitely repay you 3 times over. She stared at him for a long moment before asking gently, but can you bring Xiao Ran back? Zhou Yi, heart heavy, responded, tell me, how do I make you go back to where you belong? Surprisingly, her expression turned playful, and she said, you poor little thing. Then, without warning, she kissed him. This is your first repayment. But her smile faded. The cost of summoning me, she can't afford it. Zhou Yi's thoughts spiraled. Each time she lost control, it had been to protect him. But what exactly was this cost? Desperate for answers, Zhou Yi called out to Shun Lingfeng. What's this symbiotic consciousness you mentioned? Shun, still nursing a bruised and battered face, grumbled, "Why the hell am I even helping you jinxes? Stick with you people any longer and I'll end up in a crematorium," he snapped. Then, reluctantly, he started explaining what little he knew. "My old man said high-level bloodlines are like ancient monsters sealed in the body. If the host is strong, the consciousness helps. But if the host is weak, it tries to take over, like possession." Zhou Yi's eyes widened. "Possession?" "Yes," Shen confirmed grimly. "That's likely what happened to Jiang Churen. Some believe this symbiotic consciousness is just a second personality that emerges under stress. Others say it's the soul of an ancient ancestor, lying dormant in the blood, waiting to be reborn through the host." He added, "There's only one thing we know for sure. If someone keeps using bloodline powers beyond their limit, they either lose their mind, get taken over, or self-destruct." Zhou Yi's mind reeled. He now realized the cost of asking her for help was, at the very least, surrendering control of one's own body. "So, you've been distracted lately because you're losing control over the symbiotic consciousness?" he asked. Shen could only shrug. If he knew how to deal with it, he would have solved it by now. Just then, Shun's sister broke in. "Brother, you must know how to save Sister Ran, right?" Shen paused, eyes flickering as if some old memory had surfaced. Then suddenly he exclaimed, "Go ask the Zhou family's patriarch. Those old men have seen everything. If they can't handle it, then go to the Jiang family. They're even more powerful." A problem like this would be solved in minutes. Before they could act, masked enforcers entered the area. "Who's fighting here?" "You're disrupting the order of the firmament," they demanded. Shen tried to explain, but the finger of blame was already pointing at him. "It's him," they said. "Me?" Shen shouted in outrage. "Do you have no conscience?" He was quickly dragged away, shouting, "I'm innocent. Why should I take the fall for someone Jiang Churen beat up? When I get out, I'll dismantle your wheelchair." Meanwhile, the firmament descended upon the sky docks, and passengers were instructed to disembark in an orderly fashion. After being released on expensive bail, Shun grumbled, "Zhou Hong came to pick you up personally? Must mean you're something special." Just then, the firmament docked, and Xiao Bai pointed out the vehicle. She warned him to keep things low-key, reminding him of the principal's orders. This matter was top secret. Uncle Hung greeted them warmly. "Year, you've worked hard. Get in and rest." Zhou Yi, startled by the familiar tone, replied, "Thank you for the trouble." But the moment they drove off, something went wrong. The tires burst, pollution spewed, and a spider web-like net enveloped the vehicle. Jiang Churen, or perhaps the consciousness inside her, identified it at once. "This is an S-ranked item. Is sold, spiderweb." Uncle Hung chuckled. "Miss Jiang has a good eye. But what the principal wants to discuss must stay inside this barrier. It blocks all mental transmissions." Inside, Xiaobai formally introduced herself. "I'm your cousin, Zhou Xiaobai," he said with a grin. "Here, a gift for our first meeting. Hope you like it." Uncle Hung silently observed, relieved by the positive interaction. Though Zhou Yi had refused to change his class to the hidden ice element profession, his willingness to allow Zhou Yun to train within the family was a good man. As long as she stayed, Zhou Yi would remain connected. Later, Uncle Hung briefed him. The Zhou family's power is divided between the Patriarch and the Elder Council. The old Patriarch guards the Ice Dragon Tower, while the Elder Council, led by Elder Zhou Feng, manages resources for outer disciples. The two sides rarely see eye to eye. To avoid conflict, only he and Xiao Bai were informed of your arrival. Even the guards at the sentry post didn't know about the secret path we used. Zhou Yi thanked him and asked, "Uncle Hung, what kind of place is the Ice Dragon Abyss secret realm?" Uncle Heng's eyes glowed with pride. "It's where the Zhao family's ancestors buried Frostfang, the legendary ice dragon. When our ancestor encountered it in the northern ice field, its scales were harder than profound iron, and its breath could freeze glaciers. He fought it for a year, 49 battles in total, before forming a blood pact and taming it as his mount." He continued, "When the demon race invaded, Frostfang carried our ancestor into the thick of battle. In the final stand, it blocked the demon cave with its body so the clan could retreat. By the time our ancestor returned, Frostfang was dead, but its soul lingered. Fearing its spirit would fade, our ancestor carved a sealing curse into its bones and sealed its soul within its own body. Eventually, the dragon's remains and soul transformed into a secret realm, the Ice Dragon Abyss. Its outer walls are made of its scales, its pillars are bones, and its lakes are blood," Uncle Hung said. "The realm has 3 checkpoints. Disciples who reach the 3rd layer may enter the inner sect. However, most Zhou family members lack sufficient ice bloodline concentration and are limited to the surface layer." He looked Zhou Yi straight in the eye. "Frostfang's soul still tests everyone who enters. When I first made it to the 3rd layer, it shattered 3 of my ribs and tossed me out like trash. But after I recovered, my bloodline strength jumped by 15%. It's a place of huge reward. But even bigger risk. 50 years ago, a third-rank elder tried to force his way in. Frostfang's breath froze him on the spot, turned him into an ice pillar instantly. Zhou, he listened, the weight of legacy, danger, and destiny settling heavily. Uncle Hung kept it real with our guy, telling him he had to head up to the third floor where the Frostfang's remnant soul was chilling, literally. But this wasn't some regular stroll up the stairs. To make that icy beast submit, he'd need to bring out the same kind of wild, desperate energy their ancestors once had. Basically, go full beast mode or go home. Our hero just nodded and said he got it. But Uncle Hung wasn't done yet. He asked, if you're still feeling like trash, when exactly are you planning to dive into the Ice Dragon Abyss? Then he mentioned there's a hidden base near the abyss where he could crash and recover for a bit. But just then, our boy glanced at his screen. A big OL countdown stared back. 3 minutes and 52 seconds left. And a warning? Harsh. His divinity was completely burned out. Every single stat was back to 0. And to top it off, this zeroed-out version of him was going to last for 10 whole days. Still, he wasn't sweating it. The timing felt perfect. No need for delays, no dramatic speeches. As soon as the car pulled up and everyone stepped out, he just said, I'm going in. Right as he was about to head off, Churn came up, a little worried, and asked if she could tag along. But our boy just looked at her and said, nah, wait for me outside. I've got this. Just then, the red-haired dude gave a casual nod and said, all right, got it. I'll keep an eye on a little lass. Meanwhile, our hero turned to thank Uncle Hung, but boom, a notification popped up in front of his face like divinity exhaustion lifted. All attributes are recovering. And just like that, his screen lit up. His stats were rising like crazy, and mana started swirling around him like he just stepped into his final form. A weapon began forming in his hand, piece by glowing piece. As he stepped forward, you could practically hear the air buzzing with raw power. Cut to the Ice Dragon Abyss, cold, dark, and crawling with trouble. Giant blue serpents were slithering through the ice, but get this. They had freakishly jacked arms, and each one of those arms was armed with a sword. And it wasn't just one or two of these freaks, there were a ton of them. Level 25 serpent humans. These weren't your average snakes. Fighting was just the appetizer. Our boy rolled his shoulder, swung his sword once, and muttered, 10 days stuck in stat 0 mode. My bones feel like they've been sitting in storage. The moment the serpents locked eyes on him, they launched straight at him. No hesitation. But our guy? He sliced through them like he was casually mowing the lawn. One by one, they dropped. He figured he might as well warm up with these overgrown reptiles. As more energy crackled around the serpents, they came at him with both swords swinging. That's when he unleashed his move, Divine Storm. A raging tornado of mana exploded from him, sucking the serpents in like a vacuum. And just like that, poof, gone. We cut to the frozen, freak show face of Serpent Dragon. Its weird, vein-like lines were glowing without any lava, and its twisted scales gave off a warped magnetic vibe. From inside the tornado that had just shredded those serpent humans, this thing tore its way out and lunged straight at our boy. He looked up, totally thrown, shouting, wait, is that punishment from the heavens? But no, it wasn't divine judgment. It was a full-blown serpent dragon. Before he could even react properly, his energy flared up and sliced the dragon clean through. Its massive body slammed into the ice behind him like it got hit by a truck. Our boy took a few steps forward, muttering, this place, it feels strangely familiar. And just then, boom, Baru popped out of nowhere. He casually explained, that's probably cause of the ice bloodline in your body. A normal ice-type user would have turned into an ice sculpture by now. Our hero blinked. You're here too? He said, surprised, and the two of them kept walking while chatting. I never properly thanked you for calling the teacher last time, our hero said. Baru shrugged. Just stop being such a handful. That's thanks enough. If you die before our 1-year agreement. But before he could finish that thought, they both sensed something creeping up behind them. A pack of massive four-horned serpents were sneaking in, ready to split them in half. But yeah, not today. In a blink, those beasts were chopped up and scattered like confetti, clean, fast, and smooth. Our hero turned to thank his overpowered little demon buddy, but Baru just scoffed and called those enormous monsters side snacks. Then, things took a wild turn. As the remaining serpents crashed into the ice, the entire area cracked and collapsed. Our hero slipped and slid right into a massive underground cave, jumping across slabs of ice midair like a pro, trying not to eat snow. He glanced down, his nerves kicking in, and muttered, what is this place? Below him was a massive army of demons. Literal ice demons. As the mist cleared, he realized this wasn't just a group. It was the frozen remains of the demon army that went head-to-head with the ice dragon Frostfang back during the demon invasion era. He scanned the area, and his stomach dropped. There had to be around 200,000 of them down there. And the worst part? He'd only made it to the second level of the secret realm. He needed to play it smart and save some strength. But of course, the demon army noticed the intruder. Without hesitation, our hero went full power, pulling out his go-to combo, Blessing of Dawn and God's Covenant. Yellow and blue mana buzzed and crackled around him like fireworks on steroids. The ice element density here, it's way more intense than outside, he said. Enough to bury all of them. Suddenly, the entire battlefield exploded with thunderous energy. Up above, the Monster King roared, "Everyone, guard the skies." Too late. From the clouds, a massive hand broke through and slammed a mountain of ice down on their heads like a divine high-five of destruction. Not wasting a beat, our hero raised his hand and shouted, "Freeze!" The blast of energy hit the area, instantly locking the remaining demons in a wall of solid ice. You could practically hear them getting cold to death. But our boy wasn't done. He gave a slight tilt of his head, and boom, divine storm again. The freezing wind twisted into tornadoes, ripping through the demon ranks. Bodies smacked into each other, unable to resist the pressure. It was chaos. Multiple mini-cyclones tore through the battlefield, turning the demon army into powerless ants. No one could stand against him now. The Demon King was losing it. "You sneaky little worms," he bellowed. "Our clan's battle soul will never fade. How dare worthless ants like you challenge us?" His guards began pounding their weapons in rhythm, ready to turn the tide. And that's when it happened. A thick, pitch-black mist started swirling around them. Something bad was coming.